Chapter 1. I have two fiancés. In the 27th year of the Longjing era, on the 5th day of the 5th month, the eastern gate of the capital city was bustling with throngs of people. Despite the lively crowd, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, only punctuated by a resonant proclamation. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. The heir of the northern defense prince, Guan Ning, is a prodigal without measure, lacking in learning and virtue. He is ordered to enter the Imperial Academy within 3 days to study the principles of righteousness, and forthwith, the engagement with Princess Yongning is annulled, with a new betrothal to Princess Xianning to be arranged for a future wedding. Thus decreed, the decree was announced by a youth of approximately 20, flanked by a retinue of soldiers, creating a formidable spectacle. Upon conclusion, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished murmurs, interlaced with sharp, mocking laughter. It seems Lord Guan has indeed been spurned. First cast off, then bestowed a new engagement, this Guan Ning truly is the most notorious figure of the Great Kang Dynasty. The northern defense prince commands an army of 300,000, and the Guan family has guarded the northern frontiers with generations of talent. Yet this wastrel heir tarnishes their reputation. What disgrace! He is truly unworthy of Princess Yongning, though he seems better suited for Princess Xianning. I have heard the emperor intends to betroth Princess Yongning to General Guan Zian of the northern defense. But isn't Guan Zian Guan Ning's adopted brother? If that is the case, this will be quite the spectacle. The words of the crowd dripped with derision. Princess Yongning, in the bloom of her youth, possessed remarkable talent and stunning beauty. Despite being a woman, she excelled in poetry and martial arts and was adept in state affairs, captivating the hearts of numerous noble scions. In stark contrast stood Princess Xianning, a mute princess whose single-letter difference rendered her entirely dissimilar. A wasteful heir paired with a mute princess, what a match made in heaven. Hearing the surrounding jeers, Guan Ning proclaimed with a booming voice, "I am grateful for the emperor's grand favor." "Ha! Does this heir still believe this to be a boon?" Deng Mingyuan, who had read the edict, chuckled derisively. He regarded Guan Ning with a smirk, internally reflecting that aside from his handsome visage, this heir possessed naught else of merit. His thoughts flickered. With a faint smile, Deng Mingyuan remarked, "Did you ever imagine, Guan Ning, that 2 years ago you strutted into the capital with arrogance, securing an engagement with Princess Yongning, brimming with pride, only to face rejection and be destined to wed a mute princess? Did you foresee such an outcome? And what of it?" Guan Ning replied nonchalantly, seemingly impervious to the scorn surrounding him. This response left Deng Mingyuan somewhat perplexed. He had anticipated a reaction of indignation from Guan Ning. Unbeknownst to all, this Guan Ning was no longer the same. Beneath his handsome exterior lay the soul of a modern individual. A month prior, in a tragic car accident, Guan Ning had found himself transmigrated into the body of his namesake. This world, a fictional ancient realm, was relatively normal before the spring and autumn period, but descended into chaos thereafter. The original identity of this body was that of the heir of the northern defense prince, a notorious wastrel, lacking in education and virtue, widely known for his infamy. The northern defense prince, Guan Zhongshan, was the only foreign surnamed prince with substantial power in the Great Kang Dynasty, inheriting his title, which rendered the Guan family ascendant and immensely powerful. As the only son, Guan Ning was immensely cherished. One would assume that being born into such a family could afford him a life of leisure. However, a month ago, Guan Zhongshan met with an unfortunate incident, leaving his fate uncertain and throwing the family into turmoil amidst the unrest in the north. When the current emperor summoned the heir, Guan Ning, back to the capital, it was widely believed that the purpose of this summons was to annul his engagement. With the northern king's misfortune, the family's decline had become inevitable, and this so-called waste of a son could hardly provide support, having lost all value in terms of marriage alliances. Indeed, the engagement was annulled, but unexpectedly, he was bestowed with a mute princess. Was this a favor or a mockery? It remains ambiguous. Beginning with a missing father, an annulled engagement, and now being relegated to the status of a son-in-law, quite the trifecta of misfortune. Moreover, on his journey to the capital, he had faced 3 assassination attempts. The difficulty level was akin to hell itself. Yet, Guan Ning found a modicum of solace. It is well known that those who endure such trials are anything but ordinary. The current Guan Ning was no longer the same as before. The days of being a useless heir were behind him. Perhaps not achieving the desired outcome left Deng Mingyuan slightly disappointed. Yet he spoke up, "Heir Guan, the imperial decree has been read. Shouldn't we discuss our matters?" This was, in truth, his real purpose for coming to deliver the decree. "What matters? The incident where I slapped you?" Guan Ning chuckled lightly. "I distinctly remember that 2 years ago, after I struck you, you didn't even dare to let out a peep." At this, those around them displayed an array of subtle expressions. 2 years prior, this heir had come to the capital with his father, and during a banquet, due to a minor disagreement, he had slapped Deng Mingyuan across the face. This incident had spread throughout the capital, solidifying the heir's notorious reputation. It is worth noting that Deng Mingyuan was the son of Deng Qiu, the right vice minister of the Ministry of War, hailing from a distinguished lineage. Yet, in front of the northern king's estate, such status was hardly sufficient. Times have changed with the northern king's misfortune and his uncertain fate. You are now merely a fallen heir. How long can you maintain your arrogance? "Oh, is that so?" Guan Ning retorted disdainfully. "What else do you wish to say? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do you believe you are worthy?" A sinister glint flashed in Deng Mingyuan's eyes. "I have come today to avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me." "Oh." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding voice echoed as Guan Ning stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Guan Ning was not one to indulge a dandy. Heir must embody the very essence of a dandy. "If you claim I am arrogant and overbearing, then let me show you what that truly means. If you wish to slap me, first, let your own face feel the sting." His face visibly reddened and swelled, a clear imprint of a hand appearing. You. Deng Mingyuan was momentarily stunned, his expression filled with disbelief. To strike without provocation? Such a lack of martial virtue. A clamor erupted around them. This heir was indeed as arrogant as ever. Could he not discern the gravity of the situation? You are finished. No one can save you today. Guards, seize him." Deng Mingyuan was enraged to the utmost, and the soldiers accompanying him swiftly encircled Guan Ning. "Do you dare?" Guan Ning, however, exhibited no fear, calmly stating, "My father is Guan Zhongshan, and I am the heir of the northern king's estate. You were once arrogant because of your esteemed father, but now that he has passed, your behavior is utterly foolish. How dare you slander my father?" Deng Mingyuan retorted loudly, "Am I mistaken in my words? After searching for over a month without a trace, how can a 100,000-strong army simply vanish?" Deng Mingyuan was seething with rage. "If you wish to flaunt your lineage, know that your father is no more. Seize this worthless heir." Upon hearing the command, the guards advanced without hesitation. "I may not be able to boast of my father, but I can still contend." As Guan Ning spoke, a grand palanquin approached. It was immense, square in shape, exquisitely adorned, resembling a room, draped in crimson fabric, its wheels painted in red. The front had a door with curtains hanging down, veiled in delicate gauze. Though it was but a single palanquin, it exuded majesty and grandeur. "The Princess Yongning has arrived." A voice boomed. "What is this?" The crowd gasped in unison. "This is the carriage of Princess Yongning. We pay our respects to Princess Yongning." The esteemed princess of the Dakong realm, of noble lineage, stood in unparalleled dignity. The guards, who had initially prepared to apprehend Guan Ning, immediately knelt on one knee, as did the onlookers, including Deng Mingyuan. Yet, Guan Ning stood upright, displaying no sign of submission. Seizing the moment, Deng Mingyuan shouted, boldly disrespectful, "Do you not kneel before Princess Yongning?" "Princess Yongning?" Guan Ning paused momentarily, then replied, "She is my fiancée. Have you ever seen someone bow to their betrothed? You have been jilted. Your fiancée is Princess Xianing." Guan Ning replied straightforwardly, "Even if I have been cast off, she remains my fiancée. Is it not permissible to have two?" His words were undeniably rebellious, leaving the crowd in astonishment. This heir truly was a fool, speaking so recklessly in front of everyone. A sinister smile flickered across Deng Mingyuan's face. Such defiance would surely bring Guan Ning dire consequences. Although Princess Yongning had once been betrothed to Guan Ning, it was well known that this alliance was merely a political maneuver by Emperor Longjing to curry favor with the Duke of the Northern Army. After all, How could someone of Princess Ning's caliber possibly be interested in a dissipated heir like Guan Ning? Thoughts raced through his mind. Deng Mingyuan raised his voice. Princess Ning, for Guan Ning's insolent remarks. His transgressions are unforgivable. I implore you to punish him. Deng Mingyuan. At that moment, a cool voice emanated from within the palanquin. The emperor has tasked you with conveying his will, not to seek revenge. Do you comprehend this? At this, all present were struck with astonishment. Not only did Princess Ning refrain from chastising Guan Ning for his affront, but she had also come to his defense. Chapter 2. Unconventional Tactics. Deng Mingyuan wore a dazed expression, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. How could it be that Princess Ning, of all people, would speak up in his defense and even caution him against seeking retribution against Guan Ning? This was unfathomable. Not only was Deng Mingyuan perplexed, but the others shared his bewilderment as well. Aside from a formal annulment of their engagement, Princess Ning had no further connection with Guan Ning, rendering her intervention entirely unnecessary. Was this truly the purpose of her appearance? Guan Ning, too, was momentarily stunned, then astonished. This betrothed seemed rather commendable. She neither derided him nor looked down upon him, but instead stepped forward to diffuse the situation. This was certainly an unconventional approach. Just moments ago, Guan Ning had intended to express that while he could not compete with his father, he could still vie for his wife. Whether a mute princess or a blind one, they were all still princesses, and he remained the prospective son-in-law of the Great Kang Dynasty. It was curious that the one who had been granted the marriage had not arrived, while the one who had been rejected did. However, that mute princess would serve no purpose, for she could not speak. Contemplating this, Guan Ning felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had no prior acquaintance with the renowned Princess Ning, so what compelled her to assist him? Could it be that my striking appearance has captured her attention? As Guan Ning delved into the memories of his former self, he discovered only a vague recollection of this princess, likely from a long time ago, with no subsequent encounters. Despite the engagement, he had never met her. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace at once. Do not delay. Princess Ning spoke again from within her carriage. Upon hearing this, Deng Mingyuan's face darkened considerably. There was no way to impede Guan Ning's entry into the palace. Thus, it meant he had endured that slap in vain. Surely the princess must return to the palace as well. Why not accompany me? Guan Ning added. However, the crux of the matter was that he was unfamiliar with the route. This statement left those present in shock. A princess who had not yet entered society could not easily make an appearance. Princess Ning too remained ensconced within her carriage. The very notion of him wishing to share a carriage was excessively presumptuous, bordering on impertinence. Even without the annulment of the engagement, such a request was utterly out of the question. Deng Mingyuan's expression twisted in dismay. Surely, he would be punished for this insolence. He could not fathom that Princess Ning would tolerate such behavior. The surroundings fell silent, and after a brief pause, a cold voice emerged. Deng Mingyuan. As a member of the court guards, it is your duty to escort young Master Guan to the palace without delay. What? Deng Mingyuan's face was suffused with disbelief. This was an affront beyond measure. He had just received a slap from Guan Ning, and now he was to escort him back to the palace? What? Do you have an objection? Came the indifferent voice. Indeed, Deng Mingyuan's face flushed crimson, and he could only respond helplessly. The onlookers were equally astonished. Why did Princess Ning exhibit such a strong inclination to defend this frivolous young master? Thank you, Your Highness, for your compassion. It is indeed a labor for you. Master Deng, Guan Ning exclaimed with a hearty laugh. To be defended by the betrothed who had been jilted? This sensation was exhilarating. You might want to take a look at your face. That imprint is rather unsightly, Guan Ning continued, causing Deng Mingyuan's complexion to turn a shade akin to that of pig's liver. He wished to depart, but given that he was summoned by the emperor, how could he dare to delay? Go. This is a humiliation I must endure. How do I leave? Do you not intend to arrange for a carriage? Guan Ning inquired in astonishment. What time is it to be walking? The capital city of the Great Kang Kingdom is divided into an inner city and an outer city, characterized by its 3 wide roads and 12 accessible gates. The journey from the eastern city gate to the imperial palace is quite distant. You, Deng Mingyuan, took a deep breath and gritted your teeth, commanding, someone, prepare a carriage for young Master Guan. That's more like it, Guan Ning remarked as he stepped forward, whispering. Issuing a decree on behalf of the Holy One is not your duty. It must have been difficult to acquire this task. Was it your father who assisted you? Deng Mingyuan paused momentarily, rendered speechless. His expression betrayed the truth of Guan Ning's words. Deng Mingyuan's father held the position of Deputy Minister of War, a political adversary of the Northern King who had repeatedly advocated for the reduction of feudal power. It seemed that Deng Mingyuan's presence in this decree-giving affair was not as simple as it appeared. Guan Ning contemplated this, realizing that he must first eliminate this Deng Mingyuan. Young master, to the imperial palace? At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her hair cascaded in soft waves, and her delicate chin added to her grace. Most captivating were her pale blue eyes, reminiscent of translucent gems, exuding an exotic charm. Her name was Jin Yu, a maidservant to young Master Guan, skilled in martial arts and tasked with his protection and care. Besides the coachman, she was the only one accompanying him to the capital. In truth, there was a contingent of guards, but they had perished in 3 assassination attempts along the way, underscoring the perilous nature of their journey. I'm fine. You should return to the estate and wait for me. Also, take this dagger. It's for my self-defense, and clearly unsuitable to bring to the palace. Before long, Deng Mingyuan procured a carriage to escort him to the palace, maintaining a sullen silence throughout the journey. Young Master Deng, do you harbor great resentment towards me? Guan Ning inquired, peering out. You won't be arrogant for much longer, Deng Mingyuan retorted coldly. Don't revel in your triumph too soon. Whether I am arrogant or not is another matter, but I am certain your fate is sealed. Guan Ning replied with a smile. What do you mean? You made a grave error just now. My father has been in distress for nearly a month. Yet no one has declared his death, not even the emperor. You, however, have spoken of it. Do you not realize the severity of your mistake? Your father was. Deng Mingyuan scoffed, though he quickly halted, suddenly recalling something. The Northern King's estate was hereditary. If Guan Zhongshan were to be declared deceased, Guan Ning would ascend as the new Northern King. Contemplating this, Deng Mingyuan's countenance darkened considerably. After some time, they arrived at the imperial palace. Throughout the journey, he was immersed in the recollections of his past. The unfortunate soul had visited the capital in his youth, his memories hazy from that time. The most recent visit was 2 years prior when he accompanied the Northern King, Guan Zhongshan, to report to the court. It was also when he had been betrothed to the reigning Princess Yoning. The Northern King's power was immense, commanding an army of 300,000. And holding a hereditary title, from Guan Ning's perspective, no emperor would rest easy. However, the hereditary position of the Northern King was bestowed by the founding emperor, and the court required a watchful guardian for the northern frontier. The wilderness is hardly a docile entity. Over the years, had it not been for the Northern Army's vigilant protection, the barbarian tribes would have long since descended southward to invade. Particularly in recent times, court officials have expressed a multitude of grievances against the Prince of Northern Town, with some insidious individuals even dubbing Guan Zhongshan as the second emperor. The sovereign has harbored intentions of reducing the feudal principalities, and the various rumors swirling about have cast a shadow over the northern princess residence. Hence the proposed alliance through marriage. Presently, this appears to be the most prudent course of action, assuring both the court and the northern princess estate. The initial establishment of the marriage contract had caused quite a stir, and now the dissolution of the engagement has ignited yet another uproar. The imperial palace retains some recollection of these events, yet the two betrothed remain oblivious, as they have never crossed paths with him. As Guan Ning pondered these matters, he arrived at the palace, where the guide had now been replaced by a eunuch. The eunuch walked ahead, while Guan Ning followed, indifferent to the change. How stark the contrast is. 2 years prior, when Guan Ning first arrived in the capital, everyone sought his favor. Times have certainly changed. The palace is vast, adorned with pavilions and halls, meandering through its opulence. After a while, they reached a particular edifice, the imperial study, the chamber where the emperor attends to state affairs. You may enter, His Majesty awaits you. And a reminder to adhere to the decorum. The eunuch's voice was sharp, carrying an air of disdain. Thank you for your trouble, Guan Ning replied, somewhat taken aback by the eunuch's astonishment at his newfound composure. The eunuch had witnessed the prince's previous arrogance, as he once strode through the imperial precincts as if it were his own abode, devoid of any propriety. Realizing that Guan Ning's fortune had indeed waned, the eunuch paid him no further mind and departed. As Guan Ning stood before the imperial study, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. He was no longer the same Guan Ning. He had to confront numerous dilemmas and validate whether his suspicions were accurate. The interior of the chamber was spacious, yet it lacked the opulence one might expect, instead exuding an air of simplicity. Along the sides were a few chairs for ministers to take their seats during discussions on state matters, but at this moment, it was entirely vacant. Opposite him stood a long table, the dragon table, behind which stood a figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe, intricately embroidered with the motif of the surging dragon of the vast sea. He possessed a tall and imposing stature, with a square visage that radiated an aura of authority. Such a countenance was undeniably remarkable, emanating the regal essence of a sovereign. He was none other than the ruler of the Great Kang Dynasty, Emperor Longjing, Xiao Chengdao. Chapter 3. The Child of Destiny? He is simultaneously heralded as the most sagacious and martial emperor since the founding Emperor Taizu. His most notable decree following his ascension was the establishment of two significant prohibitions. Where there is a court, there will inevitably be a realm of chivalry. The martial practitioners, known as warriors, wield powers surpassing those of ordinary men, often disrupting the peace and resorting to violence to resolve conflicts. In contrast, the Confucian scholars wield their pens as weapons, undermining the rule of law and assailing the rightful governance. This led to the adage, the scholar disturbs the law with literature, while the hero transgresses the prohibitions with valor. Thus, Emperor Longjing instituted stringent edicts, resolutely suppressing such disorderly conduct, to combat the chaos wrought by martial transgressions. The court established the Supervisory Office of Martial Affairs, aptly named to oversee the warriors. The position of the Supervisor of Military Affairs is transcendent, and its nature is exceptional. Any breach of the laws results in dire consequences. Although prohibitions have been issued, their true enforcement is fraught with difficulty. The latter faces some challenges, but the former encounters significant resistance. Should they be genuinely implemented, it could offend the entire scholarly community. Yet, he boldly disregards the prevailing consensus, shattering the Confucian monopoly on power. Confucian scholars serve as civil officials, legalists oversee the judiciary, mahists control manufacturing, and diplomats manage foreign affairs, while agrarians are tasked with farming, ensuring that each fulfills their role. The 100 schools of thought flourish, ushering the Great Kang Dynasty into a new era of splendor. There are countless instances of such magnitude. In the populace, he enjoys immense prestige. Long signifies prosperity, and Jing denotes brightness. The image of this emperor swirls in Guan Ning's mind, and he comprehends deeply. Could such a formidable and visionary ruler tolerate the existence of the Northern Guardian Prince's residence? Absolutely not. But does his father's predicament bear any relation to him? These uncertainties shall require resolution in due time. As his thoughts briefly flickered, Guan Ning bowed and said, "I have come to see your majesty." "You have arrived," replied Emperor Longjing, his voice rich and resonant, as if he had been awaiting Guan Ning's presence. "You have grown quite a bit since 2 years ago." His words radiated warmth, reminiscent of a kindly neighbor, which indeed aligned with Guan Ning's memories. This emperor of the Great Kang had never exhibited any authority in his presence. In fact, he had once cradled him in his arms as a child, a kindness extended due to his father's status. Guan Ning remained silent, appearing somewhat dazed. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After a moment, he spoke. "I wish to lodge a complaint." "A complaint about what?" "At the East City Gate just now. Deng Mingyuan claimed that my father is dead," Guan Ning stated bluntly. This was not merely a complaint, but also a test, just as Deng Mingyuan surmised. If Guan Chongshan were truly declared deceased, he could directly inherit the title of Northern Guardian Prince. However, the lack of a definitive statement after a month, coupled with his summoning to the capital at this critical juncture, suggested something deeper. Emperor Longjing replied solemnly, "I am aware. You need not concern yourself with your father's affairs. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. The northern military matters will temporarily be overseen by the Grand General of the Northern Guardian. As for your intentions?" He paused before continuing. "What are your plans?" "I have no particular plans. I simply wish to live leisurely as a carefree prince," Guan Ning truthfully expressed, yet it seemed increasingly unattainable. With his father missing and the Northern Guardian Prince's residence on the verge of dissolving, what could he still aspire to as a prince? And beyond that, Emperor Longjing pressed further. The Northern Guardian Prince's lineage has been passed down through generations, and now, with your father's fate uncertain, have you not contemplated the responsibilities that rest upon your shoulders? Or do you not wish to inherit the throne? I would indeed be inclined to accept, but may I?" Guan Ning retorted. Immediately after his father's incident, Guan Ziyan was appointed as Grand General to handle northern affairs while he was summoned to the capital, effectively denying him any opportunity for succession. Yet, the previous Guan Ning had been utterly ineffectual, lacking in both scholarly and martial prowess, thus rendering him unfit for the throne and inadvertently granting Guan Ziyan a chance. Ironically, The misfortunes of the Northern Guardian Prince, coupled with the ineptitude of his own son, have only tarnished Guan Ning's reputation further. Guan Zian, originally an orphan, was fortuitously encountered by the king of Jinbei during one of his outings. Moved by the boy's plight, the king took him back to the royal residence. As fate would have it, Guan Zian was a few years older than Guan Ning and became his companion and tutor. This young lad, possessing exceptional talents and a humble demeanor, soon exhibited his capabilities and garnered attention. Guan Zhongshan, considering that he might one day serve as an asset to the heir Guan Ning, adopted him as a son, bestowing upon him the surname Guan. During this time, he remained remarkably low-key and treated Guan Ning with utmost respect. However, it was only now that his true intentions began to surface. His ambition was none other than the Jinbei royal house. This was a genuine case of usurpation. The unfortunate boy lacked a solid foundation and wielded no authority within the Jinbei royal residence. Even if he were to inherit, no one would yield to him. Guan Ning pondered in silence, unsure of how to respond, his only refuge being his quietude. For now, you shall study the principles of ethics at the Guozijian. I have expectations of you. Inheriting the title of Jinbei Wang is no trivial matter, spoke Emperor Longjing in his usual tone, yet Guan Ning sensed an underlying meaning. And regarding your marriage to the princess, find an opportunity to arrange it. There is no need for extravagance, considering your father's recent misfortune. The emperor, not granting Guan Ning a chance to speak, continued, return for now. Spend these days studying at the Guozijian and maintain a low profile. Guan Ning withdrew from the imperial study, stepping outside into the blazing sun, yet he felt an overwhelming chill. Remarkably, the emperor had not inquired about the assassination attempt he had faced. He surely knew, yet he chose not to ask. What did this imply? Guan Ning clenched his fists. Come, I shall escort you out of the palace. The eunuch who had previously guided him approached at an opportune moment. Do not wonder or gawk. The eunuch's impatience was palpable. I have always wondered. Do you eunuchs urinate squatting or standing? Guan Ning queried. The eunuch's face flushed crimson, and he ignored Guan Ning. Striding ahead. Humph, Guan Ning scoffed, disdainfully thinking that one could not simply trample over him. At that moment, as they passed a flower bed, Guan Ning noticed a small booklet lying within. Maintaining his composure, he picked it up and discreetly tucked it into his sleeve. His adeptness at this act suggested it was not the first time he had engaged in such behavior. It seems I have found something once more, Guan Ning mused. Though its contents remained a mystery for the time being, this was not his first discovery. He had previously stumbled upon two items. The first being a dagger he entrusted to Jinyu for safekeeping. In truth, it was not a dagger but rather a short sword. And while its material was indiscernible at this moment, its sharpness was undeniable, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. It was this very weapon that had spared him from a crisis on his journey to the capital. Despite what appeared to be a perfect beginning, Guan Ning's self-deprecation lingered. A month had passed without sight of the rumored systems or any extraordinary abilities. The sole advantage he possessed was his striking appearance. Guan Ning was undeniably handsome, deserving of the title of a contemporary Adonis, his reputation resounding. Beyond this, he felt utterly lacking. Yet, he had discovered an intriguing aspect. It seemed that fortune favored him. During his journey to Beijing, he encountered several assassination attempts. Had it not been for luck, he would have perished long ago. Could it be that I am a child of fortune? Guan Ning pondered, though he felt the need for verification. Hurry up, stop daydreaming. The leading eunuch chided as he turned back to see Guan Ning lost in thought. Do you have Yunnan Biao in the palace? Guan Ning inquired. Yunnan Biao? What is that? The eunuch responded, somewhat perplexed. It is a medication that can stop bleeding and alleviate pain. The eunuch's face flushed a deep shade of red, and he chose to ignore Guan Ning thereafter. Chapter 4. The Art of Imperial Power Simultaneously. After Guan Ning's departure, a monk emerged from the opposite side of the imperial study. He was in his 40s, with thick brows and large eyes, holding a string of prayer beads. His complexion was slightly pale, but the black robe he wore and his demeanor were not typical of a traditional monk. Rather, they bore a hint of worldly influence. You heard the conversation just now, did you not? What are your thoughts? Emperor Longjing inquired calmly, without turning his gaze. The monk did not bow before the emperor, maintaining his usual composure. Have you noticed that you did not mention his assassination attempts on the road, nor did he bring it up? Is he waiting for me to speak? Longjing Emperor pondered. Is he testing me? The monk continued. It is hard to say. I suggest that since we have suppressed him, we should see it through. This useless heir cannot support the Northern Defense Prince's estate, and it presents an opportunity. Let us see it through, Longjing Emperor replied darkly. The Northern Defense Prince's lineage has produced generations of talent, yet only this one inept heir has emerged. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and serves as a deterrent to other princely houses. I have already granted him Guan Ning, and he is, after all, a prince consort, which ensures his wealth and status and acknowledges the loyalty of the Northern Defense Prince's family through the ages. However, Princess Guan Ning may become suspicious, given that a betrothal has already been established and then retracted. What suspicion? Royal princesses have been political tools since birth. Previously, she was a means to ally with the Northern Defense Prince. Now, she is a tool for suppression. Longjing Emperor continued. As for the son of Deng Qiu, who publicly cursed Guan Zhongshan to death, he must be punished. Yet, Deng Qiu has been diligent and should be promoted to the position of Left Assistant Minister of War. The Great Kang Dynasty holds the left in high esteem. The sage ruler is indeed wise, the monk remarked, internally awed by the emperor's cunning. The punishment of Deng Mingyuan for offending the Northern Defense Prince serves as a display for outsiders, showcasing the emperor's benevolence while signaling that the Northern Defense Prince remains alive. Promoting Deng Qiu acts as a reward, subtly encouraging him to continue his good work. Has there been any news of Guan Zhongshan? Longjing Emperor inquired further. One must see the living and the dead, otherwise I cannot rest easy. I have already dispatched someone, the monk responded. There is also joyous news to report to you. Tianyi Tower has been eradicated, and all related martial arts knowledge has been retrieved. Tianyi, meaning to unite with heaven, indeed has a grandiose claim, Longjing Emperor replied. It is rumored that Tianyi Tower possesses numerous martial arts secrets, with the most prestigious being the Tianyi decision. Have you located it? It has been retrieved, the monk stated, and I am prepared to present it to your majesty. As he spoke, he reached towards his sleeve, only to find it utterly empty. Oh? He continued to search, yet found nothing. What is the matter, Su Nxn? Emperor Longjing inquired. I still had it with me upon my arrival, yet I cannot fathom why it has vanished now, Su Nxn murmured. Could it be lost? Unlikely. The emperor's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Su Nxn. Cold sweat began to beat on the monk's bald head. He was certain he had it on him, yet it eluded him. The emperor might suspect he was hiding it. Please wait a moment. Perhaps I simply forgot to bring it, he hastily suggested. Make haste. Yes. Su Nxn hurriedly departed. At that moment, Guan Ning had returned to his residence. In the capital, there was a mansion, the Prince of Northern Town's estate, sprawling and lavish. However, due to the necessity of maintaining a presence in the north, the place stood largely vacant, guarded by only a handful of individuals. The focus of the Prince of Northern Town had never truly been here, nor were there any other properties. According to the edicts of the court, feudal lords were prohibited from entering the capital at will or acquiring properties, implicitly forbidding the expansion of their influence to prevent them from growing powerful within the capital. Perhaps this was why the emperor felt even more uneasy. The heir has returned. An elderly servant awaited at the entrance. Butler Wu. Guan Ning recognized the old steward, who usually oversaw the estate. How many people are here? Not many. Including maids and guards, there are only about 30, Butler Wu replied. A prince with real power is often the target of jealousy. Thus, this residence is seldom occupied, and the prince is disinclined to manage it. Moreover, many have approached me, seeking to purchase our estate, but I dare not make such decisions. Dare to buy this estate? Guan Ning frowned, aware that the mansion was a royal gift. No one dared before. Now some do. Butler Wu continued, Young master, with the prince's troubles, the Northern Town estate now relies on you. You cannot continue as before. He hesitated to elaborate. Rely on me. Guan Ning shook his head, deciding to take things one step at a time. Please arrange for me to bathe. The journey has been exhausting. It has already been arranged. You may bathe and change. Butler Wu led Guan Ning inside. He had memories of this royal residence, which was renowned for its opulence, even among the grandest in the capital. He could have been a distinguished scion of power, yet fate had rendered him unfortunate. Indeed, a wastrel is a wastrel, no matter the circumstances. Guan Ning shook his head, lacking the inclination to explore further. You've returned so soon. Jin Yu appeared before him. A typical second-generation heir's accessory, a beautiful bodyguard, was indeed a sight for sore eyes, momentarily lifting Guan Ning's spirits. We hardly exchanged words. What was discussed? Could you enlighten me? Jin Yu genuinely worried that this frivolous heir might incite the emperor's wrath. Nothing significant was said. The emperor merely urged for a swift marriage to Princess Guan Ning. And how did you respond? I had no objections, regardless of the princess. I would still be a prince consort. Jinyu was left speechless. At this juncture, how can you still entertain thoughts of marrying a princess? Do you truly believe this is a favorable situation? Jinyu's expression conveyed a mix of exasperation and disappointment. The prince's fate remains uncertain, and the royal residence faces relentless suppression, with the lady desperately holding on, unwilling to let the family fall into decline or be usurped by others. Yet, despite your multiple encounters with assassination attempts on your journey, have you not considered investigating the perpetrators? One cannot rise from the mire. The renowned beauty of Princess Guan Ning is universally acknowledged, and this heir is undoubtedly a notorious libertine, flitting from flower to flower, relying solely on his handsome visage. However, there are appropriate times for such pursuits. Investigating the assailants? Guan Ning calmly remarked, "We have encountered 3 assassination attempts on our way to the capital. The first occurred at an inn where we stayed, disguised as a waiter, which I saw through. The second involved several martial artists, among whom was a 5th-grade warrior. The third was a large-scale assault, employing standardized military crossbows." Jinyu appeared slightly astonished. The heir's analysis was remarkably astute, and this earnest expression was indeed a rarity. "As for the third wave, I do not know who orchestrated it, but I am aware of the identities behind the first 2 attempts." "Who are they?" "My dear sworn brother," Guan Ning replied, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Are you implying that it was Guan Ziyan who sent them? How could this be possible?" Jinyu interjected. "Guan Ziyan is your sworn brother, while I am not well acquainted with him. He has a commendable reputation in the northern town prince's residence. This time, he has taken decisive action, otherwise, it would not be so." Guan Ning replied, "Everyone possesses 2 faces, one for the public eye and another for private dealings. That cannot be the case." "Why not?" Guan Ning interrupted, coldly stating, "As long as I am dead, he can assume the identity of the northern town prince's adopted son, seizing control of the northern army and all associated powers. The key is that he has support behind him." This revelation was so astonishing that Jinyu was momentarily rendered speechless. What shocked her even more was that this was not the persona she had come to expect from the heir. "What you are saying might suggest you are beautiful, yet lacking in intellect," Jinyu retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Then who do you believe is supporting Guan Ziyan?" "That is not something I can disclose, and I am also uncertain." Guan Ning shook his head, saying, "That is why I suggest we focus on surviving for now. The waters of the capital are indeed treacherous. Having the title of a prince consort serves as a protective talisman, does it not?" Jinyu's delicate features were filled with incredulity, as if she were meeting Guan Ning for the first time. This level of analysis and insight was certainly beyond the ordinary. She, being a martial artist, did not fully grasp the intricacies involved, but felt the weight of his words nonetheless. "So you mean to say that the prince's troubles stem from other causes?" "That cannot be said. Cannot be said." Guan Ning shook his head, clarifying that he was merely speculating without concrete evidence. In his past life, he had been somewhat of an intellectual, well-versed in history, yet he had never encountered such matters. However, historical experience taught him that power-hungry officials and feudal lords rarely met with a good end. Those who did were exceedingly few. The tension between central authority and local warlords is a perpetual and irreconcilable conflict. He found himself amidst it and needed to adapt and respond. "So you..." Jinyu wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Guan Ning. "This heir is off to take a bath. As your personal attendant, should you not fulfill some responsibilities?" "What responsibilities?" The abrupt shift in topic left Jinyu somewhat bewildered. "You should help this heir with a back scrub or a massage, perhaps. To speak frankly, since his arrival through time, he has yet to truly relish his experiences. He must seize the moment." Jinyu possesses an exquisite beauty, and due to her martial pursuits, her figure is equally remarkable. A rabbit that does not nibble at the grass nearby is hardly a good rabbit. Jinyu's complexion flushed slightly, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Why has the heir been so intent on her lately? He had never dared to before, as she was a top-tier martial artist. Although the prince had arranged for her to be by the heir's side and the princess had hinted at such matters, she found herself lost in thought. At that moment, a message arrived. The emperor had issued an edict. Wu, the steward, rushed in. "What edict?" he inquired. It pertained to the punishment of Dang Mingyuan. Was it so swift? He had only just returned. Yet this confirmed one thing. The heir of the northern border prince had caused quite a stir at the east city gate. The common folk were abuzz with chatter. At a critical juncture, Princess Guan Ning appeared, offering him protection. People believed this to be the emperor's favor. However, such notions swiftly dissipated. Soon after, the emperor decreed that Dang Mingyuan, son of the right minister of war Dang Qiu, had publicly offended and insulted the northern border prince, Guan and was to be exiled to Weizhou for 3 years of labor, prohibited from returning to the capital. This punishment was notably severe. Weizhou, the most northwestern territory of the Kang Dynasty, is characterized by its harsh and impoverished conditions, and those guilty of grave crimes are often banished there. As the son of a bureaucrat, his conviction signified the emperor's wrath. However, the second clause held greater significance. It noted that during Deng Xiu's tenure, he had diligently served and was promoted to left minister of war, an esteemed position in the Kang Dynasty. A guilty son ascending rather than descending in rank speaks volumes. Those with insight would recognize the deep-seated conflict between the Ministry of War and the Northern Border Prince, as the Northern Army operates independently of the Ministry's command, which had long been a source of contention. Coincidentally, Deng Xiu was among the most vocal critics of the Northern Border Prince. The series of imperial edicts cast a peculiar atmosphere throughout the capital. Those unaware of the circumstances mocked Guan Ning, suggesting that if he had the capacity to uphold his dignity, matters would not have reached this point. Being jilted, even by the royal family, is a form of disgrace. As for being re-engaged to Princess Xianning, it is hardly a boon. In their eyes, the emperor's summoning of the heir to the capital indicates a desire to keep him from meddling in the affairs of the Northern Border Prince, thereby influencing the Northern War situation. Those privy to the deeper truths remained silent. Some sighed in regret, others felt despondent. Each reaction varied. Guan Ning fell into a contemplative silence. Initially, he had been optimistic. With such a status, living a life of indulgence and revelry as a carefree heir should come easily, should it not? In a previous life, he had read a novel entitled The Prodigal of the Empire, where the protagonist, Wang Kong, enjoyed the company of beautiful women and lived in a state of blissful excess. Evoking envy from others, he had thought he could emulate such a life, only to realize how naive he was. The Emperor Longjing intended to curtail the feudal lords. Was that erroneous? In Guan Ning's perspective, it was not. Having come from the modern world, he understood what a hereditary prince meant. Yet, he felt discomfort, a sense of indignity. The enduring legacy of the Northern Border Prince's house could be attributed to two main reasons: unwavering loyalty and a lineage of extraordinary talent. The court's decision to diminish the power of the feudal lords and target the prince of the Northern Border stems from an assessment of his heir's inherent weakness and ineptitude. Otherwise, such audacity would be unthinkable. A wry self-mockery flickered across Guan Ning's face. The annulment of his engagement to Princess Yangning was a clear slight, while the new betrothal to Princess Xianning was a token of reward, implicitly suggesting that he should content himself with the title of a prince consort and relinquish any aspirations for the position of the Northern Border Prince, which was beyond his reach. The punishment and exile of Deng Mingyuan were provoked by his reckless utterance that the Northern Border Prince was dead. Even if that were true, he must not be allowed to die. Such an occurrence would necessitate an heir, serving as a stark reminder. Shortly thereafter, the promotion of Deng Xiu served as both a commendation and a declaration of the emperor's stance. The suppression was justified, and it aligned with the emperor's will. Emperor Longjing intended to seize this opportunity to eradicate the potential threat posed by the Northern Border Prince's household while simultaneously warning all feudal lords, "I shall diminish your powers. If even a distinguished prince like the Northern Border Prince faces such fate, what of you?" This also implies that Guan Zhongshan, the Northern Border Prince, may indeed never return. Compared to his current identity, Guan Ning in his past life was merely an ordinary individual. Yet, he possessed an indomitable spirit and resolve to defy fate. He would not be crushed, but rather invigorated, filled with anticipation for the future. Such a life brims with passion. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant intensity. "You all deem me a useless heir, do you not? Yet, I am no longer the Guan Ning of yore. I shall demonstrate to you that even the seemingly worthless can rise again. Even if the Northern Border Prince's household faces dissolution, he will strive to ascend once more. Step by step, to the pinnacle." A thunderous roar echoed as dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. In the month of June, the weather shifts with alarming swiftness. In an instant, rain cascaded down in torrents, drenching everything in its path. The rain soaked his garments, leaving him chilled to the bone. Yet Guan Ning felt nothing. First, he must deal with that old scoundrel Deng Xiu. The emperor's elevation of this man undoubtedly signals his intent to wield him as a sword against the feudal lords. Guan Ning set a modest goal. "Your Highness, you should return. This rain is coming down too swiftly. Be wary of falling ill," Jinyu interjected, concerned. She could empathize with his turmoil, having been spurned. He would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Now, she found herself believing more than ever that the words he spoke earlier were indeed accurate. In truth, he bore much more than others could fathom. Today's prince completely overturned her perceptions. Suddenly, she recalled a saying, the northern border prince's household, a lineage of heroes. I wish to train in martial arts. Guan Ning turned his head, his gaze resolute. Chapter 6. Did it end in solitude? The rain streamed down his cheeks, creating a veil of mist that failed to obscure Guan Ning's unwavering expression. Your Highness, are you serious? In that moment, Wu Guanjia, who had come with an umbrella, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This wayward prince had developed such aspirations. If the prince were to learn of this, it would surely prompt a 3-day celebration at the estate. The northern border prince's household, stationed in the north to guard the borders, was steeped in martial tradition. Yet, this heir had shown little interest in wielding weapons from a young age. Nevertheless, Wu Guanjia understood that despite the prince's newfound ambition, it was futile. Mastery of martial arts demands innate talent, physical attributes, and other inherent conditions that must be favorable. However, the young lord fell gravely ill during his childhood, and after his recovery, his health declined, leaving him slender in stature. It is well known that the lineage of the northern town prince is characterized by robust and towering physiques, making this young lord a notable exception. The royal estate has employed martial instructors on numerous occasions, yet Guan Ning has shown no aptitude for martial arts. Despite countless attempts with various esteemed elixirs, he has made no progress. While he could exert effort to strengthen his physique, honing his skin and bones, such endeavors hold little significance, and the young lord harbors no interest in them. The external perception of him is that he lacks both literary and martial prowess. This stems from 2 reasons, his physical condition and his lack of desire. Yet now, Guan Ning feels a newfound determination. This world may not be one of immortal cultivation or fantasy, but it does harbor the practice of martial arts and techniques. Various schools of thought and sects abound, each with their own specialties and strengths. Guan Ning yearns to elevate himself. This desire is profoundly intense. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Jin Yu shook her head. The young lord has developed a sense of ambition, which brings her joy. She believes that the prince and princess would also be pleased. However, the path to acquiring strength is fraught with challenges, and some individuals are simply born lacking, Guan Ning being one of them. Is there truly no way? Guan Ning inquired once more. Jin Yu fell silent. If a solution existed, it would have been discovered long ago. The royal estate, rich in resources, has access to countless medicinal herbs and nourishing fruits. Yet even these have proven ineffective. Truly a disappointment, Guan Ning thought, shaking his head. He possesses memories and is well aware of his circumstances. There exists a certain secret manual that may hold promise. Jin Yu spoke at last. Oh, what is it? It is said that Tianyi Tower harbors a mysterious manual quite extraordinary and distinct from traditional martial arts. Tianyi Tower? Indeed, Jin Yu elaborated. Tianyi Tower is the foremost sect in the martial world, once dominating the continent and regulating the order of the realm, a behemoth before which even small nations bowed. Such prowess? Precisely because of its might, it faced opposition from various nations. The martial world and the imperial court have long been at odds, and the Great Kang Dynasty once dispatched troops to eradicate it, rendering Tianyi Tower unable to sustain itself. Are you suggesting it is merely a figment? Guan Ning interjected. Setting aside whether such a manual truly exists, how might one even acquire it? Jin Yu fell silent again. Her words were merely meant to console, as it remained a mere legend. Very well, I shall take my leave to bathe. Guan Ning was not disheartened. Butler Wu promptly arranged for maidservants to attend to him, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Lavish amenities were at their disposal, with maidservants clad in delicate veils exuding allure amidst the swirling steam. Never mind, I shall indulge for now. As the maidservants prepared to assist him in undressing, Guan Ning suddenly recalled the item he had found in the palace and had yet to examine. Please wait a moment, he remarked casually, retrieving it. Initially, he had thought it was a small booklet. However, it was not. The entirety was fashioned from a special silk material, rolled into a compact form, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. What could it possibly be? Guan Ning felt a surge of anticipation, for it was something discovered within the palace, surely of no ordinary significance. He slowly opened it to reveal a dense array of text. The room was shrouded in moisture, clearly affected by the environment, prompting Guan Ning to hastily depart to another chamber. Your Highness, are you not going to wash? The maids exchanged glances, wondering if they had inadvertently slighted him. Yet, Guan Ning paid them no mind. his focus entirely captivated by the initial 3 characters, which left him profoundly astonished. Tian Yi Ju. This was a secret manual. Had Jin Yu just spoken of Tian Yi Tower? Could this be the enigmatic tome she referred to? Guan Ning continued to peruse the pages. This manual was not originally from their sect. It had been acquired by chance and was thus named Tian Yi Ju. Practitioners of martial arts were referred to as martial artists, and the path of martial arts was known as Wudao. However, this martial arts manual diverged from all others. Its teachings were incomprehensible, and it was uncertain whether such a method of cultivation truly existed. Throughout the ages, many distinguished talents from Tian Yi Tower had never attempted to study it. Lacking even the slightest insight, it was indeed beyond belief. The introduction indicated that this manual was not originally attributed to Tian Yi Tower and had no designated name. They had merely assigned it a random title. Merely reading this introduction piqued Guan Ning's interest. Following this was the general outline. Qi, the essence of existence. It is the fundamental element that constitutes all things in heaven and earth, the source of life and vitality for all beings. Everything in the world is a result of the movement and transformation of Qi. Qi manifests as clouds. The vaporous energy from the ground rises as rain, appearing white, while the dry and warm energy disperses as wind, appearing black. Thus, in the heavens, Qi manifests as wind, warmth, dryness, and cold. A person's life hinges upon a breath of Qi. When Qi dissipates, one perishes. The heavens possess 6 forms of Qi, known as yin, yang, wind, rain, darkness, and light. Illness can stem from phlegm, dampness, Qi deficiency, Qi depletion, or Qi stagnation. Humans experience various emotions: resentment, anger, joy, heroism, courage, ambition, and spirit. Qi is omnipresent. An ancient saying states, "Those who consume Qi shall attain divinity and longevity." Practitioners of martial arts cultivate power and generate Qi. This manual, therefore, focuses on cultivating through Qi. From whence does Qi originate? Humans experience 7 emotions: joy, anger, worry, contemplation, sorrow, fear, and surprise. Different emotions elicit varied responses, resulting in distinct forms of Qi: resentful Qi, angry Qi, vexed Qi, joyful Qi, sorrowful Qi, fearful Qi, and startled Qi. The manual suggests harnessing the negative emotions of others to aid in one's own cultivation. As Guan Ning meticulously read word by word, his expression grew increasingly grave. He finally comprehended why the introduction described the contents as unfathomable. It was indeed perplexing. Yet upon deeper reflection, it held a semblance of logic. Qi is ubiquitous, and this treatise sought to materialize the inherently abstract concept of Qi. It proposed the utilization of negative emotions from others as a means to cultivate oneself and enhance one's strength. In essence, the concept was rather straightforward. Qi is fundamental, and this method equated to the appropriation of another's Qi. It was quite extraordinary. However, how should one practice it if it relied on the negative emotions of others? As outlined in the Silk Scroll, and all these forms of Qi were detrimental, how could one possibly benefit from them? Guan Ning scratched his head in confusion. He finally understood why no one had ever succeeded in mastering it, because there was fundamentally no concrete method for practice. So, was this merely nonsense? He prepared to read it once more, seeking any subtle clues within, when suddenly, the silk fabric tore apart, disintegrating into dust. It felt akin to an ancient relic, long concealed from the world, abruptly crumbling upon its revelation. What a solitary affair. Concurrently, Guan Ning experienced an inexplicable and bizarre sensation. Chapter 7. The Crown Prince is truly hypocritical. It was a feeling difficult to articulate, as if he had acquired a new sensory ability, yet simultaneously, it felt elusive. In truth, he was rather perplexed. Was it hysteria? Or something else? At this moment, Guan Ning found himself in a state of bewilderment. The theories regarding Qi detailed in this secret manual resonated with him. In this era, perhaps no one could grasp them more readily than he. Qi is omnipresent. The fate of a dynasty is also referred to as its fortune. Within the unseen realms, individuals possess their own fortunes. Some languish in destitution while others thrive in wealth. This is fortune. As Guan Ning contemplated this, a sudden bang echoed as the door swung open. Jin Yu entered. Observing Guan Ning crouched on the ground, his expression one of confusion. She immediately felt alarmed. A maid had just informed her that the Crown Prince, who was preparing for a bath, had abruptly changed his mind and retreated into his chamber, leaving her puzzled. Jin Yu understood that the Crown Prince was surely grappling with significant distress, pressures beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear. Fearing he might entertain dark thoughts or engage in extreme actions, she hurried over to check on him. Fortunately, all seemed well, though something felt amiss. The floor was bare. Yet he crouched there, gazing intently, his demeanor peculiar. "Your Highness?" Jinyu called out. "What is the matter?" Guan Ning looked up, having crouched at an angle that fortuitously allowed him to glimpse something magnificent. "How grand!" Guan Ning could not help but exclaim. "You." Jinyu's face flushed with embarrassment, noting that the crown prince had become increasingly frivolous of late. However, this also suggested that he was unharmed or perhaps had not entirely forgotten his roots. Just then, an unusual sensation surged within Guan Ning, as if something had been added to his essence. Could it be? A possibility crossed his mind. Lost in thought, his gaze had become somewhat vacant, maintaining the same posture as he fixed his stare ahead, which led to a misunderstanding on Jinyu's part. Her cheeks reddened further, and she hurriedly stepped back, evading his line of sight. "It has returned. The sensation has returned," Guan Ning murmured. "Sensation?" Jinyu felt increasingly bashful. How could the crown prince behave in such a manner? Another occurrence? Guan Ning closed his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. Once or twice might be mere coincidence, but if it happened again, it could not be so. He felt an emotion. Was it resentment? No. It resembled a form of grumbling instead. Yet, that too seemed inaccurate. Guan Ning found it challenging to ascertain, yet he was certain of its existence. More precisely, what he sensed was the qi generated by this emotion. It bore semblance to resentment, yet was not quite so. This indicated that the nameless manual was indeed authentic, that the contents within were true and effective. Guan Ning was ecstatic. To harness the qi of others, to cultivate oneself. Yet, why did he not perceive any changes within his body? Guan Ning furrowed his brow once more. He suddenly recalled that the secret manual mentioned this technique primarily utilizes the negative emotions of others, such as resentment and fear. However, what he felt was not resentment. Perhaps that was why it was not overtly apparent. At that moment, Guan Ning pondered another question. After teasing Jinyu, did she not harbor resentment? In other words, did she not reject his advances? At this instant, various expressions of Guan Ning were captured by Jinyu's keen eyes, sometimes delight, sometimes a frown, and at other times a relaxed demeanor. This was evidently abnormal. It seemed that the heir was indeed troubled. Given the immense pressure he faced, this was understandable. Jinyu, being a martial artist, was acutely aware of the importance of mental fortitude. If a martial practitioner's emotions become overly affected, leading to entrapment within them, it could easily result in a descent into madness. The heir was likely grappling with such an issue, which was quite serious. If not addressed promptly, dire consequences could ensue. Excessive pressure without release could lead to a breakdown and subsequent erratic behavior. Therefore, it was imperative to alleviate his emotions and help him relax. But how could one relieve such pressure? For the heir, the best solution was naturally. Jinyu conceived a method, her complexion flushing with a hint of shyness. With the prince's fate uncertain and the princess consort struggling in Yunshou, the heir was their only son. Recalling the princess consort's exhortation before her departure, Jinyu resolved firmly. "Heir, if you truly require my assistance in bathing, then let us proceed." Jinyu lightly bit her lower lip, her face tinged with bashfulness. "What did you say?" Guan Ning exclaimed, astonished, believing he had misheard. Even a hapless fellow could possess a certain charm. He had not read extensively, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Yet he could compose a few poems. Perhaps this was merely to attract the admiration of more women. What a clever lad he was. With his distinguished lineage, handsome appearance, and a modicum of talent, Guan Ning was quite popular among women, earning the moniker Prince of the Brothel. Yet, he had never dared to entertain thoughts of Jinyu. She often presented a cold demeanor, and being a superior martial artist, he felt intimidated. However, her words now seemed utterly astonishing. His teasing was merely a means to unwind. Was this not the nature of men? When they behold a beautiful woman, their thoughts are invariably guided by hormones. "I mean, if the heir truly needs my assistance in bathing, I am willing," Jinyu reiterated. This time, he understood her clearly. Such a delightful prospect? Yet, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Though he spoke boldly, the thought of it made him somewhat uneasy. "Very well then," Jinyu replied casually. "If you feel shy, I am even more so." Jinyu felt her face heat up. As a martial artist, she should not be so affected. "I will arrange for Xiao Yin and the others to serve you well. I must return to my training." Having said this, Jinyu departed without hesitation. She's leaving just like that? Guan Ning's eyes widened. This was not how he had envisioned it. I should have hesitated a bit. You should have held on a little longer, and I would have reluctantly agreed. That would have been so much better. Otherwise, it seems that I, as the heir, lack refinement. How could she leave so abruptly? Guan Ning felt a wave of frustration. You were supposed to be aloof and reserved, weren't you? What happened? Did the cook duck fly away? The maidservants are certainly impressive, but how can they possibly compare to Jean Yu? Those long legs and that figure are simply breathtaking. Moreover, she is a top-tier martial artist. The 5th rank serves as a pivotal threshold. The first 4 ranks merely involve physical training, but upon reaching the 5th rank, one begins to cultivate inner energy, resulting in a significant distinction. Top-tier martial artists are indeed scarce. Thus, the sensation is entirely different. The more Guan Ning pondered, the more vexed he became, murmuring to himself, how hypocritical the heir appears. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from the doorway. Guan Ning turned to see none other than Jean Yu. It turned out she had not departed, but had been lingering at the entrance all along. Had she overheard his complaints? In an instant, Guan Ning's face flushed crimson, and the situation became undeniably awkward. No, it was exceedingly embarrassing. I was just... Guan Ning scratched his head, at a loss for words. Your Highness, the water has come to a boil. If you continue to be reserved, I may truly take my leave. Jean Yu's voice resonated once more, causing Guan Ning to shiver. He paused momentarily before hastily responding, no more reservations, no more pretenses. He then quickly dashed outside. Chapter 8. What a profound father-son bond. The ensuing scene was indescribable. Guan Ning had not erred in his judgment. Jean Yu was indeed the genuine article, especially with that bashful expression, which was simply enchanting. Of course, it was merely a matter of sharing a back rub, but that was sufficient in itself. Surrounded by numerous maidservants, the delightful atmosphere allowed Guan Ning to genuinely experience the heir's lavish lifestyle and indulgent pleasures. He comprehended that such days were uncertain in their longevity. His solitary arrival in the capital was a matter of necessity, cloaked under the guise of the emperor's favor and grace. The heir's reputation for debauchery was well known, rendering him unfit for significant responsibilities, a pretext exploited by Emperor Longjing. During his time in the capital, he would attend the Imperial Academy to study classical texts and theories, only to return when deemed mature. But what standard defined that maturity? To put it plainly, was it not merely an opportunity to seize control of the Northern Defender's residence? Moreover, a rule had been established. He was not permitted to utilize any resources from the Northern Defender's estate, relying solely on himself, effectively severing all avenues of retreat. Guan Ning recalled the imperial edict that summoned him to the capital, delivered to the estate, where the messenger had engaged in private discussions with his mother, likely reaching some form of agreement. Thus, he found himself alone in the capital. He remembered his mother's parting words. She had no recourse. Had there been even the slightest option, given her indulgent affection towards him, she would never have acquiesced. She faced her own difficulties. With his father's predicament and mounting external pressures, the vast Northern Defender's estate rested solely on her weary shoulders. Guan Ning surmised that Emperor Longjing must have resorted to threats. Hence, such fortunate days were indeed rare, perhaps even fleeting. Following the issuance of 2 imperial decrees by Emperor Longjing, suppression would soon descend like a deluge. Guan Ning was unafraid. He had prepared himself and had now acquired his own resources. He had once been deemed a failure, lacking both literary and martial prowess. But that was in the past. Now, everything had changed. After indulging in a splendid bath, Guan Ning retired for the night. On the road to the capital, he encountered several assassination attempts. Remaining in a state of perpetual mental strain, and indeed, he was weary. When he finally succumbed to slumber, it was a deep and restorative sleep, and upon awakening, he found that it was already the following afternoon. Awaiting him was a lavish spread of delectable dishes. Such was the unpretentious life of a wealthy heir. Initially, he had intended to study at the Guozijian, but now that seemed a distant thought. He resigned himself to staying home to contemplate the current situation and the complexities of adversarial relationships, which were of utmost significance. Simultaneously, he wished to test the efficacy of the nameless secret manual he had been practicing. Regrettably, he made little progress. For those in the estate harbored no ill will towards him, which left Guan Ning somewhat reflective. The mansion was expansive, yet sparsely populated, comprising a guard unit of 50 men. These were not ordinary guards. They were seasoned veterans who had retired from the Northern Town Army, having faced the perils of battle with formidable prowess. Additionally, there were several maids and a steward named Wu, constituting the entirety of the household. The atmosphere appeared rather desolate. With time on his hands, Guan Ning meandered through the estate, discovering numerous rooms, pavilions, and floral displays. This was his domain. However, it felt somewhat neglected, lacking vibrancy. The primary reason for this desolation was the decline of the Wang family. Guan Ning recalled that 2 years prior, when he and his father had come to the capital for a brief stay, they were greeted by a constant stream of visitors. Now, not a single soul came to call. Such was the starkness of reality, an unvarnished truth. As dusk approached, a visitor finally arrived, though not for a social call. Rather, he bore an invitation. Guan Ning was on the verge of retiring for the night. In this era devoid of the internet and mobile phones, what else was there to do but sleep? Was it not pleasant to have a little maidservant in attendance? Upon receiving the announcement, Guan Ning went to meet his guest. I have the honor of meeting the young Master Guan. I am Bai Yong, sent by Lord Deng to deliver this invitation to you, he said. As Guan Ning scrutinized the man before him, he noted his sharp features and servile demeanor. The Lord Deng mentioned must surely be Deng Qiu, the left vice minister of the Ministry of War. The visitor's intentions were suspect. It was common knowledge that Deng Qiu was at odds with the prince of the northern town, having recently clashed with his son, causing quite a stir. What brings you here? Guan Ning inquired, his thoughts racing. Lord Deng is hosting a banquet at his residence tomorrow at noon, and I am here to invite you, young master, Bai Yong explained. Oh, Guan Ning replied nonchalantly. I have heard that Lord Deng's son, Deng Mingyuan, has incurred the emperor's wrath and has been exiled to Weizu. Is this banquet a farewell for his son? Bai Yong's expression immediately soured. Such words were indeed cutting. Concurrently, Guan Ning sensed a palpable wave of resentment emanating from Bai Yong, washing over him. He felt a peculiar shift within his own body, though he could not articulate it. Indeed, it seemed that only resentment bore tangible effects. This was a confirmation. With this realization, he thought, let it not be said that this young master lacks a sharp tongue. With a smile, he continued, if that is the case, I shall certainly attend, and I will prepare ample gifts, for after all, I am a dear friend of Brother Deng. Bai Yong's countenance darkened further, and a more intense wave of resentment radiated from him. What dear friend? How can you even say such a thing? Beside him, Butler Wu could only manage a strained smile. The young master's tongue was indeed sharp. Although the invitation had been delivered without disclosing the matter at hand, it was evident that it was not for the reasons that Guan Ning suggested. Young master, do not speak carelessly, he implored. As the mention of Lord Deng's name was abruptly interrupted by Bai Yong. One must admit, the bond between Lord Deng and young Master Deng is profound indeed. Even in exile to Wei Prefecture, they are to host a farewell banquet. A truly commendable father, Guan Ning remarked, his admiration palpable. Even Jean Yu could not suppress a smile. The sarcasm was rather potent. Bai Yong, filled with resentment, interjected, are you going to let me speak, or not? Seizing a brief opportunity, he asserted. My lord is hosting this banquet in light of a promotion, and I believe the young master is already aware of the reasons behind it, hence the special invitation, which also serves as a gesture of gratitude. As he spoke, he regained his composure, a smug expression settling on his face. However, Butler Wu's demeanor grew stern. The reason for the promotion was evidently due to the suppression of the northern king's manor, and such a grand affair could not be devoid of political motives. As for Deng Mingyuan, he was of little consequence. Although he was the legitimate son, he was not the eldest. Exiling him to Wei Prefecture for 3 years in exchange for the position of left deputy minister of war was hardly a loss, particularly as he had garnered the emperor's favor, a considerable gain indeed. The invitation extended to Guan Ning was laced with mockery, a deliberate slight. Oh, so the matter is settled. Should we celebrate young Master Mingyuan's farewell or extend our congratulations? Guan Ning continued, maintaining his cheeky demeanor. What a touching father-son bond. It was undeniable that this was a hurdle that could not be circumvented. Indeed, our Lord Deng, Bai Yong's words were cut short. What a touching father-son bond. The resentment in Bai Yong surged, leaving him unable to interject further. Are you done yet? You seem rather fixated, he retorted. Guan Ning merely repeated his statement, accompanied by his impudent expression, exuding a level of shamelessness that was remarkable. In just a few exchanges, Bai Yong found himself feeling inexplicably weak. This sensation of weakness was quite pronounced, leaving Bai Yong perplexed. Could it be due to anger? Surely not. He was unaware that the saying goes, anger harms the body, which is no mere superstition. Anger affects the liver, which, when overactive, can impair bodily functions, impacting the heart, lungs, and digestive system. However, momentary anger should not lead to such a state. Yet, Guan Ning possessed the uncanny ability to absorb the resentment of others, rendering Bai Yong frustrated and depleted. thus contributing to his feeling of weakness. Even Jin Yu was taken aback, her keen warrior's observation noting Bai Yong's pallor. Could mere words incite such anger? His temperament seemed rather fragile. Nevertheless, the young master's words were indeed sharp. How had this gone unnoticed before? At that moment, Bai Yong contemplated retreating. Having been unable to counter the remarks, the delivery of the invitation had fulfilled his duty. Young Master Guan, the invitation has been delivered. I trust you will attend the banquet on time. Bai Yong rose, retorting, you wouldn't be afraid to attend, would you? This was a deliberate provocation. The swift organization of the banquet was not merely for celebration. It harbored political implications. As for inviting Guan Ning to attend, there was never much hope to begin with. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the nature of the occasion. To attend would only serve as a means of humiliation. Such provocation is rather petty. Jin Yu shook her head at Guan Ning, her implication unmistakable. Yet, Guan Ning responded directly, why not go? Brother Deng is my dear friend. It would be remiss not to see him off. The heir? Jin Yu hastily attempted to dissuade him. Very well, it is settled then. We shall await the esteemed arrival of Master Guan. Bai Yong expressed his surprise and hastily took his leave. Farewell. He said little more, preparing to exit. Stay a while longer. Farewell. Bai Yong disregarded her words and swiftly departed, his legs trembling as he leaned against the wall for support. What was happening? He felt as if his strength had been sapped. Could it be that he had exerted himself too much the previous night? Yet, that did not seem to be the case. Bai Yong chuckled coldly to himself. Although this Master Guan was sharp-tongued, he was undoubtedly foolish. So foolish, in fact, to accept such an invitation. He would soon find himself humiliated, losing his reputation and becoming a subject of ridicule. As he pondered this, he continued to lean against the wall while departing. My lord, why did you agree to this? Jin Yu inquired, perplexed. Even she understood that this was likely a scheme. These individuals had ulterior motives, yet he willingly stepped into their trap. Even if he did not attend, they would not be able to harm him. Butler Wu remained silent, merely observing Guan Ning. Consider it a chance to clear my mind. It is of little consequence, Guan Ning stated nonchalantly. Of course, there was a more significant purpose behind his decision. How could he miss an opportunity to absorb resentment in such a conducive setting? He had already begun to feel some changes within himself, though they were not yet pronounced. He speculated that the resentment was insufficient, given that this was only the beginning. Nevertheless, Jin Yu still harbored concerns. There is no need for concern. Butler Wu, what is your command? I have a task for you to complete by tomorrow morning. Speak. Guan Ning instructed. You shall rise early and go to Han's Han Temple to procure 2 bells. Bells? Indeed. Do not fret about the cost. I mean the bells hanging before the temple. Butler Wu was momentarily taken aback. What do you need the bells for? It would be remiss to attend a banquet without a token of goodwill. But surely, it need not be the bells from Han's Han Temple. That is too extravagant. Jin Yu remarked. Could it be that the heir intends to propose a reconciliation? Han's Han Temple, situated outside the capital, was once a modest establishment. The 3 teachings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism had their place, yet Confucianism suffered a setback due to a saying that undermined its authority, leading to its loss of dominance. Taoism, characterized by a lack of desire, became increasingly rare during times of prosperity, showing little ambition. Thus, in times of peace, Buddhism flourished, particularly under the current reign of Emperor Longjing, who held Buddhism in high regard. It was well known that a monk named Xian Xin, informally referred to as the black-clad prime minister, was close to him. This influence resulted in Han's Han Temple experiencing a surge in popularity and patronage. Before the temple, there were smaller hanging bells, which were essentially miniatures of the temple's grand bell. Those who sought blessings at the temple and made donations would receive one of these bells as a token of gratitude. It was said that acquiring such a bell was no simple feat, as it was believed to be imbued with spiritual efficacy through daily offerings and the teachings of Buddhism. Many affluent individuals seek to acquire bells for display within their homes, often desiring to, though such an endeavor requires substantial financial outlay. As Jing Yu spoke, she furrowed her brows in contemplation. Bells? A gift of bells? A farewell gift? Suddenly, it dawned upon her that there was a deeper implication. The hosts of a promotion banquet would undoubtedly be graced with numerous esteemed guests, and to present bells under such circumstances seemed rather harsh. My lord, is this not somewhat inappropriate? Even Steward Wu interjected. If you proceed with this, you will surely incur a profound enmity with Deng Xiao, who currently holds the esteemed position of Left Deputy Minister of War and enjoys the favor of the emperor. And so what? Guan Ning replied. We have already made an enemy. An additional one matters not. Let it be done, Steward Wu, do not forget. Guan Ning reiterated his point, yawned, and prepared to retire for the night. My lord, Jing Yu still felt uneasy. This was exceedingly audacious. I shall retire to bed. Will you join me? Indeed. The lord began to exhibit his playful nature once more. They both enjoyed a deep slumber and awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. Initially intending to attend the Imperial Academy, he found himself unable to do so due to a midday banquet invitation. After being attended to by her maidservants, Guan Ning donned a new outfit, a finely crafted purple satin robe that exuded an air of nobility. Purple, a color reserved for the elite, was not typically worn by commoners. Yet Guan Ning, as the heir of the Duke of Northern Defense, was an exception, tall and exceptionally handsome. He would have undoubtedly been a top-tier heartthrob in a previous life. The young lord is truly handsome. The maid Xiaoxiang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, he replied. At that moment, Jing Yu entered, unable to resist casting several glances his way. The appearance was indeed remarkable, and with the impending banquet in mind. Her concerns grew. This could provoke public ire. Has Steward Wu returned? He has. Just then, Steward Wu entered, carrying an exquisite wooden box. What does the bell look like? Guan Ning asked with curiosity, having only heard of it in passing without ever having seen it. Upon opening the box, he found two bells, rather ordinary. Merely smaller versions of the common large bells, engraved with the three characters of Han's Han Temple, signifying their origin. Is this it? Such items are quite prevalent in my past life. Indeed, Steward Wu replied, I contributed a significant sum to acquire these. What a decline in societal values, Guan Ning remarked. They say sincerity yields results, yet it seems wealth reigns supreme. Indeed, how true that is, Steward Wu concurred. However, the expenditure was not in vain. Guan Ning closed the wooden box, smiling as he mused, I wonder if Lord Deng will find this gift to his liking. Chapter 10. A shift in the winds absolutely. He will be satisfied, Jing Yu retorted with irony, feeling exasperated by the young lord's penchant for stirring trouble. When do you plan to go? By this hour. Preparations there should already be underway. They have been preparing since morning, Steward Wu stated. Deng Qiu's residence is also on this main street, and the spectacle is quite grand. Furthermore, they have openly invited you, my lord. It was evident they aimed to put you in a difficult position. No matter, he replied. Guan Ning spoke lightly. The best is yet to come. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the street from the Wangfu, a magnificent residence bustled with activity. This was the estate of the esteemed Deng Qiu, the left vice minister of the Ministry of War, who was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate his promotion. The 6 ministries, personnel, rights, revenue, war, justice, and works, each appointed a minister at the second rank, with additional titles or cabinet positions elevating their status further, excluding the chief officers. 2 deputy ministers were assigned for each ministry. In the Great Kang Dynasty, the left was regarded with utmost respect. Thus, the position of left vice minister of war held significant power. The implications of this promotion were profound, indicating that Deng Qiu had garnered the emperor's favor and was basking in his grace. In the current context, the banquet carried an additional layer of meaning. It was evident to all that the emperor harbored intentions to suppress the northern prince's estate, if not outright dismantle it. As the sole heir, Guan Ning found himself at the forefront of this political maneuvering, while Deng Qiu functioned as the emperor's instrument. The Ministry of War had long been at odds with the northern prince's estate, which maintained independent military control over the northern frontier. The ministry yearned to reclaim its authority but had lacked the opportunity until now, with Deng Qiu's ascension. The winds of change were beginning to blow. Astute individuals knew precisely how to position themselves at this juncture. To forge alliances with Deng Qiu was to openly endorse the emperor's plans to curtail the power of the vassal states. This was merely the first step, as the princes across the court would soon find themselves in precarious situations. Thus, the celebratory banquet was far from simple revelry. From the early hours, many had begun to arrive, with lower-ranking officials arriving early to establish familiarity and lend a hand. In stark contrast, the northern prince's estate remained unusually quiet, precisely the outcome Deng Qiu desired. Many gazes were fixed upon the scene, with chatter circulating. I hear that Lord Deng has invited the young Master Guan. Indeed, word had spread that young Master Guan had agreed to attend. What a fool, one might think. What purpose could he have in coming? To seek humiliation, perhaps? It was a legitimate concern. The northern prince's estate was already in dire straits, and now they had to contend with such an heir. How could they possibly recover? The emperor's judgment was sound. Bestowing the northern prince's estate upon such a successor could spell disaster for the north. Curious onlookers gathered, and the Deng household did not shoo them away. Rather, they distributed tokens of joy, welcoming the attention. As noon approached, the number of guests swelled, and Deng Qiu himself emerged to greet them. Congratulations on your promotion, Lord Deng. I shall rely on your guidance henceforth. Same to you. Deng Qiu, in his 40s, had a slightly dark complexion and a build that was moderately slender. Achieving such a high rank at his age was quite rare. Indeed, Deng Qiu was a man of talent. Having risen from a military background to a civil post within the Ministry of War, experiencing meteoric success through genuine ability. With the emperor's esteem now upon him, his future appeared exceedingly bright, and aspirations for the ministerial position were well within reach, with cabinet titles also a possibility. Welcome, Lord Hu. Welcome, Lord Li. Welcome, young Master Wei. At this juncture, all attendees were distinguished officials and members of prominent families. Typically reserved, Deng Qiu was known for his serious demeanor and darker complexion, which earned him the nickname Deng the Blackface in private circles. Yet, at this moment, he beamed with the brightness of a chrysanthemum. Beside him stood a young man, handsome in countenance, elegantly attired in a long robe, exuding an air of sophistication as he accompanied Deng Qiu in receiving guests. He was none other than Deng Qiu's legitimate eldest son, Deng Mingji. This young man enjoyed considerable renown in the capital, and though he hailed from a family of officials, he possessed genuine talent and knowledge. Lord Su has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out, distinctly elevated in tone. Upon hearing this, everyone at the entrance turned to welcome the newcomer, and even Deng Qiu did not dare to be negligent. Quickly, go greet Lord Su, Deng Mingji said with seriousness. Adjusting his attire, a sedan chair came to a halt before the door. It appeared ordinary from the outside, yet commanded the utmost attention from the onlookers. I did not anticipate Lord Su's presence, someone whispered, though it was to be expected. As the chair was lowered, an attendant promptly lifted the curtain, revealing a figure who stepped out. Clad in a simple gray robe, he was slightly stout in his 50s. With a fair complexion that exuded an air of authority, an undeniable mark of someone who had long occupied a high position, regardless of his humble attire. The visitor was named Su Zhengying, the current Minister of War, a dignitary of the second rank. Deng Qiu hurried forward, exclaiming, I am truly honored by your presence. Lord Su. This man was his immediate superior, and Deng Qiu knew better than to show any disrespect. In the realm of politics, even a single rank could spell disaster, particularly when it involved a superior and a subordinate. Mingji, come and pay your respects to Lord Su, Deng Qiu urged, pulling his son closer. Deng Mingji bowed respectfully, aware that talented scholars were few in the capital, and he was undoubtedly among them. Deng Qiu, you are fortunate to have such commendable sons. The remark was laden with double meanings, alluding to the exiled Deng Mingyuan. Had it not been for this circumstance, Deng Qiu might not have risen in rank. Deng Qiu understood that after today, his son Deng Mingyuan would be departing from the capital, exiled to Wei Prefecture. Although arrangements had been made to ensure he would not suffer as a laborer, the harsh environment of Wei Prefecture would inevitably bring hardships. Contemplating this, Deng Qiu felt a surge of resentment toward Guan Ning. He had publicly slapped his son, a gesture that was essentially a blow to his own face. All for the sake of alleviating the emperor's burdens. Indeed, we are all here to alleviate the emperor's concerns, Deng Qiu declared. Your responsibilities are particularly weighty, Su Zhengying responded, their exchange rich with implications. We have come to pay our respects to Lord Su, the crowd at the entrance echoed, bowing in unison. Today is a celebration for Deng Qiu. I am also dressed informally, so there is no need for excessive formality, remarked Lord Su, receiving a chorus of flattery in response. Such was the nature of the officialdom. Haha, it seems I have arrived late, a voice rang out, somewhat jarringly. A man with a fair complexion, somewhat portly, approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing him, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. A man of even higher virtue has arrived, having neither taken a sedan chair nor a carriage. Su Zhengying greeted him with a smile. Lord Wu, the crowd exclaimed, rushing to welcome him. The newcomer was none other than Wu Qingquan, the right censor of the censorate, one of the two major supervisory systems of the Great Kang Dynasty, responsible for overseeing all offices, rectifying injustices, and inspecting local governance, a veritable disciplinary authority. Compared to Minister of War Su Zhengying, this individual was the one whom everyone truly feared. Wu Qingquan is indeed one of the two principal officials of the censorate. Today's atmosphere is rather grand, with two second-rank officials present, which has incited a quiet apprehension among the onlookers, serving as the best testament to the shifting tides. Chapter 11. Purely accidental. This gathering is informal rather than official, yet one must remain cognizant of its implications. The emperor rigorously enforces administrative propriety, and as the chief censor, I must lead by example. Wu Qingquan, with a cheerful demeanor, surprises everyone. He is typically known as the white-faced censor, having impeached countless officials, including the northern protector, Guan Ning. Those who ought to be here have arrived. Yet it is curious that those who should not be here are still absent. Where is the young master Guan? He had assured us of his presence yesterday. At this moment, Bai Yong, amidst the crowd, suddenly speaks up. His deliberate choice of words, given his status, is quite fitting, though as a steward of the Deng household. He speaks without restraint. Indeed, why has the young master Guan not arrived? As soon as he utters these words, others chime in. Perhaps he is too fearful to show up? This impudent youth has always been brazen, daring to strike Deng Xiao at the city gates and even killing Zhu Ning. He has never been one to shy away from confrontation. Back then, he was unaware of the circumstances, but now the situation has altered. He should possess some self-awareness. If others might, he certainly would not. Indeed, many engage in this discourse, though Deng Qiu and his associates remain excluded from the conversation. What a pity. We were prepared to express our gratitude to the young master Guan. Deng Mingji interjects. Haha. The others burst into laughter, acknowledging the truth in his words. Without this opportunity, Deng Qiu might not have advanced at all. Let us proceed. The banquet is about to commence. Deng Qiu shakes his head, sensing that the young dandy prince will not be making an appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Lord Wu invites you. As the gathering prepares to enter the estate, a voice suddenly calls out, "Who is that arriving?" Turning to look, they behold a luxurious carriage approaching. The carriage is rectangular, adorned with intricate carvings along its edges, and features exquisitely crafted window panes for viewing the outside scenery. Draped with curtains, a soft veil has been lifted from the top, embellished with bronze bells and tassels. The yoke is crowned with a majestic beast's head, further signifying the noble status of its owner. Moreover, this carriage is drawn by 4 magnificent horses, notably taller and more imposing than the ordinary steeds, all sharing a uniform hue and exuding an aura of grandeur. The number of horses is significant. Only the emperor may utilize an 8-horse carriage, while princes and feudal lords are permitted 6. Princes and princesses enjoy the luxury of a 4-horse carriage, while ordinary officials and courtiers are typically limited to 2 horses, with most relying on a single steed. With varying identities and statuses, the distinctions in rank are naturally pronounced. The arrival of this carriage instantly captivates everyone's attention, for it is undeniably ostentatious. Who could it be? A name swiftly flashes through the minds of the crowd. Such flamboyance can only belong to the dandy prince. It must be young Master Guan. As the carriage nears the gates of the Deng residence, it maintains its speed, seemingly intent on forcing its way through the throng of people. Lord Su, quickly step aside. Lord Wu, move out of the way. Impudent wretch. Panic ensues among the crowd. For should the carriage barrel through, the consequences would be dire, igniting a profound fury. This dandy prince has gone too far. Minister Su Changjing of the Ministry of War and the Right Deputy Censor of the Censorate remained remarkably composed, facing the past, their steps not having moved an inch. At that moment, the carriage came to a steady halt, revealing the remarkable prowess of the 4 horses, and similarly, the skill of the coachman was commendable. Although the vehicle had stopped, the sense of alarm it instigated was by no means diminished. How audacious! All present were either affluent or of noble birth, and they could clearly discern that this was a deliberate act. Impudent youth, muttered one official under his breath. Deng Qiu's expression was equally grim. It was his banquet today, and any disruption would tarnish his reputation. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Guan Ning descended from the carriage. The speculation was accurate. This carriage indeed belonged to him, and his actions were intentional. Clad in a purple robe, tall and handsome, he incited quiet envy among many, swiftly followed by resentment. How dare he behave so boldly in front of so many people? It was utterly outrageous. Yet, Guan Ning smiled with unrestrained delight. The palpable and intense animosity surged towards him, causing a distinct shift in his demeanor. He felt empowered, although he could not pinpoint the exact source of this newfound strength. The sensation was undeniably vivid. What? Am I not welcome with my arrival? His thoughts fleeting, Guan Ning addressed the assembly. Impudent rogue, Deng Mingji admonished, losing his composure. Among the many dignitaries present, including 2 second-rank officials, Guan Ning had indeed overstepped. Minister Su and Minister Wu are here, along with all esteemed officials. Deng Mingji stepped forward. asserting, "You dare to act so recklessly? This is utterly lawless." "Oh, are you referring to this?" Guan Ning feigned innocence. The carriage was steady. But upon seeing so many gathered here, it startled the horses. I too was quite frightened. "You," Deng Mingji and the others fumed. "You are clearly being deliberate, yet you claim to be frightened?" The resentment intensified, and Guan Ning felt a surge of joy within. This visit was proving worthwhile. Fortunately, no harm has been done. Young Master Guan has come to pay respects to ministers Su and Wu. Deng Qiu interjected calmly. He was indeed a cunning old fox, displaying not a hint of emotion. Guan Ning was acquainted with Deng Qiu, having met him 2 years prior. "This is Minister Su of the Ministry of War. This is Minister Wu, the right deputy censor." Deng Qiu introduced, causing Guan Ning to feel a pang of alarm. Such figures had arrived. Deng Qiu was clearly leveraging his influence to undermine him. This gathering was not a promotion banquet, but rather a concerted effort against the Northern King's residents. Guan Ning understood that there were 2 primary strategies for suppression. The first targeted the northern border region of Yunzu, the stronghold of the Northern King's residents, where the Ministry of War's reclamation of military authority was the initial step, followed by the gradual infiltration of various officials to dismantle it. The second approach was the suppression of himself, keeping him firmly in check. This would effectively dismantle the Northern King's residents. Others were aware of these machinations as well, and they exchanged knowing smiles. At this moment, Guan Ning was merely a fallen noble, with few prosperous days ahead. "Young Master Guan, should you not be more mindful of etiquette?" Deng Mingji reminded from the side. Indeed, Guan Ning replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I have the honor of meeting both esteemed officials." These 2 were his father's principal political adversaries, and their eagerness to confront him was unmistakable. However, Su Chengjing and Wu Qingquan utterly disregarded him, making their way directly into the residence without so much as a glance. Such blatant disregard, this scene, witnessed by others, immediately elicited a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Guan Ning at a disadvantage brought them joy. "Oh, these 2 old fellows possess a bit of substance after all." Guan Ning, however, did not feel anger. After all, time was on his side. If they sought to undermine him, he would ensure they did not fare any better. "Dear nephew, since you are here, it would be wise to maintain a low profile and not tarnish the reputation of the Prince of the North," Deng Qiu calmly remarked. "Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Discretion is paramount," Deng Mingji sneered. The others observed with cold indifference, effectively excluding Guan Ning from their circle. Yet, Guan Ning remained unfazed, smiling cheerfully. "Bring forth the gifts I have brought." "You brought gifts?" Deng Mingji looked at Guan Ning with suspicion. Of course, Guan Ning lamented. "My dear friend Ming Yuan is to be exiled tomorrow. How could I possibly attend this farewell banquet empty-handed?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted noticeably. Chapter 12. A misunderstanding. Let us begin anew. As Guan Ning's words fell, a palpable wave of resentment surged, particularly from Deng Mingji. The atmosphere fell silent. All eyes fixated on Guan Ning. "You dare utter such words? Are you here to stir up trouble?" Everyone was aware that Deng Mingyuan was to be exiled the following day, yet none had mentioned it. How could Guan Ning brazenly refer to it as a farewell banquet? The sarcasm was too pronounced. Bai Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. This young master truly had the audacity to speak thus, utterly reckless. What kind of occasion was this? "Guan Ning, what nonsense are you spouting?" Deng Mingji scolded directly, his face flushed with anger. They had already been cautious about others mentioning the matter. And now Guan Ning had brought it up publicly. Was this not a slap in the face? "Isn't it?" Guan Ning feigned innocence, saying, "The person you sent to deliver the invitation last night mentioned it. I believe his name was Bai Yong." "You're slandering me." Bai Yong nearly fainted from rage. "What did I say? You are truly despicable." The resentment in the air was almost tangible, stronger than that of anyone else present. Guan Ning struggled to contain his laughter, but maintained a facade of confusion. "Oh, did you not say today was a farewell banquet for Brother Ming Yuan?" Guan Ning looked at him. Bai Yong's face turned pale with anger. "When did I ever say such a thing? Moreover, it was clearly stated on the invitation." "The invitation? I went to bed early last night and forgot to look at it. Besides, you already informed me. Why would I need to read it?" Bai Yong trembled with fury. After all, it was still his words that led to this predicament. Should this misunderstanding remain unresolved, he would surely be finished by Master Guan. He was so enraged he could scarcely articulate a response. The resentment was overwhelming. "It seems young Master Guan has misunderstood," Deng Qiu interjected calmly. "Today's gathering is a promotion banquet for Deng, not the farewell banquet you mentioned. This old fellow is truly formidable. Guan Ning could not help but marvel inwardly. Up to this point, he had detected not an ounce of resentment from Deng Qiu. This indicated his unwavering composure, a testament to the extraordinary character of those who held such positions of authority. Such adversaries are indeed the most formidable. Guan Ning squinted, remarking, "Have I perhaps misunderstood, Brother Mingji?" Deng Mingji displayed a look of disdain, retorting, "How shameless can you be? Who is your brother? It seems I have been mistaken." Guan Ning turned to Bai Yong, saying, "You, clarify this matter. This has escalated into a significant blunder." Bai Yong's complexion turned paler, and he appeared increasingly feeble, struggling to maintain his stance, burdened by the weight of resentment, having been most severely drained. "Are you all right?" inquired someone nearby. "That's utterly devastating, truly devastating." Bai Yong muttered repeatedly, "Your own shamelessness, yet you cast the blame upon me." Guan Ning, disregarding his complaints, smiled and said, "Mistaken again, let us try once more. Congratulations to Lord Deng on his promotion. I have prepared a modest gift, but I shall keep the specifics a mystery for now. Mistaken again, let us try once more?" The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, pondering what sort of situation could warrant such a statement. Bai Yong, upon hearing this, felt as if he might vomit blood from sheer indignation. "All right, Brother Mingji, do not be angry. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Let us be magnanimous. Look at Lord Deng. You should learn from your father," Guan Ning said, feigning a smile. Another wave of intense resentment surged within Deng Mingji. Feeling impotent to retaliate, he recognized that as the host, he could not act against Guan Ning's provocations. "Humph," he snorted, choosing to ignore him. "Enough. Let us proceed inside. The banquet is about to commence," Deng Qiu interjected, effectively bringing an end to the exchange. "Please, do come in." Guan Ning entered with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the tension, while Deng Mingji eyed the wooden box carried by his attendants with a sense of foreboding. Upon entering the residence, the crowd avoided Guan Ning as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, yet he remained unaware, proceeding as if all was normal. It is uncertain whether this young lord was truly oblivious or simply untroubled by such rejection. Deng Qiu's residence was spacious and exuded a sense of gravitas. Officials of this rank were provided with government residences, enjoying the privileges of state sustenance. Notably, in the right corner of the residence, there was a cage containing a large dog, its fur a mottled gray-black, exuding an air of ferocity despite lying still. At that moment, Deng Mingji glanced at Guan Ning and let out a whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, the once quiet dog began to bark furiously at Guan Ning, baring its teeth. "Ah!" Deng Mingji exclaimed. "It was lying quietly until you entered, Lord Guan. What could be the reason for its sudden aggression?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, clearly a mockery directed at him. Why would the dog only bark at him? At this juncture, a man in his 30s sporting a prominent mustache stepped forward, deliberately raising his voice. "It seems that Lord Guan is so ostentatious that even the dog cannot tolerate him." Laughter resounded throughout the gathering. Deng Mingji cast an appreciative glance. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Having endured too much humiliation earlier, he needed to reclaim his standing. "Indeed," another chimed in. "It is said that the dog raised by young Master Deng possesses remarkable discernment, capable of identifying anomalies, and its sudden barking surely signifies something amiss." He spoke earnestly, and more laughter ensued. "The aberration referred to here is none other than Guan Ning, is it not? I have heard whispers that certain creatures possess a spiritual affinity, capable of perceiving what remains hidden from ordinary eyes." The individual feigning an air of mystery fixated his gaze upon Guan Ning, while others conspicuously distanced themselves from him, creating a palpable sense of isolation. This humiliation was indeed profound. Deng Mingji's smile broadened, reveling in the spectacle. Once, Guan Ning was the center of attention wherever he went, the object of others' flattery, and even Deng would not dare to neglect him. Yet now, the tables had turned, the crowd shunned him in fear. And this stark contrast was the most devastating blow to Guan Ning's pride. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he cast an appreciative glance at the person who had just spoken up. This realization prompted others to understand that disparaging Guan Ning could earn them favor, a splendid opportunity, indeed. In these times, who would not wish to bask in the benevolence of the esteemed Master Deng? Even without uttering a word, Deng's silent approval was evident. As both Master Su and Master Wu paused to observe the unfolding scene, such a chance to shine could not be missed. Even minimal participation would suffice to garner attention. At that moment, a man emerged from the crowd, nearly in his 40s, with a broad head and large ears. He held a modest position as an official in the Ministry of War, known as Li Bing. Having endured many years to reach this rank, he was keen to follow in Deng Qiu's footsteps and ascend further. Thus, he was quite motivated. Lacking in literary prowess, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But an idea struck him, and he declared, "I have long heard of Master Deng's nurturing of spiritual creatures, and today, I see it truly exudes majesty." Li Bing lavished praise, knowing this was Master Deng's favorite topic, often mentioned by Deng Qiu himself. Indeed, Deng Mingji beamed with pride. Li Bing continued, "However, distinguishing whether this spiritual creature is a wolf or a dog is quite the conundrum. Is it a wolf or a dog?" Upon hearing this, Guan Ning could not suppress a laugh. Chapter 13. The Dog Speaks. Deng Mingji's smile grew even wider. This was his cherished possession, a unique breed, and he was about to offer an introduction. Yet, upon hearing Guan Ning's remark, his smile abruptly vanished. Is it a wolf or a dog? The deputy minister is a dog? Ordinarily, this would hold little significance, but now, the audience grasped the pun's implication, especially in conjunction with Guan Ning's grin. The laughter that had erupted from the crowd ceased instantly, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Bing's smile froze, his expression becoming rigid. It was over. He had committed an egregious blunder. What was meant as a benign comment had now taken a troubling turn. Deng Qiu was indeed the deputy minister. One could hardly avoid such associations. He had inadvertently tripped over his own flattery. The heat of the day was overshadowed by an icy chill that enveloped Li Bing, who cast a venomous glare at Guan Ning. Had he not mentioned it, who would have cared? An overwhelming tide of resentment surged forth. Guan Ning eagerly absorbed this animosity. It was not his fault. It was self-inflicted. No. Guan Ning stepped forward, scrutinizing the creature within the cage, and declared, "Wolves feast on flesh, while dogs consume filth. There is no doubt as to whether it is a wolf or a dog." Ha. Upon finishing, he burst into laughter. The pun was painfully clear. Even a fool could discern that this was a deliberate insinuation that Deng Qiu was akin to a dog. Deng Mingji's complexion flushed, while the others looked at Guan Ning with suspicion. How audacious! This was in someone else's residence, and Deng Qiu was right beside him. Yet, he still made such insinuations. Deng Mingji's fists clenched in fury, reaching the peak of his anger, but he could not voice his discontent. If he were to confront the issue, would that not be an admission of guilt? He fixed his gaze on Li Bing, his reproach evident. "If it were not for your indiscretion, how could Guan Ning have seized this opportunity?" Li Bing's face paled, and despair settled heavily in his heart. He sensed something as he lifted his head to find Deng Qiu looking over calmly. This only intensified his chill, leaving his mind blank. He had undoubtedly offended someone, let alone promotion. It would be a miracle if he didn't end up in dire straits. Guan Ning, at last, discerned the resentment emanating from Deng Qiu. This fellow had finally let down his guard. Truly, he owed a debt of gratitude to Lord Li, directing a benevolent glance toward him. Yet another wave of animosity surged forth. Li Bing's hatred for Guan Ning was indescribable, but at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on it. The pressing concern was how to salvage the situation. His mind was a blank canvas, devoid of ideas on what to do. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him. Since the initial discussion revolved around identification, why not continue along that vein? It was entirely reasonable. How could it be deemed abnormal? Indeed, there should be no pause. Once the matter was normalized, all would be well. What to say? Inspiration struck. In his haste, Li Bing coughed to draw everyone's attention. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "Young Master Guan, your assertion is misguided." "Oh, what seems to be the problem?" "There is a method to discern," Li Bing continued. "Look at the tail." "The tail?" The dialogue captivated the audience, revealing Li Bing's cleverness in redirecting the conversation through identification. This was, after all, perfectly ordinary. There was no need for wild conjecture. Observing others relax, Li Bing felt a slight easing of his own tension. Indeed, observe the tail. A wolf drags its tail, while a dog holds it upright. Wait, a dog holds its tail upright? Guan Ning exclaimed, delighted, and clapped his hands in admiration. "Lord Li, you speak wisely." Deng Mingji, who had just begun to regain his composure, instantly turned ashen. "A dog holds its tail upright. The minister is a dog." Lord Su was indeed watching from this direction. He could certainly hear this. The others were immediately taken aback. Another homophone had emerged. Deng Qiu could no longer maintain his composure. While it was one thing for him to be implicated, now even Lord Su was dragged into this. What sort of chaos was this? This time, it was not an insinuation. His gaze was fixed directly on Li Bing. You are not Li Bing. You are unwell. Li Bing had just begun to breathe easier, yet he had stumbled upon another faux pas. What now? As he pondered the implications, his complexion turned pale, devoid of color, and his head spun. In his earlier panic, he had not taken the time to think things through. Now, he realized he had once again spoken incorrectly. Moreover, this time, he had included Lord Su in the matter, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. And who was Lord Su? He was the Minister of War. The superior of Li Bing's superior, the head of the Ministry of War. What was Li Bing? A mere assistant. Promotion? He would be lucky to return home tomorrow. No. It is unnecessary to go directly. How foolish. Li Bing, aware that his future is bleak and life holds no allure, laments that had he foreseen this day, he would have devoted more time to his studies. The treacherous traps of language are numerous and insidious. Regret is now too late for Li Bing. The atmosphere is desolate. Today's banquet has been fraught with twists and turns, leaving the attendees in a state of unease, especially with the involvement of Lord Su, which renders them hesitant to speak further. This debauched heir is to blame. Deng Mingji feels a twinge of regret. It was he who suggested inviting Guan Ning, intending to use the occasion to belittle and suppress, yet now he finds himself regretting that decision, for without him, perhaps this chaos would not have ensued. His resentment is palpable. If these matters were to displease the two esteemed lords, it would surely spell trouble. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Deng Mingji quickly intervened, exclaiming loudly, "Both of you make valid points. However, this cannot merely be referred to as a dog, nor a wolf. To be precise, it is a wolf dog. This creature possesses a unique lineage, combining the strengths of both, exhibiting extraordinary intelligence and ferocity, capable of tearing apart even a first-rate martial artist." Deng Mingji smiled as he explained, revealing the most vexing aspect of the situation. He must not lose his composure. How fortunate indeed is the young Master Deng to rend asunder a first-rate martial artist. This wolf dog is exceedingly formidable. At this moment, anyone not resembling Li Bing would know precisely what to say to shift the conversation and expedite the resolution of this matter. Let us proceed with the banquet. Deng Xiu interjected, noting that this was yet another repetition, yet the feast had yet to commence, and time had already passed. Wait, at this moment, Guan Ning stepped closer to the wolf dog's cage. Deng Mingji felt an ominous premonition rising within him and was about to intervene when Guan Ning spoke up. Lord Li's remarks contained some inaccuracies. What I stated earlier was also flawed. Guan Ning began, regarding the distinction between wolf and dog. There is another interpretation. While wolves are indeed carnivorous, dogs are not averse to meat either. They consume whatever they encounter, be it flesh or filth. Thus they remain dogs. Aha! Upon finishing, Guan Ning burst into laughter. The others fell silent, some casting venomous glances while others appeared astonished. This heir speaks with audacity. Eating filth, indeed. Here present is none other than Wu Qingquan, the right censor of the Supreme Court. He has essentially insulted Lord Wu. You. Deng Mingji's eyes sparkled with a cold glint. You insolent child. Someone muttered in reproach. Even Deng Xiu's expression turned frigid. This fellow exhibits boundless audacity. Yet, Guan Ning feigned ignorance, reveling in his delight. Come on. Let the resentment intensify. I can feel a palpable change within me. I have grown stronger. The wolf dog in its cage, perhaps sensing its master as fury, became increasingly ferocious, shaking the cage violently. Deng Mingyuan was indeed correct. This wolf dog possesses an uncanny intuition. However, Guan Ning remained oblivious, cheerfully declaring, "Let us proceed with the banquet." Time has already slipped away. Just as he prepared to step forward, the latch of the cage, which had been rattling, suddenly loosened and fell, allowing the wolf dog to leap forth, lunging directly at Guan Ning. Chapter 14. I did not use my hands, but my feet. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, rendering them momentarily motionless. Deng Mingji was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming into one of fierce hostility. This wolfhound, which he had brought back from the wilderness and nurtured since its infancy, possessed remarkable intelligence. Initially, with just a whistle, it had relentlessly attacked Guan Ning. It had only escaped its cage after realizing Deng's fury and its unwavering loyalty to its master, frantically struggling until it managed to dislodge the latch. It served him right. This was a consequence of his own making. Deng Mingji did not intervene, as Guan Ning's ruckus at Deng's estate provided an opportunity to vent his frustrations, verbally assaulting one person after another. He insulted Deng Mingji's father, as well as the esteemed officials, Su and Wu. Following today, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital, bringing shame upon them. Let him speak further. it was time to face the repercussions. This debauched young lord was neither talented in the arts nor skilled in martial prowess. And against the wolfhound, he was destined to be savaged. If left unchecked, it was conceivable that the beast might even kill him. Of course, they could not simply watch him be torn apart, but enduring some pain was inevitable. This was an unforeseen turn of events, one that could not be blamed on anyone. In the midst of his thoughts, the wolfhound lunged at Guan Ning. It served him right. Many present shared Deng Mingji's sentiments. "Young master," Guan Ning's attendant cried out, rushing forward. Today, Guan Ning had not brought Jin Yu, only a guard from the Wang residence, a seasoned veteran with commendable skills. Yet he was unable to intervene in time. Guan Ning was already too close for any prevention. Upon noticing the wolfhound bearing its bloodied maw and vicious fangs, Guan Ning instinctively raised his foot to kick it as it charged toward him. This was a reflex born of the imminent danger he faced. Some had already closed their eyes, anticipating that Guan Ning would surely be bitten. A first-tier practitioner could harden their skin against injury. Deng Mingji had claimed that this wolfhound could kill a first-tier warrior. One could only imagine its ferocity. With a resounding thud, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. To the astonishment of all, the anticipated scene did not materialize. The wolfhound was sent flying by Guan Ning's kick. It soared a considerable distance before crashing against the enclosure. Deng Mingji rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if he had misperceived the event. It was inconceivable. He knew his wolfhound better than anyone. How could it be so easily kicked aside? Could it be that Guan Ning had fortuitously struck its nose, the creature's weak point? The wolfhound, visibly dazed by the kick, ceased its earlier ferocity and whimpered at Guan Ning. Such is the nature of beasts. If one is stronger than them, they cower in fear, and the more one fears, the more aggressive they become. In truth, humans are no different. Huh, is it unharmed? Guan Ning regained his composure. Astonished at the sight of the wolfhound he had just sent flying. It was not that the wolfhound was weak. Rather, he had grown stronger. Guan Ning realized that the mysterious tome he had acquired was at play, allowing him to absorb a significant amount of malice, thereby enhancing his strength. A fleeting thought crossed Guan Ning's mind, filled with fury. In the present moment, had this been in the past, he could not fathom what suffering he might have endured. Yet, Deng Mingji remained unmoved. This was his wolfhound. A mere word of command would suffice to make it obey, yet he chose silence, not uttering a single word. Nearby, Deng Qiu also stood by, coldly observing the scene unfold. Amidst the crowd gathered, apart from the accompanying guards, everyone appeared to be mere spectators, reveling in the unfolding drama. This, rather than the vicious dog-s attack, was the true source of pain. Guan Ning's heart was as cold as ice as he calmly approached the feral hound. Perhaps sensing Guan Ning's formidable presence, the dog refrained from lunging, opting instead to bare its teeth in a menacing display. Guan Ning lifted his foot and delivered a decisive kick to its head. The hound emitted a pained whimper, yet Guan Ning, seemingly unfazed, struck again, targeting its skull. It was only now that others began to react. Is the young master Guan truly this fierce? Deng Mingji, disregarding all else, rushed over to intervene. This was his beloved dog. The hound was intelligent enough to comprehend human speech, and even Deng Qiu held it in high regard. How could it possibly survive such treatment? Guan Ning, cease at once, Deng Mingji exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight of the bloodied hound. Bang! Bang! Ignoring the cries, Guan Ning delivered 2 more kicks. With his current strength, how could the hound withstand such blows? After the final 2 strikes, it fell silent, devoid of breath. Oh, what did you say? Guan Ning remarked nonchalantly, as if he had committed an inconsequential act. You. Deng Mingji hastily crouched to check, only to discover that the creature was lifeless. It felt akin to witnessing a cherished pet being brutally slain before one's eyes, an indescribable anguish. Did I not instruct you to stop? Stop? Guan Ning replied with surprise. I did not use my hands. I employed my feet. Deng Mingji nearly choked on those words. A wave of resentment surged within him, a bitter satisfaction. Dead, you say? This hound was far too fragile. Did you not claim it could kill a first-rate martial artist? How could it perish from just a few kicks? I say, Master Deng. Are you perhaps exaggerating? Deng Mingji's eyes glowed with fury, his body trembling with rage. Those words were beyond excessive. Have you never heard the adage? One must consider the master when striking a dog? Deng Mingji glared at Guan Ning, his composure nearly fraying. It was the vicious dog that attacked first, and I retaliated. Do not misinterpret the sequence of events. Guan Ning declared loudly. Your hound left its enclosure to bite others, and yet you seek to justify it? I could overlook its attack on me, for I am magnanimous, But what of the injuries inflicted upon Lord Su or Lord Wu? What then for the guests? Can you bear the responsibility? I am merely ridding you of a menace. Dogs must not bite indiscriminately. Would you not agree? These words bore a double meaning, subtly mocking their targeting of Guan Ning, likening them to dogs that bite without cause. Deng Mingji's face turned crimson. Would you not agree, Lord Deng? Guan Ning turned his head to address Deng Qiu. The young master speaks the truth. This vicious dog deserved its fate, Deng Qiu replied with a calm demeanor. Though his hand instinctively clenched into a fist before relaxing, he could only voice such sentiments. See, your father is quite reasonable. You would do well to learn from him. Guan Ning scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Deng Mingji. Deng Mingji was on the verge of exploding with anger. Guan Ning, disregarding him further, turned his attention to Su Zhongying and Wu Qingquan. Lord Su, Lord Wu, he called out. Are you both unhurt? I assume you were startled earlier, however. The vicious dog has been dealt with, so you may rest assured, Guan Ning approached, exhibiting an air of a subordinate concern for his superior, as if he were the master of the house, subtly implying the rudeness of the Deng residents. This scene left onlookers in stunned silence. Such audacity was unparalleled. Father, are we to endure this? Deng Mingji glared at Guan Ning with venomous eyes. What could be done? This was our estate, and today we are hosting a banquet. Deng Qiu's voice was low and somber. There is ample time ahead. He still holds the title of heir apparent. In a few days, that title may be lost, and matters will become more manageable. Are you suggesting? Deng Mingji's expression shifted to one of surprise. Chapter 15. The gift. The implications of this statement were profound. Even though the northern town king's residence had fallen from grace, Guan Ning still possessed the title of heir, a fact that remained indisputable. He was the legitimate successor. Thus, one could not treat him as an ordinary individual, which necessitated cautious consideration. Moreover, the events were unfolding within their own home. Any unpleasantness would reflect poorly on them. Furthermore, Guan Ning's previous actions, seemingly outrageous, were indeed justifiable. The discussion revolved around whether it was a wolf or a dog. To insist on taking offense was to invite trouble, was it not? This was the most vexing and suffocating aspect. Once Guan Ning's title was revoked, he would merely be a young master, devoid of noble status. The distinction was stark, and that was the source of Deng Mingji's delight. That day was not far off. Deng Qiu remarked, let him revel in his arrogance for a few more days. As he spoke, a glint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Today was his banquet, and such disturbances would tarnish his reputation. Indeed, Deng Mingji's eyes glimmered with resentment. Let us bide our time. However, that Li Bing should be sent away immediately, Deng Qiu stated coldly. Were it not for him instigating this, such a situation would not have arisen. Li Bing, feeling humiliated, slunk away. After considerable turmoil, the gathering finally transitioned into its proper course, and the banquet commenced. The venue was the main hall, spacious enough to accommodate several tables without feeling cramped. The wine was exquisite, and the feast splendid. Although it was an informal gathering, most attendees were individuals from official circles, all of notable standing. Thus, seating arrangements were of paramount importance, a subtle art governed by rank and status. Guan Ning, the heir apparent, astonished everyone once more, as he seated himself at the head of the table without waiting for the hosts to direct him, warmly welcoming others with no hint of hesitation. Was he audacious, brazen, or simply shameless? Encountering such a host left them at a loss. After all, one could hardly expel him or request his departure from the main table. Guan Ning was the heir of the northern town king, the sole successor, and despite his youth, his status was formidable. Deng Mingji found himself at a loss for words repeatedly, utterly powerless. The feeling was akin to swallowing a fly, distasteful and infuriating. He was on the verge of apoplexy. That position was one he could scarcely aspire to occupy. A wave of resentment surged forth, yet Guan Ning chose to disregard it, for he sought precisely this effect. Just moments ago, he had been indirectly scolding them, but now he was engaging in pleasantries. The two dignitaries, constrained by their status, could not voice their discomfort, rendering the atmosphere quite unbearable. As everyone settled in, Deng Qiu lifted his wine cup and proclaimed, I, Deng, am fortunate to have received the emperor's gracious favor and have attained a modest promotion. I have prepared this humble wine to express my gratitude for your presence. Deng Darren, you are too modest, came the chorus of flattery. Indeed, it is our honor to be invited. The customary exchange of insincere compliments commenced, revealing the hypocrisy of the gathering. Guan Ning merely curled his lip and began to eat, finding the food quite satisfactory. Having risen late and skipped breakfast amidst preparations for travel, he was quite hungry. This scene drew disapproving shakes of the head from those around him, deeming his behavior as lacking in decorum. Deng Qiu, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Since the emperor ascended the throne, our kingdom has flourished and reached its zenith, yet as ministers, we must remain vigilant." He paused, his gaze fixed on Guan Ning. "Months ago, the king of the north faced an unexpected crisis, with northern enemies threatening our peace. At this juncture, all eyes were on Guan Ning. In a moment of peril, the emperor's strategic acumen shone through, thanks to the fortitude of General Guan Zian, who led his troops to repel the invaders. The northern territories were spared the ravages of war. However, the surrounding voices dripped with scorn directed at Guan Ning. As the sole heir to the northern king's estate, this was a profound affront. Old fool. Guan Ning seemed impervious to the barbs, continuing to enjoy his meal, but he was acutely aware of Deng Qiu's intent. Why choose to speak of this, if not to humiliate him, who was unaware of the northern general's might? Indeed, with him at the helm, the north was secure. The emperor's wisdom was unparalleled. A cacophony of voices echoed in agreement, their thinly veiled mockery unmistakable. This was, after all, the true purpose behind inviting Guan Ning. With that, the gathering shifted to jovial drinking. Deng Qiu had concluded his speech. "Congratulations on your promotion, Deng Darren. May your official career flourish." They toasted, raising their cups. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew lively, filled with the clinking of glasses as Xu Changjing and Wu Qingkuan, two esteemed officials, played their parts well, displaying camaraderie. Yet, Guan Ning found himself sidelined, intentionally excluded, and the more they ignored him, the more they chose to mock him. What is this Guan heir doing here? Seeking humiliation, perhaps? Indeed, any ordinary individual would have been mortified by such treatment and likely departed in shame. It was curious, however, that Guan Ning appeared unfazed, as if untouched by the whispers that surrounded him. At that moment, a young man named Zhang Xian, hailing from a wealthy family and a friend of Deng Mingji, approached with a wine cup in hand. Having indulged in a few drinks, he called out to Guan Ning with feigned enthusiasm, "Guan heir, did you not bring a gift for Deng Darren when you arrived? Why not present it now?" The surrounding guests, reminded of this detail, were taken aback. It was indeed surprising that Guan Ning had come bearing gifts, perhaps intending to broker peace. Zhang Xian deliberately raised the issue, not only to embarrass Guan Ning, but also to defend Deng Mingji. Indeed, given Guan's status as a young noble, one can only imagine the extraordinary gift he has prepared. Why not reveal it now, at this opportune moment for gift-giving? Others present immediately echoed this sentiment, chuckling as they turned their gazes towards Guan Ning. With a gift in hand, did it not imply a willingness to concede? Deng Mingji was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought the same. Yet in light of Guan Ning's numerous provocations, his perspective shifted. Clearly, Guan Ning had no intention of softening his stance. Deng Qiu, too, felt a flicker of agitation. This debauched young noble was utterly unruly. He silently cursed himself and the officials Su and Wu, wondering if there was anything he would not dare to do. "Very well. My dear nephew, I appreciate your sentiments, but the gift is unnecessary," Deng Qiu finally spoke, his words vague enough to allow for misinterpretation. "I would have forgotten had young Master Zheng not mentioned it." Guan Ning took the wooden box from his attendant, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. The box appeared exquisitely crafted, emanating a distinctive fragrance. "Is this from Han's Han Temple?" One person ventured, clearly recognizing its origin. The mention of Han's Han Temple piqued the curiosity of all, as everyone knew that even a common piece of aromatic wood from there was extraordinarily precious. "This gentleman truly has an eye for quality," Guan Ning remarked. "I procured this at great expense from Han's Han Temple." Deng Qiu and his son exchanged dubious glances. "Could you genuinely possess such benevolence? What is it? Open it and let us see," they urged, their curiosity shared even by Su Changjing and Wu Qingkuan. "Very well. Let everyone take a look," Guan Ning declared as he opened the wooden box. Inside, two exquisite small bells lay nestled. "These are the Buddha bells from the hall of Han's Han Temple," Zhang Xian exclaimed first. "This bell is imbued daily with the sound of the Buddha, making it exceedingly valuable. My father once donated a tael of gold to acquire just one, and here we have two." Another voice chimed in, noting the engraved inscriptions, marveling at the grandiosity of the gift. The current emperor, known for his reverence towards Buddhism, had even visited Han's Han Temple, privately referring to it as the national temple. This elevated the temple's status, garnering widespread admiration. Zhang Xian was about to continue when he abruptly halted. "A bell as a gift? A farewell bell?" He suddenly grasped the underlying pun. Today, the puns were simply overwhelming. Turning to the others, he found them silent. their gazes on Guan Ning laden with complexity. The once vibrant atmosphere had descended into profound quietude. Clearly, none were fools. They understood the implications of sending off. It alluded to conducting funeral rites. Such a veiled insinuation was ruthlessly sharp. The gift was unbearably cruel. Bells were to be sought, not given. This was a widely acknowledged taboo. This young noble was audacious beyond measure, unmatched by any. Thus, their gazes were laced with complexity, and a wave of resentment surged towards Guan Ning, whose presence felt overwhelmingly intense. From the essence of Dang Mingji, infused with a heavy aura of resentment, Guan Ning felt a palpable surge of strength within himself. For the weight of this animosity was profound. Subsequently, another wave of grievance emanated from Deng Qiu, whose temperament was tested to its limits at this moment. The ominous phrase "send the clock, send the end" echoed as a curse for his demise. Deng Mingji's eyes turned crimson, his complexion pale, and his body trembled, a manifestation of extreme fury. "Guan Ning, you." He struggled to articulate a few words through clenched teeth, yet before he could convey more, he succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground. Guan Ning was taken aback. Was his anger truly so intense? In truth, it was a matter of the same issue. Under normal circumstances, such a reaction would be inconceivable. However, excessive rage can harm the body, and in Guan Ning's case, the repercussions were severe. He had already agitated Dang Mingji multiple times, absorbing all that animosity until it overwhelmed him, leading to his fainting spell. "Is Mingji all right? What has happened?" Deng Qiu, alarmed, rushed to his side. As the eldest legitimate son, Dang Mingji held a significant place in his heart. The young master has been struck by a fit of rage. He will awaken shortly, the physician assured, causing the onlookers to exchange puzzled glances. Fainted from anger? How astonishing. The crowd's gaze shifted back to Guan Ning, who remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance in their direction. This fellow is truly ruthless. Assist Mingji back to his quarters for rest, Deng Qiu instructed his servants, who promptly carried Dang Mingji away. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face Guan Ning, his fury unabashedly evident in his piercing gaze. In the face of such a situation, even this typically composed assistant minister of war could not conceal his ire. Yet, Guan Ning smiled and remarked, "I wonder, esteemed Lord Deng, if you are pleased with this gift?" The expressions of those present were immediately filled with disbelief. "You dare to pose such a question?" Even the attendants who accompanied Guan Ning were taken aback. "Your Highness, do you not fear for your safety?" One of them cautiously stepped forward in a protective stance, genuinely concerned for his lord's well-being. "This is the Buddhist bell sought at Hantan Temple, authentic and unpretentious," Guan Ning continued. "It is said that hanging this bell in your home brings forth great efficacy. Perhaps Lord Deng might hang it in your bedroom, and it may even facilitate your promotion." The crowd's gaze sharpened once more. "To send a bell is to convey the intention of sending one to their end," they murmured. "By suggesting it is effective, do you imply an early demise?" The astonishment was palpable. They had truly witnessed lawlessness in action. Guan Ning further elaborated. "Why prepare two Buddhist bells, you may ask? One is indeed for you, Lord Deng, to congratulate you on your promotion, while the other is for my dear friend Min Yuan, who is to depart the capital tomorrow, exiled to Weizhou. The journey is long, and should anything occur along the way." Guan Ning spoke earnestly. "Moreover, the conditions in Weizhou are harsh and unforgiving. Who knows what trials he may face in the next 3 years? Ah, I do worry greatly." Guan Ning's expression was laden with melancholy to an uninformed observer. It could easily be mistaken for a profound friendship with Dang Mingyuan, leading one to be deceived. Yet, those in the know understood that Guan Ning's words were laced with irony, brimming with insinuations. What distant journeys! What unfortunate circumstances! What harsh and inhospitable conditions! All were curses disguised as concern. This was true malice. He hoped that this bell would accompany Mingyuan, conveying his heartfelt intentions, and that Lord Deng would certainly pass it on to him. Enough, Deng Qiu admonished sharply. He could no longer tolerate it. Each word cut too deeply, even causing his son, Deng Mingji, to faint from anger, yet Guan Ning persisted. "What? Do you not appreciate this gift?" Guan Ning feigned innocence. "Oh dear, this poses a dilemma. I had thought you would cherish it. However, since it has already been presented, it would be inappropriate for me to reclaim it. Perhaps you might discard it?" He mused aloud. Such an act would be utterly disrespectful, especially considering the bell was a sacred relic from Hantan Temple. Disposing of it would be an affront to the divine, a slight against the Buddha. While it might be inconsequential for an ordinary person, given your esteemed position, it would undoubtedly draw criticism. Guan Ning suggested, why not reluctantly accept it? The onlookers were once again taken aback. This was a cunning ploy indeed. For Guan Ning spoke the truth. The bell was not a trifling object, and should it be carelessly discarded, word would surely spread, leading to reproach. And even the monks of Hantan Temple might seek retribution. The crux of the matter lay in the emperor's current reverence for Buddhism and the religion's thriving prominence. While no one demanded your belief, respect was imperative. This placed one in a precarious position. Even if one held disdain, one must treat it with the utmost care. Hanging it prominently to serve as a daily reminder of this event, a bell gifted by Guan Ning. Disgusting, utterly revolting. Deng Qiu seethed. He found himself ensnared in a deadlock. With no recourse available even to him, he was undoubtedly crafty. Waves of resentment surged within him as Guan Ning maliciously mused that this old dog might just faint from the pressure, which would surely be entertaining. In truth, Deng Qiu's complexion had paled slightly at that moment. Young Master Guan, this is excessive, spoke Su Changjing, the Minister of War. His voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of formidable authority, creating an intangible pressure that bore down upon Guan Ning. Guan Ning felt this weight. He recognized that his own strength had grown. For in earlier times, a mere few words from Su could have rendered him powerless. This man was no ordinary individual, indeed. How could one attain the esteemed position of Minister of War without exceptional merit? Chapter 17. Smooth tongue, thick skin in the realm of officialdom. Those who remain in positions of power for extended periods, garnering respect and fear from others, naturally cultivate an air of superiority. This is an aura of authority, often referred to as official prestige. Moreover, Guan Ning sensed a martial spirit emanating from Su Zhengying, suggesting a rank of considerable significance. Even a casual exertion of pressure from him left Guan Ning feeling breathless. This old dog. A fleeting thought crossed Guan Ning's mind as he remarked in astonishment. What do you mean, passed? How could it have passed? I was invited to this banquet and brought precious gifts. Pray tell, what transgression have I committed? Su Zhengying regarded Guan Ning with a calm, steady gaze, choosing to remain silent. Under normal circumstances, one could hardly find fault. Indeed, the individual arrived with gifts. What could one possibly say? This is precisely the most frustrating aspect. The earlier encounter with the wolf dog, and now the presentation of the clock, both are homophones. Both carry the same essence. You may perceive it in one way or another, yet it is all nonsense. Zheng Xian, who had initially broached the topic, proclaimed loudly, "Who presents a gift in the form of a clock? Are you not aware of its implications?" Originally, there was no issue. It was merely his curiosity about the gift brought by Guan Ning that incited this debacle. Is he not akin to the next Li Bing? He must act swiftly to remedy the situation. What do you mean? Guan Ning inquired, perplexed. This is a clock from Hantan Temple, a gift of such rarity. What significance do you ascribe to it? His innocent demeanor only served to infuriate Zheng Xian further. This fellow was remarkably adept at feigning innocence. In a fit of rage, Zheng Xian retorted, "A clock signifies the end of life. Surely you cannot be unaware of that?" The notion of end of life dawned on Guan Ning as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender towards Deng Qiu. "My dear Lord Deng, I harbor no such intentions." It was Zheng Xian who suggested that, not I. Zheng Xian's complexion turned pale as he realized he had ensnared himself in his own words. "I did not mean that." "You are the one who means it," Guan Ning responded. "Your interpretation is not aligned with my sentiment. Your meaning is yours, not mine. Clearly, your intent is your own, and mine is mine." The more Zheng Xian spoke, the more entangled he became. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard? He has acknowledged it. His intention is to send you off." Zheng Xian found himself at a loss for words, his face drained of color. What immense resentment! How delightful it is! This exchange left onlookers in bewilderment. This young master's tongue was exceedingly sharp. Who could contend with him? Guan Ning continued, "Your heart is tainted, and consequently, your thoughts are likewise impure. I present a clock, yet you insist it signifies an end. Thus, I am left with no recourse." His demeanor incensed Deng Qiu, who was left unable to retort. To argue would mean admitting to being sent off, thus acknowledging the impurity of one's own heart. What a sharp-tongued young man. At that moment, Yudusher Wu Qingquan interjected. Such a sharp tongue would be wasted in the absence of an official title. "Indeed?" Guan Ning replied with a smile. "I appreciate your compliment, Lord Wu. In truth, my aspiration is to join the censorate, to impeach whomever I wish. Why not consider admitting me?" The crowd was once again taken aback. Not only was he eloquent, but he also had an audacity that was truly remarkable. Could he not discern that his words were laced with irony? As the scion of the northern town king's residence, a descendant of a noble military lineage, Yet he displayed such disregard for his elders, exhibiting arrogance and ignorance of propriety. Wu Qingquan remarked calmly, "Tomorrow, I shall submit a formal petition to His Majesty to impeach you, the debauched young master." The onlookers were astonished. Given Wu Qingquan's esteemed position, such a petition would carry significant weight. It seemed the young master might not fare well. In light of the current situation, his position as heir appeared precarious. So what? Guan Ning remained unperturbed. He had already lost all to lose. The worst outcome would merely be the revocation of his title, which seemed inevitable given the circumstances. His demeanor rendered Wu Qingquan momentarily speechless. The crowd remained in a state of astonishment. The young master Guan confronted two prominent officials without a trace of fear, displaying a complete disregard for authority. Having satisfied his appetite and delivered his gifts, it was time for him to depart. His purpose for this visit had been fulfilled, and he prepared to leave. "Ding Darren, please ensure my gift is delivered to Brother Mingyuan, and remind him to be cautious on the road." Deng Xiao narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "The gift from young Master Guan has been accepted by me, and I shall return it tomorrow." Such an overt insinuation was comprehensible to anyone. It seemed that today, Guan Ning had truly angered Deng Xiao. "Haha, let him wait," Guan Ning said with a smile before he swaggered out amidst the gazes of many. Bang! Deng Xiao slammed his fist on the table, losing his composure. What was meant to be a splendid banquet had devolved into chaos, rendering it impossible to continue. The invitation extended to Guan Ning was intended for his humiliation. Yet the tables had turned, leaving them in disgrace instead. It would not be long before news of Guan Ning's raucous behavior at the Deng residence spread, turning them into a laughingstock. The banquet had become a farce, with his beloved dog killed and his son fainting from anger. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Deng Xiao had never felt such frustration before. "Deng Bobo, that Guan Ning is insufferably arrogant. Rest assured. Once Zheng Xian approaches to offer some conciliatory words, we shall address this," he said. "Get lost." Deng Xiao interrupted sharply, cutting off Zheng Xian before he could finish his sentence. This was the first time in the memories of those present that Deng Xiao had displayed such a lack of decorum. Zheng Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. He found himself trapped, unsure whether to stay or leave. It was all the fault of that reckless young master. Internally, he seethed with hatred for Guan Ning. "Sudarin. Wudarin, I apologize for subjecting you to this farce," Deng Xiao said, taking a deep breath. "It is that Guan Ning who is utterly detestable." Wu Qingquan also felt a surge of anger, as Guan Ning had shown him no respect whatsoever. "There will be other days," Su Zhengying merely stated. "Let today end here. Go check on Mingji." As the two officials departed, others felt at a loss for words, wary of encountering the same fate as Li Bing and Zheng Xian. With a cautionary tale in mind, they too excused themselves. What had begun as a splendid banquet ended in disarray, with the entire Deng residence echoing with curses directed at Guan Ning. Deng Xiao, disregarding everything else, hurried to see Deng Mingji. Two sons he held dear, one exiled due to Guan Ning's actions, the other rendered unconscious from rage. Deng Xiao's animosity towards Guan Ning surged like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Guan Ning remained indifferent, already on his way back home. Today had been exhilarating, a rare moment of delight. His spirits soared as he hummed a cheerful tune. Not only had he bested his foes, but he had also harvested a wave of resentment, enhancing his own status, a truly splendid victory. Yet, he noticed that his attendants kept glancing back. "What are you looking at?" Guan Ning inquired with curiosity. "I am checking to see if the Deng residence is pursuing us." "I fear they might attack you," the guard replied earnestly. "Haha." Guan Ning laughed heartily. He was even more intrigued to know how people would react once the news spread. Would it make headlines? Young Master Guan wreaks havoc at the Deng residence? Chapter 18: The Emergent Individual. As anticipated by Guan Ning, by the afternoon, the matter had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Young Master Guan was already the center of attention in the city, akin to someone who naturally attracts trending topics. With a multitude of guests in attendance, idle chatter inevitably ensued, and various details began to shock everyone. It all commenced with the royal carriage crashing, followed by scathing remarks directed at several dignitaries, culminating in the delivery of a clock to Deng Xiao, which infuriated Deng Mingji to the point of fainting. Each incident sparked fervent discussions, igniting a wave of puns. What astonished the populace even more was the audacity of this young master. Who among the common folk would dare to engage in such behavior? This rendered Deng Xiao a figure of ridicule. The derogatory remarks about the officials, calling the vice minister a dog, the minister a dog, and even alleging that the censor feasted upon excrement, became topics of amusement for all. It was a consensus that the young master possessed a particularly sharp tongue. As the discussions unfolded, these events were meticulously documented on the dragon desk of Emperor Longjing, with particularly detailed records. A ruckus at the Deng residence? Emperor Longjing scrutinized the account. Today, Deng Qiu had indeed suffered a significant loss of face. Even Su Jinying and Wu Qingkuan had been disparaged by the young master. Beside Emperor Longjing, monk Xuanxin chuckled, particularly amused by the phrase "when one encounters meat, one eats meat. When one encounters excrement, one eats excrement," which he found utterly delightful. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, revealing his standing. After a while, Emperor Longjing closed the document and inquired, "Would you consider him clever or foolish?" Monk Xuanxin replied, "A wise individual at this juncture would practice restraint, exhibiting humility and courtesy to garner public favor and external recognition. Such a tumult at the Deng residence, however, only serves to tarnish his reputation and provoke the snow party. Is it not a self-inflicted predicament? There exists another possibility. He may be acutely aware of his circumstances and has resigned himself to his fate, which can also be seen as a form of wisdom." Emperor Longjing, with a somber tone, remarked, "He aims to confront Deng Qiu. For Deng Qiu is a crucial asset in my efforts to diminish the power of the feudal lords." "Surely not?" Monk Xuanxin responded, "in the eyes of the public. This young master is indeed an anomaly. He behaves with reckless abandon, lacking both literary and martial prowess. How could he possess such cunning? Moreover, he stands isolated in the capital. Who could possibly support him? Your Majesty, could it be that you are placing too much importance on this youth? I must give him due regard." Emperor Longjing rose. "No dynasty has lasted beyond 300 years. The fate of a nation wanes as it approaches this temporal threshold, leading to decline and eventual depletion. The Great Kang Dynasty has witnessed 15 emperors over 276 years, and I, the 16th emperor, shall not allow the Great Kang Dynasty to perish under my reign." "Your Majesty speaks heavily," Monk Xuanxin interjected. "Yet the Great Kang Dynasty currently flourishes in both civil and military affairs, enjoying peace across the realm. The barbarous lands have been quelled due to your strategies, ensuring stability for at least 20 years. Furthermore, the Dawei and the Qing dynasties pose no significant threat in comparison to us. Internal strife that could threaten imperial authority and national stability only emanates from the northern pacification prince's residence, which has fallen into disarray, leaving only this debauched young master." Monk Xuanxin concluded, "May the Great Kang Dynasty endure for more than 3 centuries, and may it, like your Majesty, be celebrated for eternity. In times of peace, one must remain vigilant. I cannot afford even a moment's complacency." Emperor Longjing began, "Have you forgotten the prophecy given by Master Kangji of Hanzhan Temple before his passing?" Xuanxin paused slightly. "Are you implying that the destined individual is Guan Ning? When a nation falters and the tides of fate shift during the transition of dynasties, a fated individual shall arise to instigate change and establish a new era. Master Kangji once stated that a nation's downfall begins with internal strife, while fortune arises from the north. I dare not be negligent. It is better to mistakenly slay than to let a threat slip by." Emperor Longjing continued solemnly, "Moreover, this realm is not truly at peace. I must commence the reduction of feudal lords, as the various princes remain unsettled, harboring clandestine alliances. The court is rife with factional disputes. Some support the reduction, while others oppose it. There are those who believe me to be ungrateful and cruel, persecuting the loyal Confucians who seek to rise in response to the shifting tides. All of these factors are nothing short of hidden dangers. I aim to establish an everlasting dynasty, one that will endure through the ages. Once internal strife is quelled, I shall ignite war, annexing the Wei and Qing kingdoms, pacifying the savage lands, stabilizing the 4 seas, and unifying the continent." "Your Majesty is indeed wise," Xuanxin the monk responded respectfully. "You are a ruler of unparalleled ambition and vision, and I am willing to follow you, assisting in the creation of unprecedented achievements. Thus, I cannot permit even the slightest error." Emperor Longjing declared, "With Guan Zhongshan's incident, the heir apparent proves to be incompetent, presenting a splendid opportunity, be it ruthless or ungrateful. When the time is ripe, I shall depose him and abolish the northern duke's estate, thereafter marrying Xian Ning into that house." Having spoken, Emperor Longjing returned to sit behind the dragon dais. "Have you found the Tani decision?" Xuanxin was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Not yet. That day, I ensured it was tucked in my sleeve and did not open it, waiting to present it to your Majesty. I would never dare to lie in this matter." Xuanxin felt distressed. Despite having it on his person, it was genuinely lost. The crux of the matter lay in the potential for misunderstanding. as it could be perceived that he had secretly kept it. After all, the Tianyi decision is no ordinary martial arts manual. Thankfully, His Majesty understands and trusts him. To clarify, you only traversed the palace after obtaining it? Indeed, I can assure you of that. Xuanxin replied firmly. I came directly from the secret repository, and my path was fixed. Thus, it must have been lost along that journey. My sleeve pocket was torn. Indeed, that is the case. Since the moment he discovered its loss, he had checked his pocket, which was indeed torn, leading to the unfortunate misplacement. What a peculiar stroke of luck. There is another possibility. Emperor Longjing mused darkly. It may have been taken by someone. There is that possibility. The Tianyi decision is the most enigmatic of manuals. Whosoever finds it would undoubtedly conceal it. Feng Yuan, he called casually. Here, Your Majesty, an elderly eunuch emerged from behind the screen. With age marking his white hair and brows, he appeared somewhat frail. This was Feng Yuan, the chief eunuch of the palace. Conduct a discreet investigation into this matter, identifying any suspicious individual and interrogating them rigorously. Yes, Your Majesty. I am at fault, Xuanxin interjected hurriedly. If it cannot be found, then it signifies that I am fated to be estranged from the Tianyi decision. Your Highness, you cannot enter. His Majesty is currently discussing state affairs with Master Xuanxin. At that moment, urgent voices resonated from outside the hall. Is that Yongning arriving? Emperor Longjing spoke. Let Yongning in. A young woman stepped in. At the prime of her youth, adorned in a delicate light blue gown. She possessed a tall and alluring figure, her skin as fair as snow. With bright and spirited eyes, elegantly arched brows, and a strikingly beautiful visage that exuded both grace and exceptional poise. She was none other than the esteemed Princess Yongning. Xiaoliao. Chapter 19. Princess Yongning. Emperor Longjing, Xiao Chengdao, had 7 sons and 2 daughters, the youngest of whom was merely 8 years old. This Yongning princess, the second princess, was quite renowned in the capital. It was said that she excelled in poetry, martial arts, and governance, all while possessing remarkable beauty, attracting the admiration of numerous noble scions and officials. This was the very reason her initial engagement to the frivolous Guan Ning had sparked considerable controversy, as many felt that such a scoundrel was unworthy of Princess Yongning. What brings you here? Must one force their way into the imperial study? Emperor Longjing inquired, his tone unruffled. Father, why have you annulled my engagement to that scion of the Guan family? Princess Yongning's voice rang out like a clear bell. Is this not in accordance with your wishes? Emperor Longjing replied, how could such a debauched heir be deemed suitable for you? You were engaged, then the engagement was rescinded, and a new betrothal established with Guan Ning. What is this all about? This is merely a pretext. When the time is right, the engagement will be dissolved without affecting you in the least. So in your eyes, I am merely a tool to advance your political ambitions, utilized when convenient, then discarded? Your words are rather harsh, Emperor Longjing remarked, rising to leave. However, Princess Yongning stepped back a few paces and retorted, the Wang family has guarded the northern borders for generations, ensuring our safety. Regardless of Guan Ning's flaws, he is still a man of merit. Are you not concerned that such actions might dishearten others? Such inquiries were indeed weighty. Master Xuanxin gazed at Princess Yongning with astonishment. In his memory, she had always been quite sensible. How could she exhibit such defiance now? You are a princess. There are certain things one should say, and others one should refrain from uttering. Emperor Longjing's expression darkened. I simply believe. Yongning shook her head, ultimately choosing to refrain from further comment. I take my leave. She departed as swiftly as she had come, truly becoming more audacious by the day. Emperor Longjing's voice was cold. Princess Yongning likely felt discomfort at being so easily manipulated in matters concerning her own life, observed Xuanxin. As a royal princess, what freedom exists? He added. Emperor Longjing remained silent. Xuanxin understood that, in the eyes of this sovereign, every individual was merely a pawn, a tool. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the emperor treated Princess Yongning with less warmth than other princes and princesses. Given Yongning's talents, one would expect her to be favored. But that was not the case. Conversely, the eldest princess was lavished with affection. Xuanxin was perplexed and dared not inquire further. Tomorrow, summon Shui Huairan, Su Zhengying, and others to discuss the matter of reducing the feudal lords. At this moment, the Emperor Longjing interrupted his thoughts. Indeed, just then, Princess Yongning, leaving the imperial study, stormed back to her palace. As an unmarried princess, she still resided within the royal palace. Princess, did you truly go to seek the emperor? Upon entering the hall, a maid dressed in green approached her. Yes, I truly do not understand your inquiry. that Guan Ning is merely a frivolous young lord. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Isn't it quite fitting? You do not comprehend. Princess Ning shook her head, her expression still tinged with anger. Do you genuinely wish to marry young Master Guan? Is that why you're upset over this unfulfilled engagement? You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Princess Ning sat on the edge of her bed, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she fell into a reverie. My name is Guan Ning, and you are Ning. We both have the character Ning in our names. It is different. Yours is a name, mine is a title. What I say is the same. At that time, Guan Ning was still quite young, and Princess Ning, though older, also retained memories of their youth. The two sat together, watching a few children playing joyfully around a man not far away. Sister, why don't you join them and play? Because my father does not like me. The little girl appeared somewhat forlorn, filled with envy as she listened to the laughter nearby. Why does your father not like you? I do not know. Since I can remember, my father has treated me with coldness, as if deliberately distancing himself. What is it? Nothing. The little girl shook her head. What about you? Does your father treat you well? Of course, he does. I truly envy you. If no one plays with you, I would gladly play with you. Really? Indeed. Do you dislike this home? I do. It feels very uncomfortable. Then you can come to my house. That is not permissible. I am a princess. How could I casually visit your home? Oh, I could marry you, and then you could live in my home. Really? Indeed. Do not forget. Let us make a pinky promise. 100 years without change. Sister, I must leave now and return home, but I will often come to see you. Then it is settled. You shall visit me frequently. The innocent words echoed in her mind, and Princess Ning whispered to herself, but since then, you have never returned to the capital, and perhaps you have forgotten all about it. Princess, you cannot truly wish to marry that young Master Guan, can you? The maid, Xiaolu, looked at Princess Ning with suspicion. Princess Ning remained silent, her expression filled with melancholy. Xiaolu sensed the oddity and dared not speak further, softly inquiring, Princess, are you unhappy? If you have any worries, you can share them with Xiaolu. I will never tell anyone. Do you think I have ever been happy? Xiaolu immediately fell silent. Having been by Princess Ning's side for so long, she had never truly witnessed her happiness. She knew the reason. Do you think the emperor dislikes you for some reason? Xiaolu murmured, you possess such beauty and dedicate yourself diligently to mastering music, poetry, martial arts, and state affairs. You surpass those princes by far, and even the eldest princess, who has committed numerous transgressions, is still favored by his majesty. I cannot comprehend it. Princess Ning replied somberly. Ever since I can remember, my father has treated me this way. I believed it was due to my inadequacies, so I endeavored to distinguish myself, yet it proved futile. They say there is no paternal bond in royal families, yet I am undoubtedly a princess. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. But why is this so? It may have something to do with my mother, who can truly elucidate the intricacies of the inner palace. Xiaolu, could you assist me with something? What is it? Your command? Princess Ning pulled Xiaolu closer and whispered her intentions. What? You wish to leave the palace? Surely, you do not intend to seek out that heir? Lower your voice. Chapter 20. The Great Tide for several consecutive days. The capital has been abuzz with discussions surrounding the uproar caused by young Master Guan at the Deng residence. This fervor is likely to persist for some time. The day following the incident, Wu Qingquan, the right assistant censor of the censorate, submitted a formal impeachment against Guan Ning, asserting that as the heir of the Prince of Northern Suppression, he, having relied on his lineage, acted with impunity and arrogance, warranting the revocation of his title. The impeachment, coming from the right assistant censor, carried significant weight and directly clarified the previously ambiguous situation. It also hinted at an underlying issue. Guan Ning is the heir not by decree, but by virtue of his birthright. To revoke his title, one must first abolish the Prince of Northern Suppression. If the prince no longer exists, then how can there be an heir? This was indeed Wu Qingquan's primary objective. Following Wu Qingquan, the head of the Public Security Bureau, Chu Han, seconded the impeachment, citing Guan Ning's public assault on Deng Mingyuan at the East City Gate as grounds for his removal. This rationale was compelling. Guan Ning had repeatedly overstepped boundaries, and his notorious arrogance was well known. This action was deemed necessary for the stability of the court and the capital. Today's South Morning Court session was destined to be anything but ordinary. Subsequently, the newly appointed left Vice Minister of War proposed that, due to the turmoil surrounding the Prince of Northern Suppression, the North Frontier was in disarray and lacked leadership. Thus, the court should dispatch troops to maintain order and guard against barbarian incursions. This proposal garnered considerable support among ministers. Since the incident involving the Prince of Northern Suppression, the North Frontier had descended into chaos, with the barbarians seizing the opportunity to launch attacks. Fortunately, General Guan Ning from Northern Suppression was called upon to defend the realm. However, the stationed troops were insufficient. Originally, there were 300,000 soldiers in the Northern Suppression Army, but 100,000 elite troops remained with the prince in the wilderness, making reinforcements imperative. This was a wholly justifiable cause. What followed was even more astonishing. Su Jingying, the Minister of War, proposed that with the ongoing troop rotations, the Northern Suppression Army, having been adversely affected by the prince's predicament and under prolonged high pressure, should be reassigned to other posts for relief. This suggestion caused a considerable stir. According to court regulations, military garrisons were to be rotated every 3 years to prevent any single force from becoming too entrenched. Now, as the time has come, this matter is set to unfold. However, the rotation does not encompass the various regional princes, but primarily refers to the Duke of Northern Defense. This is due to the fact that the Duke of Northern Defense is the only prince with substantial power, independently commanding the military. Furthermore, the Northern Defense Army is unique, primarily tasked with safeguarding the wild frontiers, frequently facing warfare, and thus it has remained untouched over the years. Yet, now, it is to be altered. This disrupts the long-standing conventions established over many years. Minister Su Jingying of the Ministry of War proposed this change, which immediately garnered the support of numerous officials, who cited various reasons, such as the issues arising in the Northern Army's combat capabilities following the incident involving Guan Ning, indicating that they were thoroughly prepared. Some officials even argued that due to the reckless advance of Guan Ning into the wilds, resulting in the loss of 100,000 elite troops, accountability must be pursued. Clearly, this represents a comprehensive assault by the Snow Party. Within the court, differing factions with contrasting opinions emerged, referred to as various parties, with those advocating for the reduction of princely powers congregating, and since reduction sounds similar to snow, they were informally dubbed the Snow Party. This constitutes a concerted effort to suppress the Duke of Northern Defense, generating significant controversy. Not all are members of the Snow Party. There are also defenders of the Duke of Northern Defense who deem this action inappropriate. The Duke was conferred by the founding emperor. How could he be so casually dismissed? As for the reassignment of the Northern Defense Army, it could potentially yield adverse repercussions. The dispute persisted without resolution, with the Snow Party evidently gaining the upper hand, largely due to the absence of Guan Ning. In the past, when Guan Ning was present, who dared to speak out? Who would have the audacity to act? The current situation is vastly different. Only a fallen heir remains. The edifice is on the verge of collapse, and with many deviating from the cause. Who would stand firm to speak? This is the prevailing trend. Those who defy it cannot thrive. Many harbor resentment toward Guan, wondering if the uproar he caused at the Ding residence, criticizing this and that, provoked such backlash. Now, even his position as heir is precarious. This contention endured from the morning court session well into noon without resolution. The emperor had the imperial kitchen send in meals, and the ministers dined while arguing, until the deputy minister of the cabinet, Shui Huairan, proposed that military rotation be enacted, while the abolition of the heir's title could be discussed further. The Great Kang Dynasty employs a central cabinet system, with advisory and deliberative powers, serving as consultants to the emperor, wielding considerable authority. Ranked from the first to the second grade, cabinet officials are conferred the title of Grand Scholar, known as the Grand Scholars of the Cabinet, with the head of the cabinet being the chief minister and the second being the deputy minister. The fact that even the deputy minister has spoken carries significant weight. It is evident to all that this matter has reached a definitive conclusion. Deputy Minister Shui Huairan is a true first-grade official and a core figure of the Snow Party. The terms Reduction Party, Shui Party, and Snow Party all share phonetic similarities. At this moment, all officials realize that the proposal to abolish the heir's title was merely a diversion. The true objective was to implement military rotation and withdraw the Northern Defense Army from the northern frontier. Once military power is lost, the standing of the Duke of Northern Defense in the northern territories will be compromised, akin to a tiger deprived of its claws, making it feasible to dispose of and abolish the Duke's authority with minimal resistance, thus occurring seamlessly. This is the true brilliance of the scheme. While it is well understood, rebuttals cannot be overly forceful, for the reasons presented are indeed legitimate. The Emperor Longjing merely uttered a single word, and the matter was thus settled. Having resolved to change garrisons, The question of where to relocate and which army to exchange with remains a matter of concern. However, this issue was not addressed in the court discussions and shall be decided by the cabinet for subsequent announcement after the morning audience. It is evident to all that the Prince of Northern Defense will soon cease to exist. It is merely a question of time. The heir to the Prince of Northern Defense resides in the capital, yet all decisions circumvent him, which is truly lamentable. Even those willing to offer assistance find themselves powerless. Surely, one should at least make some gesture of concern, a token of interest, yet none has been forthcoming. Ever since the uproar at the Deng residence, he has not shown his face, inciting fury among the officials who speak on behalf of the Prince of Northern Defense, causing them to tremble with indignation. The emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuchs certainly are. It is a lamentable state indeed. With such an heir apparent, how could the Prince of Northern Defense not fall into decline? Once again at the center of discussion, Guan Ning appears utterly unconcerned, preoccupied with his own affairs within the manor. What is he engaged in? He is testing his own strength. Having experienced the effects of a mysterious secret manual, he seeks to ascertain the extent of his progress. Yet, it seems that the power obtained through this method deviates from traditional martial practices, rendering common judgments inadequate. Those who train in martial arts are termed martial practitioners, and the path of martial arts is known as the martial way, encompassing the methods and manuals of practice. Although there are variations in the pace and efficiency of power enhancement, a specific pattern and grading exists. Initially, one enters the strength training phase, which can be quite arduous. Most traditional methods involve external intervention, such as utilizing wooden sticks for impact training to build resistance. During this phase, the body requires substantial nourishment, often necessitating restorative tonics and medications, all of which demand considerable financial resources, hence the adage, the learned are poor while the martial are wealthy. During this diligent training phase, one's physical attributes, strength, stamina, agility, are all enhanced according to standard measures. However, Guan Ning discovers that his practice of this nameless manual deviates from traditional forms, seemingly promoting a more comprehensive enhancement. In a secluded area of the manor, Guan Ning is diligently polishing a stone disc, which features a central hole for a metal rod to pass through. Nearby lie additional stone discs of varying sizes and weights. He is crafting a makeshift barbell to test his strength. This task proves to be quite challenging, primarily due to the difficulty in determining the weight of the discs. Guan Ning senses his strength is indeed increasing, a prime example being the day he effortlessly kicked the wolfhound away at the Deng residence. It is likely that Deng Mingji is still perplexed as to how a beast capable of killing a first-rate martial artist could be sent flying by Guan Ning. Speculation abounds that it was merely luck that he struck the wolfhound at its vulnerable spot. While there is some truth to this, it is not the sole reason. His strength has genuinely improved. The nameless manual has bestowed upon him a multitude of possibilities for the future. Just as he is engrossed in his work, Jin Yu enters, observing Guan Ning's endeavors with a shake of her head. Young master, significant events are unfolding outside. How can you still engage in trivial pursuits? What is happening? Do tell. The court has decided to withdraw the Northern Town Army from the northern borders for a reassignment, and once they depart, they may never return. Is that not splendid? Splendid? Jin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if she had misheard. Is this something that the heir of the royal house can utter? Is it not concerning? Guan Ning continued his task without pause and remarked, the Northern Town Prince's guard has defended the northern borders, enduring countless skirmishes with the wilds. Indeed, we have secured the northern front, preventing any successful incursions. However, this has come at the cost of countless bloodshed and lives. Jin Yu fell silent. As a member of the Northern Town Prince's household, she was well aware of these matters. People only witnessed the might of the Northern Army. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that it bore the highest casualty rate among all military forces of the Great Kang Dynasty. Generations of heroes have forged an iron wall with their blood, repelling the barbarian invasions. The Northern Army has perpetually existed in a state of war, never daring to relax. Such prolonged tension is a significant strain on the spirit. They deserve respite. Guan Ning's voice was somber. But do you comprehend what this entails? His tone bore a hint of resentment. Once the Northern Army is reassigned, the Northern Town Prince's household will lose its military power, plummeting in Yusho. And the next step will be the abolition of the princely title and the disbandment of the estate. What then? Guan Ning rose to his feet. Since my father's incident, the court has been sending troops to Yunzhou under the pretense of preventing barbarian incursions. Do you understand the implications of this? Jin Yu shook her head. Emperor Longjing is preparing for, or rather, has already readied himself for a civil war. Guan Ning's voice grew heavy. With my father's fate unknown and my summons to the capital, the Northern Army lacks a steadfast leader and has lost its martial spirit. Do you believe we stand a chance? I suspect Emperor Longjing would prefer the Northern Army to resist the orders, igniting discontent. This would provide him with the most legitimate grounds to annihilate the Northern Army. He must have harbored this thought for some time, yet he still has reservations. After all, the Northern Army is a valiant force, and he must consider the sentiments of the people. Guan Ning had one more thought unvoiced. If he were Emperor Longjing, he would act similarly. Jin Yu's expression shifted, clearly indicating she had yet to contemplate this dimension. In other words, aside from rebellion, there exists no alternate path. Even rebellion. What resources could we muster against an entire dynasty? Funds, provisions, where would they come from? Guan Ning spoke again. Our northern town prince's household, with generations of heroes, will be branded as traitors. This is precisely what Emperor Longjing desires. Jin Yu fell into silence. She could not deny the truth in Guan Ning's words. What should we do then? Should we just surrender meekly? We must elevate ourselves, Guan Ning replied sternly. The current sovereign intends to diminish the feudal lords, targeting the northern town prince's household. This is an unavoidable trend. A force of nature. If the Northern Army refuses the orders and remains in Yunzhou, what awaits us? Let us not forget, there is still Guanxian in Yunzhou. He will collaborate with the court to dismantle us piece by piece, leading to a scenario where loyal ministers are persecuted and the righteous are ensnared. Thus, all I can do is to improve myself. Guan Ning inhaled deeply, his voice low as he remarked, the Emperor Longjing perceives me merely as a useless heir, seeking to suppress me without resorting to execution. Yet, he cannot overstep his bounds, for I am the descendant of loyal and valiant ancestors. Therefore, I shall rise anew. If the royal mansion is lost, another can surely be established. I have underestimated your potential, my lord. Nay, Jin Yu interjected with a grave tone. It is not only I who has underestimated you. It seems all have failed to recognize your worth. These words left Jin Yu utterly astounded. The Wang family of Jinbei has been a lineage of singular inheritance, producing remarkable talents throughout the generations. At that moment, a voice, tinged with age, emerged, revealing a depth of complex emotions. It was Butler Wu, who entered the room and met Guan Ning's gaze directly. The outside world claims that your generation marks a decline for the Jinbei Wang family, that the once great talents have become mere wastrels. They are mistaken, utterly mistaken. Butler Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In my humble opinion, you surpass even the prince. Such a statement carried weight. Had it been uttered by another, it would have been deeply offensive. But Butler Wu held the stature to speak thus, having witnessed Guan Zhongshan grow from a child. He undoubtedly possessed the authority to express such sentiments. The prince, in truth, understood everything, yet he lacked adaptability, or perhaps he simply refused to be flexible. He scorned the manipulation of power and the machination of politics. Butler Wu's emotions were clearly in turmoil. He had always believed the heir only knew a life of indulgence and was oblivious to the greater intricacies, passively observing the decline of the mansion. Now, he recognized the grave error in his judgment. He had been lingering at the courtyard entrance and had overheard the previous conversation. Such insight was not commonplace. More importantly, he discerned a unique quality within the heir, an innate resilience. Those who possess such fortitude have a promising future. Yet you are mistaken. I remain merely a worthless heir. Guan Ning replied, raising his hands in resignation. Nay, I cannot be mistaken, the old servant insisted. Guan Ning wished to divert the conversation from this topic and inquired. You have been in contact with my mother, have you not? Currently, Yunzhou, which is associated with Guan Ning's mother, known to the world as the Princess of Jinbei, is laboriously sustaining itself. To become a princess is no mere ornamental title, however. As a woman, she faces formidable challenges in navigating complex situations. With her husband's fate uncertain and her son dispatched to the capital, it is evident the burdens she bears are immense. Chapter 22. The heir is indeed extraordinary simultaneously. She must endure the pressures imposed by external forces, which is an overwhelming ordeal. Since Guan Ning's arrival in the capital, he has not communicated with Yunzhou. Yet he knows Butler Wu must be diligently reporting the developments in the capital. He holds some understanding of Butler Wu, recognizing that his long-standing service to the Jinbei Wang family and his assignment to the capital speaks volumes of his loyalty. Butler Wu paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, I have maintained contact with the princess. However, this communication is not overt. With the watchful eyes of various factions, there are many complications. where even the slightest action may draw external scrutiny. You must send a message to my mother, advising her to restrain the Jinbei army from any act of defiance once the imperial edicts are issued, Guan Ning stated. Of course, she must not comply blindly. She should undertake certain actions as deemed appropriate. I trust she will navigate the situation wisely. Is there anything else? Wu Guanjia now regards Guan Ning with newfound respect and listens to him attentively. Regarding my situation, there is no need for elaborate details. Merely conveying that I am safe will suffice to alleviate excessive concern. Having traversed into this realm, there is no turning back. He must accept and adapt to this identity, as it is ultimately for his own benefit. Indeed, beyond that, there is little more to convey. It is imperative to preserve strength as much as possible. And I believe my mother shares this sentiment. She does not wish to wait for my father's return only to find everything lost. Do you think the prince will return? Wu Guanjia inquired. Even Jin Yu turned her gaze toward Guan Ning. Do you truly believe that father would be stranded in the wilderness? Absolutely not, Wu Guanjia asserted with conviction. That is settled then. Guan Ning remarked. Perhaps he is currently facing some difficulties, or perhaps he is trapped somewhere. Regardless, this matter is indeed peculiar and warrants further investigation. You should possess the complete details of my father's incident. Please provide me with a copy. Certainly. Although Wu Guanjia resides in the capital, he maintains close ties with Yuzhou. The focus of the northern town prince's residence may not be in the capital, and they have left few people behind, yet they are far from oblivious. The capital of the Great Kang Dynasty is the political nucleus, and amidst court intrigues, various pieces of intelligence are, in fact, being gathered by Wu Guanjia and subsequently relayed back to Yunzhou. Following the incident involving Guan Zhongshan, the northern town prince's residence dispatched numerous individuals to seek and investigate. At that time, Guan Ning had only just arrived and was still acclimating to his new identity, thus he had not paid it much attention. I will send it to you shortly, Wu Guanjia stated. However, there has been little progress, and based on the intelligence, it is highly probable that he did not finish his thought, but Guan Ning understood the implication. Just because we cannot uncover something does not mean others cannot. What do you mean by that? It is nothing. You may attend to your duties, and later, please deliver the intelligence to my room. Understood. Wu Guanjia departed. Meanwhile, Guan Ning resumed his barbell exercises. What are you staring at? Lend a hand, Guan Ning said to Jin Yu. The shift in atmosphere was abrupt, moments ago. They were discussing serious matters, and now what has changed? Yes. Slightly taken aback, Jin Yu asked, what is the young master doing? Oh. It is a type of weightlifting apparatus known as a barbell. What is that? You will see shortly. Just help me make this whole. With Jin Yu's assistance. The task was completed swiftly. Although a stone plate was utilized, Guan Ning endeavored to replicate the standards of his past life as closely as possible, allowing for weight adjustments based on his needs. Finished. Guan Ning clapped his hands, nodding with satisfaction. It was time to test it out. He first placed 2 circular plates, each weighing approximately 2 jun, around 60 pounds. The basic unit of weight in this era is the zhu, with 1 liang equating to 24 zhu, 1 jin to 16 liang, and subsequently, 1 jun equals 30 pounds, with 1 shi being 4 jun. Therefore, the combined weight of these 2 plates amounts to 120 pounds. For an average individual, this weight is somewhat challenging. However, Guan Ning attempted it and easily lifted it. Indeed, his strength has increased. The former version of himself would have been incapable of such a feat. Although he appeared tall and robust, he was, in fact, quite frail. In his youth, Guan Ning had suffered a severe illness, and after his recovery, his body remained considerably weak, which also explained his lack of aptitude for martial arts. However, he had since made significant improvements. Observing Guan Ning, Jin Yu suddenly realized that he resembled a stone pedestal, commonly found in the military for strength training. She was taken aback. The platform displayed the weight. So the young master lifted 120 caddies? Young master, your strength? She was aware of Guan Ning's physical condition. Lifting even 70 or 80 caddies would have been a considerable challenge. Yet now, he had achieved it. Guan Ning paid no heed, setting the weight down and continuing to increase it, using a sturdy iron pole from the manor, which would not break under strain. After adding another 40 caddies, lifting it became quite taxing, and his arms began to tremble. At this stage, each additional pound was a monumental challenge. He attempted to lift an additional 20 caddies, but it was exceedingly strenuous. Although he managed to raise it, he could not hold it for more than a minute. This was already his limit. Nonetheless, Guan Ning felt immensely satisfied, as his foundation had been quite poor, making this enhancement feel like a tremendous leap. Young master, how is it possible for you to possess such strength? Jin Yu was still engulfed in astonishment. Guan Ning offered no explanation, as it was beyond comprehension, and moreover, it was his greatest secret, not something to be disclosed lightly. Why don't you give it a try? Guan Ning was curious to see how far someone of Jin Yu's caliber, a top-tier martial artist, could go. Me? Yes. Jin Yu approached, gripping the iron pole with one hand, and effortlessly lifted it as if it were trivial. This is simply unfathomable. Guan Ning shook his head. After all, he could traverse realms, so discussing the concept of science seemed superfluous. It feels quite easy, Jin Yu replied innocently, leaving Guan Ning feeling somewhat disheartened. Young master, I am a top-tier martial artist, after all. I see. Guan Ning sighed in resignation. Indeed, martial artists could not be measured by ordinary standards. But why has your strength suddenly increased, young master? Jin Yu inquired, setting the weight down, her curiosity piqued. Before Guan Ning could respond, she exclaimed, I understand now. Understand what? You were concealing your strength all along. Jin Yu marveled. Young master, you truly are extraordinary, hidden yet formidable. Well, let us say I was hiding my strength, as it is impossible to explain. Realizing the nature of his newfound strength, Guan Ning decided not to linger on the matter. After freshening up, he returned to his room. He intended to carefully examine the documents regarding his father's incident, hoping to uncover some clues, as his instincts hinted at numerous discrepancies within the case. Chapter 23. Clues. Upon returning to his room, Steward Wu had already delivered a stack of scrolls, detailing the events that transpired and the subsequent investigations. Following the incident, the Prince of Jinbei had invested considerable manpower and resources into the inquiry, and what lay before Guan Ning was remarkably comprehensive. He began to peruse the documents. The Prince of Jinbei was tasked with guarding the northern frontier, which corresponded to the untamed wilderness. The wilderness is a desolate region located in the far north of the continent, where the climate is frigid and inhospitable, far removed from the lands of the Central Plains, making it an unsuitable environment for human habitation. Yet, amidst this harsh landscape resides a tribe, characterized by their barbarism and lack of civilization, exhibiting a ferocity that starkly contrasts with the more refined cultures of the Central Plains. For years, they have harbored ambitions of invading the Central Plains to claim fertile lands and a more hospitable living environment. Over the years, their aspirations for invasion have never waned, causing significant turmoil along the borders. They frequently trespass, plundering and slaughtering, making such incursions a grim norm. The Northern Guard, stationed at the northern frontier, is unable to patrol the extensive border in its entirety, leaving gaps for intruders to exploit. Recently, a band of these wilderness dwellers infiltrated the border and raided a small town. In response, General Guan Zhongshan, tasked with guarding the northern frontier, instituted a severe decree. For every 10 lives taken by the barbarians, a corresponding reprisal would be exacted upon them. However, this time, the savagery of the barbarians escalated beyond measure. They annihilated the entire population of the town and gruesomely erected a trophy of severed heads. This atrocity incited the wrath of Guan Zhongshan, who personally commanded an army of 100,000 into the wilderness. Unbeknownst to him, this was a ploy by the barbarians, who gathered their forces to encircle the army upon their entry. A catastrophic battle ensued, resulting in the total annihilation of the 100,000 soldiers, with not a single survivor, leaving the fate of General Guan Zhongshan a grim mystery. This event sent shockwaves through the Great Kang Dynasty, shocking both the court and the populace. Never before had the dynasty suffered such a staggering loss of elite troops. In the aftermath, the Great Kang court and the northern king's residents promptly dispatched envoys to the wilderness, only to discover the brutal remnants of the battlefield. They also sent diplomats to negotiate, demanding the return of the northern king's body should he have perished. However, the wilderness inhabitants dismissed these requests, arrogantly claiming that in the chaos of battle, the northern king had vanished without a trace, and his remains had been disposed of. This sequence of events, while straightforward, left Guan Ning with a sense of unease. Although he had never been particularly concerned with military affairs, he had absorbed some knowledge through observation. He recalled that the Northern Guard was the most elite force within the Great Kang Dynasty, especially under the direct command of Guan Zhongshan. It was implausible that not a single soldier could escape a trap set by the enemy. This disbelief became the crux of the greatest suspicion surrounding the incident. Consequently, the court refrained from concluding that Guan Zhongshan had perished, instead stating that his fate remained unknown, which led to subsequent developments. Guan Ning found it hard to believe that the whereabouts of Guan Zhongshan had become a riddle. Was he truly dead? There was a possibility. The current emperor, Long Jing, was openly suppressing the northern king's residence, which suggested he was convinced of Guan Zhongshan's demise. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so boldly. It seemed that Long Jing possessed some knowledge regarding the situation. Guan Ning needed to ascertain the truth, since the northern king's residence offered no answers. He could only seek information from the court. He first needed to identify the specific agency or individual responsible for matters pertaining to this issue. Based on his conjectures, it was likely that this was a conspiracy. Having become embroiled in these events, he had no choice but to confront them. Furrowing his brow, Guan Ning retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bed and opened it, revealing an arrow within. Unlike traditional arrows, this particular projectile is crafted from high-quality steel, exceptionally durable. With a sharply pointed tip and 3 backward curving barbs, each adorned with fine, menacing spikes. From Guan Ning's perspective, this arrow is undoubtedly a lethal weapon. Its design ensures that once it penetrates the human body, the wound will tear and expand, rendering it nearly impossible to extract directly. The barbs and spikes inflict secondary damage upon removal. Furthermore, the complexity of producing such arrows is considerable, requiring an extraordinarily high level of craftsmanship, making mass production for military use unfeasible, at least within the Northern Town Army, where it is conspicuously absent, save for the Ministry of Works. Currently, the ministry is under the control of the MO School, renowned for their manufacturing prowess. Thus, these arrows are clearly intended for specialized organizations. Guan Ning pondered, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. This arrow was left behind by a group of assassins who had attempted to take his life on his journey to the capital. Jean, you often remarked that Guan Ning was indifferent to the threat of assassination. However, how could one truly be indifferent when faced with the specter of death? He simply felt powerless and directionless. His lack of familiarity with the court and absence from its ranks left him feeling constrained. How would he investigate? He must uncover the identity of the assassin or the mastermind behind the attempt on his life. Perhaps this could also lead to clues regarding his father. This arrow was his sole lead. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Guan Ning's mind. He recalled a certain individual, Li Bing, whom he had encountered at the banquet in the Dang residence. That man had suffered greatly due to Guan Ning's actions, if memory served correctly. Li Bing held the position of assistant director in the Armory Department, one of the 4 administrative offices under the Ministry of War. Each office is headed by a chief officer, with the deputy holding the title of assistant director. The Armory Department, in essence, manages the military storerooms, responsible for the storage and distribution of weapons and military equipment. As assistant director, Li Bing would undoubtedly have access to such arrows and might even possess knowledge regarding which institution employs them. Even if these arrows were dispatched directly from the Ministry of Works without passing through the Ministry of War, he could still provide valuable insights. However, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. During his tumultuous visit to the Dang residence, Guan Ning had considerably harmed Li Bing, potentially leading to the latter's loss of position. This implied that Li Bing would likely harbor resentment towards him. Nevertheless, regardless of the obstacles, it was imperative to make the attempt. This was his only opportunity. Resolute in his decision, Guan Ning reflected that had he been aware of the situation, he would have exhibited more restraint that day. Yet, fate had conspired to bring Li Bing across his path. Ultimately, it was largely a matter of coincidence. Preparation was essential before approaching Li Bing. He needed to ascertain the latter's residence. Guan Ning entrusted this task to Steward Wu, who, having lived in the capital for many years, undoubtedly possessed a network of contacts. Moreover, Li Bing's abode was not a closely guarded secret. Without delving into unnecessary inquiries, Steward Wu efficiently gathered information, and by the afternoon of the following day, he had already unearthed the details. As dusk fell, Guan Ning set out with Jin Yu. The timing was deliberate, chosen to avoid drawing attention. Guan Ning took special care to ensure that Jin Yu was disguised. With her tall and voluptuous figure, coupled with her stunning beauty and remarkable demeanor as a high-ranking martial artist, she easily attracted attention. However, draped in a loose robe, she appeared much more inconspicuous. Where were they headed in such a furtive manner? Jin Yu was filled with curiosity, especially since they had not even taken a carriage, which was not characteristic of the young master. To find Li Bing. Who is Li Bing? Jin Yu asked, only to suddenly realize. Isn't he the one you have wronged terribly, the deputy director of the Armory's Bureau? Chapter 24. The young master Guan presents a gift with ill intentions, did you know? Guan Ning responded, somewhat surprised. It seemed that everyone in the capital was aware of Li Bing's recent exploits. which had been the talk of the town. Guan Ning felt quite helpless, for this made his task of locating Li Bing all the more challenging. What do you need him for? Jin Yu inquired. Is it that you feel you haven't caused him enough misfortune? You will find out in due time. Guan Ning refrained from elaborating and proceeded to follow the address provided by Steward Wu. Li Bing resided on the western side of the imperial city. The capital was divided into the inner and outer cities, with the inner city, also known as the imperial city, being off-limits to commoners and requiring stringent conditions for entry. As a deputy director of the Armory's bureau, Li Bing held a fifth-rank official position. In a place teeming with nobility, a fifth-rank official was hardly remarkable, for they were abundant. Yet, due to his unique responsibilities, Li Bing qualified to reside within the imperial city, albeit only on its western edge. This was a point of pride for him. The Armory's bureau, being one of the significant offices under the Ministry of War, held considerable importance. And he was a deputy official. At the age of 32, Li Bing was still relatively young, and in the realm of politics, youth was an asset. His superior, the chief of the Armory, was aging and nearing retirement, presenting Li Bing with a golden opportunity for advancement. The other deputy officials at his level were formidable competitors. He planned to take advantage of the promotion of Left Minister Deng Qiu by attending a banquet to curry favor. If Minister Deng were to speak on his behalf, his promotion would be assured. Although the chief of the Armory was merely a fifth-rank officer, the position was distinct as it entailed direct oversight of an office. Moreover, Li Bing's youth promised a bright future. His ambitions were lofty, yet attending the banquet at Deng's estate would become the greatest blunder of his life. He fell victim to a verbal trap, ensnared by a homophonic pun, unable to extricate himself. First, he insulted Minister Deng, the left minister, and then, with a careless remark, he slandered Minister Su, the Minister of War. He realized that this marked the end of his political career. That day, he left Deng's residence in a daze. Unaware of how he managed to depart, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he returned to work the following day, only to be met with curious glances from his colleagues. His superior called him over and sighed deeply, yet said nothing. Subsequently, he was reassigned to the Armory, effectively demoting him to a mere custodian. Such is the unpredictable nature of life as fortunes. In the days that followed, he endured scorn and ridicule, the depths of which he alone understood. He sought solace in drink, idling through each day, lamenting, if it weren't for that young Master Guan, how could I have fallen so low? His animosity towards Guan Ning was rather intense. Today, as usual, he returned home after drinking, clutching a bottle of liquor and muttering curses under his breath. Approaching his doorstep, Li Bing noticed two individuals, one of whom was the infamous young Master Guan. Having indulged excessively, his vision was somewhat blurred. Perhaps it was the weight of resentment that had driven him to a state of hysteria. Li Bing paid little heed to this. He continued to scold. You debauched young master, what grievance do you hold against me? I have not wronged you. Young master, it appears your visit was ill-timed. As he does not forget to berate you even while walking, Jin Yu remarked with a chuckle. Guan Ning could only shake his head in resignation. What a considerable amount of resentment. Absorbing such animosity might enhance his own power. However, today he was not there to absorb resentment, but rather to seek assistance. With a fleeting thought, Guan Ning called out, Li Bing. He intentionally raised his voice, startling Li Bing. Who calls me? Young Master Guan. Li Bing rubbed his eyes, initially believing he was seeing things due to intoxication. Upon confirming, he realized it was indeed young Master Guan at his doorstep. What could this mean? Instantly, Li Bing's drunkenness faded somewhat, his eyes reddening, not from other emotions, but from anger. You dare to bully me at my very doorstep? How outrageous. Though you are a young master, I have nothing left to lose and fear nothing now. To him, it was evident that Guan Ning had come merely to humiliate him. He understood that this young master was not faring well himself, perhaps even worse than he was, while Li Bing had merely lost his position. Guan Ning faced the loss of his status and the burden of being the heir to the royal family. Clutching the wine jar, Li Bing seethed with indignation. Calm yourself. Guan Ning, feeling the weight of his immense resentment, chuckled in disbelief. Clearly, there had been a misunderstanding. What brings you to my home? Do you believe you have not wronged me enough already? Li Bing confronted him directly. Li Darin, please do not act rashly. I did not come seeking trouble today. I come in peace. Guan Ning raised his right hand. See, I even brought a gift. A gift? Li Bing glanced down, and his expression shifted to one of greater displeasure. Who does not know that gifts from young Master Guan are never to be accepted? What ill intent do you harbor by offering me a gift? Guan Ning remained unfazed, while Jin Yu stifled a laugh nearby. Ever since Guan Ning had gifted a clock to Deng Qiu, several humorous sayings had circulated in the capital, warning against accepting gifts from the young master. suggesting he harbored no good intentions. As for the heavy resentment, Guan Ning found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express himself, as Li Bing was currently the only person who might help him unravel the clues. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. I genuinely harbor no malice this time, Guan Ning stated. You see, I have come to visit you. Just then, the door creaked open. A woman, in her 30s, leaned out. She was not particularly beautiful but exuded a gentle warmth. Why have you been drinking again? She asked, slightly furrowing her brow. Then she spoke up, just now. These two came to see you, claiming to be your friends. I allowed them to wait at the door, yet you have not invited them in. What are you doing standing outside? The woman expressed a hint of grievance. Ever since your demotion, no one has come to visit you. Invite him in. Li Bing dismissed the notion of titles and retorted, do you know who he is? He is the very Prince Guan who has wronged me. Prince Guan. The woman's expression shifted, and she curtsied, introducing herself as Hu Shi, Li Bing's wife, acknowledging her acquaintance with Prince Guan. Guan Ning belonged to a noble family, a distinction of considerable weight in this era, where social hierarchy was strictly observed. With the prince's arrival, she dared not delay further and urged him to enter. If he had not wronged me, I would not have found myself in this predicament. It is clearly your own fault for speaking inappropriately. Do not blame the prince for your mistakes, Hu Shi admonished Li Bing. Guan Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Bing had such a sensible wife. It was truly surprising. Please, come in. It would be unseemly to remain outside while others are unaware of the situation. It was this remark that reluctantly prompted Li Bing to allow Guan Ning entry. Guan Ning bore no ill will. He found the situation somewhat amusing. In this brief moment, he had absorbed quite a bit of resentment, and it all stemmed from Li Bing, which was an unexpected boon. Chapter 25. A promised Li Bing resided in a modest courtyard, small yet exuding a sense of simplicity, clean and orderly. As a fifth-rank official, this dwelling was indeed modest. Yet, given the preciousness of space in the inner city, it was still commendable. Li Bing remained silent, harboring his frustrations. Hu Shi led Guan Ning and Jin Yu into a room, seated them, and promptly prepared hot tea. Drink this. It will help dispel the effects of the wine. Hu Shi urged Li Bing. What a virtuous wife she was. The household was humble and could not compare to the grandeur of the royal palace. And she hoped the prince would be understanding. Not at all, Guan Ning replied, surprising Hu Shi with his demeanor. He did not resemble the debauched scion that rumors suggested, but appeared quite amiable. Engage the prince in earnest conversation. If you speak carelessly, do not blame others for it, Hu Shi advised before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Clearly, she understood that Guan Ning's visit at this time must pertain to urgent matters. What business does the prince have? Li Bing knew he could not evade the inquiry and coldly asked. Actually, I have come to seek assistance from Lord Li. Guan Ning stated directly, avoiding any circumlocution. Seeking my help? How novel. Li Bing shook his head. Thanks to your influence, I have now been demoted to a warehouse manager. I fear I am of no service to you. This remark was laced with sarcasm, and Guan Ning was not oblivious to it. Perhaps this is for the best. He replied, what do you mean? Li Bing's tone was laden with bitterness. Such a situation is indeed fortunate, considering the current state of disarray within the Ministry of War. Li Bing scoffed. You are but a frivolous young noble. What authority do you possess to make such judgments? He understood the implications behind Guan Ning's words. The Ministry of Personnel is under the control of the Shui faction, which is synonymous with the. Recently, the capital has been engulfed in turmoil. Although you have been demoted, your rank remains intact. Would you care to consider a change of location? Guan Ning began. The deputy director of the assessment department, Yu Huawen, has been implicated in allegations of dereliction of duty and bribery. This position is currently vacant. Would you be interested in it? Upon hearing this, Li Bing's drunkenness dissipated somewhat, bringing him closer to sobriety. He had heard of this matter, and it had been the talk of the court in recent days. He scoffed. You jest, young Master Guan. Is this a position one can simply desire and acquire? The Ministry of Personnel is the foremost among the 6 ministries of the court, overseeing the appointment, evaluation, promotion, and transfer of officials across the nation. Encompassing the 4 departments of civil selection, seal verification, merit review, and assessment. The head of the ministry is the Minister of Personnel, who is granted the title of Grand Scholar, belonging to the inner cabinet. It is not a trivial matter. Even the same rank of deputy director can vary greatly among different departments. As Guan Ning mentioned, the assessment department is responsible for evaluations, court examinations, and major assessments, effectively serving as the true power hub. Very well, As long as you agree to assist me, I shall arrange for you to join the assessment department. Guan Ning discerned a flicker of interest in Li Bing's demeanor. Are you serious? Li Bing questioned, filled with skepticism at Guan Ning's earnest expression. Of course, Guan Ning replied. We may be strangers, yet as your wife mentioned, it was your verbal slip that set the stage, and I merely took advantage of the situation. The public believes us to be good partners. Good partners? Li Bing was rendered speechless once more. You dare to utter such words? Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced. The assessment department was a coveted position, and many would vie fiercely for entry. Guan Ning, aware of Li Bing's thoughts, spoke. Though the Northern King's residence may be in decline, we still possess certain connections, do we not? Let us not forget. The court is not solely comprised of the Shui faction, but also the Mei faction. Li Bing was momentarily taken aback, just from that statement. He realized that this young master was far from the frivolous persona he projected. The Mei faction is a group of court officials who oppose the radical and domineering nature of the Shui faction, embodying a more conservative and rational stance in their opposition. The two factions are at odds with each other. During the recent morning court debates, numerous Mei faction officials had advocated for the Northern King's residence. Li Bing recognized that Guan Ning spoke the truth. Despite the Northern King's residence being in decline, it had retained some connections over time. At this juncture, Li Bing found himself increasingly inclined to believe. What exactly do you wish for my assistance with? Li Bing inquired earnestly. The magnitude of Guan Ning's proposition suggested that it was of great importance. This task is rather minor, yet it hinges on confidentiality, Guan Ning replied candidly. The matter he was investigating was of significant consequence, and it could potentially involve numerous entanglements. Thus, it necessitated utmost caution, with no room for error. Should it be discovered, it could thrust him into a perilous situation, especially since he sought to uncover the identities of those who sought to take his life. His promise to Li Bing stemmed from this very reason. He aimed to enlist Li Bing's support, as his own resources were regrettably scant. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Guan Ning spoke, assuring, I guarantee that this matter will have no impact on you, nor will it pose any danger, provided you maintain confidentiality. If you remain apprehensive, we may discuss it further once you enter the examination office. Observing Li Bing's contemplative demeanor, Guan Ning continued. We find ourselves in similar circumstances, both cast aside and forgotten. Frankly speaking, do you truly believe that I, this fallen heir, will remain in such a state indefinitely? These words left Li Bing momentarily stunned, as if he were encountering Guan Ning for the first time. In truth, he was not the wastrel one might assume. Reflecting on his uproar at the Dang residence, it was evident he possessed considerable intellect. The succession of clever wordplay he employed was not the work of an ordinary mind. He had suffered greatly from it, leaving him with lingering shadows of doubt. At last, the resentment began to dissipate. Guan Ning mused that this indicated Li Bing was weighing the feasibility of their situation. The ability to sense resentment while simultaneously discerning psychological shifts, at least knowing whether they were favorable or adverse, was indeed a remarkable skill. Very well, Li Bing eventually remarked. Should I gain entry to the examination office, I shall do my utmost to assist you. If not, let us consider this meeting a mere encounter. He refrained from specifying a timeline, as the position of the examination office's assistant could not remain vacant for long, within 3 to 5 days. The outcome would soon be revealed. He was a man of intellect. Guan Ning sighed, realizing he had not misjudged him. Then await good news, he stated, rising to depart. You may keep the gift, he added. Li Bing remained hesitant. Is it not unseemly for me to reclaim a gift given? Guan Ning did not glance back. As Li Bing unwrapped the gift, he discovered an array of exquisite candies, each favored by children. He had a daughter, whom he adored. This young heir was indeed remarkable. Li Bing pondered, his gaze reflecting complexity. Why did you extend such a promise to Li Bing? Jin Yu inquired upon exiting. That is the position of the examination office's assistant, not a trivial role. Guan Ning replied, if I recall correctly, Minister Lu Zhaoling and my father share some acquaintances. Do they not? Chapter 26. A daunting task, is this your intention? Jin Yu asked. Minister Lu, as the head of the Ministry of Personnel, could effortlessly arrange for an assistant at the examination office. It's merely a matter of words. However, this requires the currency of personal favors, which are diminishing in value. Currently, the court's pressure on the Wang residence is intensifying. As a minister of the cabinet, Minister Lu wields significant power. It would be wiser to expend such favors in advocacy for our Wang residence rather than merely securing an assistant. It is a waste, and not worth it. Guan Ning shook his head. During the morning court session, Minister Lu advocated for the Wang residence. His actions may not solely stem from his past ties with my father, but rather a desire to counter the growing strength of the Shui faction, which has become an unstoppable force. Why? Guan Ning continued. Because the political inclinations of the Shui faction align with the will of Emperor Longjing. He must ensure their dominance to implement his plans for reducing the feudal lord's power. Therefore, in this matter, Minister Lu will be of no assistance, and he would not dare challenge authority for such a cause. Ultimately, we possess too few political resources. Jin Yu appeared deep in thought. Primarily, the prince holds this in disdain. There exists disdain, as well as reluctance. The father harbors an aversion to inciting suspicion from Emperor Longjing. Logically, with the power of the King of the North and his hereditary title, he could easily rally a formidable faction, commanding widespread support. However, the reality is starkly different. In the eyes of the public, King Guan Zhongshan is perceived as an eccentric. Anyone who extends a hand of allegiance or offers an olive branch is met with rejection. He is a lone wolf, a cold-faced sovereign, often offending others by openly berating those he finds displeasing, regardless of time or place, leaving them in awkward positions. People often remark that Guan Zhongshan possesses courage in abundance but lacks wisdom, particularly in political matters. Yet, is this truly the case? Guan Ning understands that all of this is a deliberate act. As the hereditary king of the north, commanding an army of 300,000, he wields immense power. Should he engage in factionalism for personal gain, how could the emperor maintain stability? This is his way of conveying to Emperor Longjing that he harbors no treachery, only loyalty. Now, with the royal house in decline and facing relentless oppression, the shortcomings of lacking adequate resources have become apparent. Thus, he must start anew. With a flash of insight, Guan Ning spoke. Therefore, we must cultivate our own political influence and establish a completely new network that can truly serve our interests. So, you have chosen Li Bing? Jin Yu inquired. Is he capable? Indeed. Guan Ning replied. I have reviewed Li Bing's credentials. He lacks any significant connections, yet has ascended through his own merits, which speaks volumes. He is still young, with a long road ahead. We shall take our time. There was one thing he did not articulate. He intends to rebel. The challenge is immense, requiring a gradual approach and meticulous planning. Jin Yu gazed at the young lord with a complex expression. His recent transformation had greatly impacted her. However, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Jin Yu, whether intentionally or not, remarked, Isn't the challenge what makes it worthwhile? Guan Ning smiled. Indeed. Jin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Tomorrow, we have matters to attend to, visiting Lord Lu. Guan Ning stated, I had originally planned to go to the Imperial Academy, but delays have prevented me from doing so. I must ask Steward Wu to prepare a gift. Never mind, if I were to arrive with a present, I might not even gain entry to their residence. It is better to go empty-handed. Jin Yu chuckled, realizing that the young lord was quite endearing. Yes, he is indeed charming. Upon returning home, night had fallen, and Guan Ning felt no inclination to sleep. He intended to draft a plan. Overthrowing the prosperous era to establish a new dynasty is undoubtedly an arduous task. He must formulate a coherent strategy. The current situation is evident. The King of the North's residence is under suppression, and its dissolution is merely a matter of time. Before long, he may lose even his identity as a young lord. He must start from scratch, building from nothing. This will be exceedingly challenging. However, Emperor Longjing's desire to curtail the powers of the vassals is no simple feat. Historically, this has been a persistent dilemma within the Great Kang Dynasty. Aside from the King of the North, other feudal lords exist, who, while not as powerful, still hold sway in their domains. Would they willingly accept being diminished? This presents an opportunity to exploit. The seemingly prosperous era of the Great Kang is merely superficial, concealing numerous latent dangers. Emperor Longjing, devoid of compassion and loyalty, relentlessly persecutes his devoted ministers, and it is only a matter of time before he alienates those around him. How can the winds of change be stirred by a mere heir or an ineffectual young master? It is utterly improbable. Thus, he must immerse himself in this realm of governance and politics to engage with such matters. Guan Ning pondered until the late hours of the night before finally succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found it nearly noon. This erratic schedule was indeed challenging to amend. Today, he planned to pay a visit to Minister of Personnel, Lu Xiaoling, arranging the meeting for the evening to avoid drawing attention. The primary purpose of this visit was to seek an official position for Li Bing, which he expected would encounter no significant obstacles. Lu Xiaoling was an old acquaintance of his father, Guan Zhongshan, who had introduced him to Lu 2 years prior, leaving a lasting impression. As time passed swiftly in idleness, evening soon arrived. Guan Ning, accompanied by Jinyu, proceeded to the Lu residence. The two families were not far apart. Lu Zhaoling, a high-ranking minister, resided on the same official street. The avenue was tranquil, and they walked briskly, soon reaching their destination. There stood a high-walled courtyard with a deep crimson door, firmly shut and devoid of guards. Official Street was a residence for the court's dignitaries. Ensuring safety was not a concern. Knock, knock. Guan Ning approached and rapped on the door. Shortly, it opened to reveal a face peering out, displaying evident impatience. What do you want? Do you know whose residence this is? I'm Guan Ning, the heir of the Prince of Jinbei, here to pay my respects to Lord Lu. I would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival, Guan Ning replied courteously. The heir of the Prince of Jinbei? The doorkeeper was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Guan Ning up and down before saying, "Please wait, I shall inform him." Before long, he returned, opening the door and inquiring, "Young master, did you bring any gifts?" "No." Guan Ning responded, puzzled by the question. "Please come in." The doorkeeper visibly relaxed. Is it truly necessary? Guan Ning thought, unaware that his notorious reputation had preceded him, instilling fear of a raucous scene akin to that at the Dang residence. The doorkeeper spoke no further, leading the way ahead. Have we met before? Guan Ning felt a sense of familiarity as a faint memory stirred within him. 2 years prior, when the heir accompanied the Prince of Jinbei to the residence, he had also been greeted by the same attendant. Ah, that explains it. Engaging in light conversation, they soon arrived at a room. The Lord is awaiting you inside. Please, go in. Very well. I would trouble this young lady to wait in another hall. Guan Ning understood the implication. Jinyu, being a 5th-rank martial artist, could not be allowed to approach Lu Zhaoling casually. Please wait here. Guan Ning nodded to Jinyu and stepped inside. Chapter 27. A visit. The hall was modest in size, yet elegantly adorned with antiquities. Directly opposite was a screen depicting a scene of plum blossoms amidst a snow-laden landscape. Thick snow blanketed the branches of the plum tree, yet they stood resolute and unbending, an overwhelming sense of tenacity emanating from the artwork. This was no ordinary stone carving or mere painting. Guan Ning was certain of it. Before the screen stood 2 imposing armchairs, equally substantial and dignified. To the left sat an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard tinged with gray yet meticulously groomed, without a strand out of place. His face, somewhat gaunt and deeply tanned, bore a pair of bright, piercing eyes beneath subtly arched brows, revealing a vitality untouched by age. This man was Lu Zhaoling, the esteemed Minister of Personnel, the highest official among the 6 ministries of the current dynasty, who had also been elevated to the rank of a cabinet minister. Despite his seated posture, an unmistakable aura of authority emanated from him. In the hall, he was not alone. Beside him was a middle-aged gentleman with a slightly pallid complexion, dressed in exquisite attire that exuded an air of wealth. This was Lu Zhaoling's eldest son, Lu Hong. Unlike his father, Lu Hong had chosen the path of commerce rather than the bureaucratic realm, achieving considerable acclaim in the capital. Several younger individuals, likely scions of the Lu family, were also present. Among them, a strikingly beautiful young girl drew attention. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding an enchanting charm. Clad in a fitted white gown that accentuated her budding figure, she was indeed a vision of beauty. At that moment, she regarded Guan Ning with wide, curious eyes. Her name was Lu Yunyun, the cherished granddaughter of Lu Zhaoling. As Guan Ning approached, all eyes turned toward him, some filled with curiosity, others with disdain, and a few with mockery. Surprised by the number of onlookers, Guan Ning had initially assumed he would encounter only Lu Zhaoling. Nevertheless, he did not falter and stepped forward to Greetings, Lord Lu. Regardless of the circumstances, one must uphold the necessary decorum. Ah, this extravagant young master has learned some manners. How rare, came a sharp voice immediately after Guan Ning's greeting. The speaker was a young man, seemingly of the same age as Guan Ning. Silence. Lu Hong admonished sharply, then continued, Nephew, do not stoop to his level. No, Guan Ning replied, shaking his head dismissively, not even glancing in the young man's direction. The young man, Lu Junyan, was Lu Heng's son, another member of the affluent youth of the capital, known for his arrogance due to his illustrious lineage. Guan Ning had encountered him a few times during his previous visits to the capital, and Lu Junyan's disdain for him was palpable, stemming from their past encounters. Such memories were trivial to Guan Ning now. His current mindset rendered them insignificant, mere remnants of a bygone rivalry devoid of meaning. What brings you here? Lu Zhaoling inquired, his expression solemn, creating an imposing sense of distance. One could understand this demeanor. as the Minister of Personnel responsible for the appointment of officials nationwide. Such an heir was only natural. Guan Ning, unperturbed, replied, "I have come to seek your assistance, Lord Lu." "Seek assistance?" Lu Junyan laughed mockingly. "You, Guan Ning, have a day where you require help from others?" Several others in the room echoed similar sentiments of disdain. However, Lu Hong and a few others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. In these tumultuous times, with the court's intricate dynamics and the recent decree to rotate the Northern Frontier Army, an imperial command that could not be altered, the specifics of their reassignment remained undecided. It was said that the cabinet would deliberate and then announce, with Lu Xiaoling serving as a cabinet minister possessing the authority to speak on behalf of others. Although it was described as a rotation, the specifics of this rotation remained ambiguous. What if it were a trap? Some felt a sense of comfort, for after the incident, the heir had not made an appearance nor uttered a word. Being a descendant of a noble lineage, one should exhibit humility and courtesy, leveraging public opinion to gain something. Yet, nothing was achieved, as if the matter held no connection to him. Was this not foolishness? A spoiled scion, utterly unworthy of support. At long last, he was contemplating stepping out to engage with others. This could be regarded as a form of progress. The Northern Guardian, Guan Zhongshan, was a man of martial prowess, asserting that he shared little in common with the civil officials. Within the capital, he had few acquaintances, Lu Xiaoling being one of them. Lu Xiaoling had a profound affection for plum blossoms, to the extent of adoration, such as the nature of cultured individuals, who often seek symbols to elevate their own status. The court contained numerous officials of this sort, who fancied themselves as akin to plums, possessing their qualities and virtues. This group was privately referred to as the Plum Faction, with Lu Xiaoling as its leader, known for his unwavering integrity, even daring to offer candid counsel to the sovereign. As a result, he earned the admiration of Guan Zhongshan, fostering a cordial relationship between their families. While some younger individuals harbored disdain for Guan Ning, the elders remained respectful towards old friends, particularly given the Guan family's recent decline, which was indeed lamentable. They naturally hoped for Guan Ning's success. Yet, certain matters lay beyond their control, and the current state of the court was unmistakable, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoling inquired. Guan Ning replied, "Surely you have heard of my visit to the Deng residence." Lu Xiaoling nodded in acknowledgement. This incident had stirred considerable turmoil in the capital, involving two prominent officials, making it difficult for anyone to remain unaware. "You do not intend to seek my grandfather's assistance regarding Lord Deng, do you?" Lu Junyan interjected, stating, "It was a moment of impetuosity. Now it is too late." Others nodded in agreement. The uproar at the Deng residence had been dubbed the spark igniting the Northern Guardian's household. Guan Ning, however, understood that regardless of that incident, circumstances would have unfolded as they were meant to. If the matter at hand were indeed that, I fear I would be powerless to assist. "You have misunderstood, my lord. I am not here about that issue," Guan Ning clarified. "On that day, an innocent individual became embroiled due to my involvement. He is Li Bing, the former deputy director of the military department's arsenal division, who was subsequently demoted to a warehouse supervisor. Many have heard of this matter, and I feel some guilt over it. Recently, there has been a vacancy in the Ministry of Personnel due to an official's misconduct, coincidentally matching Li Bing's rank. Might I request that you arrange for him to be transferred?" Guan Ning concluded, gazing at Lu Xiaoling. "Is this the issue at hand?" Lu Xiaoling furrowed his brow. The others were equally astonished, having anticipated Guan Ning's request to be of greater import, only to discover it concerned this matter. A transfer of a fifth-rank official was a challenging endeavor for most, yet for Lu Xiaoling, it was exceedingly simple, almost trivial. "You seek not for your own affairs, but rather for the personnel of another, driven by a sense of guilt." This left the assembly somewhat disheartened. As Jinyu aptly stated, the bonds of human affection inevitably reach their limits, and to engage in such trivial matters is indeed somewhat unworthy. Moreover, they believe that at this juncture, Guan Ning is still not considering his own situation. Is it merely this matter? Lu Xiaoling inquired once more. Chapter 28. Ode to the Plum Blossom indeed, Guan Ning replied. This is a standard transfer of position. It does not contravene the regulations governing official appointments. I trust that Lord Lu would not impose undue difficulty. Disappointment was clearly etched in Lu Xiaoling's eyes. The northern king, Guan Zhongshan, was a paragon of his generation. How could his son be so inept? Even at this critical moment, he displayed not a hint of urgency, but rather made such requests, which was truly astonishing. Little did he know, Guan Ning had contemplated much already. What could he possibly ask for? Could you speak on my behalf, urging His Majesty to cease his suppression? Such a notion was utterly implausible. It would be far more prudent to engage in meaningful endeavors. Strengthening oneself was of utmost importance. He needed to cultivate his own network of relationships, developing gradually. I can assist you, but under one condition. Speak, Guan Ning replied. Lu Xiaoling stated. You must compose a poem in praise of the plum blossom, be it 5 or 7 characters per line, with no additional stipulations. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. Should you fail, you may return. His tone was somewhat cold, reflecting his disappointment in Guan Ning. This, too, could be considered a form of assessment. As the leader of the plum faction, Lu Xiaoling held a profound affection for the plum blossom and, naturally, for poems that extolled its virtues. An ode to the plum blossom? Lu Hang and the others exchanged glances. Was this not a deliberate challenge? Who was unaware of the fact that this heir was lacking in both literary and martial prowess, rendering him incapable of producing such a work. Furthermore, they were all acutely aware of Lu Xiaoling's lofty expectations regarding these poems. Haha, Lu Junyan chuckled. While Guan Shixi may be adept at physical confrontation, to expect him to compose poetry is truly asking too much. However, regarding this condition, Guan Ning disregarded the opinions of others and inquired. You find it simple? Lu Xiaoling's tone dripped with disdain, revealing his growing disappointment in Guan Ning. Indeed, Guan Ning had anticipated being put to the test. Times had changed. And who would willingly assist a downtrodden heir without cause? Yes, merely this condition, Lu Xiaoling reiterated. I grant you a quarter of an hour. If that is the case, a quarter of an hour is unnecessary. Guan Ning responded with ease. There were countless odes to the plum blossom. He could effortlessly recite several. What audacity! Lu Junyan scoffed. One must not speak too confidently. Poetry should not be composed carelessly. Lu Xiaoling's demeanor grew even colder, his disappointment in Guan Ning intensifying. How could he utter such brash words? In the corner, several branches of plum blossom, blooming alone in the cold. I know from afar that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance wafting near. Guan Ning recited without hesitation. Lu Xiaoling, who had been poised to say something further, suddenly froze. And the others were momentarily taken aback. Recite it again, but more slowly, Lu Hang instructed. Had he recited too quickly? The poem was simply too familiar. In his previous life, any child could recite it effortlessly. Guan Ning recited it once more, this time at a slower pace, ensuring that all could hear clearly. I know from afar that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance wafting near. Lu Xiaoling murmured softly, repeating the lines over and over. Many others were similarly entranced. Under the influence of Lu Xiaoling, the entire Lu family held a particular fondness for the plum blossom. When mentioning the plum, one cannot overlook the accompanying poetry dedicated to it. Such exquisite verses. Lu Xiaoling's eyes sparkled, and he gripped the armrest tightly, revealing his excitement. He remarked, the poem's language is simple and unadorned, yet it possesses profound depth that invites contemplation. The plum blossom, growing in a corner, unassuming and often overlooked, reflects its harsh environment, yet remains steadfast in its beliefs. In a moment of realization, Lu Xiaoling paused, gazing at Guan Ning. Was this not a reflection of his own circumstances? With the northern prince's residence facing suppression and falling into disarray, was it not a harsh environment? The solitary bloom of the plum, standing resilient against the cold, boldly defies the crowd, embodying strength of character and an unwavering spirit amidst adversity. The latter lines of the poem are the piece de resistance. Only the subtle fragrance arrives, personifying the plum blossom's essence. What a splendid poem, what splendid lines! Vividly highlighting the plum's noble qualities. The crowd engaged in animated discussion, a stark contrast to the previously stifled atmosphere. Is this truly so? Guan Ning found himself astonished, only to be further bewildered. This poem, renowned in his previous life, was indeed a classic ode to the plum by Wang Angshi. At that moment, Guan Ning sensed a wave of resentment. Did you compose this? He inquired. Surely, it could not have been plagiarized from elsewhere? Lu Junyan wore a face of skepticism. This remark brought others back to their thoughts. Indeed, such an exquisite poem about the plum could not have been crafted by an ordinary individual. Henceforth, a new chapter would be added to the anthology of plum poetry, a cause for great celebration. Could this truly be the work of a debauched young lord? They remained unconvinced, as Guan Shixi had never previously been associated with literary fame. However, he had been known to frequent brothels and had penned a few poems about beauty. Yet, this was an ode to the plum, entirely distinct. Of course, I composed it, Guan Ning asserted, his demeanor calm and unflustered. For this was merely the customary conduct of a time traveler. Nonsense, retorted Lu Junyan, unconvinced. If you truly wrote this, I shall consume an entire box of ink. It was implausible for a libertine to suddenly possess poetic talent. How can you prove that this is not my work? Guan Ning countered. Had you ever heard this poem before? Lu Junyan fell silent, for indeed, he had not. Guan Ning argued persuasively, noting Lu Xiaoling's evident fondness for plum poetry, which presented an opportunity to forge connections. Lu Xiaoling was a high-ranking official, a significant ally not to be overlooked. But how can you demonstrate that this is your creation? Lu Junyan retorted. How do you prove that your father is your father? Guan Ning blurted out. Lu Junyan momentarily faltered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Simultaneously, Guan Ning felt the underlying tension dissipate. How delightful. Are you not being unreasonable? Lu Junyan queried. You are aware this is unreasonable? Guan Ning pressed. Lu Junyan was at a loss for words, exclaiming in frustration, I cannot best you an argument. Nevertheless, this poem is not your creation. Yet, proving authorship was indeed simple. At that moment, a feminine voice interjected. It was Lu Xiaoling's granddaughter, Lu Yuyuan. Oh, what can Yuan do? Lu Hang asked with a smile, revealing his evident affection for Lu Yuan. A glint of mischief sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes as she replied, perhaps another poem can be composed. A work of such excellence is certainly not commonplace. Even if one sought assistance, it would not be an easy task. Indeed, Yuan is quite clever, Lu Xiaoling remarked nonchalantly. Guan Ning, why don't you compose another piece? Poetry is commendable, but one should not borrow the verses of others to elevate one's own reputation. Clearly, Lu Xiaoling harbored some doubts. Do you all disbelieve? Silence ensued, conveying their stance. I believe, Lu Yuan interjected. However, my belief counts for little. You must convince grandfather. This little girl is quite impressive. Nevertheless, the attitudes of the others incited his irritation. They were forcing him to confront them. Chapter 29, Is it enough? In the icy woods, I stand. Distinct from the mingling blossoms of peach and plum, suddenly, one night, a fragrance emerges, dispersing into a spring that stretches across the vast heavens. Guan Ning's voice resonated clearly, brimming with confidence. Lu Xiaoling was once again stirred. The poem made no mention of the word plum, yet it immediately conveyed the essence of plum blossoms. The phrase mingling with the dust suggests a fusion of fragrance and filth, signifying a loss of purity. In contrast, the plum flower stands apart from the mundane. Hence, the term fragrance can solely be attributed to it, leaving the peach and plum with no claim. Splendid. It unquestionably merits the title of a masterwork on plum blossoms. The others could hardly contain their joy, their excitement palpable. However, Lu Junyan was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly create such verses? Such poetry on plum blossoms had never been heard in the capital. Even if there were a master, why would they divulge their talent to Guan Ning instead of claiming their own literary fame? Many relish the beauty of plum blossoms, and even more appreciate poetry. The Imperial Academy boasts a poetry pavilion. If this were to spread, it could greatly enhance one's reputation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet Guan Ning paid no heed to the gazes of others and continued. A tree of cold plums with white jade branches, standing beside the village path by the creek bridge. Unaware that the flowers bloomed first near the water, one may suspect they linger even as winter snow has not yet melted. Another poem. Lu Xiaoling found himself momentarily dazed. They had barely finished appreciating the last piece when another classic emerged. In that moment, he cast aside his esteemed status, becoming merely a poetry enthusiast enchanted by the plum blossoms. Record it. Record it. Make sure to note those previous two as well, he hastily urged. Amidst the flurry of preparation, Guan Ning spoke once more. 7 new plum trees by the pond. I shall check on them when the flowers bloom. Fear not the jealousy of the peach and plum, for this year, I shall present them to the governor. Another poem? This year, I shall present them to the governor. What a splendid line. At that moment, even Lu Xiaoling, the dignified minister of personnel, lost his composure. Humph, Guan Ning scoffed. With that expression, you cannot possibly wish to compose more, can you? The group stood in a stupor, rendered numb. Could it be that this extravagant young lord possessed an extraordinary gift for poetry? Lu Yuan, too, was filled with astonishment. She had merely suggested he compose one. Yet he had produced 3 additional pieces, totaling 4. As they pondered, Guan Ning spoke yet again. Beside the broken bridge outside the post station, the lonely blossoms bloom unbidden. It is already dusk, and I find myself sorrowful in solitude, further accompanied by the wind and rain. Unwittingly, I do not strive for spring. I allow the myriad flowers to envy me. Withering into dust and soil, only the fragrance remains unchanged. Is this a poem? Indeed. It is a verse celebrating the plum blossoms. Unwittingly, I do not contend for spring. I let the multitude of blossoms harbor jealousy, yet my fragrance endures. This is simply spine-tingling. A classic, undoubtedly the foremost poem in praise of the plum. The crowd is engrossed, nodding in rhythm, unable to extricate themselves. Is that enough? At this moment, Guan Ning speaks calmly, pulling others back to reality. Enough, enough. Lu Junyan murmurs, his gaze vacant. Each line is exquisite. And among them are not a few immortal couplets. Moreover, when Guan Ning recited, he was filled with unparalleled confidence, showing no hesitation, his demeanor composed. Only by crafting such works could one achieve this. Furthermore, to compose 5 exquisite poems on the plum is a feat rare to find in this capital. Even the so-called sage of poetry, Du Xiaozai, would likely falter. Lu Xiaoling opened his mouth, wishing to say something, yet he did not know where to begin. The impact of today has been quite profound. These 4 poems and 1 song would keep their plum society engaged in appreciation for many days. At this moment, when they looked at Guan Ning again, their expressions had changed. Guan Gu is truly remarkable. Lu Yunyun exclaimed in admiration, her eyes brimming with adoration. She has gained a little admirer. Guan Ning winked at Lu Yunyun, causing the young girl to shyly lower her head. However, at this moment, Guan Ning's presence was indeed formidable. I initially had no intention of showing off, but you all compelled me. Thus, I shall not hold back. Since I must display my talent, I shall do so thoroughly. I wonder, what are the titles of these 4 poems and 1 song? Lu Heng inquired curiously. Breaking the awkward atmosphere. Of course, it is they who feel embarrassed. Having originally doubted Guan Ning, their faces now flush with color. Although they do not understand the circumstances. The fact remains that he has produced these works, which is indisputable. Lu Xiaoling also wore an expression of interest. Under the gaze of many, Guan Ning calmly stated, Guan Ning's 5 poems on plum blossoms. Such is the title. He boldly named the 5 works after himself, indeed lacking in modesty. However, viewed from another perspective, this also reflects confidence. This is his inaugural work. It is easy to imagine that once it spreads, it will significantly enhance his literary reputation. As they are all fine pieces. Can a dandy heir become a great poet? Who would believe it? Yet the reality stands before them. Excellent poems, indeed. Lu Heng could only marvel, uncertain of what else to say. Nephew, do sit. Why do you remain standing? Lu Heng hastily interjected. After composing 5 poems, the way others regarded Guan Ning had clearly changed. Yet there were no seats available. Lu Heng, looking at the now dumbfounded Lu Junyan, felt an anger rising within him and directly said, how can you still sit there? Go aside. Though they are all dandies, Guan Ning, the heir, can write poetry. What can you do? Lu Junyan stood up, feeling wronged, and at the same time, Guan Ning sensed the resentment. There is no need to sit. Lu Daren proposed the condition of composing a poem to assist. Now I have written 5. What assistance is needed? The topic returned to its focus. Lu Xiaoling countered. Why are you so unreservedly assisting Li Bing? Is it merely out of a sense of obligation? At this moment, his thoughts had transformed. To compose 5 classic poems is a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Could it merely be a matter of conscience for him? How could that be conceivable? Perhaps he harbored deeper intentions. This young man was not so simple as to merely express such sentiments. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Lu Xiaoling spoke. I shall take on this matter. There is no doubt regarding Li Bing's rank, so it is naturally without issue. Thank you, my lord. Guan Ning understood that with these words, the matter was as good as settled. Coincidentally, the head of the examination office was advanced in years and nearing retirement. Lu Xiaoling continued. Let Li Bing serve as the head of the examination office. Having received 4 poems and a verse today, he felt quite pleased, thus allowing matters to flow smoothly. Li Bing, originally of the 5th rank, transitioning to the regular 5th rank was a normal advancement in official status. And there was nothing amiss with that. To appoint him as the head of the examination office, Guan Ning was astonished. Although it was merely a half-grade elevation, the nature of the position was entirely different. This was a chief official, and the examination office was responsible for assessing officials, wielding considerable authority. Having fulfilled his promise to Li Bing and exceeded expectations, Li Bing would undoubtedly be steadfastly loyal to him. This was unlike Lu Xiaoling. It was entirely his own political capital available for his use, and he would wholeheartedly assist in seeking the culprit. An unexpected joy. Thank you, Lord Lu. No need for thanks, Lu Xiaoling replied with curiosity. I wonder when you became proficient in poetry? Chapter 30. The Honesty of Young Master Guan upon Lu Xiaoling's inquiry. All eyes in the room turned towards Guan Ning, reflecting their collective curiosity. Composing 4 poems and a verse was indeed a remarkable achievement, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the capital. However, to assert that these were composed by young Master Guan raised questions. Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback, then replied naturally, I have long dabbled in poetry, but today, compelled by circumstances and inspired by the painting of snow-covered plum blossoms on the screen, my thoughts flowed like a spring. This explanation was plausible enough. Young Master Guan indeed had some experience in poetry, albeit mostly in brothels and flower houses. Furthermore, the act of composing poetry certainly benefits from an inspiring environment. In such a setting, under scrutiny, a surge of inspiration was conceivable. It was the only explanation available, though it did feel somewhat forced. Nevertheless, it was hard to shake the feeling of disbelief. A once frivolous young master suddenly transformed into a great poet was indeed remarkable. To avoid further inquiries that might reveal inconsistencies, Guan Ning decided to take his leave. It is late. It would be improper to linger. I shall take my leave now. If only you could stay a while longer. There are still aspects of those poems that remain unclear. Lu Hang, although engaged in commerce, shared his father's passion for poetry and plum blossoms. However, Guan Ning insisted on departing, and Lu Hang personally saw him off. It seemed that with these poems, he had garnered a favorable impression, earning their respect. How did it go? Jin Yu inquired on the way back. It was successful. Guan Ning did not elaborate further and returned to his residence. The night passed without incident. The following day, Li Bing arrived at the Ministry of War as usual. The ministry, located in the eastern part of the imperial city, encompassed a vast courtyard, housing various departments and offices. However, Li Bing has already strayed from the center. And along this path, he has encountered indifference, with others avoiding him as if he were a plague, whispering incessantly with mockery. The warmth and coldness of human sentiments are indeed evident. He has offended the left assistant minister and insulted the grand secretary, who would dare to approach him. After days of this treatment, Li Bing has somewhat acclimated, yet the sensation of being ostracized remains profoundly discomforting. He contemplated resigning, believing that with no promising future ahead, persisting in this environment would only lead to his demise. Nonetheless, a conversation with the son of the Guan family a few days prior sparked a flicker of hope within him. Since this path has proven impassable, perhaps it is wiser to seek an alternative. But such a change is fraught with challenges. Can a frivolous heir possess such influence? Oh, isn't that lordly? Just then, an exaggerated voice pierced the air. A figure emerged ahead, blocking Li Bing's way. This man, nearing 40, was of stout build and modest height. Li Bing felt a surge of annoyance. The individual was named Shi Hongfu, an assistant minister in the Bureau of Clean Officials. Each bureau had 1 regular 5th-rank official and 2 assistant 5th-rank officials, and he was one of the latter. Originally, the 2 had competed for the position of the regular official, with Li Bing holding a significant advantage due to his age. However, now that he had been demoted, he found himself in an irreparable position within the Ministry of War, having lost all prospects, unless he were to be transferred elsewhere, which required connections he lacked. And who would dare risk offending the Grand Secretary of the Ministry of War for his sake? Thus, Li Bing was finished. Shi Hongfu, naturally, was reveling in his triumph. What? Off to inspect the storeroom again? To be honest, it's not a bad job, he remarked. Li Bing was well aware that Shi Hongfu waited here daily, deliberately seeking to indulge in mockery. This spectacle attracted considerable attention, with whispers circulating. Isn't he the good partner of the son of Guan? Sigh. How did such a traitor emerge from our Ministry of War? I have long suspected he was not a good man. Each word caused Li Bing's face to flush crimson. Did you not claim I was the good partner of the son of Guan? Indeed, I am. After enduring taunts for several days, Li Bing could no longer contain himself. Recalling the promises made by Guan Ning, he exclaimed, Do not let a petty person revel in their success. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Haha. Shi Hongfu laughed derisively. Do you think you can rise again? Surely, you must be dreaming. Who would dare offend Lord Dang or the Grand Secretary? The son of Guan dares. He continued, in this Ministry of War courtyard, with 1 son of Guan on the left and another on the right. I believe you no longer wish to remain as the storeroom manager. Humph, who fears whom? Li Bing too embraced his rebellious spirit. What are you all shouting about? An aged voice interjected as an elderly gentleman in official robes approached. Lord Wan. We pay our respects to Lord Wan, the crowd hurriedly greeted. This was Wang Jingye. the head official of the Bureau of Clean Officials. He was nearing retirement and had held the position for a considerable time, possessing significant influence over the successor, Lord Guan. This Li Bing has just spoken arrogantly, fiercely defending the son of Guan. In my view, he is a detrimental element within our bureau and should be dismissed to prevent us from being implicated. Shi Hongfu approached, ready to articulate his thoughts. He seemed intent on shattering Li Bing's prospects. However, Wang Jingye paid him no heed and instead approached Li Bing directly. My dear Li, congratulations. Congratulations? What do you mean? The circumstances left many bewildered, including Li Bing himself, who found it perplexing that he, an underling of Guan, was now being addressed with such deference. In the realm of politics, such titles are reserved for peers or superiors. Could it be? The thought sent Li Bing's pulse racing. Shi Hongfu, puzzled, inquired Guan. What is this? He sensed that one was not jesting. Shi Hongfu, you ought to cultivate a closer rapport with Li Bing, at the very least to avoid discord. Wang Jingye asserted with gravity. Closer rapport? Are you jesting, Guan? Shi Hongfu retorted. He is merely. Wang Jingye shook his head and interjected. Li Bing will indeed not serve in the Ministry of War any longer. Is that true? It was about time. Shi Hongfu laughed heartily. Li Bing has colluded with the son of the Duke Guan, and yet, however, he is to be reassigned to the Ministry of Personnel. I just received the official document indicating that Li Bing will assume the position of the Director of the Examination Department. What? Shi Hongfu's words faltered, as though he had been choked. The Director of the Examination Department? Impossible. This cannot be true. Are you certain? Even Li Bing was astonished. Wasn't he supposed to be a minor official? How had he risen to such a rank? This is the official document. You are to report to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow, Wang Jingye said, handing Li Bing the document. Li Bing hurriedly examined it. The black ink on white paper bore the official seal. This is real. The son of the Duke Guan is indeed formidable. What a delightful surprise. The position of Director of the Examination Department holds immense power. The son of the Duke Guan does not deceive me. Li Bing's heart exulted. Meanwhile, Shi Hongfu's expression was one of sheer disbelief. How could this be possible? No wonder one spoke so confidently. The examination department is responsible for evaluating political performance. No one in the bureaucracy can escape its scrutiny. If one were to falter, aspirations of promotion would be mere dreams. Chapter 31. The Thousand-Leaf Blade. The news of Li Bing's promotion to Director of the Examination Department spread like wildfire, shocking all who heard. Everyone was aware of Li Bing's actions and the enmities he had incurred. It was a consensus that his prospects in the Ministry of War were bleak. Yet, a dramatic reversal had occurred. Not only did he avoid demotion, but he rose in rank. The authority of the Director of the Examination Department is substantial, and many officials must navigate this very path for their promotions. Those who had previously mocked Li Bing now felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late. The implications of this revelation were even more significant. It indicated that Li Bing possessed formidable backing, powerful connections. After all, he would dare to offend the Minister of War and force a reassignment. Yet, none could have guessed that the puppeteer behind the scenes was Guan Ning. Why then? Was Li Bing reassigned to the Ministry of Personnel? At that very moment, Deng Qiu arrived at Su Jingying's quarters, inquiring with confusion. As the Deputy Minister of War, he was equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Su Jingying spoke calmly. It was Lu Xiaoling who sent someone to find me. A dignified minister of the Ministry of Personnel, a cabinet minister, has come to seek my assistance over the transfer of a mere fifth-rank official. How could I refuse? Lord Lu himself sought you? Deng Qiu inquired, his confusion deepening. Is there such a connection with Li Bing? That remains uncertain. Su Jingying shook his head. One Li Bing is of little consequence, yet this situation has caused us some embarrassment. That Li Bing, in a fit of despair, brazenly proclaims the faults of the heir apparent without concern. Such an attitude startled Deng Qiu, prompting him to wonder aloud. Could it be that the transfer has yielded results? Previously, the court had decided to relocate the northern garrison under the pretext of military rotation, yet the destination remained undetermined, stirring considerable attention. It has been finalized, Su Jingying announced. It will be in Longzhou. Longzhou? Deng Qiu mused for a moment before adding with a knowing tone. If I recall correctly, the governor of Longzhou is a protege of Lord Shui, is he not? Moreover, Longzhou is notorious for its banditry. The first army of Dakin's expedition to suppress the bandits has not tarnished its reputation, which will silence many critics. Your mind works remarkably fast, Su Jingying remarked. Unable to suppress his admiration, Deng Qiu's analytical prowess and quick reflexes were indeed exceptional, a rare quality in the bureaucratic realm. Thank you for your praise, Lord Su. Deng Qiu replied with an air of humility. Very well, hasten to your duties and formulate a plan for the relocation of the northern garrison. That is of utmost importance. As for Li Bing and his ilk, they are inconsequential, Su Zhengying instructed. Understood. Deng Qiu acknowledged respectfully, bowing as he exited the office, his demeanor notably cautious and humble. In truth, he need not be so deferential. Deng Qiu enjoyed the emperor's favor and had a promising future in the court. Yet he remained devoid of arrogance, a disposition that pleased Su Zhengying. Had he been prideful, he would likely not have fared well. This, indeed, is the path of the astute official. As Su Zhengying contemplated, Deng Qiu's expression transformed upon leaving, his humility vanishing, replaced by a cold demeanor, as if he were a different person entirely. Longzhou? Deng Qiu muttered, a cold smile forming within. What a fine place this is. It seems His Majesty is resolute, and that northern king. His thoughts trailed off. Deng Darren. At that moment, a respectful greeting pulled him from his reverie. A young clerk approached, his face somewhat familiar, yet unplaceable. His expression was respectful, and when he spoke, his bright smile revealed a set of pristine white teeth that naturally engendered goodwill. Deng Qiu nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly paused, his gaze catching a glimpse of an unusual pattern in the young clerk's palm. It was an eye, upright, with a pitch-black pupil that starkly contrasted against the white of the eye. This unexpected sight provoked a strange sensation within him. The young man clearly intended for Deng Qiu to see it, acting casually as if no one else would notice. Yet Deng Qiu's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to normal. Wuku's record, the young man stepped forward, a nearly imperceptible whisper reaching Deng Qiu's ears. Wuku's record? Two utterly unrelated words. Deng Qiu whispered softly, then suddenly awakened as if recalling something, though he pretended to walk forward nonchalantly. The young official had already departed, exhibiting no signs of peculiarity, as if they were strangers merely exchanging pleasantries. On that day, Deng Qiu personally visited the Armory's Bureau of Clean Officials to meet with various officials, reassuring their spirits. What further actions he undertook remained a mystery to all. Speculations ran rife among the crowd, while the protagonist of the promotion, Li Bing, had quietly made his way to the residence of the northern town prince. This promotion was a trade of promises. He was to assist the young Master Guan with a task, hence his immediate arrival to express gratitude. The past was bygone, and at least this time, the young Master Guan had demonstrated considerable sincerity. Fortune may arise from misfortune, they say, although the original path had been obstructed. A new one had emerged. Yet, this new road proved to be rather arduous. The young Master Guan was not in a favorable circumstance. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Li Bing approached the residence of the northern town prince. There, the young master lounged in a rocking chair under the sun, attended to by maidservants who fanned him with gentle breezes and offered exquisite delicacies. Indeed, as a young master, he truly knows how to indulge. Li Bing mused inwardly as he approached. I have been awaiting your arrival. You are quite prompt, Guan Ning remarked, gesturing for the maidservants to disperse as he sat up. I came immediately upon receiving the news. My sincere thanks to you, young master, Li Bing replied candidly. To be reassigned at the same level within the Ministry of War is already a blessing. To be promoted directly is an unexpected delight, is it not? Let us not rush into gratitude. I know I am to assist you, am I not? What do you say? Li Bing, curious, pondered why Guan Ning was so fervently helping him establish connections. It must be of significant importance. As long as I am able, I shall exert my utmost effort. And I assure you, I will maintain absolute confidentiality. He remembered Guan Ning's stipulations well. Good, Guan Ning replied, signaling Jin Yu to unveil a wooden box, revealing arrows within. Do you recognize this? Li Bing leaned forward, brow furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, Is this the thousand-leaf blade? The thousand-leaf blade? Guan Ning and Jin Yu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Indeed, they had not erred in their choice. This was the first time anyone had identified it and named it. Yes, this is the thousand-leaf blade, Li Bing elucidated. If you observe the barbed tips and the arrowhead, it appears to be a singular entity, yet it comprises numerous densely packed blades, resembling layers of leaves. Hence, it is called the thousand-leaf blade. This type of arrow possesses immense lethality. Once struck, survival is impossible as the wound cannot be treated. Li Bing inquired. Young Master Guan, from where did you acquire this? Why have I never heard of the thousand-leaf blade? Jin Yu, a seasoned martial artist, asked curiously. Surely outsiders would not have heard of it. Li Bing explained, This is an item exclusive to the court. Chapter 32. Analysis and Investigation. Li Bing spoke solemnly. Moreover, it is specifically designed to combat martial artists. Guan Ning nodded, acknowledging that traditional arrows bore known names, while this particular arrow had been designated as the Thousand-Leaf Blade, which spoke volumes. The martial artist possesses formidable strength, and through rigorous training, their physical prowess has significantly enhanced. When confronted by a fourth-grade bone-refining master, it becomes exceedingly challenging to penetrate their defenses. Only specialized arrows can inflict harm. This arrow serves as a testament to the malice harbored by those individuals. Guan Ning closes his eyes, vividly recalling that fateful scene. He sat motionless in the carriage, too fearful to move or reveal himself, while the clamor of clashing weapons resonated outside. Fortunately, Guan Ning had brought a formidable contingent of bodyguards, who valiantly protected him and ultimately vanquished the assassin. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, an arrow shot from the distance, piercing through the carriage and striking within. That moment marked Guan Ning's closest encounter with death. The arrow grazed his scalp before embedding itself in the carriage wall beside him. At that instant, he inadvertently scratched his ankle and lowered his head, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Truly, he was fortunate. Otherwise, he would have perished. Guan Ning pondered, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "Do you know which organization employs this Chiba blade?" Observing Guan Ning's demeanor, Li Bing could surmise the general context, but refrained from probing further. He shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Do not know? To be precise, the Chiba blade is not specifically assigned to any particular agency. Due to its unique nature, it is only allocated for special missions and is not exclusively designated for anyone's use. Upon hearing this explanation, Guan Ning grasped the situation. Could it be the supervisory military office? Jinyu queried. Not necessarily, Li Bing responded. These arrows are crafted by the Ministry of Works, with a portion stored in the military department's armory for external use, while others remain in the Ministry of Works, utilized by clandestine organizations such as the Supervisory Military Office or the Martial Arts Pavilion. The assailant wielded such arrows yet failed to eliminate the young Master Guan. You are indeed fortunate, Li Bing remarked. Generally, Chiba blades are employed by skilled archers. Do you comprehend? Guan Ning asked. Does that mean we cannot ascertain who used it? Li Bing examined the arrow closely and explained. This was issued from the military department. Oh, how can you be sure? Guan Ning inquired. Observe this. Li Bing pointed out subtle scratches on the surface of the arrow, arranged in both horizontal and vertical lines. This indicates 78. In other words, this is the 78th arrow. Li Bing elaborated. Weapons such as these are meticulously cataloged upon entering the inventory, and their issuance involves complex approval processes. Yet, why am I unaware of this? Perhaps it was handled by Shi Hongfu, he murmured. Therefore, there is a record of it? Guan Ning asked, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, Li Bing affirmed. Allow me to investigate further when I return. Can you find it? Guan Ning pressed. I should be able to. Rest assured, I have some connections within the armory, especially now that I have been reassigned as the director of the examination office. It will be no trouble. Good. Then please provide me with a prompt response. Understood. It is imperative to maintain confidentiality and exercise caution, Guan Ning advised. I comprehend, Li Bing replied solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation involving the Chiba blade. Even if we cannot uncover the truth, do not expose anything, understood? Guan Ning always felt that this matter was not so straightforward. Could it be so easily uncovered? He harbored deep doubts. Li Bing refrained from elaborating further and departed, stating he would investigate. Guan Ning appreciated this attitude. He had indeed not misjudged him. Things had grown complicated. Jinyu's voice was low. Do you think it could possibly be that person? Originally, Jinyu would never have entertained such a thought. But the current circumstances left no room for denial. Guan Ning understood that the individual Jinyu referred to was the Longjing Emperor. It shouldn't be him, Guan Ning replied. He is thorough in his actions, yet there is no necessity for him to send someone to assassinate me. Such an act would merely provide fodder for gossip. I no longer pose a threat. Why would he resort to such measures? No, absolutely not, Guan Ning asserted with certainty. Then who could it be? We shall investigate slowly. My father has offended many, and I have a premonition that the background of this matter is quite intricate. Li Bing was remarkably efficient. By evening, he returned with a report. The records are gone, completely wiped clean. I also had someone check the storeroom, and indeed, the 78th item is missing, as if it had simply vanished. Li Bing's voice was grave. Who is responsible for approving such requisitions? Guan Ning inquired. The immediate superior, at the very least. It requires the signature of a deputy minister, Li Bing answered. Typically, it is the left deputy minister of the Ministry of War. Deng Xiao? No. Li Bing shook his head. It is the former left deputy minister, He Guanyuan. Guan Ning instantly grasped the situation. Deng Xiao was the right deputy minister of the Ministry of War. He has just been promoted to the left deputy minister, while the previous left deputy minister has been reassigned to a local post and has already left the capital. Lord, he has not been in the Ministry of War for long. It has been less than a year. He is essentially here to gain prestige. Although he holds the title of left deputy minister, his influence in the ministry pales in comparison to Deng Xiao, making him rather conventional. And what about the person handling the matter? Guan Ning asked. Surely, there must be someone responsible for the requisition. Are you not the storekeeper? That is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you, Li Bing replied solemnly. Originally, there were 2 individuals responsible for the affairs, along with several unranked clerks. One of them, named Shinjian, had a dispute with one of the clerks here some time ago, which escalated into a physical altercation, resulting in his accidental death. During that period, there was only one person in charge, and I was demoted here to fill the position. And the other? After my arrival, the other person was never seen again. It was said he fell ill. Today, I inquired and learned that he has passed away. Li Bing's expression was one of profound shock. He has died? Guan Ning was equally astonished. Yes, he was indeed elderly and had long suffered from illness. Even if he died of natural causes, it is not entirely unexpected. Do you find that normal? This is clearly abnormal. How could it be so coincidental? Indeed. Guan Ning nodded. When everything appears normal, it is, in fact, abnormal. 2 individuals in charge. One killed in a brawl, the other succumbing to illness. And the timeline aligns with that clerk. I also inquired. That clerk has been imprisoned in a maximum security prison for murder during the brawl and has already been sentenced to death, having been executed just the day before. He has died too? Yes, he has died as well. Li Bing solemnly remarked, to be honest, although I once served as the deputy minister of the armory, I am only now coming to grasp the terrifying implications of these events. Indeed, it is exceedingly dreadful. Guan Ning also sensed the gravity of the situation. The death of so many individuals due to a single arrow, what does that signify? Chapter 33, The Fog. It signifies that there are forces intent on concealing the truth, obscuring who truly wielded the 1,000-leaf blade. Once identified, that individual would indeed be the perpetrator. Guan Ning's gaze flickered with determination. It is now evident that this cannot be attributed to Emperor Longjing. Were it his doing, there would be no reason for such elaborate machinations. As the sovereign, he could effortlessly issue commands for assassination. After all, the Directorate of Military Affairs could easily eliminate Guan Ning through various clandestine methods. To orchestrate such a convoluted plot over a single blade? That would be a gross inversion of priorities. This indicates that another party is involved, perhaps wary not only of our investigation but also of potential inquiries from the court. Yes. In that moment, Guan Ning's thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity. Emperor Longjing might wish for his well-being, yet he would never permit his demise. He does not desire a reputation for ruthlessness. Being suppressed to such an extent is already excessive. Further annihilation of the Guan family is simply intolerable. But who, then, orchestrates this assassination? What could their motives be? This presents a profound enigma. Thus, the 3 deceased individuals may have been directly involved? At this juncture, Jinyu inquired, have we run out of leads? Not at all. Guan Ning replied. There are still 2 individuals who may possess knowledge, the director of the armory and another deputy minister. Indeed, Li Bing interjected. Given my complete exclusion from this matter, it stands to reason that 2 individuals must be implicated, Director Wang Zhengye and Deputy Minister Shi Hongfu. Could they be involved? It is difficult to ascertain, Li Bing continued. Wang Zhengye is a veteran of the armory, having held his position for 7 or 8 years. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly not escape his notice. As for Shi Hongfu, he has always been my rival and harbors animosity towards me. Since I am unaware, he is assuredly informed, particularly as he has previously overseen matters of this nature. This is troubling, Guan Ning exclaimed. If that is the case, both of them are also in danger. Is that really possible? Why not? It is evident that there is a concerted effort to eliminate all who possess knowledge. Li Bing inhaled deeply, his complexion paling. This possibility is entirely plausible. Fortuitously, I did not participate. Otherwise, I too might be at risk. You have already been involved, Guan Ning stated, fixing his gaze upon Li Bing. Li Bing quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He now possessed knowledge of the matter. He looked at Guan Ning with a hint of melancholy, as if he had boarded a ship of thieves. Fear not. You are to report to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow. The affairs of the Ministry of War no longer concern you, Jinyu reassured him. Given these circumstances, should we not consider taking some unconventional measures, such as direct interrogation? That is precisely what I was contemplating, Guan Ning concurred. If we delay any longer, we risk the possibility of another informed individual perishing, leaving us without any leads. Do you know the address of Shi Hongfu? I do. Write it down. Very well. Li Bing realized that it was too late to withdraw now, so he directly wrote it down. Take this to Butler Wu and have him arrange for someone to go. I shall go myself, Jinyu interjected. Butler Wu is not well acquainted with the situation. It could lead to delays. Very well, but exercise caution. Ensure no one catches wind of it. You are a martial artist. Attracting the attention of the supervisory martial affairs would spell trouble. Understood. Jinyu replied as she took the address and departed. And you? Will you wait for news or return? I shall await news, Li Bing responded. In truth, I am quite curious. Curiosity killed the cat, he added, resolute in his decision to remain involved. Then let us wait, he concluded. Guan Ning prepared tea, and they conversed while waiting. Initially, they expected a lengthy wait, but soon, Jinyu returned. Shi Hongfu is dead. Truly dead? Li Bing's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he rose, his complexion paling, his body trembling. This is far too sudden. I saw him at the armory earlier this afternoon, and now he is gone? How did it happen? He was killed by his wife's lover. What? Guan Ning furrowed his brow, perplexed by the turn of events. When I arrived, Shi Hongfu's home was surrounded. The authorities from Jingzhou Prefecture had already arrived. The incident must have just occurred, Jinyu clarified. The case is not complicated. The murderer was apprehended at the scene. I inquired further. It appears that Shi Hongfu was lacking in certain aspects, and his wife had been secretly conducting an affair with a man named Wang from next door. Shi Hongfu returned home intoxicated today and happened to catch them in the act. An altercation ensued, and he was no match for Wang. Ultimately suffering an insult before being pushed, striking his head against a hard object, leading to his demise. Is that all? Indeed, that is all, Jinyu continued. Many witnesses observed the commotion. By the time I arrived, Shi Hongfu's body had just been removed. The noise from the altercation was so loud that neighbors reported it to the authorities. What a coincidence, Li Bing remarked, his expression vacant. Yet, indeed, I can find no fault, Jinyu added. The murderer has confessed and provided a full account. His wife has also admitted her involvement. I can only say, how clever. Guan Ning lamented. Do you still harbor doubts? The more ordinary the circumstances, the more extraordinary they appear. I cannot believe there are so many coincidences. Then how do we explain this? Li Bing inquired. Surely they would not concoct such a ruse merely to kill Shi Hongfu? And what of old Wang next door? What of his wife? Would they willingly accept a charge of manslaughter and a reputation for infidelity? Why not? Guan Ning countered. Perhaps they were coerced, or driven by some ulterior motive. But this also implies that the forces at play are substantial. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Guan Ning's eyes. This only intensified his curiosity and sense of challenge, to pierce through the fog, to unravel the truth. I ask you, is Shi Hongfu's wife beautiful? Li Bing hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Not beautiful in the slightest. Compared to my wife, she falls woefully short. He added, is this a point of suspicion? Every question serves as a potential lead. Guan Ning spoke up, stating, from this point onward, do not involve yourself or inquire further. Simply focus on your duties as the examination officer. Are you protecting me? Indeed, Guan Ning replied gravely. If an ill-intentioned person were to notice, you would be in peril. Very well, but do let me know if there is anything you require. Understood. You may return now. With that, Li Bing departed. What should we do now? The leads have all dried up. Jinyu also sensed the predicament. Not entirely, she replied. There remains the matter of Wu Kuqing Li Si Longzhong Wanzhongye. But the ensuing investigation must be conducted discreetly. Guan Ning spoke in a low tone. I have a foreboding that if we uncover the truth, it could have far-reaching implications. Chapter 34. The poetic reverberation in the capital. Immediately, Guan Ning summoned Steward Wu. As the Duke of Jinbei had some clandestine connections within the capital that were not apparent on the surface, he entrusted Wu with certain tasks to discreetly monitor a few individuals and conduct inquiries. To avoid alarming the snakes in the grass, the operations must remain covert. Night had fallen, yet many were still wide awake. Soon, news of Shi Hongfu's demise spread throughout the Ministry of War, but Deputy Minister Deng Qiu, citing the need to preserve Shi's dignity, suppressed the matter and handled it discreetly, thereby preventing any significant uproar. Simultaneously, in the resplendent hall of Minister of Personnel Lu Xiaoling, a considerable gathering was underway. Most present were officials of various ranks from the court, and they were predominantly members of the Mei faction. The private assembly of such a multitude was inherently questionable. Although there were factions known as the Mei and Shui parties, none would openly acknowledge their affiliations, as this would suggest collusion for personal gain. Lu Xiaoling, known for his discretion, would never be so brazen. The attendees were perplexed. At a time when tensions between the Mei and Shui factions were at a boiling point, such an open gathering could easily become the subject of gossip. Soon, Lu Xiaoling revealed the purpose of this congregation, to host a poetry appreciation event. The assembly understood immediately. This was a tradition of the Mei faction. Whenever they encountered or collected exquisite poems, they would convene for discussion. The evening was chosen for convenience, as the dignitaries were occupied with official duties during the day. Anticipation filled the air, for Lu Xiaoling had stringent standards for the poems he deemed worthy. Typically, only masterpieces would suffice under his leadership. Once everyone was seated, he presented the first poem, composed by none other than Guan Ning. A few branches of plum blossom in the corner, blooming alone in the cold. I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. Upon the recitation of this poem, astonishment swept through the room, eliciting continuous admiration. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lu Xiaoling proceeded to unveil poem after poem, creating a tremendous stir. Fallen to mud, ground to dust, yet only the fragrance remains. An elderly scholar trembled with excitement. A timeless line indeed. As scholars entering the court, we ought to aspire to this. My favorite is scattered like spring across the vast expanse. It is simply electrifying. Each poem was a gem, destined to become a classic of the ages. Who could be the author of such works? Could it be Lord Lu? Or perhaps the poet Du Xiucai or the lyricist Li Yun? As the truth emerged, the officials, once dignified, now appeared flushed with emotion, their faces aglow with excitement, rendering them nearly speechless. What are the names of these poems? Indeed, Lord Lu should no longer keep us in suspense. Amidst a flurry of inquiries, Lu Xiaoling hesitantly revealed, these 4 poems and 1 lyric are, in fact, the work of a single individual. A single individual? Such a talent is unparalleled in our time. The poet is indeed extraordinary. No, apart from the poet, none could have composed such masterpieces. Clearing his throat, Lu Xiaoling continued, as they were all penned by the same person. They do not bear individual titles, but are collectively referred to as the 5 poems on the plum blossom by Guan Ning. What? The 5 poems on the plum blossom by Guan Ning? Guan Ning, is that not the name of that dissolute heir? Could it be? Surely, you jest, my lord. There must be others with the same name. Yet, where did this Guan Ning emerge from, possessing such remarkable talent? There is no other with the same name. Lu Xiaoling awkwardly stated, it is indeed composed by Guan Ning, that very son of the Guan family. Everyone was left utterly astonished. Meanwhile, within the serene confines of the Imperial Academy, a flurry of activity filled the air, as bustling as the brightness of day. This is the Poetry Pavilion, a gathering place for the elite of the Great Kang Dynasty who cherish and create poetry, preserving and collecting timeless works. Brother Wu, what has transpired at your Poetry Pavilion? Why is it so lively at this late hour? A new work has arrived, and we must record it. What type of poetry could warrant such commotion? Just now, I noticed the esteemed scholars of the night have also arrived. It is an extraordinary piece, one that has reached the level of being a world-renowned masterpiece. World-renowned? Indeed, and it comprises 4 poems and 1 lyric. 4 poems and 1 lyric? Who is the author? I do not know, but it was brought by the granddaughter of the Minister of Personnel, Lu Yunyun. Where is this manuscript? May I have the privilege of viewing it? Certainly. The entire Poetry Pavilion has been set abuzz, reverberating throughout the Imperial Academy, all due to these 4 poems and 1 lyric. Lu Yunyun, already a listener at the Poetry Pavilion, had delivered several handwritten manuscripts in the evening and left abruptly due to unforeseen circumstances. It was only later, during the night's organization, that these poems were discovered, instantly recognized as the work of a genius, thus igniting this fervor. However, the manuscripts bore no author's name, and it was unlikely to be Lu Yunyun herself. Though the young lady possesses some talent, it does not reach such heights. Who could the true author be? A prodigy, indeed. The finest verses on the plum blossom of our time, unmatched by any other. We must seek out the author. Yes, such a talent should not be allowed to fade into obscurity. It is late now. Tomorrow shall reveal the truth. as conversations ensued. Even Guan Ning could not have anticipated that his casual verses composed at Lu Xiaoling's residence would elicit such a tremendous response. Having slept late due to inquiries yesterday, today he rose early, summoned by Jin Yu to attend the Imperial Academy for his studies. Guan Ning felt a sense of resignation. How could he escape the fate of scholarly pursuits, even in this new world? Yet, he found himself looking forward to it. In his previous life, he had excelled academically across all subjects and cherished the environment of learning. Now he would relish it once more. Moreover, he was compelled to attend, not by his own choice, but by the decree of Emperor Longjing. The emperor had initially summoned him to the capital under the pretext that the young heir of the Northern Suppression Prince's household was lacking in both literary and martial skills, and thus should diligently study and cultivate himself to bear significant responsibilities. This reasoning was undoubtedly sound, for the heir of the Guan family indeed left much to be desired. In essence, it was a means for Guan Ning to enhance his own capabilities. To this end, Guan Ning was assigned to the Guozijian. The Guozijian can be described as the highest institution of learning and educational administration in the Kang Dynasty, particularly following the reforms instituted by Emperor Longjing. The Guozijian evolved beyond mere academia to become a cultural hub. It houses various schools and pavilions, where the myriad philosophies and disciplines, poetry, literature, rites, changes, and mathematics, converge and interact, fostering vibrant cultural exchange. This esteemed institution, while a center for higher learning, also leans towards an aristocratic nature, being somewhat unwelcoming to commoners, with stringent requirements for admission. However, those who gain entry are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Additionally, the Guozijian includes a dedicated martial arts hall, providing instruction in the art of combat, rendering it a comprehensive academy. Thus, Emperor Longjing placed Guan Ning here and established strict assessment criteria. Only upon meeting these standards would Guan Ning be permitted to return to preside over the Northern Guardian's residence. Guan Ning understood that this was a shrewd tactic employed by Emperor Longjing, demonstrating imperial favor while simultaneously imposing limitations on him. Chapter 35. High-profile Emperor Longjing's political acumen was remarkably astute. This strategy would serve to silence public dissent. It was not that opportunities were withheld, but rather that they were offered, and it was up to Guan Ning to seize them. Since arriving in the capital, the myriad affairs had been overwhelming, causing delays. Failing to act promptly would easily furnish critics with ammunition. Indeed, there was much speculation outside, with many claiming that Guan Ning lacked ambition, that he was inherently inadequate and unwilling to learn. How could he bear significant responsibilities? Yet, Guan Ning merely scoffed at such remarks. The reason Emperor Longjing dared to set conditions was that he had accurately assessed Guan Ning's perceived shortcomings. This was a strategic maneuver. Guan Ning resolved to meet the very conditions laid out, turning the tables and leaving the emperor with little to say in retort. In his previous life, Guan Ning had been an academic prodigy. Such matters were trivial for him. After rising early and completing his morning routine, Guan Ning prepared himself with utmost care, exuding an air of elegance. The heir truly is handsome, isn't he? The maid, Xiao Xiang, marveled as usual. Indeed, Guan Ning replied with satisfaction. If I were not striking, how could I elicit such admiration? Once ready, Guan Ning set off in his all-terrain luxury carriage, a splendid vehicle drawn by 4 horses. Prior to departure, Jin Yu expressed concerns about the ostentation, deeming it too conspicuous. However, Guan Ning was unfazed. He relished the attention, embracing a bold and audacious demeanor. What can you do about it? The Guozijian, as the premier academy of the Kang Dynasty, boasted an enviable location, nestled to the south of the imperial city, surrounded by lush greenery and built beside mountains and waters. From a distance, the verdant trees and the succession of pavilions and towers created a tranquil and melodious scene. On this morning, the academic year commenced. Numerous students flocked to the capital, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 at the entrance, engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? Something momentous occurred at the Poetry Pavilion last night. You mean the 4 poems and 1 lyric? Yes, I wonder who this extraordinary talent could be. To compose such timeless verses, it must be someone from the Lu family, most likely Lord Lu, as these poetic works originated from his residence. Indeed, all 4 poems in the lyrics celebrated the plum blossom. Everyone knows that Lord Lu has a profound affection for them. I heard that he hosted a poetry appreciation gathering last night. The emergence of such poetry has sent ripples through the capital. Today, the Poetry Pavilion will host a literary appreciation gathering. and it is said that the poet Du Shoukai and the lyricist Li Yun will both be in attendance. Shall we go together? However, such thoughts seem to weigh heavily upon us. Lower your voice. Deng Mingji has arrived. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, for this matter had become the center of attention for all. Young Master Deng has arrived. Good morning, young Master Deng. At that moment, a young gentleman made his way through the throng, greeted warmly by many. This newcomer was none other than Deng Qiu's son, Deng Mingji, also a scholar at the Imperial Academy. In fact, many high-ranking officials in the capital were striving to enroll their children in the academy. Even if they gained little knowledge, it would at least adorn their status. Deng Mingji, however, possessed genuine talent, distinguishing himself even among the scholars. Yet, there were many who regarded him with peculiar expressions. For it had been several days since Deng Mingji last attended the academy, and everyone knew the reason why. The day Guan Ning caused a scene at the Deng residence. Deng Mingji had fainted from anger, a tale that had long since spread. Despite any unspoken sentiments, no one dared to show them. For who did not know of Deng Qiu's deep favor with the emperor? Good morning. Deng Mingji maintained an unruffled demeanor, responding with a smile that exuded grace. Though internally he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been fainted by Guan Ning's actions. This was indeed a rather awkward incident that had quickly circulated. In truth, he regained consciousness shortly thereafter and returned to normal, yet he hesitated to return to the academy. He publicly claimed to be unwell and grieving the sudden loss of his beloved dog, thus attributing his fainting to personal sorrow, distancing himself from the incident with Guan Ning. Ironically, this only fueled further gossip. Thus, he intentionally delayed his return, waiting for the commotion to subside and for people to forget, but now he felt a pang of regret. Perhaps today was not the most opportune moment to return. The gossip among the crowd revolved around the poetry of the plum blossom. It is well known that the plum faction adores plum blossoms. Coincidentally, there exists a faction devoted to snow. Originally, the snow faction had no ties to snow. Yet due to the plum faction's affection for plum blossoms, it seemed to oppose them by embracing snow instead. This has become a veiled political dispute. Over time, it has become customary, with the rivalry extending to the academy. Here, too, is a significant battleground. You have poems celebrating plum blossoms, while I have verses depicting snow. Such is the nature of their rivalry. Now, with 4 poems and 1 lyric emerging, does this not overshadow the snow faction? Yet, even he could not deny that those few pieces were indeed masterful. A fleeting thought crossed Deng Mingji's mind as he turned to a companion, inquiring, "Has Guan Ning been here?" "I have yet to see him," the young scholar beside him retorted mockingly. This Guan Ning seems disinterested, even with the emperor's endorsement. I truly do not know what to make of it. He is beyond help, Deng Mingji replied coolly, yet, I do hope he comes. Guan Ning's ruckus at the Deng residence has left me utterly humiliated. I yearn to vent this grievance. Here at the academy, I hold substantial connections, and that useless heir will surely be humiliated, allowing me to exact my revenge. Rest assured, young Master Deng, should that inept heir show up, we shall ensure he is dealt with accordingly. Indeed, have no worries. Everyone around understood the implication as they expressed their astonishment. Isn't that Lu Junyan from the Lu family? At that moment, gasps of surprise echoed, and a crowd surged forward. Junyan, you must know who penned those 4 poems and a verse that circulated from the Lu residence yesterday, right? Indeed, do enlighten us about the author. As soon as Lu Junyan appeared, he was surrounded by eager onlookers, their curiosity piqued. He opened his mouth to speak, yet the words seemed to stick in his throat. To claim it was Guan Ning's work? Surely no one would believe him and would think him a fool. In truth, he himself was not entirely convinced. Was it Lord Lu? Or your father? Perhaps your brother Lu Junkai? Could it be your sister, Lu Yunyun? The questions persisted, and Lu Junyan, growing impatient, finally declared. It was Guan Ning. What? Guan Ning? Young Master Lu, surely you jest. Laughter erupted, particularly from Deng Mingji, who exclaimed, what a ridiculous assertion. Guan Ning, who lacks both literary and martial prowess, is deemed a mere wastrel. To suggest he authored it is nothing short of a jest. The crowd roared with laughter, echoing the sentiment. You ask me, I tell you, yet you refuse to believe. What more is there to inquire? Lu Junyan was well aware this would be the outcome. Let us depart. Today the Poetry Pavilion is hosting an analysis meeting, where the author will surely be revealed. But why has that young Master Guan yet to arrive at the Guozijian? Just as they conversed, a horse-drawn carriage approached the entrance. With 4 powerful steeds, it commanded attention and elicited murmurs of surprise. The Guozijian, being a place of learning, typically saw even princes maintaining a low profile to avoid drawing undue attention. Who is this? Why such ostentation? Deng Mingji was momentarily taken aback, and upon recognizing the scene, his expression darkened. Chapter 36. Another fainting spell under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the carriage came to a halt, and Guan Ning alighted, clad in a purple robe. With fair skin and a tall, well-proportioned figure, he exuded an extraordinary charm, effortlessly captivating all attention. What a handsome man! Who is he? Which noble family does he hail from, to possess such remarkable looks? The Guozijian was not devoid of female scholars, and at this moment, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Riding in such a carriage, he must come from an illustrious lineage, and with such striking features, he was undoubtedly gifted as well. He was simply perfect. The male scholars momentarily fell silent, instinctively touching their faces, wondering why they lacked such allure. Their spirits dampened, they could not help but lament. Deng Mingji clenched his fists. Even he had to concede that Guan Ning's appearance was indeed striking. Jealousy gnawed at him. What use is a handsome visage? Since you've dared to come to the Guozijian, prepare to face humiliation. This is an opportune moment. Deng Mingji thought to himself. Is this the infamous Ning? He truly embodies the rumored arrogance, yet he is undeniably handsome. In a secluded corner near the entrance, a young man dressed in white scholar robes murmured quietly. Unlike the other young men, he possessed a delicate appearance, resembling a refined youth, with fair skin and a youthful countenance. Who is this? So audacious and flamboyant. Upon entering the Guozijian, regardless of one's rank, it is imperative to don the attire of a student. Yet, he chose not to comply. Whispers circulated among the crowd, igniting a sense of curiosity. Who is he? However, some were quick to deduce that in the capital, such ostentatious behavior could only belong to one individual. He is the esteemed young Master Guan. Young Master Guan? Is this indeed him? As the rumors suggested, he exudes an arrogance unparalleled. Even the princes refrain from carriages when attending the Guozijian, yet he arrives in utmost luxury. Possessing a handsome visage devoid of any scholarly merit, he is regarded as a wastrel. This sentiment was echoed by a person envious of Guan Ning's striking appearance, provoking immediate rebuttal from a nearby female scholar. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I mistaken? The man retorted promptly. You are not mistaken, but so what? Young Master Guan is indeed handsome. Shallow, she exclaimed. I see you are merely envious, pockmarked face. With a playful scold, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Young Master Guan is so dashing. Various opinions filled the air, as Guan Ning had long been the subject of discourse in the capital. Yet, many had only heard of him, never beheld him until today. Such a plethora of resentment. Guan Ning paused, closing his eyes to absorb the atmosphere. Why is there so much animosity? Could it be jealousy of my looks? Quite possibly. He mused, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Indeed, he ought to frequent such places more often. After being cooped up at home for several days, his endeavor to gather resentment had stagnated. He required more of it to elevate himself. Just as he pondered, he sensed a familiar wave of resentment and turned to find none other than Deng Mingji. Their gazes locked. A smile spread across Guan Ning's face. You all may return. Come to fetch me in the evening. He instructed the coachman before striding directly towards Deng Mingji. Upon witnessing that smile, Deng Mingji's heart inexplicably trembled. He was all too familiar with that expression. It was precisely the reason he had been infuriated. Brother Deng, are you in good health? Guan Ning's face radiated concern as he deliberately raised his voice to attract attention. Deng Mingji's face turned crimson in an instant. The sarcasm was palpable. Steady yourself. Do not lose your temper. Taking a deep breath, Deng Mingji replied, Young Master Guan. This is the Guozijian. You cannot act with impunity. Act with impunity? Guan Ning feigned surprise. Brother Deng, your misunderstanding of me runs deep. After you fainted that day, I was exceedingly worried and intended to visit your residence, but alas, matters overwhelmed me. Please, do not remain angry. Who will care for your health if you fall ill? Deng Mingji believed he could maintain his composure, yet it proved to be exceedingly difficult. This scoundrel takes advantage while feigning innocence. It is utterly despicable. Waves of resentment continued to swell, bringing joy to Guan Ning. He realized Deng Mingji was practically a fountain of animosity, exceedingly beneficial to him. Before Deng Mingji could respond, Guan Ning continued, Brother Mingyuan must have left by now. Was the journey to Weizhou smooth? Did you not see him off? Such brotherly affection. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Unable to contain themselves, Guan Ning's earlier remark about familial bonds had transformed into a popular phrase, now inevitably becoming a classic saying. Guan Ning. Deng Mingji's face turned a deep shade of liver, visibly enraged. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to counter the provocations. "You are being excessive," he managed to utter. "Excessive?" Guan Ning responded, feigning surprise. "I am merely expressing concern for you all. By the way, how is your father? Is he in good health?" His father, Deng Xiu, was the subject of Guan Ning's inquiry, and the insincerity of his smile hinted at veiled malice. "And your mother? How is your elder sister? What of your younger sister?" Guan Ning quickly extended his greetings to the entire Deng family, causing Deng Mingji's complexion to pale further with each mention. "Forget it. I shall not enumerate them all. Please convey my regards to your family," he concluded, eliciting a stifled laugh from a nearby onlooker. What was intended as a courteous remark somehow came across as a veiled insult. "Convey my regards to your family?" Guan Ning's words were as sharp as a blade. Moreover, he had the audacity to mock young Master Deng in front of so many witnesses. This was understandable, considering that just days earlier, Lord Deng had proposed the abolition of the Northern King's residence and the reassignment of the Northern Army, a move that could jeopardize the Deng family's future. Such words, falling upon Deng Mingji's ears, made him tremble with rage. He knew that it would not be long before this statement spread, further tarnishing his reputation. Damn it! Damn it! Deng Mingji's resentment festered, and the emotional toll began to show, his countenance growing increasingly pale. "Young Master Deng?" Someone nearby noticed his distress. Meanwhile, Deng Mingyuan glared at Guan Ning, his voice seething with anger. "You dare show disrespect towards my mother? You have crossed my threshold. Apologize at once, Guan Ning, and I may forgive you. Otherwise, oh." My apologies, Guan Ning interjected hastily. "I was wrong to inquire about your mother." His sudden change in demeanor raised eyebrows among the onlookers. Was he truly apologizing? Just moments ago, he had been mocking Deng Mingji, and now, upon facing his anger, he had backtracked. It seemed he, too, harbored some reservations, especially considering Lord Deng's immense power. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and Deng Mingji exhaled in relief, a smirk creeping onto his face, as he believed he had salvaged some dignity. Yet, Guan Ning smiled and remarked, "I had almost forgotten. Your mother, a servant, has become a laughingstock across the land. Indeed not worthy of greetings." At these words, Deng Mingji's smile froze instantly, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he pointed accusingly at Guan Ning, utterly enraged, rendered speechless. The implication of Guan Ning's words, that his mother was a servant and a source of ridicule, was a profoundly scathing insult. You, Deng Mingji stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Guan Ning. In a moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed to the ground, fainting from the sheer fury. Chapter 37. What is it to me? The atmosphere fell into an agonizing silence. Even as Deng Mingji lay sprawled on the floor, all eyes were fixed on Guan Ning, filled with astonishment. Such a weighty remark had been uttered. Were it anyone else, they might have been driven to madness. It wouldn't be long before the tale spread far and wide. "Deng brother, young Master Deng." The companions who had accompanied Deng Mingji rushed to his side, crouching down in a flurry to offer comfort, some pinching his acupoints, others patting his back. "How dull! He has succumbed already." Guan Ning scoffed. The crowd gazed at him in disbelief, their hearts shaken by the unfolding scene. He has been utterly infuriated, yet he still utters such words. How ruthless! It is simply too harsh. It has completely reshaped their perception of Guan Ning. "Young Master Guan, this is excessive." At that moment, a soft voice resonated through the air. The crowd parted, creating a pathway, and a young man approached, as if surrounded by a constellation of stars. He stood tall and strikingly handsome, and although he wore an exceedingly simple garment, it could not conceal his noble demeanor. Within the throng, he was easily distinguishable. Yet, his slightly thin lips imparted a sense of coldness. The third prince, Chinen. As he approached, everyone greeted him respectfully, not daring to show any hint of negligence. Those who receive such honorifics are none other than the royal offspring. He is the current third prince, Shao Qi. The crowd was astonished. Why had the third prince arrived at this moment? However, they quickly reconciled with the situation, for several princes in the court had a penchant for poetry, and the third prince was no exception. Today, the Imperial Academy held a poetry appreciation event, hence his presence. Many onlookers cast scornful glances at Guan Ning, for this third prince seemed inclined towards the policies of the Snow Party and would undoubtedly defend Deng Mingji. Signs of this were already becoming apparent. The third prince was no ordinary royal. He had already been conferred a title and could be considered a formidable contender for the heir apparent, possessing significant influence in the court. Young Master Guan was in for trouble. The third prince? Guan Ning's gaze sharpened slightly, Then he replied coolly, "Is he too temperamental? What concern is that of mine? Excessive? I find it hardly excessive at all." The crowd gasped once more. This young Master Guan truly was a thorn in the side. Showing no deference even in the presence of the third prince, Ding Qiu was a keen blade aimed at suppressing the northern king's residents. Taking the lead at every turn, pressuring them relentlessly and devising schemes to undermine the very foundation of the northern king's residence and thus, Guan Ning's future. This animosity was akin to that of a parent's murderer. He merely uttered a few curses, and this was unbearable? This is only the beginning. Guan Ning mused inwardly. One should leave a line for future encounters. Sometimes, a humble demeanor can lead to a more comfortable existence. The third prince, Shaoqi, gazed intently at Guan Ning. Though his tone was neutral, the underlying warning was unmistakable. A humble demeanor? Ha! Guan Ning chuckled and replied, "I possess no such thing. Whoever has it should keep it. Besides, is it not the nature of youth to be spirited?" This phrase was a classic saying of Hua Chang, which Guan Ning had always remembered. And today he finally had the opportunity to express it. His courage was commendable, albeit merely that. Shaoqi shook his head, choosing not to continue. He instructed that Deng Mingji be escorted back to his residence. Without hesitation, several individuals stepped forward to lead him away. And the third prince did not utter another word to Guan Ning, turning instead to enter the Imperial Academy. Although he did not make a clear declaration, the implication was evident. Given the third prince's status and the current strength of the Snow Party, Guan Ning would not have an easy time ahead. "Young Master Guan, you are doomed." At that moment, Lu Junyan approached, whispering, "Although Deng Mingji is the son of Deng Qiu, he is not particularly formidable within the Imperial Academy. The power of the Snow Party is also reflected here, and you may find it challenging." "Oh, thank you for the reminder." Guan Ning was taken aback. This young master displayed such goodwill. Has he turned over a new leaf? Because I also find Deng Mingji quite displeasing. Lu Junyan seemed to grasp Guan Ning's sentiments and remarked, "You truly are remarkable. You've once again caused Deng Mingji to faint. It is evident that he possesses a rather fragile temperament." Ha! Once the third prince, Shaoqi, departed, the atmosphere relaxed significantly, with many engaging in lively discussions. Indeed, Deng Mingji's misfortune is rather tragic. Nearly a few days had passed, and he was once more rendered unconscious. This time before a multitude of onlookers. One can only wonder what his thoughts will be upon regaining consciousness. Moreover, the words spoken by Guan Ning are destined to become renowned. "Please convey my regards to your entire family. Your mother, as well." Such remarks will undoubtedly follow him. Numerous individuals instinctively distanced themselves from Guan Ning, for it seemed unwise to provoke him. "Junyan, did I hear correctly that those 4 poems and 1 verse were composed by the esteemed Guan Young Master?" At that moment, several scholars approached, led by a young man nearing 20, clad in a white scholar's robe, with elongated eyes and a slender frame, who directly inquired of Lu Junyan. "Indeed," Lu Junyan affirmed. "Is it truly your creation, young Master Guan?" The young scholar pressed. Yes, Guan Ning readily admitted, as this was merely a typical occurrence for a time traveler. And he bore no psychological burden. Ha ha, ha ha. The group erupted in laughter, their voices booming and drawing the attention of others, even to the point of shedding tears. "Everyone, did you hear that?" The young man exclaimed, pointing at Guan Ning. "Young Master Guan claims that those 4 poems and 1 verse are his work. This is the greatest joke in the capital, without exception. Indeed, how utterly shameless." Others joined in, their laughter ringing out, with many hurling insults. "Young Master Guan, how dare you claim authorship of such esteemed works and insult the poet sovereign?" "The poet sovereign? To produce such illustrious compositions, particularly 4 poems and 1 verse. What else could one be but a poet sovereign?" "I see. This title is indeed splendid. When I encounter the poet sovereign, I shall certainly seek his guidance. Currently, the poet sovereign is my idol. Who would dare to insult him? I, Lu Feng, shall not let it go unpunished." "Yes, absolutely. Count me in," the crowd shouted, their spirits fervent. Guan Ning, observing all this, wore a bewildered expression. What was happening? Lu Junyan shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. "Primarily, everyone finds it hard to believe that you composed these." "Well, this is quite absurd," Guan Ning replied, though he had garnered quite a bit of resentment. "Who is that fool?" Guan Ning asked, pointing at the young man, who was the most exaggerated in his reactions and seemed to provoke much of the crowd's ire, claiming to be a defender of the poet sovereign, clearly with ill intentions. "A fool," Lu Junyan pondered, as if he had discovered a new continent. "Your choice of insults is quite remarkable. Those 2 words are truly exquisite." "Yes, The more I think about it, the more I appreciate it. I have learned something new. This left Guan Ning feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if he were leading a child astray. Then, Lu Junyan continued, his name is Lu Feng, a scholar from the Poetry Pavilion. His family background is rather ordinary, belonging to a declining noble lineage. He excels in opportunism, as you can probably discern. Just now, when the third prince casually expressed himself, he eagerly took the bait. Do you understand now? I comprehend, Guan Ning nodded. Opportunists are never in short supply. However, he truly is a fool, having maintained his stance for so long without realizing that the true identity is you. Lu Junyan murmured. What would his reaction be if he knew that the poetic tyrant is indeed you? This query piqued Guan Ning's interest, and he casually replied. Then he would truly be a fool. Haha. Lu Junyan erupted into laughter, filled with anticipation. Previously, he thought Guan Ning was overly arrogant, dismissing everyone. Yet, upon deeper acquaintance, he discovered that the young Master Guan was not quite as he seemed. Being in his company revealed amusing occurrences and, most importantly, introduced him to refreshing invectives. The two engaged in delightful conversation, ignoring the remarks of others, which left Lu Feng feeling somewhat disgruntled. Guan Ning, are you too afraid to speak? Lu Feng interjected. If you dare insult the poetic tyrant again, you shall offend the entire Poetry Pavilion. It is not fear that keeps me silent. Rather, I simply do not wish to converse with fools, Guan Ning retorted directly. Fool? What a curious term. It is undoubtedly an insult, yet it feels profoundly layered. Lu Feng pondered. Fool. Such a term is indeed a desecration of culture, he fumed, his face reddening with rage, as he had no desire to become a second-generation Dang Mingji. Yet, Guan Ning paid him no further heed and strode onward. This was the Guozijian, the grandest academy of the Great Kang Dynasty. What? Afraid now? Hurry along. The poetry appreciation meeting is about to commence. I hear they will reveal the identity of the poetic tyrant there. Is that so? Let us go quickly. A voice rang out, and the crowd swiftly dispersed, all making their way into the Guozijian. Lu Feng pointed at Guan Ning. Young Master Guan, do you dare to go to the Poetry Pavilion? Did you not claim to be the author? Of course, why would I not dare? Guan Ning responded, his anger ignited by Lu Feng's repeated provocations. When they unveil the author, what will you do if it is not you? Indifferent, Guan Ning replied with the steadiness of a mountain. Seeing Guan Ning's boldness, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, hesitating slightly, yet soon he chuckled to himself. This young Master Guan was known to be inept in both literary and martial pursuits. His reputation as a wasteful scion well established. Perhaps he was merely embellishing his own facade, overestimating himself. A thought crossed Lu Feng's mind, and he boldly declared, if it is not you, then I suggest young Master Guan personally visit the Deng residence to apologize. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, gazing at Lu Feng in astonishment. This proposal was rather audacious, garnering a sense of respect for Lu Feng, who was indeed a savvy opportunist. The enmity between Guan Ning and the Deng family was well known, having caused Deng Mingji considerable embarrassment on numerous occasions. This was an excellent chance for retribution. Lu Feng's suggestion for Guan Ning to apologize was a calculated move. Should it succeed, Deng Qiu would surely remember Lu Feng's favor. Very well. Guan Ning agreed without hesitation. You dare to accept this? Lu Feng was taken aback by Guan Ning's readiness. What? Are you afraid now? This bold demeanor dispelled Lu Feng's doubts. Excellent. With so many witnesses present, you all heard that. Did you not? Indeed, we can all bear witness. Is this young Master Guan truly foolish enough to accept? Laughter erupted from those nearby. And what of you? Guan Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. If it is indeed confirmed that I am the author, you shall publicly proclaim at the poetry appreciation meeting before all present that I am but a dog of the Deng family. Lu Feng's expression shifted. This condition was indeed rather harsh. He was skilled in opportunism and had intentionally sought to curry favor with the Deng family. Yet if he were to follow through, it would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. What? Are you afraid now? Guan Ning scoffed at him. Humph, what do I have to fear? Lu Feng declared, his robe sweeping dramatically, exuding an imposing aura. He was a member of the Poetry Pavilion and understood well the caliber of talent required to compose such poetry. Even the esteemed poet Du Xiuzai would likely lack such gifts. Victory was assured. Guan Ning was merely being paraded here, feigning superiority. Yes, that was it. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, and Lu Feng felt a wave of relief. Let us proceed to the Poetry Pavilion. The truth shall soon reveal itself. Fool, Guan Ning retorted succinctly. You are crude. Lu Feng dismissed him, turning to spread the word about their wager. Having made the pact, It was imperative to circulate it widely, ensuring everyone was aware. This would amplify the impact, humiliate Guan Ning, and potentially earn further favor from the Deng residents. Guan Ning had always been the center of attention, especially regarding such matters, and soon enough, the news began to circulate. Could it be that the poetry was truly composed by Guan Ning? In a corner, a fair-skinned young man voiced his confusion. "Your Highness, I believe you are overthinking this." Beside him, a young woman interjected. She, too, donned the attire of a scholar, revealing her femininity, although her garb was simple. Her innate beauty could not be concealed. "Shulan, mind your address," the young man cautioned. "Oh, I forgot," Li Shulan replied. "Why must you disguise yourself as a man? There is no harm in revealing your identity directly. Easier said than done. I sneaked out." "Ah, I see. An unmarried princess cannot freely leave the palace." Li Shulan whispered. "Did you come to the Imperial Academy to see your fiancé? Though he is not truly my fiancé, the engagement has been annulled." "Do not speak nonsense. I merely felt stifled in the palace and needed to take a stroll." It turned out that the young man in disguise was none other than the current Princess Yongning, Xiaoliao. "I believe the annulment is a blessing. That Guan heir is nothing but a wastrel, his family fallen, lacking any achievement, and constantly courting enmity," Li Shulan remarked. "Now he dares to engage in such a wager. Is that not a slap to his own face?" It was clear that this young woman, of the Li family, shared a close camaraderie with Princess Yongning, speaking freely without pretense. "Not necessarily," Xiaoliao replied, her gaze wandering as if searching for someone. "Let us go to the poetry pavilion and see. Shall we place a bet as well?" Li Shulan smiled. "I wager that Guan is merely putting on a fade, desperately clinging to his pride." "Very well, what shall the stakes be?" Xiaoliao readily agreed. "If you lose, you must allow me to touch that area of yours," Li Shulan indicated towards her chest. "I am quite curious how you have come to possess such magnificent attributes." "It is infuriating." "You," Xiaoliao replied helplessly, "how can a lady of the esteemed Li family be so brazen? Does Master Li know of your antics? Will you accept or not?" "All right." Xiaoliao spoke. "If I win, you will persuade your father to advocate for Guan Ning within the court." "Your father, being a cabinet minister, inherently possesses influence, and he dotes on you, so there should be no issue, right? Why propose such a condition?" Li Shulan inquired curiously. "You cannot possibly have taken a liking to that Guan heir, have you?" "Not at all. I merely believe he has faced his own challenges," Xiaoliao responded calmly. "Indeed, it is not an easy path." "Very well, I accept." Li Shulan did not dwell on it further, stating, however, "You are bound to lose." "That remains to be seen," Xiaoliao countered. "Let us also visit the poetry pavilion, but do tread carefully. Third brother is here as well, so do not allow him to spot me." At that very moment, a wager was established. Meanwhile, Guan Ning had also entered the Guozijian, remarking on the splendid environment. As he walked along the meticulously paved cobblestone path, he couldn't help but admire the flourishing flowers and lush greenery, the elegant rockeries, and the gentle flow of water over small bridges, all contributing to the picturesque scenery. Interspersed among these were ancient structures, imbued with an aroma of scholarly pursuit. The Guozijian was vast, akin to a traditional Chinese garden, with a pleasant atmosphere and remarkable beauty. Guan Ning understood that since Confucianism lost its dominant status, 100 schools of thought began to contend, and the Guozijian became a principal venue for such discourse. Here, various philosophies converged, promoting their theories and engaging in discussions to foster growth. Confucians, legalists, militarists, Taoists, novels, diplomats, and medical practitioners all had their respective quarters, alongside sections for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and mathematics, truly a gathering of talents. However, there were also a considerable number of female scholars present. Guan Ning remarked, "Female students are merely auditors and not formal scholars, yet those who come here undoubtedly hail from prominent families." Lu Junyan explained beside him. Guan Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this indicated the progressive nature of the Great Kang Dynasty. This openness stemmed from the era of philosophical contention, advocating for education without discrimination, allowing women to learn literature and martial arts without prejudice. Nevertheless, the gap between the rich and poor remained evident. Within the Guozijian, the majority were still offspring of nobility and officials, representing the scholarly elite. This lineage perpetuated the composition of upper-class elites through generations. Historically, this has always been the case. For Guan Ning, it was both the best and the worst of times. Securing a formal scholar's position is quite challenging, Lu Junyan murmured. "Do you know how much a formal scholar's spot is trading for outside?" "How much?" Guan Ning asked, intrigued. 100,000 taels of silver. Is it really that costly? Indeed, Lu Junyan elaborated. Once a scholar completes 6 years at the Guozijian, they can be exempt from the imperial examination and directly called to serve in official capacities. Just this benefit alone is immense. Guan Ning comprehended that this represented a shortcut. Those who excel in other pavilions, if they pass the assessments, can directly enter the 6 ministries of the court. Lu Junyan clarified, what this specifically refers to is the outstanding offspring of various schools and sections. For instance, those who excel in the legalist pavilion may be summoned to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court, and they are highly sought after. This pattern resembles a special recruitment, and Guan Ning is well aware that the various ministries of the court are under the management of different factions, each fulfilling its designated role. The Ministry of Justice is predominantly governed by legalists, the Ministry of Works by mahists, diplomacy by diplomats, and the military by strategists. In this manner, those who enter each school serve their respective disciplines, embodying the principle of utilizing talents to their fullest potential. As you are a student appointed by His Majesty, there is naturally no issue. Lu Junyan remarked, we still need to find the supervisor to handle your registration. Collect your identification badge and the monitoring attire. Indeed, Guan Ning nodded, as the steward Wu had already informed him of the process. However, you face some complications. What complications? Lu Junyan replied somberly, I have heard that according to the imperial edict, you were supposed to come a few days ago. But the delay has given others the opportunity to seek your expulsion from the Imperial Academy. Chapter 39. The Poetry Pavilion, is that so? Guan Ning furrowed his brows. Certainly. In fact, many students are expelled from the academy each year. Lu Junyan continued gravely, the Imperial Academy is the foremost institution of the Great Kang Dynasty, home to esteemed scholars who impart wisdom and resolve inquiries, earning great respect. Yet, as a student, if you are frequently absent and do not engage in your studies, it constitutes truancy. Should your absences accumulate, expulsion would be inevitable. This applies strictly to official students. Auditors are exempt from such regulations. And what about you? Guan Ning inquired, observing Lu Junyan, who did not appear to be the type to dutifully attend classes. My grandfather is the Minister of Personnel and has also been appointed as a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. My father has contributed significantly to the academy. Lu Junyan replied with a knowing glance at Guan Ning. I understand. Guan Ning was not surprised. This was the reality of their circumstances. Originally, you could have enjoyed such privileges, but that is no longer the case, Lu Junyan added. His Majesty has high expectations of you. Should you be expelled from the academy, it would be rather disgraceful. In truth, he harbored an unspoken thought. Your father is no longer alive. I comprehend. Guan Ning took a deep breath, realizing that each step was fraught with peril. However, there is also a possibility. Given your extraordinary status as a student appointed by His Majesty, outright expulsion would be unfavorable. Thus they might impose an assessment upon you. Lu Junyan elaborated. Moreover, this assessment will undoubtedly be exceedingly stringent, and you understand the rationale behind it. Guan Ning certainly grasped the situation. This would silence dissenters with an entirely legitimate justification, and they firmly believed he would fail the evaluation. In their eyes, Guan Ning was merely a useless heir, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Such a blow would be particularly devastating for Guan Ning. Subsequently, the Snow Party could use this as a basis to impeach him, claiming he lacked the capability to shoulder the responsibilities of the Northern Pacification Prince's estate, leading to his outright dismissal. What a cunning scheme! A glint of cold light flashed in Guan Ning's eyes. If they were calculating thus, they might just be miscalculating. As the two continued their conversation, they soon arrived before a grand entrance, through which they could glimpse a towering pavilion within. This is the Poetry Pavilion. Within the Imperial Academy, there exist numerous pavilions, each designated for different disciplines, such as the Law Pavilion, Fiction Pavilion, and Renown Pavilion. The pavilions themselves bear specific names, including the Poetry Pavilion, Lyric Pavilion, Qianxin Pavilion, and Painting Pavilion, among others. The Poetry Pavilion stands as one of the significant halls, distinguished from others by the universal affection for poetry. It attracts both those who feign sophistication and those who genuinely cherish it, thus enjoying a wide audience. Although poetry is abundant, the masterpieces that astonish the world are exceedingly rare, a true treasure to seek. Recently, the emergence of 4 poems and 1 verse has stirred the long-dormant Poetry Pavilion into a fervor. With renowned lines and exquisite works, an appreciation gathering has been organized, drawing attention far and wide. This event has spread through the Imperial Academy, inciting fervent interest, with numerous scholars rushing to attend. The theme revolves around those 4 poems and 1 verse. How many people there are? Lu Junyan remarked, it has been ages since the Poetry Pavilion witnessed such popularity. It is said that the esteemed poet Du Xiaocai and the distinguished lyricist Li Yiyun will be present. How could someone like Lu Feng be in the Poetry Pavilion? He pondered. The pavilion is not a primary hall, allowing for a more casual inclusion, resulting in a mix of talents. Do not be misled into thinking the pavilion is merely filled with such individuals. There are indeed genuine scholars among them. I appreciate your effort in explaining all this to me. Guan Ning suddenly recognized that this official's wealthy second-generation heir was actually quite decent. At least transparent in his intentions, devoid of malice. No worries. I was merely contemplating how Lu Feng, that fool, would react upon discovering you're the poetry overlord. Haha. The two laughed as they entered. Upon stepping into the entrance hall, a cacophony of voices greeted them. This was understandable, as today's appreciation gathering attracted many from other pavilions. The Poetry Pavilion occupies an entire courtyard, with a multi-story building at its center, exuding an ancient charm. The young Master Guan has arrived. As Guan Ning approached, someone shouted, instantly drawing the gaze of all present. Is this the young Master Guan? Truly handsome. His appearance is remarkable. However, his intellect seems lacking to have dared wager against Lu Feng. Perhaps he is new to the Imperial Academy, eager to gain some reputation. He may not last long here, soon to be expelled, or perhaps he has resigned himself to fate. Do not speak ill of young Master Guan. He is far too handsome for that. Various voices intermingled, reflecting a spectrum of expressions. Aha, I thought you wouldn't dare show up. At that moment, Lu Feng strode over with a hearty laugh, accompanied by 5 or 6 others, all wearing smiles. Young Master Guan, even if you desire to save face, one must consider the circumstances, no? Who finds themselves in a more embarrassing position now. Indeed, even daring to impersonate the poetry overlord. To insult the poetry overlord is a crime deserving of punishment. Yes, despite your status as the young master of the Northtown Prince's residence. You must not speak so recklessly in this matter, or you shall find yourself at odds with our Poetry Pavilion. Many present were incensed. Some could not bear to see Guan Ning thrive, while others were genuinely unable to tolerate his arrogance, driven by a need to defend their honor. In any case, they united against him. Fool. Guan Ning courteously retorted with 2 words. You are vulgar. As a scholar, such crudeness is truly excessive. Many were infuriated by his remarks. Their anger boiling over, resentment palpable. How satisfying. The tension in the air was thick with discontent. Guan Ning blossomed with an exhilarating sense of strength gradually manifesting within him, captivating his very essence. He chose to bide his time, awaiting the conclusion of the poetry appreciation event, when all would be revealed, and he would witness how his rival would ultimately disgrace himself. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, desiring to cease further disputes. The words of this young lord were devoid of merit, and the 2 characters had begun to circulate, rendering him a laughingstock. Such profound resentment swelled within him. Guan Ning distinctly sensed the weight of Lu Feng's animosity. This fellow seemed destined to follow in the footsteps of the illustrious Deng Mingji's progeny. Humph. Noticing the mocking grin, Lu Feng instinctively withdrew, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Indeed, the group shared a derisive chuckle as they strode toward the center. Should we venture over there? It seems rather distant, one remarked. Meanwhile, Li Shulan conversed with Xiao Liao. No, the 3rd brother is over there. It would be easy to recognize me, Xiao Liao replied. Having stealthily escaped the palace and disguised herself as a man, naturally cautious of drawing attention. Very well. Are you still willing to wager with me? There is still time to back out, she teased. Why not wager? Li Shulan jested. You seem quite confident in your fiancé. Stop spouting nonsense, you little rascal. You rogue. Only in the company of Li Shulan did Xiao Liao display such a playful demeanor. Typically, she maintained an air of aloofness. Indeed, Li Shulan continued her banter. Yet Xiao Liao fell silent, her gaze sweeping the surroundings before halting. Xiao Ning, though others may doubt you, I believe in you, she murmured inwardly. Why do I always feel as if someone is watching me? Guan Ning turned to look but perceived nothing amiss. Of course, you are a celebrity. Who would he gaze upon you? Lu Junyan gestured in a certain direction. I can assure you, those 2 ladies harbor interest in you. I've observed for quite some time. Are you idle? Guan Ning retorted. It's merely a matter of fairness. Although you are quite handsome, your reputation is lacking. My father is wealthy. My grandfather influential. Why do I find no admirers? Is it solely because I lack your looks? Guan Ning sensed a tinge of resentment from Lu Junyan. Let me impart a piece of wisdom, Guan Ning said, patting Lu Junyan on the shoulder with earnestness. Beauty is justice. The resentment intensified. Quickly, let us move closer. The poetry event is about to commence. Lu Junyan decisively shifted the conversation. As they approached the center, they instinctively parted for Guan Ning. Having previously rendered Deng Qiu unconscious on 2 occasions, his words had become notorious, laden with venom, granting the public a clear understanding of this young lord's sharp tongue. Guan Ning paid no mind, advancing leisurely. At this moment, the venue had begun to take shape. Numerous tables and benches were arranged on the level ground before the pavilion for attendees to sit. Although the sun shone high in the sky, the verdant shade provided a refreshing respite. The limited seating meant not everyone could take a seat, thus an unspoken order prevailed, allowing only those of notable literary merit to sit, while others stood aside, self-aware of their place. Everyone adhered to this customary decorum, especially with so many eyes upon them. Brother Wu has arrived. Brother Zhao, please. Brother Qianfeng. As the event drew near, a multitude of attendees congregated, accompanied by audible gasps of astonishment. Wu Xianji of the Poetry Pavilion has arrived, a figure renowned for 2 celebrated poems, truly extraordinary. Alongside him is Qianfeng, another prodigy of the Poetry Pavilion. Then there is Zhao Shoujia, a distinguished painter who studied under the esteemed Master Fu. The gathering is filled with individuals who are seldom seen in ordinary circumstances. Naturally, as the saying goes, poetry and painting are inseparable, and such sentiments resonate deeply. The crowd buzzes with lively discussions, filled with admiration. It has been a considerable time since any timeless verse has graced the world. Thus, the Poetry Pavilion has remained hushed, and this opportunity for appreciation serves as a means to elevate their reputations. Indeed, this further emphasizes the prowess of the poetic elite. However, the enigma surrounding the author remains perplexing. Despite the commotion, no one has stepped forth to claim the work. Is it truly possible to abandon such a significant literary legacy? Someone has acknowledged it, you say? Are you referring to Guancher? His words are mere folly and should not be taken seriously. Quite embarrassing, indeed. Unbeknownst to them, the topic inevitably shifted back to Guan Ning, as curiosity about the author's identity prevailed. So far, only Guan Ning has made an admission. What are you staring at? Let us sit, Guan Ning suggested, gesturing toward the nearby seats. Standing here is quite tiring. We cannot sit, Lu Junyan replied, shaking his head. Why not? It is an unwritten rule. Only those of noteworthy status or exceptional talent from each pavilion may do so. But there is no signature, Guan Ning retorted, disregarding the rules as he boldly approached and seated himself in a prominent position. Lu Junyan was at a loss for words. By doing this, you will become the target of everyone's ire. I must keep my distance. Guan Shixi actually dared to take a seat in that very spot? Such audacity. Many present furrowed their brows at this scene. Stand up. Just as he settled, a young man approached, reprimanding Guan Ning. The newcomer, appearing to be around 20, possessed thick eyebrows and bright eyes, with a lean face and prominent features. His ordinary scholar's robe fit him well. But what drew attention was the 2 black characters embroidered on his chest, those of the Guozi, indicating his status as a student from the National Academy. The National Academy consists of 6 branches: Guozi, Taishiwe, Simon, Lishiwe, Shushiwe, and Swanshiwe. The distinctions among these branches relate to the students' backgrounds and status, with the first 3 catering to the scions of officials of the 3rd, 5th, and 7th ranks and focusing on Confucian classics, while the latter 3 impart specialized skills to disciples of the 8th rank and commoners. Within the system, there exists a hierarchy of excellence, with assessments and promotion mechanisms dictating the upper, internal, and external halls. New students begin in the external hall, progressing through public and private examinations, and based on their daily conduct, they may ascend to the internal hall. Internal students face examinations every 2 years, and only those who achieve superior results in both public and private assessments qualify for the upper hall. Different ranks confer varied privileges. Those in the upper hall enjoy promising futures. The embroidery on their chests signifies their respective schools, with different colors denoting their hall status. The external hall is white, indistinguishable from the scholar's robe, while the internal hall is brown and the upper hall is black. The individual before us is a student of the upper hall from the National Academy. Attaining this status requires passing numerous evaluations. Thus, the number of upper hall students is exceedingly rare, each being a figure of remarkable literary and scholarly distinction. This young man epitomizes such excellence. His tone was exceedingly impolite, as if he were utterly indifferent to Guan Ning's status, looking down from a position of superiority. This condescending manner irked Guan Ning significantly. Who are you? Jinjikai, he proclaimed, his name echoing with unmistakable pride. Jinjikai? Is he not the one renowned in classical studies for his audacity? Those who overheard exchanged astonished glances, murmuring incessantly. Jinjikai's grandfather was once a high-ranking official, only to meet an untimely demise, leading to the family's decline. Who would have thought that he would rise to prominence upon entering the Imperial Academy, excelling among his peers with vast knowledge? Advancing from the outer to the inner chamber in just a year? It is said that he has garnered the favor of the third prince. Poised to enter the Jin Wangfu, should the third prince secure the position of heir, Jinjikai would undoubtedly become the crown prince's aide, with a bright future ahead. Indeed, it is precisely because Jinjikai's family has a chance to regain its former glory. Is this not reminiscent of the Guan heir? One is brilliant, while the other is deemed worthless. The Guan heir, too, is set to enter the Imperial Academy as a student, yet due to prolonged absences, he risks expulsion. The decision has been made to conduct assessments. Failure to meet the standards would result in removal, with Jinjikai serving as one of the principal evaluators. How utterly disrespectful of the Guan heir. Does he truly believe himself worthy of such a position? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes fixed upon the two. Many stifled smirks, for Jinjikai is undeniably a formidable figure within the Imperial Academy, and his reprimand carried significant weight. "Oh, I do not recognize you," Guan Ning replied, shaking his head. "Guan heir, this individual is Jinjikai, an esteemed assistant professor of the Imperial Academy," Lu Junyan interjected fervently, underscoring the rarity of students achieving such a position. The Imperial Academy's chief is the Minister of Education, overseeing administrative affairs, while the Vice Minister and various other officials manage teaching and scholarly duties. Those who instruct are typically doctors, with assistant professors aiding them. Jinjikai, having attained the status of an inner chamber student, was appointed as an assistant professor, reflecting his exceptional intellect. Crucially, he might serve as the examiner for Guan Ning. Thus one must tread carefully around him. "This seat is not one you can occupy," Jinjikai stated bluntly. "Who has arranged for anyone to sit here? Why am I not permitted?" Guan Ning retorted defiantly. "Those seated here are significant figures at the poetry appreciation event. Do you not meet the qualifications?" "Oh?" Guan Ning squinted slightly. "Is the author not permitted to sit?" "Certainly, the author is allowed to sit," Jinjikai conceded. "Then that settles it," Guan Ning responded directly. "Guan heir, cease this frivolous dispute." Jinjikai's tone grew colder, laden with warning. "My qualifications are not for you to judge," Guan Ning countered persistently. Jinjikai's lofty demeanor irked him further, as it was evident he harbored a clear intention to provoke. "Guan heir, this behavior will not benefit you." "Why do you ramble so?" Guan Ning retorted with impatience. "You." Jinjikai scrutinized Guan Ning intently, as if struck by a revelation, and coolly remarked, "To cling to a seat without merit will not validate your worth. Rather, it will only serve to embarrass you. Am I qualified? That is not for you to decide. And you are not worthy to speak. Cease your incessant chatter. You, Jinjikai, possess such audacity, and after the poetry appreciation event, you shall become a subject of ridicule. Why should you concern yourself with that?" At that moment, Lu Feng approached. Indeed, Jinjikai chose not to elaborate further and took a seat. He occupied the foremost position, for he had earned that right. "You have offended Jinjikai," Lu Junyan whispered, fearing you might not remain at the Imperial Academy for long. "And so what? You wear an insufferable expression." Guan Ning expressed his disdain. "You are impressive." Lu Junyan was truly astonished by Guan Ning. Soon, many others arrived and took their seats in succession, among them several distinguished individuals from the academy, each adhering to their respective ranks and seating arrangements without transgressing the slightest bit. Only Guan Ning, amidst them, appeared somewhat out of place. At that moment, a loud call rang out, prompting everyone to instinctively turn and greet the speaker. "The learned scholars are the educators of the Imperial Academy, and they are your educators as well." The learned scholars. Jinjikai greeted them with a smile. "Yes, there is no need for formalities. Today's poetry gathering is a significant event for our Imperial Academy, and you should all engage in thorough appreciation and contemplation of the poetic sentiments." The learned scholar, approaching 50, donned a Confucian robe, exuding an air of a prominent figure, albeit his portly stature and protruding belly rendered him somewhat awkward. Those who attain the status of a learned scholar are invariably individuals of profound knowledge, universally respected regardless of their physique. At that moment, Jinjikai whispered something to him. And soon after, the learned scholar approached Guan Ning. "Guan Ning? Indeed, I am the student. He is the monitor of the academy, and it is appropriate for him to refer to himself as a student." Knowledge may vary in depth, yet respect transcends status. Do you not understand? The learned scholar spoke in a measured tone. Guan Ning was well aware of the implications. It was merely a matter of seating, and he could have yielded without issue. Yet he was resolute in his decision to remain seated. There is no fault in the pursuit of knowledge. What distinction is there? Guan Ning retorted directly. While the learned scholar invoked propriety to admonish him, Guan Ning countered with the pursuit of knowledge. Whether one studies in youth or in middle age, regardless of the level of learning, the quest for knowledge remains the same. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. The son of the Guan family was indeed engaging in a debate with the learned scholar. Jin Jikai was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such words from Guan Ning. What use is there in knowledge devoid of decorum? The learned scholar continued without hesitation. The implication being that disregarding propriety and neglecting self-cultivation renders even vast knowledge meaningless. Jin Jikai and several others nearby cast scornful glances at Guan Ning. How arrogant, daring to debate with the learned scholar. Who do you think you are? This remark was irrefutable, and Guan Ning acknowledged it. Yet both the learned scholar and Jin Jikai were evidently not genuinely invested in such sentiments. A learned scholar and an assistant instructor wield considerable influence over their own futures. They must have received directives to deliberately target him. A thought flickered through Guan Ning's mind. Is it true for reputation, or merely a facade of propriety? Insolence, Jin Jikai retorted sharply. This implies that their adherence to propriety is not for its own sake, but rather to preserve their own reputation and dignity. When these scholars entered and engaged in conversation, they exuded an air of worldly pragmatism, far removed from the demeanor of scholars devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. Instead, they resembled self-serving politicians. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that Guan Ning would hold them in contempt. Though you have not yet acquired citizenship, you are still a monitor of the Imperial Academy. Is this how you speak to your superiors? Jin Jikai reprimanded. What? Are you enraged out of embarrassment, or have you been struck at your core? Guan Ning's tone remained indifferent. Master Guan, Lu Junyan interjected from the side, your implications are exceedingly evident. Offending Jin Jikai might leave you with a chance. But to offend the leading scholars guarantees you no opportunity. Guan Ning understood his meaning and offered him a reassuring glance. He was well aware. With such disregard for authority and such lack of respect for one as mentors, do you presume to enter the Imperial Academy? Whether I can or cannot is not for you to decide. Guan Ning asserted directly. The Imperial Academy is a place for scholarly pursuit, not a realm governed by any single voice. Upon hearing this, those around them collectively gasped. In all the years since the establishment of the Academy, it was the first time someone had so boldly confronted a leading scholar. Guan Ning was the first. Subsequently, they all shook their heads. The words of the scholars had sealed Guan Ning's fate. The gates of the Academy would remain closed to him. Arrogant. Such audacity. The crowd was abuzz with astonishment. Yet, Guan Ning chose not to elaborate further, instead opting to take a seat, completely ignoring the commotion. You scholars need not dwell on this. It is unnecessary, Jin Jikai remarked, feeling a twinge of delight within. Guan Ning's attitude was unexpected, yet it provided ample justification for expelling him from the academy. Please take your seat. The poetry gathering is about to commence, Jin Jikai said. Preparing to find a spot, only to discover that apart from his own vacant seat at the front, all others were occupied. He certainly could not allow the scholars to stand, which meant he would have to. The position that rightfully belonged to the scholars was now occupied by Guan Ning, leaving Jin Jikai in an awkward predicament. As a monitor of the academy, also serving as a teaching assistant, he found himself without a place to sit. Meanwhile, Guan Ning sensed the resentment emanating from him. Stand, if you must, Guan Ning chuckled, intensifying the resentment further. Perfect. Jin Jikai took a deep breath, ready to unleash his frustration, but at that moment, a crisp gong resonated through the air. The poetry gathering was finally commencing. The entire assembly fell silent. All gazes fixated on the balcony at the front. A clear voice began to resonate. In the corner, several branches of plum bloom alone in the cold. I know they are not snow, for their subtle fragrance wafts near. This was the voice of the reciter, with perfect rhythm and tonal variation, imbued with deep emotion. The voice reached every ear, seemingly transporting thoughts into the realm of poetry. It enveloped everyone in a profound experience, allowing them to close their eyes and immerse themselves. This was the power of exquisite poetry, capable of stirring the spirit. The reciter was certainly no ordinary individual, of that Guan Ning was certain. The ability to project such clarity into the ears of each listener hinted at remarkable skill. Was this a master of poetic arts? Guan Ning could not ascertain. Amidst his contemplation, the recitation continued unabated. 4 poems and 1 lyric, one after another, unintentionally competing for spring, allowing the myriad flowers to be jealous. Falling to the ground. Crushed into dust, only the fragrance remains as before. The final line lingers in the air, echoing, and many present exhibit an intoxicated expression. This verse is simply exquisite. Its meaning profound, making it hard to return to the present moment. At this instant, a few individuals emerge from the loft, both the elderly and the young. Yesterday, a remarkable piece was discovered in the Poetry Pavilion, spreading throughout the capital overnight. Indeed, a creation that astonishes the world, hence the Poetry Appreciation Gathering was organized. The elderly man in the center speaks, his voice resonating clearly in this tranquil setting. The Night Scholar. The crowd gasps in astonishment. It is none other than the esteemed scholar from the Hanlin Academy. Knight Hongyu, a renowned scholar in the Kang Dynasty, holds a prestigious reputation. Next, the contemporary poet Jun Duxiozai shall interpret these verses about plum blossoms. The Poet King? He has indeed arrived. Only the head of the Poetry Pavilion is worthy of such a title. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a figure steps forth from the pavilion. Clad in a pristine white robe, tall and graceful, walking slowly. Not overtly handsome, yet exuding an air of cultured elegance. It is a tremendous honor to be the first to analyze and evaluate such exquisite works. If there are any shortcomings, I humbly ask for your guidance. Duxiozai's voice is calm, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Guan Ning recognizes him. The one who read aloud earlier is indeed this individual. The Poet King? He is surely no ordinary person. Guan Ning observes intently, as all present listen in rapt attention, for the presence of a subtle fragrance. These 5 words are the essence of the poem, elevating the entire piece. Duxiozai begins his analysis. Literary appreciation involves dissecting the poem to discern its meaning and to grasp the emotions the author wishes to convey. Guan Ning listens attentively. This Poet King is not merely a name of renown, but possesses genuine talent, offering many unique insights. His 4 poems and 1 lyric are indeed masterpieces among plum blossom poetry. This is my interpretation. If there are any questions, please feel free to raise them for discussion. Duxiozai concludes his analysis. Immediately, voices arise with personal thoughts, igniting a fervent discussion on the 4 plum blossom poems, ushering the Poetry Appreciation Gathering into a delightful atmosphere. Some individuals, inspired by this, compose their own verses, which others promptly record for collective exploration. This is indeed the purpose of the poetry gathering. Not everyone present seeks merely to appreciate. Many aspire to craft renowned poems at the event, seizing an excellent opportunity for literary promotion. When the lyricist Li Yun arrives, the ambience of the gathering reaches new heights. The head of the pavilion is the one who reigns. Lyricist Li Yun shares the same name as Poet King Duxiozai, holding immense fame in the Guozijian and throughout Dekong. The last lyric will be analyzed by him. This lyric is exceptionally fine, and Guan Ning also finds it favorable. As praises are spoken, Guan Ning instinctively nods in agreement, which others misinterpret as him feigning mystery. Lu Feng shifts his gaze, stands, and proclaims loudly, "It is said that these 4 poems and 1 lyric were composed by the same individual. Can the names and authors be revealed today?" Chapter 42. You have not misheard. Indeed, how could it be the greatest regret to be unaware of the names of such remarkable works? Please reveal them. We all wish to know who possesses such great talent. Today, I have come to inquire about the identity of the author. As Lu Feng's words fell, a cacophony of discussion erupted, for this was the matter of greatest concern to the assembly. Many gazes instinctively turned towards Guan Ning. Previously, Lu Feng had deliberately propagated tales of his wager with Guan Ning, making it widely known. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng felt a surge of pride. He subconsciously cast a glance towards the top of the loft, aware that a significant figure was observing, namely, the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince had visited the Poetry Pavilion before. Yet, given his stature, he would never reveal himself publicly. Lu Feng's animosity towards Guan Ning was motivated by a desire for recognition, particularly since the 3rd prince had expressed dissatisfaction with Guan Ning at the entrance of the National Academy. It was common knowledge that the 3rd prince's inclinations favored the snow party. Lu Feng was adept at seizing opportunities, a fact known to many. Yet he felt no shame in it. Everyone has their own path to tread. Today, his intent was to humiliate Guan Ning, to tarnish his reputation, and to carve out opportunities for himself before the snow party. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Feng proclaimed loudly, "Previously, young Master Guan personally acknowledged that this exquisite poem on the plum blossoms was his creation. I merely wish to confirm this matter. Please, everyone, remain calm. The Knight Scholar raised his hand to quell the clamor. He spoke. These remarkable compositions were delivered by Lu Yunyun, a female auditor from the Poetry Pavilion. Last night, we promptly inquired about the author, and through our investigation, we have indeed verified the information. Since everyone is so keenly interested, let us make it public. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately perked up. This was indeed an announcement to be made. Young Master Guan, one can indulge in culinary delights, but one must not speak carelessly. Words uttered must come with consequences. Lu Feng, having approached Guan Ning without regard for the surrounding company, directly stated, I recall you mentioning that should you learn the identity of the poetry overlord, you would seek their guidance earnestly. You also claim to be a staunch defender of the poetry overlord? Guan Ning regarded him and inquired. Indeed, Lu Feng responded. To insult the poetry overlord is to insult the poetry pavilion, and you shall bear the repercussions. Fool. Guan Ning had no more words for him, only that brief retort. The laughter that followed was unmistakably amusing. You, a member of the National Academy, have engaged in such disgraceful conduct. Jinji interjected, conveniently diverting the spotlight from Lu Feng. What I do is none of your concern, Guan Ning retorted, showing no mercy, causing Jinji's expression to darken considerably. Let me assure everyone that I guarantee the veracity of my forthcoming statements, which have been corroborated through multiple sources and come with the absolute assurance of the informant. Knight Hongyu prefaced, aware that the revelation was likely to be shocking. It is widely acknowledged that this poem originated from the Lu residence and the current Minister of Personnel. Lord Lu stands as a witness. The Knight Scholar continued, just last night, Lord Lu hosted a poetry appreciation gathering at his residence, where he also disclosed the identity of the author. However, due to the late hour, the news has not yet circulated. This statement tantalizingly piqued the curiosity of the audience. Pray, do tell, Knight Scholar. You are not one to withhold information, came the eager calls from those present. As the rain fell, Yi Hongyu instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Though a natural reaction, it was laden with complexity, leaving him at a loss for words. Perhaps you should announce it? Yi Hongyu murmured to Du Xiaocai. The esteemed Knight Sage, with his lofty reputation, should certainly be the one to make the proclamation, Du Xiaocai replied with a smile. What do you say, should I take the lead? Li Yin suggested softly from the side. That won't do, both men interjected simultaneously. Today, the Poetry Pavilion is hosting an appreciation event. How could the poet be the one to announce it? Besides, it has already been scheduled. If made public now, the higher-ups would surely be displeased, Li Yin added. The ongoing strife between the two factions in the court had tainted the National Academy, a place meant for scholarly pursuits, not the battleground for political skirmishes. The Knight Sage's tone turned stern. Let us announce it. The situation is reaching a boiling point, Du Xiaocai said calmly, clearing his throat. Yi Hongyu took a deep breath, drawing all eyes towards him, and proclaimed loudly, these 4 poems and 1 lyric are the work of a single author, who has chosen not to assign individual titles, but collectively named them 5 poems on plum blossoms by Guan Ning. After his declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if the audience had failed to comprehend. Did I speak too softly? The Knight Sage pondered, then repeated himself with greater volume. They are called 5 poems on plum blossoms by Guan Ning. Yet still, no response came. Was his voice truly too low? He raised his voice once more, even clearing his throat for emphasis. Still, there was nary a reaction. What is going on? The Knight Sage turned in confusion to Du Xiaocai and Li Yin, who both shook their heads in unison, stating, You were quite audible the first time. Surely everyone heard you. Why repeat it thrice? Then why the silence? It is sheer astonishment. The two replied in unison. What name is this? 5 poems on plum blossoms by Guan Ning? Did I mishear? Am I hallucinating? That cannot be. The Knight Sage repeated it thrice. How could there be confusion? Is this named after young Master Guan? The realization began to dawn on the crowd, and murmurs of speculation arose. 5 poems on plum blossoms by Guan Ning? Jinji whispered, instinctively turning to the other scholars. They shook their heads, bewildered by the meaning. What does this signify? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled expression directed at Guan Ning. What does it mean? He called out loudly, echoing the sentiments of several others. What does this name imply? Many shared their doubts. It signifies that this poetic work was composed by Guan Ning, bearing his own name, the Knight Sage explained. You did not mishear. These 4 poems and 1 lyric are indeed the creation of young Master Guan. Impossible. This cannot be. Absolutely not. The atmosphere ignited with disbelief, the noise escalating rapidly. The work of young Master Guan? Surely this is a jest? Others wore expressions of shock. Yi Hongyu, a figure of great scholarly merit, would not speak recklessly on such matters, especially in a gathering of this nature. Silence. The poet Du Xiaozai interjected calmly. We have verified this matter multiple times, with Lord Lu personally assuring us that the author of these poems is indeed Guan Ning, young Master Guan. If even the esteemed poet has spoken thus, it must be true. All present were taken aback, their gazes filled with disbelief directed at Guan Ning. Nonsense! Lu Feng exclaimed loudly. How could the young Master Guan possibly compose poetry? This is sheer folly. You accuse me of nonsense? A cold voice interrupted, causing Lu Feng's complexion to instantly pale. The author wishes to convey. Please express your support if you have read this. I would like to see how many of you are here. Chapter 43. The Jester Under the Blazing Sun. It felt as if one had fallen into an ice cavern. This accurately captured Lu Feng's current sentiment. He realized he had made a grave error by questioning the great scholar in front of so many people and uttering such outrageous words. What a disgrace! Yet, could it truly be so? How could such poetry be the work of Guan Ning? The others fell into a hushed silence. While it was indeed excessive for a monitor to voice such doubt, they could somewhat empathize, as many among them harbored similar thoughts. However, a true scholar would not frivolously speak on such matters, for it carries weighty responsibility. Lu Feng, you are a member of the Poetry Pavilion. At this moment, the poet Du Xiaozai finally spoke. To publicly question a great scholar and utter vile words, henceforth you are expelled from the Poetry Pavilion. His tone remained calm, yet it sent waves of pallor across Lu Feng's face. No. His voice trembled with fear. Within the Imperial Academy, the primary authority lies with the 6 studies. Every monitor must join one, and in addition, they may participate in various pavilions and halls for supplementary learning. Compared to the 6 studies, these are more loosely organized. Yet distinctions exist between formal and informal memberships. Typically, individuals would choose several to join, enhancing their knowledge and serving as a testament to their experience. Those who excel in the pavilions reap substantial benefits. The formally recognized members are known as pavilion students, while informal participants merely engage as auditors. And Lu Feng is a formal pavilion student of the Poetry Pavilion. Being expelled or dismissed from the academy is a significant matter, leaving a blemish on one's personal record. Particularly for a grand pavilion like the Poetry Pavilion, which boasts high levels of freedom, expulsion carries dire consequences. Voluntary withdrawal and expulsion are entirely different concepts. Those around wore expressions of astonishment. Du Xiaozai, as the head of the Poetry Pavilion, possessed the authority to expel students. Yet everyone knew him to be a renowned good-natured individual, never known to lose his temper. This was the first instance of expelling a student. However, they quickly grasped the underlying motive. This action served to validate the 4 poems in 1 verse, expelling the doubter Lu Feng's, thereby unequivocally affirming that the author was indeed Guan Ning. Furthermore, it was a gesture of goodwill. A poet capable of such magnificent works would surely be welcomed, and the Poetry Pavilion would undoubtedly extend an invitation to Guan Ning. It is widely known that the wager between Lu Feng and Guan Ning has been the subject of much speculation. Du Xiaozai must have been aware of this. By expelling Lu Feng, he was effectively currying favor. It could now be stated with absolute certainty that Guan Ning was the author, even if the reasons behind it remained unclear. Is Guan Ning truly the author? The crowd stood in a daze, and embarrassment washed over them. It was not only Lu Feng who had doubted Guan Ning, but all of them had shared in that skepticism. Could it genuinely be him? It seemed likely. Did he possess such extraordinary talent? Who could have known? The crowd exchanged glances, some staring at the dazed Lu Feng. One exclaimed in shock, "There's still a wager." A wager? Indeed, he had made a pact with young Master Guan, stipulating that if it was truly his work, he would have to loudly proclaim himself as a dog of the Dang residence. It was now abundantly clear that he had lost, having been expelled from the Poetry Pavilion. His reputation in tatters, and his future bleak. Yet, young Master Guan had spoken the truth. He had indeed become the fool. The murmurs of the crowd brimmed with schadenfreude, akin to their earlier mockery of Guan Ning, now directed at Lu Feng. With the knowledge of Lu Feng's dismal fate, they began to revel in his misfortune. Such is human nature. Lu Feng felt the weight of this realization, his complexion shifting between hues of green and red, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide. The true jester, it turned out, was he himself. Lost in thought, he raised his gaze only to meet Guan Ning's knowing smile, the shape of his mouth unmistakably forming 2 words, fool. Ha ha, fool. You truly have become a fool. Lu Junyan laughed heartily beside him. Who was it that claimed if they knew who the poetry overlord was, they would humbly seek guidance and offer words of support? Why not seek that guidance now? Laughter erupted from many, recalling that it was Lu Feng who had bestowed the title of poetry overlord, only to now slap himself in the face with his own actions. The esteemed figure he had revered turned out to be someone he had long looked down upon. Guan Ning had not pretended to be someone he was not. It was Lu Feng who had brought this embarrassment upon himself. Lu Feng's face turned nearly the color of liver, marking the most humiliating moment of his life. It's all Guan Ning's fault. It's all his scheming. Lu Feng thought furiously. He was a member of the Poetry Pavilion himself, possessing a modicum of poetic talent, and knew the immense difficulty in crafting such verses. It could not possibly be his work. Yet, at this moment, he could not question it further. That would have to wait for future inquiries. Damn it. His heart seethed with hatred for Guan Ning. He could have used this opportunity to curry favor with the Snow faction and please the third prince. But now all of that had evaporated into thin air. What immense resentment. Guan Ning looked at Lu Feng, incredulous that he still blamed him. In previous encounters, he had chosen to ignore Lu Feng's incessant provocations, only teaching him a lesson when pressed. Initially, Guan Ning had thought it unnecessary to fulfill the conditions of the wager, as it was not a desirable outcome, but now Lu Feng's attitude was intolerable. How brazen! A thought flashed through Guan Ning's mind, and he spoke. To act in such a despicable manner, even banished from the Poetry Pavilion, and still wish to seek my counsel? You would do better to keep your distance. His bluntness left Lu Feng seething with humiliation, nearly bursting with indignation. The others watched in astonishment at Guan Ning's utter lack of mercy. Yet, Lu Feng had once acted even more ruthlessly, deliberately spreading rumors to humiliate Guan Ning, only to bring ruin upon himself. Enough of this. You are aware of what you must do according to the wager, yes? Guan Ning's expression suggested he was in no mood for games, with his resentment only growing. Lu Feng's previously flushed face drained of color in an instant, overwhelmed by the weight of his own anger and the clear understanding of the consequences that awaited him. From this moment onward, it would all be over. What? Do you wish to back out? Lu Junyan shouted. Are you not a man? All eyes were fixated on Lu Feng, whose body trembled uncontrollably. I am. Too loud. I cannot afford to lose. Guan Ning reprimanded directly. I am but a dog of the Ding family. Lu Feng, casting aside all restraint, shouted aloud. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, how could he deny it? The resentment was too heavy. Well, we have long known you are a dog. Why speak so loudly? Are you proud? Guan Ning remarked, deliberately pretending to clean his ears, an action that struck deep and wounded to the core. Lu Junyan's eyes sparkled. This tactic was ruthlessly effective. Lu Feng's eyes bulged, his face pale with anger. Taking shortcuts is inadvisable. It cannot endure. One must strengthen oneself. Do you understand? Guan Ning looked at him with a tone of lecturing. Of course. If you insist on being a dog, no one will stop you. However, I must remind you that Deng Mingji once had a wolf dog, which I killed. It was both a warning and a taunt. Lu Feng, overwhelmed by rage, collapsed from the strain, resembling Deng Mingji in his fainting spell. The author has a note. Chapter 44, Self-Inflicted Suffering. Fainted again? Why do I say again? Upon witnessing Lu Feng fall straight down, the crowd instinctively reacted this way. This scene felt eerily familiar. Not long ago, at the entrance of the Guozijian, Deng Mingji had met the same fate. These two were strikingly similar. Once more, Guan Ning had caused someone to faint. For a moment, no one came forward to assist Lu Feng. They merely stared at Guan Ning in disbelief. Even Guan Ning seemed puzzled by Lu Feng's fragile temper. However, he soon laughed, truly worthy of being Deng Mingji's successor. You can still laugh? At that moment, a friend of Lu Feng spoke up. Brother Lu has fainted from your provocation, and you feel no guilt? How cruel. Indeed. Others chimed in, questioning. You just threatened Lu Feng. Threatened him? Guan Ning replied nonchalantly. I merely stated that I had killed a dog of the Deng family. Is that a threat? Or do you also consider him a dog? His words were sharp, and his heart was ruthless. The warning was unmistakable. Anyone standing for the Deng family would meet a similar fate, and the crowd gained a more profound understanding of this young Master Guan. The group fell silent, unable to respond as they took Lu Feng away, while simultaneously absorbing a considerable amount of resentment. How delightful, Guan Ning thought with satisfaction, wishing there were more individuals like Lu Feng. The atmosphere momentarily hushed as no one knew what to say, for this situation was utterly astonishing. Let us depart. At the same time, the third prince, Shaoqi, spoke calmly from the upper levels of the pavilion. His attendants remained silent, knowing that His Highness, the Prince of Jin, was in a foul mood. He loved poetry, But if the verses were penned by Guan Ning, he would likely be displeased. Is it truly him? In a secluded corner of the poetry pavilion, Li Shulan slightly parted her lips in astonishment. How could this dandy young master possess such talent? In truth, he did. Though few paid attention, Xiao Liao spoke. You have lost. You must honor the conditions you agreed to. Recently, discussions in the court have revolved around the mobilization of the northern garrison. Perhaps your grandfather could intercede to secure a favorable position for you. This matter may be insurmountable. Li Shulan whispered, according to my elder, the decision has already been made to transfer the northern garrison to Longzhou. Longzhou? That place is notorious for its banditry. And the local governor, Ji Mingchong, is a disciple of the second assistant, Lord Shui. You seem remarkably well informed, Li Shulan remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment. This is hardly a desirable location, Xiao Liao replied, her mood heavy. Why are you so concerned? Are you truly taken with that young Master Guan? Li Shulan inquired once more. Xiao Liao fell silent. Alas, I had hoped to witness your grandeur. What manner of person are you? Li Shulan mused, glancing down in disappointment. Come, let us head over there. She pointed towards the center. Are you daring enough to go? The third prince is surely watching from the pavilion. What if he recognizes you? Xiao Liao replied resolutely. Knowing that Guan Ning is the author, he must have already departed. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Let us go and see the spectacle. Many have faced humiliation today. Are you not one of them? How annoying. The two made their way into the crowd. That fool Lu Feng has been carried away, Lu Junyan remarked with a chuckle as he observed the scene outside. A self-inflicted punishment, Guan Ning commented casually. Some individuals are simply deluded, he continued. Seated prominently, surrounded by several esteemed figures from the Imperial Academy, many instinctively glanced at Jin Jikai when Guan Ning uttered this statement. As Jin had just attempted to undermine Guan Ning over seating arrangements. Given that Guan Ning was the original author, he undoubtedly possessed the right to sit there, and indeed, he was the most qualified. This realization served as a subtle critique, implying that Jin Jikai was rather presumptuous. At that moment, Jin Jikai felt quite awkward, standing nearby and fully aware of the remarks. However, as an assistant at the Imperial Academy, he maintained a deep composure, concealing any visible reaction. While his mind raced with thoughts, he had not anticipated Guan Ning's remarkable talent, yet now it was a matter of fact, enhancing his literary reputation. They had intended to expel Guan Ning from the academy, but this development could pose some obstacles. The poetry pavilion would surely come to Guan Ning's defense. This situation was becoming complicated. Jin Jikai exchanged glances with his fellow scholars, each understanding the other's thoughts. For poems and a lyric, I trust everyone comprehends the significance. Such an exquisite creation, naturally gifted, is a treasure to be celebrated by the world, a boon for the poetry pavilion. At that moment, the poetry master, Du Xiucai, spoke up, young Master Guan. Might you have an interest in joining the poetry pavilion? Wait, interrupted Li Yun, the lyric master beside him. You mentioned 4 poems and a lyric. In my view, that lyric is even more exceptional. Might young Master Guan be interested in joining the lyric pavilion? The two seemed to be vying for his favor. This scene left many astonished, yet it was not entirely unexpected. To produce such remarkable poetry without joining the poetry pavilion would indeed be a waste. I remarked, the poetry and prose pavilion is not the primary field of study. Yet one can join simultaneously. What is it that you are vying for? Du Xiucai murmured. What? Am I not allowed to speak? Li Yun interjected. The old fellows from before insisted that I must be included in the poetry pavilion. Very well. The two turned to observe Guan Ning as he spoke. What are you still lingering for? Lu Junyan nudged Guan Ning and whispered. Although the poetry and prose pavilion is not the main focus, it is by no means trivial. It holds considerable influence within the Imperial Academy, even if you are expelled from the academy. Possessing the identity of these 2 pavilions may provide you with a chance for redemption. Guan Ning was well aware of the gravity of the situation. He had already offended several scholars of the academy, including Jin Jikai. Their intentions were abundantly clear. They aimed to expel him. Is expulsion a possibility? Absolutely not. Once expelled, it would furnish them with grounds for impeachment, citing his inadequacy and leading to the dissolution of his title as heir. He needed to devise a plan to forge more connections within the academy to assist him. Just then, as Guan Ning was poised to agree, Jin Jikai suddenly spoke up. He declared loudly, to think that the authors of these 4 poems and 1 piece of prose are none other than Master Guan. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a single dipper. We have been blind. His demeanor was affable, his attitude friendly. laced with compliments, leaving many in astonishment. Such a disposition evoked admiration from numerous onlookers. It was no wonder that he could ascend to the upper ranks within a year, even being appointed as a teaching assistant by exception, showcasing such magnanimity. I was indeed impulsive earlier. It seems I had been somewhat self-righteous. Jin Jikai expressed self-reproach, filled with contrition. This exemplified the virtue of repaying grievances with kindness. Truly deserving of the title of assistant teacher Jin. Some began to feel a sense of respect. In contrast, Guan Ning appeared somewhat aggressive. This fellow, Guan Ning, squinted slightly. It is precisely such individuals who are the most formidable. Could Jin Jikai genuinely hold such sentiments? Absolutely impossible. A conspiracy. There must be a hidden agenda. Jin Jikai continued, to have such poetic compositions is a fortune for us all. It turns out Master Guan possesses such remarkable talent, of which we were previously unaware. Might Master Guan grace us with another masterpiece on this occasion, allowing us to appreciate unparalleled genius? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, they had been waiting for this moment. Chapter 45. Only recognizing attire, not the person. Brilliant. This is truly a masterful stratagem. Initially, there were doubts regarding Guan Ning's abilities in poetry. He was merely an ineffectual heir, having previously penned only a few flowery verses that delighted the courtesans of the pleasure quarters. How could anyone accept such a sudden display of extraordinary talent? Yet, they could not refute it, for esteemed scholars such as Du Xiaozai and Li Yun had vouched for him. The fate of doubters like Lu Feng had already been witnessed. However, nothing is absolute. What if these individuals were also deceived? After all, no one knows the truth. Perhaps there is indeed great talent behind Guan Ning, merely usurped by him. Now, Jin Jikai first elevates Guan Ning to great heights, which serves as flattery that could lead to his downfall. Then challenges him to compose poetry on the spot, turning it into a test of the moment. Should Guan Ning fail to produce, it would only amplify doubts about him, tarnishing his reputation and diminishing the luster of his earlier works. This is a blatant scheme. Jin Jikai was certain that Guan Ning could not produce anything. He simply did not believe it. A useless heir suddenly transformed into a great poet? Even a novel would not dare to depict such a scenario. What do you think? Surely, Master Guan would not dismiss this lightly? Jin Jikai watched Guan Ning with a smile. Indeed, Master Guan, why not compose a poem on the spur of the moment? This poetry gathering is the perfect occasion for it. However, any matter pertaining to it should pose no challenge for you, the master of poetry. Those who understood began to cheer, lifting Guan Ning up. He had no choice but to comply. Failing to perform would leave him at a disadvantage. Even the esteemed scholars of the night, Du Xiaozai and Li Yun, were quite curious. Could he truly be unable to create something? Jin Jikai inquired once more. This fellow was indeed up to no good. Guan Ning's thoughts raced, and an idea formed. With a smile, he said, "Believe it or not, in this setting, I find myself inspired." "Oh, do share the details." Jin Jikai feigned interest, though internally he scoffed. He could not believe that Guan Ning would actually produce something worthwhile. This should be considered a playful poem rather than a proper one. To enliven the atmosphere, I shall present this poem as a riddle, based on an everyday object for everyone to guess, Guan Ning declared loudly. A poem as a riddle? That seems quite challenging. Came the murmurs as he captivated the audience's attention. Such poems are known as enigmatic verses or riddle poetry, where the composition itself serves as the riddle. And to create one spontaneously is no simple feat. Clearing his throat, Guan Ning began, with a sharp head and a slender body, white as silver. It bears no weight at all. Its eyes are located at the rear, recognizing only garments, not people. This is the riddle. Let us see who can answer it. At these words, the crowd fell silent, deep in thought. Truly sharp-tongued, this Master Guan, chuckled the esteemed scholar of the night. Indeed, it is clever. Though this poem is whimsical, it is quite fitting. Du Xiaozai also began to smile. As expected of the master of poetry, even insults are delivered without vulgarity. Li Yun could not help but exclaim. Guan Ning continued. This was composed impromptu, adhering to the conditions set forth for the poetry gathering, unrestricted in theme. I believe I have fulfilled them all. Jin, dear assistant, can you solve this riddle? Jin Jikai's face turned a deep crimson, his gaze fixed on Guan Ning, filled with resentment. The other scholars regarded Guan Ning with cold eyes. The atmosphere felt quiet, many fixated on Guan Ning, expressions of surprise and doubt etched on their faces. I know. It is a needle. A voice rang out. It was Lu Junyan, who exclaimed excitedly, the eye of the needle is at the rear. Just like a needle used for sewing, recognizing only garments, not people. Well done, Guan Ning praised. Indeed, Lu Junyan beamed, but his expression soon shifted. Needle? Jun? These two words share the same pronunciation, and previously Guan Ning had mentioned that inspiration was drawn from this poetry gathering. The implication was already quite clear. Eyes at the rear, recognizing only garments. The satire is too intense. This is clearly directed at Zhen Jikai. Many began to grasp the underlying meaning. Truly remarkable, Guan Ning remarked, looking at Zhen Jikai with a smile. Have you figured it out, Assistant Chen? Zhen Jikai's face turned ashen, and even his usual composure faltered at this moment. In such a setting, to compose such a twisted poem was undoubtedly a severe blow to his reputation, particularly the two lines that could be said to have torn him apart in criticism. Resentment surged forth, while Guan Ning's smile only widened, as Zhen Jikai seemed poised to become the third generation of Deng Mingji. Why the third generation, you may ask? Because the second generation, Lu Feng, had already been carried away. Come now, let the resentment intensify. Alas, some individuals are simply self-righteous. Guan Ning sighed deeply and remarked, you request me to compose a poem. And I have indeed done so, yet I remain silent. Is it displeasing to you? Zhen Jikai was rendered speechless. The surrounding onlookers gazed at Guan Ning in astonishment. He truly spared Zhen Jikai no dignity. This young noble was indeed merciless. However, it was only natural. Zhen Jikai had initiated the confrontation with Guan Ning, and now he was being soundly slapped in the face. He had claimed others were unworthy of such a position, only to find himself most deserving of it. Zhen Jikai was caught in a state of utmost embarrassment, unable to advance or retreat. Clearly, Guan Ning had crafted a twisted poem, yet he dared not request another, fearing something even more unacceptable might emerge. At that moment, a cold snort resonated in the ears of the crowd. Dr. Zhu stood up, fixating his gaze on Guan Ning as he spoke. As fellow students, you show no regard for your words, offering not a shred of compassion, disregarding the decorum of our institution. Even if you possess talent, lacking virtue renders you unworthy of being a student of the Guozijian. This head of the Guozijian finally spoke, alleviating Zhen Jikai's awkwardness. The public reprimand was severe, judging Guan Ning as talented yet lacking in morals. His words were easily comprehensible, implying that Guan Ning took the opportunity to strike without mercy, offering no leniency towards his peer. Upon hearing this, Lu Junyan displayed an incredulous expression. To claim that Guan Ning was unyielding? He had been present throughout, witnessing who had targeted whom relentlessly. How could such a statement be made? It was utterly shameless. Guan Ning was somewhat at a loss for words. Even if one were to show favoritism, there was no need for such blatant bias. It had reached an unreasonable extent. Others sensed the tension but could not voice their thoughts. After all, Dr. Zhu held a significant position within the Guozijian. Such words are excessive, murmured the esteemed scholar Yi, frowning slightly, though his voice was subdued, audible only to a few near the balcony. Indeed, it is rather outrageous, Du Shotsai concurred. This is clearly targeted, rather excessive. Li Yun's tone was also displeased. Though Lu Feng had his faults, your lack of magnanimity, your failure to understand the importance of mercy, even when he has collapsed, you still refuse to relent. Dr. Zhu continued, Zhen Jikai is further a tutor at the Guozijian, your superior, yet you still speak with vitriol, showing utter disregard for etiquette. Now, in my capacity as the head scholar of the Guozijian, I demand that you apologize immediately. Chapter 46. An apology, an impossibility in this lifetime. Dr. Zhu's expression was stern, his gaze locked onto Guan Ning. The unmistakable intent to refuse him was palpable. The atmosphere fell silent. No one anticipated that this poetry appreciation event would reach such a point, particularly Dr. Zhu publicly demanding an apology from Guan Ning. Zhen Ji's gaze was filled with a chilling intensity, his resentment boundless. He was a man of considerable depth, yet even he was shattered by Guan Ning's satirical verse, a form of mockery that no one could accept. As the poetry gathering drew to a close, whispers of this incident were destined to spread throughout the capital. Now, with the scholars pressing their accusations, he could hardly believe that Guan Ning would remain unperturbed. Originally, as a student appointed by the emperor himself, Guan Ning should have registered at the Imperial Academy within 2 days of his arrival in the capital. However, his unwarranted absence had led to a delay until this moment. One of the scholars spoke up. According to the regulations of the academy, he ought to be expelled, but considering his imperial appointment, he was granted a single opportunity to pass an assessment to remain. Otherwise, he would face expulsion. An uproar erupted upon hearing this. While some were aware of the situation, most were oblivious, and the public declaration by the scholar left no room for doubt. As the chief scholar, he possessed the authority to make such a pronouncement. Thus, Guan Ning faced the dire prospect of expulsion. Everyone present understood the current political climate. The Emperor's summoning of Guan Ning to the academy was intended to nurture his talents, preparing him to manage the Northern King's court. If he were to be expelled without proper study, those who had already suggested the dissolution of the Northern King's court would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act against him. Many quickly realized that this was not merely a trivial dispute. It was laden with profound political implications. Was mere absenteeism sufficient grounds for expulsion? Not necessarily. In truth, many students at the academy were not pure students. Numerous held external positions, and those who could enter the academy were predominantly of noble or affluent lineage, making up a significant proportion overall. Would these privileged offspring of officials remain complacent here? Lu Junyan was a prime example of this. This situation was particularly evident at the academy, where students hailed from backgrounds of at least third rank or higher. The chief scholar, Zhu Jie, was certainly aware of this. Moreover, Guan Ning had not yet completed his enrollment. He was not an official student, hence the accusation of absenteeism seemed unfounded. Such arbitrary charges could easily be fabricated. How outrageous! Exclaimed Xiao Liao from near the center. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous, echoed Li Shulan, equally dissatisfied. Zhu Jie did not appear as a chief scholar, but rather as a politician. Indeed, Xiao Liao retorted coldly. The current prime minister, Lord Shui, was once the chief scholar of the academy, while Zhu Jie served as an assistant then. Do you understand now? Sighing, Li Shulan remarked. There are many convolutions within this matter. In truth, Guan Ning has faced considerable challenges. Indeed, he has, Xiao Liao observed. In such a setting, it seemed that everyone had excluded Guan Ning, watching coldly as they pressured and suppressed him. He bore a great deal of weight upon his shoulders and endured much hardship. If you apologize now, it would indicate that you possess some understanding of restraint, offering a chance for redemption, signaling that you are capable of being taught. In considering your expulsion, we may show leniency, Zhu Jie continued. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity whatsoever. This was a blatant threat. Pass the assessment, and you may stay. Fail, and you must depart. Everyone knew that Guan Ning would likely not succeed in the assessment, and Zhu Jie's implication was clear if he publicly bowed in apology. The difficulty of the assessment might be mitigated. This is truly excessive. Knight Hongyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Has he mistaken the National Academy for his own personal domain? Li Yiyun continued. The National Studies is the foremost of the 6 academies, holding a prestigious position, and the current second assistant, Lord Shui, was once the chief scholar, rendering it rather exceptional. If Guan Ning possesses any wit, he should temporarily endure and bow his head. Such humility may present him with more opportunities. As the tide of events dictates. Bowing my head. I think not, Knight Hongyu replied somberly. This young Master Guan does not strike me as one who would easily submit. Another concern arose. Li Yiyun spoke again. Should the National Studies expel Guan Ning, and we subsequently wish to reinstate him, it would surely offend the National Studies. The Poetry Pavilion would undoubtedly want him, Du Xiaocai stated calmly. The words pavilion would also desire him, Li Yiyun replied gravely. However, failing to enter the 6 academies ultimately leads to his impeachment and eradication. Perhaps he might indeed succeed in the examination, Du Xiaocai interjected. You seem quite invested in this young Master Guan, Du Xiaocai retorted. Did you foresee such talent in him before? Indeed, Li Yiyun conceded. I am rather eager for the moment he slaps the faces of the crowd. Whispers of various opinions filled the air. Jinji cast a cold smile at Guan Ning. If he were wise, he would need to bow his head. Surrounded by derisive glances, Guan Ning remained tranquil. He smiled, his pristine teeth gleaming with a chilling intent. You wish for me to bow down? To apologize? Ha! Guan Ning laughed heartily. Are you dreaming? Or has this chief scholar lost his wits? No one expected Guan Ning to be so audacious, showing neither intention to apologize nor respect towards the scholars. Some sighed, while others silently shook their heads. A wastrel remains a wastrel. What use is it to indulge in momentary bravado? If he bows now, there might still be a chance. Behaving this way, he cuts off all avenues of retreat. The once mighty prince of the North's residence is no more. You are but a fallen heir. If you cannot endure this, how can you bear great responsibilities? Fools are simply fools. The murmurs of the crowd flooded Guan Ning's ears. He remained composed. He would neither bow nor compromise. Throughout my life, I have never apologized to anyone. I did not do so before, nor shall I in the future. His stance was made unequivocally clear. He would never yield. Stubborn and unrepentant. One of the scholars remarked. Tomorrow at the National Academy, an examination will be conducted. cabinet officials, esteemed Hanlon scholars, and distinguished individuals will be invited. If you do not pass, you shall be expelled from the national studies. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, secretly speculating about the scholars' tactics. Announcing it in such a public manner solidified the decision. Inviting so many witnesses was a strategic move to silence any pleas on Guan Ning's behalf, thereby obliterating any chance of retreat for him. People shook their heads, fully aware that this young Master Guan's time at the National Academy would ultimately be fleeting, and his expulsion was a certainty, for he could never pass the examination. By the way, allow me to remind you, Zhenji interjected, the scholars are the examiners, and so am I. Such an overt hint could not be misunderstood. The examination would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult, leaving no opportunity for Guan Ning. Oh, it's nothing, Guan Ning remarked lightly. What can an examination set forth by a Dr. Pig amount to? Can it truly challenge me? How audacious. Zhenji's expression shifted dramatically. Prior to addressing him, Guan Ning had employed a quantifier, referring to the esteemed doctors as Dr. Pigs. Chapter 47. Once again, homophony such bold and impudent words from a reckless youth. You are utterly lawless. The head academic, a doctor of the 6 schools, possessed a position of considerable esteem within the Imperial Academy, and his students greatly outnumbered Guan Ning's detractors, who were vociferously cursing him. The insult of calling the esteemed doctors Dr. Pigs was a grievous affront. A mere letter's difference carried immense weight. The doctor was somewhat rotund, with a visage reminiscent of a pig, and this appellation insinuated a complete lack of intellect, reducing him to a mere bag of rice. The satire was strikingly severe and remarkably audacious. The crowd was astonished to discover that this young noble was particularly adept at employing homophones as a means of ridicule. The raucous dog from the Deng residence had previously recited nonsensical poetry that mirrored the current situation. Both doctor and pig were fittingly aligned. Du Xiaocai and Li Yun exchanged glances, acknowledging that this fellow was indeed no pushover, yet inexplicably, they felt a sense of exhilaration. In the face of the cacophony of reprimands and doubts, Guan Ning expressed his surprise. Esteemed gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding? The term esteemed gentleman caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. Although it was a perfectly ordinary phrase, when uttered by him, it felt peculiar. It was yet another insult. How odd you all are. I have said nothing offensive, have I? Why such reactions? Guan Ning continued, is it because my quantifier was inappropriate? It seems there might be an issue with using doctor, perhaps it should be a doctor or one doctor? He pondered aloud. Upon reflection, a Dr. Pig or one Dr. Pig seems more fitting. Ha. As his words echoed, a laugh erupted from the crowd. Instinctively, they turned to find the source, discovering it was a young lady, Li Shulan. Is it her? Li Shulan was well known within the Imperial Academy, hailing from a prominent family in the capital. I merely recalled something amusing, she said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It was quite a struggle to suppress my laughter. This young Master Guan is rather sharp-witted. One Dr. Pig, a single Dr. Pig, she mused. And Guan Ning's jest would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Imperial Academy and the capital after this poetry gathering. Guan Ning laughed heartily. You. Zhenji glared at Guan Ning. And even with the composure expected of a head academic, he found it difficult to restrain himself. You insolent brat. Someone shouted. What is the matter? I too found something amusing, am I not permitted? Guan Ning, feeling the weight of the collective ire, maintained a smile on his face. Dr. Zhu, you must arbitrate this matter. It is well known that I am a mere wastrel heir, lacking in scholarly pursuits. Perhaps my choice of words was inappropriate, yet I assure you, I harbored no ill intentions. Guan Ning's assertions merely reveal his own guilt, yet you cannot pinpoint any faults in my conduct. However, it appears that Assistant Jun's words carry a veiled implication. Guan Ning suddenly exclaimed, he says you are Dr. Pig. Such an affront is utterly excessive. While it is true that Dr. Zhu shares a name and certain physical resemblance with the aforementioned pig, such remarks are simply intolerable. This is a blatant disregard for respect and decorum. Guan Ning retaliated with Zhen Jikai's earlier words, returning them verbatim. Zhen Jikai trembled with rage. This fellow is utterly shameless and exceedingly bold to speak so directly. The incessant references to Dr. Pig are unbearable. Dr. Zhu also trembled with indignation, their expressions mirroring one another. After tomorrow's assessment, prepare to be expelled from the academy. Dr. Zhu is clearly losing composure. The academy will not accept you, nor will any other institution dare to welcome you. Your actions today have cut off all avenues for retreat. My actions today? Guan Ning replied coolly. I do not wish for this, not in the slightest. I desire harmony and tranquility, yet you all have pushed me too far. Since we have reached this juncture, certain truths must be laid bare. His statement stunned everyone present. They observed keenly and recognized the veracity of Guan Ning's words. To compel me to bow my head is an impossibility. As Guan Ning spoke, he turned towards the loft. He declared loudly, "You two just extended an invitation for me to join your esteemed hall. May I inquire if that invitation still stands?" In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the poet Lord Du Xiaozai and the lyric Lord Li Yun. Dr. Zhu had clearly stated that anyone who befriends Guan Ning would become an adversary of the academy. As the foremost of the 6 schools with a substantial backing, would these two still dare to extend their hand? Indeed. The poet Lord Du Xiaozai replied calmly, "You are now a formal member of the Poetry Hall. The Lyric Hall will always welcome you, not for any other reason, but for the line, fallen to mud, ground to dust, yet still fragrant as ever." Li Yun concurred with his declaration. This was a direct slap in the face to Dr. Zhu, and even Jin Jikai's countenance turned ashen. Though the 2 poetry halls are not official institutions and are rather informal, they wield significant influence within the academy. There are many who appreciate poetry and lyrics. Observe. Not everyone fears you, Guan Ning stated directly. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. Tomorrow will reveal all. The extent of Dr. Zhu's ire can be surmised from the very words he uttered. With that, he turned and swept away, without entering the 6 schools. All is ultimately futile. You shall pay for your arrogance. Jin Jike left with one last remark, following closely behind Dr. Zhu. Ignorant and fearless. Humph. Soon. Many others also departed, including prominent figures from various schools and halls. It was evident that Dr. Zhu held considerable influence within the academy. Numerous individuals sensed the shift in atmosphere and subsequently left in succession. The previously crowded scene immediately became more relaxed. Such an occurrence at a poetry appreciation event was entirely unexpected, bringing a refreshing change. Numerous events unfolded, inevitably spreading at lightning speed throughout the Guozijian. And even the capital began to gain a deeper understanding of this young Master Guan. This fellow was undeniably formidable, with a sharpness that could be infuriating. Alas, the fun was over. Guan Ning felt somewhat unfulfilled. The grievances absorbed during this time far exceeded those at the Deng residence. To utter such words was indeed surprising. Brother, may you seek your own fortune, for you have certainly offended the Guozijian. You will undoubtedly fail tomorrow's assessment. Lu Junyan spoke up. The Guozijian primarily focuses on the 6 arts, with the pavilions serving as a supplement. In other words, even if the poetry pavilion or the rhyme pavilion calls upon you, you still do not qualify as an official student. Do you understand? Who says I cannot pass the assessment? Can you really pass? Perhaps young Master Guan may indeed succeed. A clear voice chimed in at that moment. Chapter 48. A sense of familiarity upon hearing this voice. Guan Ning turned around to see 2 individuals approaching. The speaker was a young woman, her countenance pure and her skin fair, though she wore a simple academic robe. Her extraordinary demeanor was accompanied by a hint of whimsical charm. However, Guan Ning's gaze lingered upon her chest, remarkably flat. "What are you staring at?" Li Shuan exclaimed. Noticing Guan Ning's gaze, "I am merely curious. After 2 years, why do you remain unchanged?" Guan Ning was acquainted with Li Shuan, though not intimately. After all, they were both 2nd-generation elites in a limited circle, yet Guan Ning now found himself diminished. Meanwhile, the Li family continued to thrive. "You are insufferable," Li Shuan retorted, feeling irked by the remark that struck a nerve, for it had long been a matter of concern for her. With a feigned contemplative expression, Guan Ning replied, "In truth, you should not have been born into the Li family, but rather into royalty." "Why so?" Li Shuan inquired, intrigued by his expression. "Thus, you could be titled Princess Taiping." Haha. Lu Junyan burst into laughter. Xiao Liu could scarcely contain her mirth, though she quickly stifled it, fearing that her laughter might betray her true identity as she was currently disguised as a man. "Pray tell, who might this esteemed brother be?" Guan Ning promptly shifted the topic, genuinely curious. He scrutinized the newcomer, particularly lingering on her chest for a moment longer. Xiao Liao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Was he suspecting something? Such rudeness, staring in such a manner. Li Shulan rolled her eyes at Guan Ning. This brother's physique is quite robust. Could he possibly be from the martial pavilion? Guan Ning inquired with curiosity, noting the evident protrusions. Yet it did not seem likely, as she possessed delicate skin and a slender figure. Guan Ning murmured, leaving Xiao Liu feeling increasingly awkward. Before adopting her male guise, she had taken extra care to add layers. Was it still insufficient? Upon hearing this, Li Shulan felt a surge of indignation. She was well aware that Xiao Liao had employed certain means to disguise herself as a man, yet she never anticipated that it would still be so apparent. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. The vexatious Guan Ning, truly bringing up matters best left unmentioned. At that moment, she felt a gentle nudge from Xiao Liao beside her. A silent cue for her to introduce. Regaining her composure, Li Shulan spoke. This is my dear friend, Yang Su. Their prior arrangement made the introduction seamless, and indeed, he was affiliated with the martial pavilion. Though appearing frail, he was a martial artist at heart. Your friend? Lu Junyan regarded Li Shulan with suspicion. How did you come to have a male friend? Is that any of your concern? Li Shulan retorted, causing Lu Junyan to retract slightly. It is Brother Yang. Guan Ning interjected, my apologies, but for some reason, I find a sense of familiarity with you, Brother Yang. He genuinely felt that way. I hold great admiration for young Master Guan, capable of composing such exquisite poetry, Xiao Liao chimed in, referring to Guan Ning's earlier remark about familiarity. They had crossed paths in their childhood. Xiao Liao, being a few years older, retained memories, yet she was certain that even if she donned female attire once more, Guan Ning would not recognize her, for they had not met since. Familiarity? Li Shulan elongated her tone intentionally. She was privy to the fact that Xiao Liao was once Guan Ning's fiancée, albeit now annulled. Let us move over there. We shall continue our conversation later. The poet and lyricist await your presence. Xiao Liao, wary of revealing too much, hastily shifted the topic. Yes, we shall continue afterwards, Guan Ning agreed, quickly making his way forward. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Liao cast a reproachful glance at Li Shulan. I observe a certain rapport between you two, Li Shulan remarked. He has already expressed a sense of familiarity towards you, and it appears you do not harbor a dislike for this sought-after young heir. Is there a story between you that I am unaware of? None at all. Then why this peculiar dynamic? I merely feel he has had a difficult journey. Is that truly the case? Xiao Liao fell silent, uncertain of the truth. Guan Ning, oblivious to their exchange, had already arrived at the staircase leading to the loft. What procedures must one undertake to become a formal student of the pavilion? Guan Ning inquired. Before becoming an official student, you must first register at the National Academy. This will grant you the status of a legitimate scholar, Du Shoucai replied in a calm voice. Guan Ning noticed that this poet consistently exuded an air of refined elegance, which was quite endearing, unlike the likes of Deng Mingxi and Lu Feng. I suggest you wait until tomorrow to handle the registration, Li Yun interjected. Let us see if you pass the assessment first. Should you fail, you will be expelled from the National Academy, and without the status of a formal scholar. You cannot become a student of the pavilion. Do you understand? Very well, then I shall proceed with the registration now, Guan Ning remarked, surprised at the complexity of the process. I meant after your assessment, Li Yun clarified. Do you doubt my ability to pass? Indeed, Li Yun stated plainly. The scholars would not have made such a bold assertion unless they were entirely confident. Your situation is somewhat unique, yet not without precedent, typically. Students who have erred gravely and face expulsion are subjected to similar assessments to redeem themselves. Li Yun elucidated that the Guozixu is the foremost among the 6 schools, encompassing a diverse array of teachings, predominantly centered around Confucian classics such as the Book of Rites, the Zhuozhuan, the Book of Songs, and the Zhouli. You are familiar with these, are you not? He glanced at Guan Ning, realizing he had spoken at length to someone who might not grasp the depth of his discourse. Indeed, these texts were well known to him. In his previous life, Guan Ning was an academic prodigy, deeply intrigued by these Confucian classics. Thus he had engaged in considerable study of them. A frown creased his brow. Is it not said that Confucianism leads to the chaos of law? Why then is the focus still on Confucian classics? You are mistaken. Du Shoucai turned to the nearby Yi Hongyu and remarked, let the esteemed scholar Yi elucidate this matter for you. Yi Hongyu, who had not departed, listened intently. I can only tell you that the phrase about Confucianism leading to chaos does not refer to Confucianism itself, nor does it advocate for the abolition of Confucian classics. Is there a distinction? Indeed, there is a significant one. Yi Hongyu intoned solemnly. In truth, this is not much of a secret. Someone of your stature would undoubtedly have access to this knowledge. The Confucian in the phrase refers specifically to Confucianism, not the Confucian school. What, then, is the difference? Guan Ning appeared perplexed. Is not Confucianism synonymous with Confucianism? The distinction is substantial. Du Shoucai reiterated Yi Hongyu's assertion. Confucianism is one of the 3 teachings, while the Confucian school belongs to the lower streams. Is that not a difference? This clarification only further confused Guan Ning. Enough. This is not your concern, Li Yun interjected. Returning to the assessment, The standard components typically include the study of classics, principles, and poetry, all derived from Confucian texts. Indeed, the Analects is a mandatory examination piece. Mastery of Confucian classics at a profound level is requisite. In the past, examiners would delineate the scope, selecting from the great, middle, or lesser classics. But you certainly would not. Chapter 49. Kindred spirits you certainly would not. Du Xiaozai added. Correct. Li Yun continued. The difficulty of your assessment is likely to be the highest. There will be no defined scope for your examination. The content will encompass all three categories of classics. Du Xiaozai concurred. Indeed. The two men engaged in a back-and-forth reminiscent of a comedic skit, one playing the straight man, the other the jester. The Diyun Society duo? Li Yun spoke gravely. You may very well face the 6 subjects examination, which is even more challenging than the juncture examination, Du Xiaozai remarked. The 6 subjects refer to principles, classical texts, doctrines, legal knowledge, arithmetic, and calligraphy. Precisely. Li Yun inquired further. Do you understand the concepts of principles and classical texts? I have a general understanding. Guan Ning observed these two as if they were performing a dialogue. Li Yun wore an expression of knowing disbelief, and he elaborated. Principles revolve around straightforward questions and answers regarding annotations, in contrast to doctrines, which are broader in scope. Classical texts involve selecting a page from a classic and printing a line from it on the examination paper, based on that line. The examinee must fill in the contextual connections. Guan Ning grasped that this refers to fill-in-the-blank questions, inquiry-based questions, and explanatory questions. The remaining subjects, legal knowledge, arithmetic, and calligraphy, are as their names suggest. You should be able to comprehend them. Du Xiaozai concurred. Due to the nature of the examination, the number of questions will not be extensive, yet they shall prove to be exceedingly challenging. I can only inform you that even the esteemed scholars of the Guozixu may not necessarily succeed. Li Yun continued. Nevertheless, it matters little, regardless of difficulty. You shall not prevail. Indeed. Thus, it would be prudent for you to attend to your citizenship matters after the assessment tomorrow, or rather, there may be no need to. Sparing you the effort. The two engaged in a lively exchange. Guan Ning interjected, You both hail from the Diyun Society, correct? Diyun Society? Du Xiaozai and Li Yun exchanged glances. Is that a society of words or poetry? I have not heard of it. Oh, it is nothing, Guan Ning replied, shaking his head. We certainly hope for your inclusion in the poetry chamber, though such hopes are rather dim. Strive on, young man. Du Xiaozai offered encouragement to Guan Ning. Thank you. Guan Ning seemed to recall something and leaned in to ask softly, I happen to have a matter I wish to inquire about. Yes, do share. Speak freely. The two replied, assuming he sought guidance regarding the examination. I have heard that you both, as esteemed leaders, never part with silver when visiting the pleasure quarters. And that the ladies there even pay you? The two were taken aback by this unexpected query, momentarily at a loss. Yet, Guan Ning appeared intrigued. You must direct that question to Brother Yun. He is well versed in such matters, while I am not quite familiar. Du Xiaozai replied, slightly bashful. I have never visited those establishments. Alas, I have long suggested we explore together, but you refuse. You are the head of the poetry chamber, after all. Li Yun expressed a sense of regret, then turned to Guan Ning with an air of pride, stating, You inquired of me, and you have indeed chosen the right person. Oh, Guan Ning had not anticipated this facet of the poet. He hastily added, So you are a person of character, my apologies for the oversight. A person of character? Li Yun mused, his eyes lighting up. This description is quite fitting. It seems Master Guan is a kindred spirit, my apologies for the oversight. You too? Such dialogue rendered Du Xiaozai somewhat uncomfortable, as he noticed the same expression on the nearby scholar of the night. You may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. The scholar of the night prepared to depart. Master Guan, dire news. At that moment, Lu Junyan rushed in with great urgency. He had intended to engage Li Yun in discussion, but was abruptly interrupted. What is amiss? Lu Junyan replied, Just now, several scholars departed. And I am uncertain of their intentions. They have allied with the Guozixu, Tai Shui, Shu Shui, Suan Shui, Hua Gu, and Qin Gu, among others, to approach the headmaster, preparing to subject you to an assessment. Lord Deng, the left vice minister of the Ministry of War, has also sought out Lord Shui, the deputy minister. And they have jointly submitted a petition. Should you fail this examination, you risk expulsion from the Guozijian, which would lead to the revocation of your title as heir. This matter has escalated. Lu Junyan continued, Tomorrow, many prominent officials and scholars shall be present to personally supervise the assessment, So if you fail, there may be no room for redemption. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning's expression turned to one of astonishment. All this in such a brief span of time. Indeed. In such a short time, how did you come to know? Lu Junyan patted his chest, boasting, I am the informant of the Guozijian. There is nothing I do not know. Wait a moment. This is not the crux of the matter, is it? Are you not concerned? Li Yun inquired. How many subjects will the assessment entail? 6 subjects? Not merely that. Lu Junyan interjected. In addition to the 6, they have included strategy, musical proficiency, and artistic skill. So, there will be 9 subjects to be examined? Li Yun patted Guan Ning on the shoulder and remarked, It seems you have no chance of entering the Guozijian. With 9 subjects, it is nearly impossible for anyone to succeed. Though you may not gain entry to the poetry pavilion or the lyric chamber, you might find solace in the brothels, as you have composed 4 poems and 1 lyric. Whether you will have to incur expenses there, however, remains uncertain. Guan Ning could not help but think that this poet was indeed skilled at offering consolation. I am merely curious. What relation does this assessment have with musical and artistic skills? None whatsoever. It is merely a means to ensure your failure. Is it truly so? Indeed. Du Xiaozai then remarked, this guarantees that you will not pass the assessment, thus leading to your expulsion and the revocation of your title as heir. That seems rather harsh. Indeed. Isn't this bullying? Li Shulan interjected with indignation. I shall return and speak with my father. Good news, good news. Before she could finish her statement, Lu Junyan rushed over excitedly. Weren't you just over there? Guan Ning asked in astonishment. I went over there for a moment. You didn't notice. Are you skilled in evasion techniques? What evasion techniques? That is not the focus. I have come across some excellent news. Truly, one must commend his prowess in gathering information. His efficiency is remarkable. Guan Ning scanned the surroundings, noticing 5 or 6 individuals gathered in the poetry pavilion, glancing at him from time to time, likely discussing these matters. What good news? My grandfather spoke on your behalf. Through his vigorous arguments, the strategy component has been eliminated. This means the original 9 subjects have now been reduced to 8. Lu Junyan added, you ought to remember this well. That is indeed good news. Li Yun nodded in agreement. Whether it is 1 subject less or 2, it makes little difference. In any case, none will pass. I concur. Li Shulan looked at Guan Ning with sympathy. You could be considered the first person from the capital. That cannot be stated so definitively. Why not? Are you proficient in musical skills? Li Yun asked. Yes. And in painting? I possess some knowledge. That seems implausible. How could you possibly be versed in such things? Guan Ning replied, I genuinely am, though my knowledge is limited. Nevertheless, passing the assessment should not pose a significant problem. In his previous life, as an academic prodigy, Guan Ning had dabbled in Confucian classics, though he had not conducted an exhaustive study. As for musical skills, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he had engaged in some learning. However, why must the assessment include these unrelated subjects? This feels like an attempt to undermine him. Their reactions were swift, leveraging this contradiction. They aimed to crush Guan Ning through this assessment. With so many subjects, principles, calligraphy, legal understanding, and calculations being insufficient, they incorporated entirely irrelevant musical and artistic skills, while omitting poetry and prose, fearing he might produce new works to evade scrutiny. Just as Du Xiaozai stated, they left him with no opportunity whatsoever. This is entirely a death sentence for the assessment. Success is utterly unattainable. Thus, he was expelled from the Imperial Academy, leading to his removal from the position of heir apparent and the complete dissolution of the Northern Protectorate's estate. This exemplifies the harsh reality of political strife, which, in many respects, is far more brutal than mere physical confrontations. However, one must not yield. Guan Ning is not one to easily concede defeat. He possesses the confidence and courage to embrace the challenges ahead. This endeavor lacks a definitive standard, and the evaluation process is exceedingly rigorous. Guan Ning understands that this is their final safeguard, a precaution against potential failure, demonstrating utmost caution. The others regarded Guan Ning with shared expressions. The unspoken truth evident among them, hope was all but extinguished. Yet, there is no loss for you. Lu Junyan remarked that you spent merely a day at the Imperial Academy. You accomplished what many would not dare to attempt in a lifetime, earning your place in history. Why not consider relinquishing your efforts? Li Shulan suggested. Abandonment? I could never bring myself to write such words, Guan Ning declared resolutely. So you truly intend to participate? Of course. Guan Ning turned to Du Xiaozai, Master Du. I have a request to make. Speak. Might you lend me some books, specifically those Confucian classics you mentioned? What do you intend to do with them? Study. The others chimed in. Have you perused them before? No. Isn't this a case of last-minute cramming? Guan Ning retorted. Have you not heard the saying? A sharpened blade does not falter even in haste. I appreciate your assistance. Master do very well, Du Xiaocai replied. Come with me to retrieve them. Young Master Guan. Just as he was about to follow Du Xiaocai, Xiao Liao called out to him. Brother Yang, I can assist you with some preparatory work, such as highlighting key points. Aren't you from the Martial Academy? If Brother Yang is willing to help, that would be splendid. Du Xiaocai paused momentarily, yet quickly regained his composure. Xiao Liao was taken aback. Did this poet recognize her? It seemed so. So, Brother Yang is proficient in both literature and martial arts? Guan Ning interjected. That would indeed be a great help. Naturally, Guan Ning would not decline assistance in preparing for the exam. Let us proceed then. Du Xiaocai led Guan Ning into the poetry pavilion. You may continue your duties. I shall take my leave. Xiao Liao exchanged a glance with Li Shulan before entering as well. Inside the pavilion, there was a hidden paradise, exquisitely crafted, with individuals occasionally coming and going. Master, Master, people greeted Du Xiaocai, though their gazes lingered a moment longer on Guan Ning. The earlier events had spread widely, becoming common knowledge. Guan Ning curiously surveyed the walls of the pavilion adorned with various poems. Du Xiaocai remarked, these are the classic poems we have collected. Some are original manuscripts, while others are penned by renowned authors. Will you craft an original manuscript yourself? I heard you have yet to compose your own 4 poems in a verse. I shall refrain. My handwriting leaves much to be desired. Guan Ning waved dismissively, unperturbed by the notion. In that case, I shall find someone to write it for me. Indeed, as they conversed, they ascended to the 3rd floor under Du Xiaocai's guidance. Arriving at a room designated as the library, the shelf was filled with books. I see you can just stay here. Taking them away would be quite troublesome. Is there so much? Guan Ning's expression was one of astonishment. This bookshelf is vast, brimming with volumes. And this is not even the entirety of it. Du Xiaocai spoke up, stating that the assessment includes a section on sacred words, which is based on the aphorisms and actions of revered sages. This necessitates a profound understanding and a substantial reservoir of knowledge. Thus, cramming at the last minute is utterly futile. With less than a day, how can one possibly comprehend and memorize everything? Take your time, though. Xiao Liao interjected, concerned that she might discourage Guan Ning. All right, perhaps I spoke too much. Du Xiaocai pondered, curious about her evident concern for Guan Ning, which contrasted with the rumors circulating outside. With Brother Yang's assistance, your efforts will surely yield greater results. He added, in that case, I shall take my leave for a while. Guan Ning replied, what, not going to study anymore? No, I need to handle my citizenship application first. You still have to do that? The expressions of both were identical. What is the matter? Nothing. This young master certainly has a big heart, Xiao Liao remarked. You go ahead. I will find some key books for you. Really? Guan Ning exclaimed. Brother Yang has been exceedingly kind to me. Once the assessment concludes, I shall take you to the brothel. The poet has promised that I need not spend a dime. Haha. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaocai burst into hearty laughter. What is so funny? I recalled something amusing. He noted that he would remember this phrase. What are you taking me for? Xiao Liao asked, astonished. To the brothel. Hurry and go take care of your citizenship. Du Xiaocai promptly ushered Guan Ning out. So perplexing. Guan Ning muttered as he departed. Still laughing? Xiao Liao returned to her previous demeanor, tinged with a hint of indifference. Du Xiaocai, unperturbed, quickly addressed her. I have the honor of meeting your highness. How did you recognize me? She inquired. Not just me, even the night scholar recognized you. And Li Yun likely did as well, considering we have seen the princess multiple times. This must not be disclosed, especially not to Guan Ning. Understood. Although Du Xiaocai was curious, he refrained from probing further. Do you believe Guan Ning can pass the assessment? Such an evaluation is one only you, princess, could succeed in. The chances for others seem slim. Du Xiaocai's words were not mere flattery. This princess excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her talents rivaling those of the top scholars in the National Academy. However, what? This young Master Guan cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Perhaps he might achieve some miracle? Well then, you may attend to your matters. Yes. Du Xiaocai departed, closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Xiao Liao approached the bookshelf, selecting several volumes and placing them on the table to peruse, intent on identifying key points. She resolved to do her utmost. At that moment, Guan Ning had already arrived at the citizenship application office. Chapter 51, A Photographic Memory? Guan Ning was unfamiliar with the National Academy, having arrived at this location only after inquiring, and he received a considerable amount of guidance and commentary along the way. Now, he has become a renowned figure in the Imperial Academy, attracting attention wherever he goes. The mere fact that he is inquiring about the procedures for obtaining citizenship raises eyebrows among the crowd. The news of his upcoming assessment has already spread. The 8 subjects examination is notoriously challenging, and even the scholars from the various departments may not pass, let alone this debauched young master. Failing the assessment would result in expulsion. With only a day to spare, what significance does applying for citizenship hold? Is it not merely an invitation to ridicule? Or is he blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, overly confident in his abilities? As many gather to witness Guan Ning seeking citizenship, he remains unfazed, perhaps accustomed to such attention. After all, wherever he goes, he is the most radiant presence. Please assist me in processing my citizenship, Guan Ning addressed a responsible young man. Do you require proof of identity? He inquired, aware that the citizenship application demands numerous documents. You do not need to, but it seems unnecessary for you to apply. The young man replied, observing him. Otherwise, you would have to return tomorrow to handle the expulsion paperwork. I will not be returning tomorrow. That is not acceptable. At the very least, you must return your identification badge. Guan Ning interjected. What I mean is, I am certain I will pass the assessment. Lord Guan is jesting. The young man shook his head. Since you wish to proceed, then go ahead, but remember to come back tomorrow for the expulsion process. The regular processing was swift. And soon enough, he received an identification badge crafted from a special wood, exquisitely made, inscribed with the characters for the Imperial Academy. This signifies that Guan Ning is now a student of the Imperial Academy. The badge bore a unique number, ensuring that his identity is fixed and cannot be impersonated or misappropriated. He was also provided with a set of student robes. From this moment onward, Guan Ning was officially a student of the Imperial Academy, akin to enrolling in a prestigious national university, specifically within its elite college. This brought forth a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his past life. However, whether he could truly remain would depend on tomorrow. Regardless, he must pass the assessment and make his stay permanent. With this thought, Guan Ning disregarded the gazes of others and proceeded towards the poetry pavilion, where Brother Yang continued to organize the key points for the assessment. Indeed, Brother Yang proved to be quite amiable, insisting on treating him to a visit to the entertainment district. Guan Ning pondered this eagerly. In another room, Zhen Jikai addressed Zhu Jie. He is only bringing humiliation upon himself. Zhu Jie's words were sharp, his expression dark as thunder. It had been some time since their return from the poetry pavilion, and his anger had yet to subside. He knew that whispers would circulate behind his back, branding him the pig doctor, and soon enough, it would spread throughout the capital. As the esteemed head of the Imperial Academy, how could he endure such a blow to his reputation? Zhen Jikai, beside him, shared the sentiment, his eyes filled with ire. He too had suffered criticism due to a poorly written poem. Damn that Guan Ning! Zhen Jikai exclaimed with bitterness. Today a scorn will not be forgotten by Lord Shui. Yu Jie took a deep breath. Tomorrow, Guan Ning will undoubtedly be expelled from the Imperial Academy, and once his status as the Crown Prince is revoked, he shall be rendered merely a useless young master, easily manipulated by us. Indeed, Zhen Ji asked, you truly are remarkable, having even involved the esteemed Doctor of Law in the assessment. It was not my doing, Zhu Jie replied, shaking his head. That old curmudgeon is far too obstinate to partake in such matters. It was Minister Shui who sent him a message. I see, Zhu Jie continued, this time. It is not only us. The entire Snow faction has rallied, even drawing in the unrelated Qing'e and Huich. There is absolutely no way Guan Ning can pass the assessment. Such caution, do not underestimate him. Even if only 3 subjects are involved, Guan Ning would still falter. Zhen Ji felt it was a waste of talent. Do not be careless, Zhu Jie warned gravely. Did you ever consider that he could compose 4 poems and 1 song? Who knows who truly authored them? Zhen Ji remained skeptical. Yet, we also lack evidence to prove he did not write them. Zhu Jie asserted coldly, this is also an exquisite opportunity. We must crush him completely. Meanwhile, in quiet conspiracy, the entire Imperial Academy buzzed with discussions regarding the impending assessment. At this moment, Guan Ning had returned to the library of the Poetry Pavilion. Observing the array of books sprawled across the table, many marked with annotations, he felt a surge of emotion. Brother Yang, you are exceedingly generous. I truly cannot repay you. Once the assessment concludes, let us go to the brothel, to the finest and most extravagant one. Xiao Liao blushed slightly. What is a lady like me doing at a brothel? Do not dwell on the impractical. Let us focus on the study material, specifically the areas I have highlighted. Xiao Liao quickly redirected the conversation. This section may contain questions from the classics. Just remember it. This part might involve the interpretations of the texts. I will explain it to you shortly. Isn't this rather excessive? Guan Ning observed the extensive annotations, each page nearly filled. Are you certain this is essential? I have significantly condensed it, Xiao Liao replied, exasperated. He does not seem like the diligent type. Very well. Guan Ning pulled a chair closer and began to read. This text, the Book of Rites, is paired with the Spring and Autumn Annals as the great classics. The book comprises 20 volumes and 49 chapters, characterized by strict structure and eloquent prose, with a harmonious flow and varied language. However, its ancient and profound meanings render it quite arduous to read in its entirety, let alone memorize it. Fortunately, Guan Ning had some prior exposure in his past life, so reading through it was manageable, but how could he possibly commit it all to memory? Quite the challenge. Guan Ning began to recite the passages Xiao Liao had marked. His reading progressed swiftly. For a scholar of his caliber, this was no obstacle. Soon, he completed a segment and closed his eyes, attempting to see if he could retain the information. This was an instinctive action, as memorization often arises in such a manner. In that moment of closure, he began to reflect. To his astonishment, the passage he had just recited vividly materialized in his mind, as if it had been stored there all along. And it resonated profoundly, as though a light had suddenly dawned upon him. The once tedious phrases became readily comprehensible. Such ancient texts require appropriate annotations to facilitate comprehension. In his past life, Guan Ning had perused various books, and at this moment, those memories became vividly clear, assisting him in understanding profoundly. Was this an illusion? Guan Ning felt a tinge of disbelief, a sense of unreality washing over him. How could his memory suddenly enhance to such an extraordinary degree? Almost to the point of photographic recall? He silently reread a paragraph, then closed his eyes to recite it. The memories flowed forth with remarkable clarity. As long as he wished, he could distinctly recall each phrase, each character. This was indeed real. So, I possessed the gift of eidetic memory? Chapter 52. A last-minute effort to confirm his newfound ability, Guan Ning flipped through a few more pages, silently reading an entire chapter, which captured Xiao Liao's attention. She remarked, "You needn't read everything. Just focus on the parts 1v marked. Otherwise, it would be overwhelming. And how could you possibly remember all that?" Guan Ning seemed not to hear her, continuing to flip through the pages rapidly before closing his eyes to reflect. The clarity was astonishing. He had always been an academic prodigy, having dabbled in these subjects before. Now, everything coalesced into a profound understanding. He truly possessed the ability of perfect recall. But from where did this talent originate? Guan Ning pondered, furrowing his brow. Could it be that mysterious tome? It was a possibility, since he began cultivating, absorbing others' grievances to enhance himself. His body underwent various peculiar transformations. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other explanation. Guan Ning felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, what significance would tomorrow's assessment hold? He had this capability, coupled with a solid foundation. He was truly the pinnacle among scholars. Tomorrow, he would undoubtedly astonish everyone. They would surely underestimate him. However, there remained a quandary. The skills of music and painting were rather troublesome, as he had no prior knowledge in those areas. Never mind, he resolved, I shall focus on my studies for now. He lifted his gaze, finding Xiao Liao watching him intently. Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback, uncertain how to respond. She was kindly marking key points for him, and he felt it would be disrespectful to flip through indiscriminately. In truth, he could read everything to ensure a more comprehensive understanding. Yet he could not voice this. After all, he could not reveal his extraordinary gift of perfect recall. That mysterious tome was not an ordinary object, and such secrets must remain concealed. Observing Xiao Liao as diligent markings, Guan Ning made a decision. He would trust her guidance. It's fine. I'll just skim through a few pages, Guan Ning said with a smile. All right, Xiao Liao replied, unaware of his thoughts, and resumed her search. Guan Ning continued to peruse the marked key points, which allowed him to hone his focus further. He possessed knowledge of his own, and as he read, he could sense that this Brother Yang was indeed quite skilled and utterly sincere in his efforts. Brother Yang, why do you go to such lengths to assist me? Guan Ning inquired with curiosity. Most people outside would rather see me fail as the heir. I just feel you've had a difficult journey, Xiao Liao replied, her head still down, speaking softly. The descendants of the North Town King's estate known for their valor, should not endure such hardships. Her words touched Guan Ning deeply, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Brother Yang's sincerity. Guan Ning spoke, "Once the assessment concludes, I shall undoubtedly take you to the most splendid and extravagant brothel." Xiao Liao raised her head and replied, "Is that the only thing you have to say?" She then continued, "Could we perhaps negotiate a matter?" "What is it?" "Please refrain from mentioning the brothel again. Do you not share the same sentiments as Du Ge?" Disliking it? Xiao Liao felt a wave of embarrassment and was at a loss for words. "Let us focus on our studies. Do not allow trivial matters to distract you from the assessment." "Very well." Guan Ning resumed his reading, bringing their brief exchange to a close, leaving only the sound of pages turning in the room. "You may take your time. This is rather swift. Time is of the essence. A thorough review will enhance familiarity, given the volume we have." Indeed, Xiao Liao held little hope, but did not wish to remain idle, for she had made an effort. "Do your best to remember. Recall as much as you can." Understood. Guan Ning had actually memorized much. Xiao Liao seemed well acquainted with these classics, flipping through them rapidly, and Guan Ning kept pace. As time gradually slipped away, during this time, Du Shouzai brought in meals, astonished that this young noble could sit still and focus so earnestly. However, upon witnessing Guan Ning's speed of reading, he dismissed all such thoughts. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. This young lord truly was cramming at the last moment, merely pretending. He shook his head and departed. Time passed swiftly, especially when engrossed in a task. Guan Ning stretched lazily. "Perhaps we should pause here. You ought to rest while I remain here." The key points had been roughly marked, but there was still the commentary on the texts. Xiao Liao realized she had been overly optimistic. Many spend their entire lives without exhausting these classics. How could one possibly master them in less than a day? It was simply unattainable. Let us examine the analects. This is essential for the examination. Very well. Guan Ning retrieved the analects and opened it. This should be his most familiar text. Is it not a pleasure to learn and practice what is studied? Is it not a joy to have friends visit from afar? Guan Ning instinctively recited, then paused. Is this volume incomplete? Why are there missing lines? Curious, he inquired. Originally, following these lines, there is another. Is it not a mark of a gentleman to remain unperturbed when others are unaware? Yet that was absent from this edition. This line, Guan Ning pointed out. It is not missing. It is as it should be. This is the complete version, Xiao Liao asserted. Are you certain? Guan Ning furrowed his brow. Most certainly, Xiao Liao replied. It has always contained only these 2 lines. Perhaps you misremembered from somewhere else? Upon hearing this, Guan Ning suddenly entertained a possibility. He quickly examined the subsequent content. In this line, he pointed to another. When 3 walk together, one will surely be my teacher. Originally, there was another line. Choose the good and follow it, and the bad and change it. But that is absent here. Indeed, that is the case. Xiao Liao looked perplexed, uncertain of Guan Ning's meaning. And this line? Also missing. Are you sure? Certainly, these classic phrases are etched in memory. I understand now. Guan Ning suddenly comprehended. What did he understand? Nothing of significance. Guan Ning shook his head, yet within, he harbored a sense of astonishment. The World S version of the Analects is incomplete. Perhaps it is the result of lost records or other reasons. It is not whole. This may not only apply to the Analects, as other classic texts may bear similar deficiencies, pending further investigation. After all, this is a chaotic and fictitious era. Is there a problem? Xiao Liao inquired once more. None. Let us continue reading. Guan Ning certainly refrained from voicing his thoughts. With deliberate restraint, he simply selected and elucidated a few classic passages, which he was quite familiar with. But he did not wish to take advantage of Yang S' goodwill. Observing that time was slipping away, Guan Ning bid him farewell, choosing to remain behind for solitary study. His browsing was swift, skimming through with remarkable efficiency. Naturally, he could not read everything, yet it sufficed for the impending assessment. He was, indeed, the epitome of cramming at the last minute. Afterward, Guan Ning returned to his residence, awaiting the examination the next day with unwavering confidence. The author wishes to convey. After reading, please show your support. I wish to see how many are interested. Thank you. If you require characters, feel free to post in the review section, and I will arrange it promptly. Chapter 53. The assessment begins the following morning. The National Academy buzzed with activity. Following a day of anticipation, the news of Guan Ning's assessment had spread widely, particularly the unprecedented 8-subject examination, drawing everyone's attention. The assessment was to be held within the academy, fully open to the public, with designated areas for spectators, inciting fervent discussions. The scale of the event was truly remarkable. Yesterday, young Master Guan had sarcastically mocked the esteemed scholars to the point of humiliation. Today, as the spectacle grew larger, so did his embarrassment. Indeed, he was too young, having underestimated the capabilities of a scholar in charge. Should he be expelled from the National Academy, the repercussions would be dire. The 8-subject examination was likely beyond the reach of ordinary students, reserved only for those of exceptional knowledge like Lu Xianian, Meng Xingfan, or Princess Yongning. Without a doubt, young Master Guan would fail, and there was no question about it. Amidst the discussions, a cold voice emerged, instilling a sense of unease and a hint of foreboding. Turning to look, one quickly realized the speaker was Lu Feng. He had lost face the previous day, having called himself a dog of the Deng family before fainting in humiliation, resulting in a tarnished reputation and becoming the subject of ridicule. If anyone bore animosity towards Guan Ning, Lu Feng undoubtedly held the foremost position. The arrogance he displayed yesterday would be matched only by his despondency today. Lu Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. I've heard that young Master Guan engaged in intense study yesterday, remaining in the Poetry Pavilion's library until the late hours. That's the most ludicrous joke I've ever heard. Can one truly learn everything in just one night? What, then, do we do all day? That is a valid point. Cramming at the last minute is utterly futile. The chatter continued unabated. As time progresses, preparations here have become increasingly meticulous, attracting the attention of numerous prominent figures, eliciting exclamations of astonishment. The 6 esteemed scholars of the Imperial Academy have arrived, along with the heads of the Qinhua Pavilion, Vice Minister Wei Chengxian, several distinguished educators, and even invitees from the court. Among them are the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Deng Qiu, the Minister of Personnel, Lu Zhaoling, and the great scholar Yi Hongyu. This formidable assembly can only be described as lavish, truly marking it as the most significant event at the Imperial Academy in recent years. Everyone cannot help but express their admiration. It is evident that anyone associated with the esteemed young Master Guan is involved in matters of utmost gravity. This also underscores the determination of the scholars, who are resolutely intent on expelling young Master Guan. Some have voiced their thoughts, prompting a chorus of agreement. The display is such that, under the watchful eyes of all, it seems to cement the matter as a foregone conclusion. Achieving first-class results in the 8 subjects examination is exceedingly challenging. It is likely that young Master Guan may struggle to pass even a single subject. Indeed, although he is skilled in poetry and prose, these are not included in the assessments. From a prominent vantage point, Lu Junyan lamented, if young Master Guan were to pass, he could directly enter the upper ranks. According to the rules of the Imperial Academy, mastering the 8 subjects is equivalent to being a successful candidate, which would allow him to assume official duties immediately. What are you thinking? Li Shulan interjected. Initially, Assistant Jin only had to master 6 subjects to advance to the upper ranks. This involves 8 subjects. Surely, you are overestimating. For how could young Master Guan possibly succeed? Indeed, it is impossible, Li Yun stated bluntly. Brother Yang, what did you think of young Master Guan's tutoring session yesterday? Du Xiaocai inquired of Xiaoliao. He refrained from using his true name. I merely glanced over it, and the key points I highlighted may not even align. Xiaoliao replied, her heart sinking to the depths, devoid of hope. Moreover, I have heard that the initial assessments will focus on musical and artistic skills. It seems young Master Guan. Her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. If he cannot excel in music and art, there is little point in continuing the competition. Lu Junyan spoke again. The evaluations of musical and artistic skills will be conducted publicly, set to take place at that venue. And all arrangements have been made specifically to humiliate Guan Ning. In such a situation, there is no escape. A collective sigh escaped the group. Amidst their conversation, the venue had been meticulously arranged, overseen by designated personnel, and onlookers were orderly controlled. The examiners were seated, all preparations were complete, and the time had come. Yet the protagonist had yet to arrive. Where is young Master Guan? Why has he not appeared? A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. Could it be that he dares not come? There is a possibility, given such a formidable atmosphere. Who wouldn't feel intimidated? Young Master Guan, lacking in knowledge, must surely realize his inadequacy. Regardless of his attendance, the outcome remains unchanged, Lu Feng remarked with malice. And where is Guan Ning? Lu Junyan craned his neck to look. Given his character, even if he were aware of his impending failure, would he truly shy away? Perhaps he simply overslept after yesterday's late night, Xiaoliao suggested. Gazing into the distance, If the appointed time arrives and Guan Ning has not shown, we shall consider him as having failed the assessment and announce the results directly. The various assessors turned to Zhen Jikai, who was presiding over the proceedings today. Understood. Alas, how uninteresting, Deng Xiu remarked. Is this display not excessive for merely a worthless young master? The crowd fell into a brief silence, taken aback. As the left minister, Deng Xiu naturally places great importance on his status, speaking with considerable restraint in his daily conversations. However, today he directly referred to Guan Ning as the worthless heir. An unusual outburst. It is evident that after suffering repeated blows to his reputation, his son Deng Mingji has become so aggrieved that he dares not step outside. Indicating a genuine fury, Zhu Jie interjected, Lord Deng, please remain calm. Should he fail to appear, we shall address his absence accordingly. Clearly, these two share a common animosity. Do not be hasty. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of patience? Lu Zhaoling remarked indifferently, he being the highest-ranking official present. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but was unexpectedly summoned by the emperor. Guan Ning, being a specially appointed scholar, possesses a significant background, and his presence is required for the examination to ensure fairness. Lu Zhaoling understood the implications well, yet he felt powerless. Guan Ning, it all hinges on your own efforts. He sighed inwardly. As time gradually passed and the appointed hour approached, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly impatient. They had come to witness a spectacle. Yet the main figure had yet to arrive. Who would be pleased by such a turn of events? Will the heir even show up? A worthless individual is indeed just that. Lu Feng remarked coldly, I once thought he possessed some ability, but it appears he lacks the courage. How embarrassing. Is that so? Can such a trivial matter truly infuriate you? Lu Feng was preparing to retort when he turned to see that it was Li Shulan who spoke. He dared not provoke her and fell silent, though his disdain for Guan Ning remained unabated. Surely, Guan Ning wouldn't truly fail to appear? Li Shulan inquired. He will come. Xiao Liu replied calmly. The time has arrived, it is time to announce. Zhu Bo's expression remained impassive. He intended to expel Guan Ning from the National Academy, focusing solely on the outcome rather than the process. Indeed, Zhen Jikai stepped forward into the arena, a mocking grin on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Guan Ning sauntering in, yawning leisurely. He has arrived. The heir has come. And he still yawns? How audacious. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Zhen Jikai, who was about to make an announcement, paused momentarily but soon resumed his mocking demeanor, recognizing that the outcome would remain unchanged regardless of his presence. So many people? Guan Ning rubbed his eyes, having returned home late the previous night and consequently awoken late today. Had it not been for Jin Yu's call, he might have overslept entirely. Now, he felt considerably more alert. The grand display was clearly intended to further undermine him and leave him no room for maneuver. Nevertheless, Guan Ning remained unperturbed. He was fully prepared to astonish them all. With this thought in mind, he strode confidently forward and declared, Shall we commence? You exhibit quite the confidence. Zhen Jikai responded with surprise. Let us begin. Once the assessment concludes, I wish to return to my slumber. Do not worry. I assure you that you will soon be able to return to sleep, and thereafter, there will be no need for your presence again, Zhen Jikai replied. Nodding to Zhu Jie, who gave his consent, he then proclaimed loudly, The assessment officially commences. This session will encompass the 8 subjects examination and to expedite the process. The first item for examination will be painting skills. Please allow the young master to create a painting within the span of 15 minutes, with no restrictions on style or theme. Upon completion, a judge will evaluate the work. Should he fail to produce a piece within the allotted time, it will be deemed a failure in the examination. As his words echoed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The first challenge truly tested his artistic skill. However, given the emphasis on time efficiency, one could argue there is merit in this approach. Yet, with merely 15 minutes at his disposal, what could possibly be achieved? Crafting a worthy painting typically requires 10 days to half a month. This time frame seems utterly insufficient. Not only would the young master struggle, but even the esteemed Wu Xiaochuan, head of the Painting Academy, would find it impossible, would he not? Lu Junyan stood in a daze. I had always believed the young master was shameless enough. Yet this crowd surpassed even that. Indeed, it was excessive, especially considering Guan Ning's utter lack of skill. This was simply too much. Du Xiu spoke up. It is indeed outrageous, echoed Li Yiyun. Truly befitting of the Diyun Society's duo. Amidst the murmurs, a few individuals had already gathered the necessary materials. A long table was adorned with rice paper, flanked by an array of vibrant paints, and numerous brushes lay at the ready. Undoubtedly. This was a complete set of painting supplies, generously provided by the Academy and of the finest quality. Yet, what use would that be? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he lacked the ability. His experience with brushes extended only to rudimentary calligraphy at a level barely recognizable to others. Observing Guan Ning's demeanor, the crowd understood the predicament. Those seated in front exchanged glances and shook their heads, sharing a knowing smile. This assessment was rather lackluster. Merely a formality. What's the hold-up? Shouldn't you begin? Time passes swiftly, and we cannot allow the deadline to arrive with nothing on the canvas. Zheng Kai, acting as the host, positioned himself beside Guan Ning. Ignoring him, Guan Ning calmly retrieved a piece of charcoal from his sleeve. He was not particularly adept with a brush, hence he fashioned a tool to write. Of course, it could also serve for drawing. Guan Ning gazed at the vibrant paints before him, initially having no intention of using them. He lacked knowledge of color blending. Applying various hues might result in a chaotic mess. Thus, he resolved to create a sketch. Sketching, a form of art depicting life as seen or felt through monochrome or minimal color, was uncommon in this era, yet it was Guan Ning's forte. Observing this scene, many furrowed their brows, surprised that Guan Ning did not utilize the pre-prepared brushes but instead opted for an oddly fashioned tool. Can this even be used for painting? Haha. Laughter erupted around him. The young master cannot even wield a brush. Indeed, it appears hopeless. The outcome seems inevitable, came the resigned murmurs. Let us announce the results, Deng Qiu remarked nonchalantly. If he cannot even handle a brush, how could he possibly create a painting? Others nodded in agreement. The reality was evident. Zheng Kai, receiving the signal, prepared to declare the results. Young Master Guan, you may return to your slumber, he jested, but abruptly paused. At that moment, Guan Ning had begun to draw. The charcoal in his hand felt as familiar as the pencil from a past life, and he wielded it with remarkable ease. He painted a group portrait, depicting several individuals seated behind the judging panel, each expression vividly captured. Although Guan Ning's skill may not have been exceptional, such artwork was unprecedented in this era, thus rendering it particularly striking. Was this an apparition? Zheng Kai stared blankly. The expressions meticulously rendered, with light and shadow masterfully handled, imparting a profound three-dimensional quality. The technique was utterly unprecedented. Had he invented it himself? What are we waiting for? Let us announce the results. As he remained lost in thought, Zhu Jie urged from the other side. It was only then that Zheng Kai regained his composure, fumbling for words. No, Guan Ning had begun to paint. Look, his hands were in constant motion, his demeanor quite focused. Yet why did he continually gaze up at the judging panel? Was he, perhaps, painting the examiners? That seemed implausible. Was he even using a brush? Others noticed this and engaged in fervent discussion, yet it was evident that Guan Ning was indeed painting. Until time was called, no one could compel him to cease. Amidst the surrounding clamor, Guan Ning remained undistracted, wholly absorbed in his craft. Sketching is the foundation of painting. He had dabbled in it but had not mastered it. Nevertheless, he was more than capable of handling this test, as it was an entirely new method of creation. Time passed incrementally, and soon the deadline would arrive. After all, 2/4 of an hour is not an extensive period. The moment was drawing near. Someone exclaimed in surprise. I believe this is merely a fade. What could he possibly create? No one noticed Zheng Kai's expression had become vacant. He was the most direct observer. This cannot stand, if he truly completes it. It will undoubtedly astonish the entire assembly. He must not be allowed to finish. Zheng Kai fixed his gaze intently on the incense stick marking the time, which was nearly burnt out. The time is up, he shouted, and at that moment, Guan Ning set down his brush. I am finished. The artwork is complete. Huh. Has young Master Guan truly resigned himself to such folly? Zhu Jie laughed as well. Others exchanged amused glances. They had clearly seen that throughout the entire process. Guan Ning had not employed a single prepared brush. What could he possibly have created? Very well, if you believe you have completed it, you may present it for our judgment. Zhu Jie said with a grin. How could this spoiled young master insist on such an embarrassing display? All right. Guan Ning proclaimed loudly. The work I have created is a sketch of a group portrait. As he spoke, he gently lifted the paper and walked directly before the assembly. Behold, this is my artwork. Ha! Deng Qiu chuckled, stating, even if I do not comprehend art, I can tell this is merely a muddle. His words had not fully escaped his lips before he abruptly halted, as though he had stumbled upon something astonishing. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. This was indeed a painting, and of a style never before witnessed. Undoubtedly the work of a master. How could this be? At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless. their expressions frozen in disbelief. Guan Ning raised his voice, asking, "Lord Deng, might you appraise my work?" Chapter 55, The First Class. Deng Xiu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. How could one critique something so extraordinary? He was at a loss for words. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, people were indeed observant. What was the matter? The surrounding onlookers had not clearly discerned what Guan Ning had created. Thus their curiosity heightened. A sketch of a group portrait. What sort of painting was this? It was a technique they had never encountered before. Yet why did the esteemed judges display such expressions? Was it because the young master Guan was overly audacious? At that moment, an elderly gentleman among the judges stood up, leaning forward, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. He was none other than Guan Ning, the master of the painting pavilion and a renowned artist celebrated throughout the Great Kang Dynasty. What sort of masterpiece was this? Why had it never been seen before? Though composed of a singular, muted hue, it captured light and shadow with remarkable clarity and rendered the figures with astonishing lifelikeness. Guan Ning's voice quivered, his exhilaration palpable. Meanwhile, others around him were left speechless. Such commendation was extraordinarily high. Yet they were perplexed. What astounding work had been created to provoke such a reaction from Guan Ning? Was the head of the painting pavilion losing his senses? The others fell into silence, unsure of how to counter his enthusiasm. Even Deng Xiu and Zhu Jie were at a loss. Guan Ning was a distinguished master of painting, having frequently entered the palace to create works for the emperor and the imperial consorts. In this realm, he was the utmost authority. Young Master Guan? No. The old man would rather address him as Guan Xiaoyu, due to his advanced age. Huh? Guan Ning was taken aback. This gentleman was exceedingly courteous. Please do not misunderstand, Guan Ning cautiously stated. I do not wish to acquire your painting. I merely seek to borrow it for a few days to display at the painting pavilion, where we shall hold an appreciation event for the artwork. An appreciation event for the artwork? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, due to Guan Ning's 4 poems, the Poetry Pavilion had hosted a poetry appreciation event. And now another for paintings? Deng Xiu's expression darkened further, and Zhu Jie's was equally grim. The old gentleman was being overly polite. Guan Ning, slightly taken aback, replied, "This painting is a gift for you." "A gift for me? Truly?" Guan Ning exclaimed with delight. "Your work is evidently not created using contemporary methods. It has pioneered a new genre in painting. I have a premonition that mastering your sketching technique will greatly benefit the art of painting." Truly, the head of the painting pavilion possessed discernment, for sketching is indeed the foundation of all art. Guan Ning mused internally, and then spoke, "It is genuinely yours." He had no interest in studying it, and he sensed that the old gentleman was genuinely appreciative. "Thank you. Thank you." Guan Ning rose from his seat and walked forward, receiving the painting from Guan Ning as if it were a priceless treasure. Only a true lover of art could comprehend such sentiments. He unfurled the painting and proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd, "This is the work of young Master Guan, a portrait. I believe all of you can discern what an exceptional piece this is." A portrait indeed? How could this be? Were those not several esteemed officials? How was it depicted with such accuracy, and why had they never encountered such a technique before? The crowd pressed closer for a clearer view, each person utterly astonished. A completely novel artistic method, creating an entirely new genre. This was truly beyond comprehension. As the esteemed leader of the Painting Guild, I hereby announce the results of this assessment. Guan Zi has rightfully earned a first-class distinction. This evaluation is now official. The chief examiner of artistic skill is Guan Ning. Thus Guan Ning has already secured a first-class honor. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for none had anticipated such an outcome. They had presumed Guan Ning would falter in this initial test, yet the result defied their expectations. Furthermore, tomorrow the Painting Guild will host an appreciation event featuring Guan Shizi's artwork. Those with an affinity for art are welcome to attend. Guan Ning made this announcement publicly, inciting a wave of murmurs, while the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly grim. "By the way, young Guan, would you be interested in joining the Painting Guild?" Guan Ning continued. "The guild is relatively informal and offers great freedom. It would not impose any constraints upon you." "Certainly, I appreciate your kind offer, Master Gu." Guan Ning would naturally not decline such goodwill. "Additionally, my presence here today is somewhat compelled. Regrettably, I will be unable to assist in the forthcoming assessments. I hope you can successfully connect the 8 gates." "Thank you." Having expressed this, it was already quite remarkable. Guan Ning then returned to his seat, attentively observing without engaging with others. "What now? Shall we proceed to the next examination, Assistantchen?" Guan Ning inquired with a smile. Consider yourself fortunate, Jin Jikai remarked. As a witness to what was largely a fortunate coincidence, Guan Ning had unexpectedly struck good fortune, making it difficult to explain otherwise. This was merely the first test. Do not rush. Jin Jikai scoffed, then proclaimed loudly. Next up, the examination of musical skill, requiring Guancher Z to perform a piece on the qin. There are no restrictions. And the evaluation will be conducted by Qin Pavilion's master Xingyu Yuan. He was quite confident. The art of the qin is a more niche skill, necessitating considerable time and dedication to master, and attaining a profound level is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, there exists no definitive standard for quality, as each individual's appreciation varies. Jin Jikai felt assured. Unlike Gu Kanlin, who had been compelled to attend, Master Xingyu Yuan was invited, thus there would naturally be a bias in judgment. This time, I do not believe Guan Ning can succeed. Indeed, it is absolutely impossible. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Such a feat cannot be achieved solely by luck. Lu Junyan interjected. Master Xing is a close associate of many scholars, yet this suffices, as another appreciation event is being held due to Guancher Z. Amidst the discussions, the crowd's gaze was fixed upon the stage where the qin had already been set up. This is a Zhongni qin, considered a relatively standard and straightforward type. Xiao Liao remarked. The difficulty of playing this qin is not significant. That may be true for you, but do you believe Guan Shizhi can recognize it? Li Shulan countered. You might allow him to listen to a piece, but to expect him to perform? That seems far-fetched. A valid point, indeed. Very reasonable. Echoed the duo from the Deyun Society. Shall we begin? What are we waiting for? Jin Jikai repeated Guan Ning's previous words. Guan Ning gazed at the qin before him. Its body featured two recessed lines at the waist and head, devoid of any further embellishments, embodying a simplicity that was both understated and elegant. Yet, Guan Ning was unfamiliar with it. He recognized only one type of qin and could play but a single piece, which would indeed be put to use today. A thought crossed his mind. I cannot play this qin. Please provide me with another. Change the qin? Jin Jikai spoke up, asserting, if one cannot play, then one simply cannot. Moreover, all types of instruments are fundamentally similar. What do you truly understand? The melodies produced by different instruments vary significantly. I ask you, will you exchange it? His feigned ignorance was rather amusing. Jin Jikai scoffed. I shall see what you can achieve with a different instrument. What do you wish to swap it for? Guan Ning replied. I wish to exchange it for a Yao qin. For I shall play the piece High Mountains and Flowing Water. Chapter 56. High Mountains and Flowing Water. Jin Jikai's expression turned skeptical. He had heard of the Yao qin, but the melody of High Mountains and Flowing Water was entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet, moments later, disdain washed over his face. It was evident that this young lord was merely putting on a show, and the truth would soon be revealed. Before long, the instrument was exchanged. Adhering to the rules of the challenge, had he truly changed the instrument? What significance did it hold? Nearby, onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Guan Ning, undistracted, focused on the Yao qin before him, also known as the Fushi qin, a type of zither he was proficient in. Taking a deep breath, he positioned his hands on the instrument, feeling somewhat rusty after a prolonged absence from playing. His initial motivation had been to win the affection of a lady. But after much toil, she had departed with a wealthy heir. Does he truly understand the instrument? Jin Jikai frowned, for the initial movements were undeniably skilled. Suddenly, a striking note rang out, causing Jin Jikai's expression to shift dramatically, and an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. How is this possible? Jin Jikai's face registered utter disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. The sound emanating was not discordant. Rather, it was a wondrous composition, compelling him to close his eyes and listen intently. The notes flowed like a mountain spring's melody, reminiscent of chimes ringing in the air, ethereal sounds invoking memories of orchids in the valleys. While the ancient tones seemed to ride the winds amidst the colorful clouds, the music was at once melancholic and tender, akin to the gentle trickling of water or the jingling of bells on a galloping horse, fluctuating between calm and tumultuous, ensnaring listeners in its embrace. Jin Jikai was beside himself with confusion. He had never witnessed the finger techniques employed by Guan Ning. Could it be that he possessed extraordinary skills? Returning to the essence of music? Was this fellow merely masquerading as a fool to deceive the wise? Jin Jikai regarded Guan Ning with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, his mind racing. At that moment, he was not alone. The surrounding audience was equally captivated. What exquisite music! They pondered. Could this truly be the work of Lord Guan? Each person shared the same sentiment, many even closing their eyes, swaying gently, entranced by the melody. "This is impossible," Lu Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "Silence." He was met with a barrage of fierce glares, causing him to retreat into silence, though his fists remained clenched tightly. Zhu Jie and Deng Qiu exchanged glances, both reflecting the surprise evident in their eyes. Clearly, they too were taken aback. Meanwhile, Guan Ning was gradually adapting, slipping into a state of flow. He was performing one of the 10 most renowned pieces, High Mountains and Flowing Water. This piece is steeped in a famous tale of Yuboya and Zhang Ziki, who became soulmates through their shared love of music. Yet, it was uncertain whether such a story existed in this era. Thus, this performance was destined to astonish. Guan Ning commenced his rendition. His slender fingers danced gracefully over the strings, a fluidity that could only be achieved by a seasoned artist. The melodies shifted with his touch, grand at times, soaring at others, and at moments, utterly soothing. With closed eyes, one could almost envision a breathtaking scene of mountains and flowing waters before them, captivating all who listened. Though everyone witnessed the performance, silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Guan Ning finally ceased playing. The piece came to an end, yet many remained entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its spell. Such music should only exist in the heavens. How often can mortals hear it? Someone exclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement. "What do you think? Let us assess." Guan Ning interjected, pulling everyone back to the present. "Surely it deserves an A grade, does it not?" "What do you mean deserves?" "It must be an A." Though Guan Shixi might lack in moral character, his musical prowess was undoubtedly impeccable, and today, I stand with Guan Shixi. Indeed, I too stand with Guan Shixi. A master of the Guqin, his playing is unprecedented, perhaps even a creation of Guan Shixi himself. That is certainly a possibility. A grade. A grade. A voice rang out, igniting a wave of agreement that swept through the crowd. "Grade C." At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted, and the crowd turned to discover it was Lu Feng who had shouted. "Silence. I found you insufferable for quite some time." "What? I cannot." "Ah." Lu Feng cried out in pain, indignantly demanding, "Who kicked me? Who struck my head?" "Step forward." Amidst the throng, Lu Feng, unable to stand due to the onslaught, was left in a pitiful state, unaware of his assailant in the chaos. "Young Master Lu, you are truly wicked," Du Xiaozai remarked, shaking his head. He had seen clearly that the first strike had been delivered by Lu Junyan. "But I rather enjoy it," Li Yin stated earnestly, grinning. "Yet, do you truly believe Guan Shixi to be a master of the Guqin? Is he hidden in plain sight?" Li Shulan inquired, perplexed. "I cannot say," came the collective response, heads shaking in uncertainty. The resounding acclaim of a grade reverberated throughout the hall, causing Zhu Jie's expression to shift repeatedly. Even he conceded that the piece was indeed exquisite, entrancing him as well. Yet, at this moment, he was compelled to suppress his conscience. Should Guan Ning receive an A grade through this musical examination, it would be a slap in the face for him, as he had orchestrated the order of assessments, an outcome he could not accept. Zhu Jie frantically signaled to the head of the Qin Pavilion, Sheng Yuyuan, aware that he was the chief examiner of this assessment. Sheng Yuyuan understood the implication. He had been invited and had previously been briefed. But who could have anticipated such a turn of events? To him, this was undeniably an exceptional piece of music. So much so that he felt compelled to seek the score and inquire about the fingering techniques. If he were to award a B grade, it would incite grave displeasure. How could he, as the head of the Qin Pavilion, maintain authority? Helplessness loomed. Sheng Yuyuan exchanged a glance, then rose to speak. "For this Qin art assessment, I declare it an A grade." Zhu Jie sighed deeply, understanding that there was truly no other option. Furthermore, if Guan Shixi wished to join the Qin Pavilion, he could do so directly. Though he and Zhu Jie were friends, he had developed an admiration for talent. Sheng Yuyuan continued, "You may share your performance with everyone, along with your unique fingering techniques." He genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Upon concluding his remarks, he seated himself, a hint of embarrassment preventing him from meeting the gaze of the assembly. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. It seemed they were on the verge of hosting a musical appreciation event. The three pavilions seldom held such gatherings, and to organize three was indeed unprecedented. Should young Master Guan wish, he could directly enter the three pavilions, and furthermore, he was cordially invited, regardless of the outcome. Young Master Guan had certainly made a name for himself. This result was unexpected, leaving many astonished. Guan Ning had received a first-class ranking. His assessments in musical artistry and painting had successfully passed. However, the forthcoming evaluations would truly test his genuine talents, and it was evident that young Master Guan would struggle. I find myself hoping for his success, though that seems implausible. Certainly implausible. With dark circles under his eyes and a swollen head, Lu Feng rose, murmuring softly. Silence. Suddenly, a foot struck him again, causing Lu Feng to tumble back down. Master Lu, you are quite the rascal. Yet, I find it amusing. The duo from the Diyun Society remained in perfect sync. However, your fortune may not last. Jin Jikai spoke through gritted teeth. The other 6 subjects demand absolute genuine talent. To be frank, even I would not pass, so do not harbor any illusions. That is of no concern, Guan Ning replied. I can rely on my abilities. How can you be so certain I lack genuine talent? Chapter 57. Focused and immersed Guan Ning was uncertain about the origin of his inexplicable fortune. Perhaps it was why he often stumbled upon lost items. Could this be what they called the protagonist halo? Yet, he understood that luck could eventually dwindle and could not be relied upon indefinitely. Thus, he would depend on his own efforts. He had to succeed in this assessment. It was not merely a matter of remaining at the Imperial Academy, but also bore significant benefits. Passing all 8 subjects would equate him to the status of a juncture, enabling him to take up official duties. This was a special advancement path established by the Academy for its students. However, few succeeded, and such a comprehensive examination was rarely conducted, occurring only once every few years. Now, Guan Ning found himself amidst this rare opportunity. It was both a challenge and a chance. You all called me a useless young master, did you not? Then I shall soar to great heights in this assessment. Now he must rely on his abilities. Abilities? Jin Jikai scoffed derisively. Perhaps you mistakenly believe that your fleeting luck will carry you through 2 assessments, leading to this inflated confidence. Truly, you are misguided. He then declared loudly. The forthcoming assessments will be conducted in a closed format. However, the questions will be revealed simultaneously at the start, allowing for discussion. He gestured for the examiners to proceed. Young Master Guan, please. Jin Jikai regarded Guan Ning with a cold stare. The 8 subjects of the examination, aside from musical artistry and painting, included the principles of ink, the study of inscriptions, the doctrines of the classics, and the understanding of laws, calculations, and characters. This was a highly specialized evaluation, necessitating entry into a closed room. Guan Ning, well-prepared and undaunted, stepped inside. It was an ordinary classroom, with a chair placed at the center where the examiners, including Zhu Jie and others, sat facing him, not far apart. This assessment model has approached the rigors of the imperial examination, perhaps even surpassing it. The imperial examination involves all candidates being assessed together, whereas this scrutiny focuses solely on one individual. Such an arrangement can impose tremendous pressure, easily inducing anxiety and affecting performance. Yet, Guan Ning remained unfazed. His psychological resilience was formidable, bolstered by a sense of preparedness. Upon entering this setting, the demeanor of everyone present was grave, with even Jin Jikai adopting a businesslike demeanor. Guan Ning noticed that several esteemed scholars, such as Zhu Jie, occasionally cast glances towards the left side, where there stood not a wall, but a screen. Could it be that a person of great significance was hidden behind it? At that moment, Jin Jikai placed several examination papers before Guan Ning, pulling him back to the present. Guan Ning ceased to dwell on uncertainties and began to read attentively. There were 5 examination papers in total, with 1 excluded for Mingfa. Why was there no paper for Mingfa? Perhaps sensing Guan Ning's confusion, Jin Jikai clarified that the assessment for Mingfa would be conducted separately by Dr. Zhang of the law school. Understanding this, Guan Ning resolved to accept the situation and continued to examine the questions, initially skimming through them. Yesterday, Brother Yang had provided an intensive review, highlighting numerous key points. Surely some familiar topics would arise, right? However, as he continued to read, Guan Ning's brow furrowed. The 20 principles of Moism were entirely absent. The paper for Tai Jing was nearly filled with questions, yet still, nothing felt recognizable. The 10 questions on Jing Yi yielded no familiar ground either. After highlighting so many key points, not a single one was represented. Guan Ning was taken aback. It seemed his good fortune had come to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, he steadied himself. In light of this, he would respond to the questions independently. He began with Moism, which amounted to relatively straightforward queries, answerable through diligent study of the texts and their various commentaries. However, the scope of the examination was vast, encompassing the great, middle, and small classics. And thus the volume of questions was significant. Was this a deliberate attempt to challenge him? Casting aside distractions, Guan Ning focused on the first question. One does not serve the Son of Heaven above, nor the feudal lords below. One must be prudent and uphold generosity. be resolute and adaptable, and possess extensive knowledge to command respect. One must remain steadfast in integrity, even if the realm is divided like minute grains. This excerpt was derived from the Li Ji Ru Xing. Guan Ning had known this phrase for quite some time and could easily articulate it. He picked up his pen and wrote directly, "One does not serve the Son of Heaven above, nor does one serve the feudal lords below. One's nature is prudent and esteems generosity. One's character is resolute and can flow with virtue. One's learning is profound and can yield to those superior." This question was not particularly difficult. Having completed one question, Guan Ning began to find his rhythm, evoking that familiar sensation of being in an examination hall from his past life, which brought him a sense of comfort, allowing him to immerse himself wholly in the task at hand. At that moment, he seemed to forget the assessment entirely, viewing it instead as a means to relive cherished experiences. He had traversed time and understood that returning was no longer an option. Thus, this feeling held greater significance for him than the examination itself. The subsequent questions were not all well-known maxims. For instance, one question read, "The territory of a state spans 1,000 miles, yet it is determined by the will of the people." The poem states, "The yellow birds of the Myanmar rest in the hilltops." Confucius said, "To know where to rest is to possess wisdom greater than that of birds." This particular question was rather obscure and lacked completeness, being merely a fragment extracted from a longer statement. Such queries would likely stump 9 out of 10 candidates. However, they posed no challenge to Guan Ning. In his responses, he referenced various rites and integrated his own discourse. The essence of the inked queries was merely in their simplicity. Yet Guan Ning had already attained a level of comprehension akin to that of a classical scholar. In his previous life, Guan Ning's extensive knowledge and rigorous academic approach were entirely instinctive. The 20 inked queries allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of his own erudition, transforming it into an intrinsic part of himself. This is the pursuit of knowledge. Guan Ning relished this process, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being assessed. Within the quiet confines of the study, the only sound was the gentle rustling of paper as his pen danced across it. This scene left the numerous examiners in a state of astonishment. They were well aware of the difficulty of the questions, having been informed beforehand. To challenge Guan Ning, many of the questions were obscure and complex, making it unlikely for even the most adept candidates to answer them correctly, let alone someone like Guan Ning. Yu Jia furrowed his brow deeply. Since the examination commenced, it had deviated from his expectations. Guan Ning continuously defied the odds, stunning the entire assembly. Could it be that he was concealing his true capabilities? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhu Jie silently shook his head, realizing he had been overthinking the matter. Surely, Guan Ning was merely scribbling aimlessly to create an illusion of competence. Yes, that must be it. He then exchanged a reassuring glance with Deng Qiu. Jin Jikai was equally intrigued, pondering what Guan Ning was so fervently writing. The key point was that he appeared utterly unfazed, even seemingly enjoying himself. Yet he could not approach him. Even he did not anticipate that this examination would captivate such attention. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, the examination questions were publicly displayed on a wall, drawing a crowd of onlookers. They were all curious about the nature of the questions and their level of difficulty. As the crowd gathered, a wave of astonishment ensued. These questions are exceedingly difficult. Indeed, look at this sentence. I have no recollection of it. Was it from the Book of Rites or the Zhou? Quick, fetch paper and pen. I must answer these as well. Guan Shizi is finished. These questions are alarmingly close to those of the imperial examination. How could he possibly succeed? Indeed, he is doomed. Upon seeing the questions, Xiao Liao stood in a daze, murmuring, none of the key points I highlighted were included. An important notification. Some readers may have noticed that chapters have been shortened, word counts reduced, and some chapter titles have become disordered. This is due to my revisions, concentrating on the opening sections, refining the narrative by eliminating superfluous elements while retaining the essence and incorporating more engaging content. This does not affect the reading experience. Please continue as usual and consider clearing your cache. Additionally, regarding the protagonist's extraordinary abilities, some readers have expressed concerns that they are overly pronounced. As mentioned at the outset, the protagonist possesses extraordinary fortune. However, I will heed the reader's suggestions to mitigate this aspect in the upcoming chapters, which promise to be even more riveting. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 58. Who will be challenged? Xiao Liao found it hard to believe, after a careful second reading. She finally confirmed that it was indeed a disaster. I have severely jeopardized Guan Ning, she said to several others as she stepped outside. What happened? Li Shulan inquired. Did you not highlight the key points for young Master Guan yesterday? How did it go? With your knowledge, you should have performed well. Not at all, he replied. That is impossible, she exclaimed. Indeed, Xiao Liao interjected. He wishes to see something else, which I have yet to show him. I am at a loss for words. She began to question whether her own misfortune had played a role, for how could he possibly have avoided all the exam questions flawlessly? One question had been highlighted, yet the answer lay in the subsequent sentence. How could Guan Ning possibly pass? Never mind. It doesn't matter whether you highlighted the key points or not. Young Master Guan would not remember them anyway, Li Shulan comforted. There truly is no difference, Li Yun remarked. Indeed, there is no difference, echoed Du Xiaozai, as was customary. Something significant has transpired. Something significant has transpired. Suddenly, Lu Junyan rushed over. What is the matter? Li Shulan asked, her face alight with curiosity. Word from the palace has circulated that a grand wedding is to be held soon for young Master Guan and Princess Xianning. A wedding? A grand wedding? The group expressed their astonishment, though soon realization dawned upon them. When Guan Ning arrived in the capital, the emperor had rescinded the engagement with Princess Ning and instead arranged a new betrothal with Princess Xianning. This news had spread like wildfire, rendering Guan Ning a subject of ridicule. Princess Xianning, the third daughter of the reigning Emperor Longjing, was a mere 16 years of age. It was said that after suffering a fever in her childhood, she became mute. Despite numerous treatments by palace physicians and folk healers, her condition remained unaltered, thus earning her the title of the mute princess, who was not favored within the palace. The pairing of a seemingly inept young master with a mute princess had become a hot topic in the capital. Why so hastily? Wasn't the engagement just announced? Li Shulan questioned, her expression revealing her skepticism, instinctively glancing at Xiao Liao. The marriage of a royal princess involves numerous intricate rituals and customs, typically requiring at least 2 years from engagement to marriage. Perhaps special circumstances warrant exceptional treatment, Lu Junyan suggested. After all, the Duke of Jinbei's lineage is traditionally passed down through a single heir, and with the fate of the current duke unknown, the emperor may be considering this. According to officials from the Taichang Sea, they had received no related notifications nor had they begun preparations for the wedding. Thus, it might simply follow a streamlined process. Or perhaps none at all, merely sending Princess Xianning to young Master Guan's residence to conclude the matter. Given the current situation of the Duke of Jinbei, it would be inappropriate to conduct elaborate arrangements. Simplicity would likely prevail. Lu Junyan spoke with conviction. Curious, Li Yan asked, haven't you been here the whole time? How do you know all this? Do you think my reputation as the capital's informant is unfounded? Lu Junyan replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Did Guan Ning not ask you to gather information? To gather information is too mundane. Being the capital's informant is far more refined. What is so refined about it? That is not the point. Li Shulan rolled her eyes. Once Guan Ning's examination concludes, do let me know the results. At this moment, Xiao Liao spoke to Li Shulan, then hurriedly departed. Hey, Brother Yang, why did you leave? I still wanted to ask you something, Lu Junyan remarked, his brow furrowing. He murmured, why does Brother Yang's silhouette seem so familiar, and his features as well? Suddenly enlightened, he glanced at Li Shulan and questioned, given your personality, it's unlikely you'd walk so closely with a man. Could it be that she is? Shut your mouth. Li Shulan promptly retorted. Lu Junyan realized the truth and turned to look at Du Xiaozai and Li Yun, puzzled. You all knew this already. Am I the last to find out? You are not the last, the members of the Dayun Society chimed in. Young Master Guan is still unaware. Lu Junyan leaned closer to Li Shulan. Curiosity etched on his face. It is said that Princess Yongning seems to have feelings for young Master Guan. Is that true? Whether it's true or not, what difference does it make? Li Shulan replied. After all, the engagement has already been broken off. You don't understand. I heard from the princess that as soon as the emperor decides to truly marry Princess Xianning to young Master Guan, it signifies the abolition of the Northern Defender's estate. This should be a form of compensation, losing the title of heir, but gaining the status of a prince consort. The group fell silent, pondering the implications. The key issue is that being a prince consort isn't necessarily a favorable position. Marrying Princess Yongning is entirely different from marrying Princess Xianning. His own inadequacies are to blame. He cannot fault others, Li Shulan continued. There may still be a glimmer of hope, Li Yun suggested. Indeed, Du Xiaozai added. If young Master Guan can pass the assessments, the outcome might change. How could he possibly pass such difficult questions? It's absolutely impossible, someone interjected. Just then, A cold voice echoed ominously. Who? The group looked down to see a disheveled figure with a swollen head and bruised face. Who is this? Lu Feng. Lu Junyan quietly moved behind him and kicked him again, causing the recently awakened Lu Feng to faint once more. Young Master Lu is so wicked, one member of the Diyun Society remarked. But I like it. At this moment, Guan Ning was completing the final question of the arithmetic examination. The question posed was particularly challenging for this era, yet to Guan Ning, it was child's play. A lake's surface is as smooth as a mirror, with red lotuses rising 3 feet above. Gracefully, they stand in the water, until a sudden gust of wind sends them 6 feet away, causing them to rest on the lake's surface like sleeping lotuses. What is the depth of the water at this point? Though this question was quite difficult for the time, Guan Ning found it straightforward. Applying the Pythagorean theorem to derive the solution. Let the depth of the water be represented by a variable, and he quickly formulated the equation. Arriving at the answer, 4.5 feet deep. He retained the verification process for himself. You're trying to make it difficult for me? Then I shall reciprocate and see if you can comprehend it. Regardless, the answer is correct, and there are no specific requirements for verification, Guan Ning resumed writing fervently. In this era, such a question posed considerable difficulty, but for someone like Guan Ning, who had been educated in modern times, it was no challenge at all. Setting an unknown variable was sufficient to unravel the problem, and if that didn't suffice, he could always introduce another variable. However, this final question held a certain intrigue, as it was framed in the following manner. Once, there was a shepherd who had 3 sons. One day, the old man passed away, leaving behind 11 sheep and a will. The will stated that the eldest son, having contributed significantly to the family, was entitled to half of the sheep. The second son, who often helped his father in tending to the sheep, could claim a quarter, while the youngest son, being still a child and without merit, was to receive 1/6. The will further specified that no sheep should be killed, for the old man would not rest peacefully in the afterlife if such a deed were committed. Faced with the challenge of dividing the 11 sheep according to the old man's wishes without harming any, the author expressed that the initial premise was modified, adding new content. Chapter 59. No mistakes. This problem posed a certain level of difficulty and contained traps. According to the stipulations, 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/6 equaled 11/12, which did not suffice to form a complete whole, thus rendering the task seemingly impossible. This predicament led to a deadlock. Why did Guan Ning find this problem intriguing? Because it was not merely a straightforward calculation, it also tested the flexibility of the examinee's thinking. Guan Ning pondered and wrote down his solution. He borrowed a sheep from a neighbor, transforming the 11 sheep into 12. The eldest son then received 6 sheep, the second son took 3, and the youngest son claimed 2, totaling 11 sheep, which was precisely the required amount. The extra sheep was then returned to the neighbor, achieving a perfect resolution. This was the final question, and after completing it, Guan Ning stretched lazily. He announced, I have finished. Finished? Zhen Jikai, slightly taken aback, stood up to collect the answer sheets. His demeanor appeared earnest, yet it seemed too soon to have completed the exam. Perhaps the sheets were blank. Zhen Jikai collected them, but suddenly froze, noticing the answer sheets were filled, and the handwriting was remarkably neat. Could you please submit the answer sheets to the chief examiner? Guan Ning suggested. Such assessments yield immediate results, as he was the sole candidate. Zhen Jikai, puzzled, placed the answer sheets before Zhu Jie. Although he had participated in drafting the questions, he did not serve as a judge. Guan Ning must have scribbled recklessly, Zhen Jikai thought, yet an unsettling premonition arose. He had casually glimpsed one of the questions on the scriptural exam, one he had authored, and he knew the answer. To his astonishment, he found that Guan Ning's response was not only complete but even more comprehensive than his own. Is there still a need to evaluate this? Zhu Jie remarked coolly. How could one complete everything in such a short time? There must be omissions, and with such omissions, a first-class rating is unattainable. Though your eyes may be small, Dr. Zhu, do not judge others through a narrow lens. As a scholar of your caliber, such remarks are unbecoming, Guan Ning replied with an even tone. Zhu Jie took a deep breath, choosing silence. If he retorted, it would only diminish his stature. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Upon reviewing the scriptural exam, he found a pristine page adorned with orderly, precise characters. Did he truly write this? The examiner scrutinized the examination paper, and the presentation itself was indeed a significant factor in the scoring. This particular paper excelled in that regard. Zhu Jie furrowed his brow, as it was entirely different from his expectations. In the absence of strategic theory, the study of classical texts presented the most formidable challenge, serving as a crucial gauge of an individual's scholarly prowess. The examination questions on classical texts were primarily formulated by him, with assistance from Zhenji Kai. And their difficulty was undeniably substantial. This much he could ascertain. Yet, as he continued to read, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. The questions were based on phrases from classical Chinese literature, and candidates were required to compose essays elucidating their meanings, which demanded a high level of comprehensive quality from the examinees. First, one must identify the source of the quoted phrases, comprehend their meanings, and then expand upon them, all while meticulously citing classical references and adhering to a specific format. This necessitated an extensive reservoir of knowledge. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one must be well-versed in a multitude of texts, and moreover, possess a profound understanding. In formal imperial examinations, numerous candidates had failed to achieve success due to this very subject. Zhu Jie had participated in the formulation of examination questions and proctoring on multiple occasions and had encountered many examination papers, yet the completeness of this response was exceedingly rare. The articulation was clear, the arguments precise, and on this foundation, the candidate had even infused their own insights. Impossible! How could such a response originate from a frivolous young noble? Even Zhenji Kai could not attain such a level. Zhu Jie felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sought to identify flaws but found none whatsoever. Was he not the embodiment of ineptitude? What was amiss? Was he truly that inadequate? Deng Qiu, standing beside Zhu Jie, noted the change in his expression. Zhu Jie remained silent, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. The atmosphere in the examination hall was eerily silent. Each chief examiner bearing a similar expression, creating a peculiar ambience within the academy. Different subjects had distinct evaluators. Zhu Jie assessed the classical texts, while Kang Yinda, the doctor of the grand learning, evaluated the ink theory. Tang Yin, the doctor of the four arts, judged the Liao Rongjin, the doctor of calligraphy, appraised the clarity of characters, and Yang Guanchuan, the doctor of calculation, assessed the arithmetic. They then proceeded to cross-evaluate and unify the assessments to ensure fairness and impartiality. The chief proctor Wei Qingxian, minister of personnel Lu Zhaoling, the esteemed scholar Yi Hongyu, and Deng Qiu also observed from the sidelines. After a while, Tang Yin let out a long sigh. Was the response utterly incoherent? Zhu Jie remained silent, and Deng Qiu pressed further. Judging by his expression, it seemed he was lamenting a poor performance. Not incoherent. Tang Yin interjected. Rather, it is executed with remarkable perfection. Perfection? Deng Qiu looked as if he had misheard. The examination on the classical text was flawless, without a single oversight or error. Had he not witnessed it himself today, it would have been difficult to believe. Tang Yin remarked, "It appears one should not fully trust the words of outsiders. The young noble is not devoid of literary capability." This statement left all present in a state of astonishment. Flawless in the classical texts? How could that be possible? Dr. Tang, surely you must have misjudged. Misjudged? Tang Yin's countenance darkened as he replied coolly, "Are you suggesting I am speaking nonsense? Then by all means, take a look yourself. You misunderstand." I merely, taken aback by this retort, Deng Qiu felt slightly uneasy but remained unconvinced. "Allow me to see." Yi Hongyu took the paper and began to examine it closely. "Tang Zhangxue, take a look at this ink meaning." "Very well. The cross-examination has commenced. Scholars, what is your interpretation? Should I take a look?" Dr. Kang Yinda of the Taixue inquired. "Wait a moment." Zhu Jie, without lifting his head, continued to scrutinize for errors, convinced that he could uncover at least one mistake, even if it were but a single character. Yet, to his astonishment, none were found. "Old Tang, see for yourself. Indeed, the scripture is truly flawless. The ink meaning is also impeccable, and the clarity of the characters is without fault. I believe the interpretation poses no issues. This examination paper surpasses that of a high-ranking scholar." After a while, voices occasionally broke the silence. The cross-examination had concluded. Deng Qiu's already dark complexion grew even darker. Zhenji trembled, seemingly taken aback. Only one subject remained unassessed, Ming Xuan, which is rather specialized and evaluated by the doctor of calculation, Dr. Yang. How does the Ming Xuan subject fare? Zhu Jie seemed to cling to this last glimmer of hope. Indeed, how is it? Deng Qiu clenched his fists. The reality was starkly different from his expectations. He remained in a state of bewilderment. Consumed by a singular thought, he absolutely could not allow Guan Ning to pass the assessment. There are some issues with the calculation. Yang Guanchuan appeared to deliberate. "Very well." Zhu Jie immediately interjected a single word. This attitude left onlookers astounded. A distinguished academician had lost composure to such an extent. "You misunderstand." Yang Guanchuan clarified. I do not mean to imply that there are errors in Ming Xuan. In fact, young Master Guan's answers are entirely correct. However, the method of problem solving is unprecedented, and I wish to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, all expressions turned blank. The author wishes to express gratitude for your support. After reading, kindly encourage further updates. Chapter 60, Is Ning worthy? Zhu Jie's expression froze, stammering. You wish to consult Guan Ning? Others, too, after their initial shock, were left utterly astonished. Ming Xuan is an exceptionally specialized field, and as the doctor of calculation, Yang Guanchuan is a foremost authority among the entire Dakong. He ranks among the elite, with numerous related publications, yet he sought counsel from Guan Ning? Indeed, Yang Guanchuan exhibited no discomfort. He stated, the method employed by Guan Ning is unique, never seen before, yet it feels remarkably swift, potentially representing a significant advancement in the field of calculation. Such praise was exceedingly lofty. Others scrambled to seize the Ming Xuan examination paper, eager to uncover the details. Guan Ning, however, remained unperturbed, setting aside all else. Even a single Arabic numeral could suffice to elevate the advancement of calculation. Evidently, this doctor of calculation possessed discernment. You still have one subject, Ming Fa, yet to be assessed. How about this? Once the evaluations conclude, I shall seek your guidance. Yang Guanchuan proposed. Might young Master Guan have an interest in joining the field of calculation? Joining the field of calculation would not impede your entry into other disciplines. I can personally ensure your direct admission to the higher ranks. No, you could serve as an assistant. This is the utmost authority I can grant. What say you? Yang Zhangxue, you. Zhu Jie's complexion changed drastically. Mathematics is one of the 6 studies. If Guan Ning truly engages in mathematics, even if he fails this assessment, he would still remain at the Imperial Academy, which fundamentally contradicts his original intent. What is the purpose of his actions? Is it not to expel Guan Ning from the academy? Although mathematics does not hold the same prestige as the Imperial studies, it remains one of the 6 studies. A flash of thought crossed his mind. Zhu Jie spoke up. Master Yang, your actions are quite inappropriate and violate the regulations of the Imperial Academy. According to the Academy's rules, exceptional candidates in literature, mathematics, or law may be admitted under special circumstances. What objection can the esteemed scholars present have? Yang Guanchuan retorted. As the head of the mathematics department, do I not possess even this small authority? Zhu Jie's expression changed slightly. He had not anticipated Yang Guanchuan's significant regard for Guan Ning. This situation was exceedingly irregular, making an exception based solely on a single examination paper and directly appointing someone as an assistant teacher was utterly frivolous. Frivolous? Yang Guanchuan replied coldly, your student, Zhen Jiakai, can be directly appointed as an assistant teacher. What is wrong with my request for Guan Ning? This is fundamentally incomparable. If not, we must ask the Grand Scholar for judgment. Yang Guanchuan's words were sharp, causing a visible shift in the expressions of those present. No one had expected the assessment to escalate to this extent. Let us first evaluate the results. This commotion is unbecoming. The supervisor Wei Chengxian interjected, casting a knowing glance at Zhu Jie. Zhu Jie took a deep breath, his face pale. This outcome was something he had never anticipated. Ming Mathematics, first class. Yang Guanchuan spoke first. Ming Characters, first class. Tai Classics, first class. MOE, first class. Following suit, for individuals announced their results, though some spoke in hushed tones, as if compelled to do so. Each time the phrase first class rang out, Zhen Jiakai's heart tightened. For first class results had been declared. Only the scripture and meaning subject remained, and its evaluation rested with Zhu Jie. All eyes turned towards him. Zhu Jie maintained a stoic facade, yet his clenched hands hidden within his sleeves grew clammy with sweat. The situation had spiraled out of control. From the beginning of the assessment to this moment, filled with twists and turns, who could have foreseen such an outcome? This extravagant young heir was no ordinary individual. He had miscalculated. Zhu Jie gazed at Guan Ning. Their eyes met. Guan Ning wore a half-smile, as if to say, Are you not here to assess me? Very well. I shall demonstrate my unequivocal strength. What can you do? Among the examiners present, there must be those aligned with Zhu Jie, yet they could only award first-class results, for the grades were indisputable. This rigorous and formal assessment model, which Zhu Jie had devised to silence critics, had now become his own constraint. The entire process was under scrutiny. They could find no fault with Guan Ning. Therefore, they had no choice but to concede. Guan Ning's lips curled into a smirk, his disdainful expression deeply provoking Zhu Jie. He understood that Guan Ning must not pass. Although one subject, Ming Law, remained unassessed, he dared not gamble. Should Guan Ning succeed in all 8 subjects, he would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. A mere stepping stone for Guan Ning. Reputation was paramount, especially since he was the head of the imperial studies. Moreover, he had the backing of Lord Shui. Guan Ning must not pass. Scripture and meaning, second class. Zhu Jie declared in a low voice. Deng Qiu released his clenched fist. Jin Ji opened his eyes with a tranquil expression. The chief examiner, Wei Chengxian, smiled faintly. Esteemed scholars, do you truly believe this evaluation stems from your genuine intentions? The eminent scholar Yi Hongyu directly inquired. It is indeed my true intention, Zhu Jie asserted firmly, without a trace of hesitation. His conviction was resolute. He believed that Guan Ning should not pass the assessment, and he maintained that stance. Although Guan Ning had performed admirably, he still fell short of the academic standards, meriting only a B grade. Zhu Jie, do not forget that you are a distinguished scholar. Lu Zheling, who had remained silent until now, also posed a question. I have a clear conscience. Zhu Jie replied solemnly. Guan Ning's performance in the 8 Gates examination earned him a B in the classics, but he did not achieve a full A. Thus, he has failed the assessment and will be expelled from the Imperial Academy. Given this, the assessment is concluded, Wei Chengxian decisively stated. Guan Ning laughed heartily. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, what a splendid declaration of a clear conscience. He gazed at Zhu Jie and remarked, you, of all people, a distinguished scholar, have the audacity to lose all sense of dignity. Impudent. Jinji reprimanded directly. Silence. What gives you the right to speak? Guan Ning retorted mercilessly. Jinji took a deep breath and stated, respect for teachers and the way of learning is the most fundamental courtesy for any individual. I am an assistant at the Imperial Academy, and the esteemed scholars here are your mentors. Yet, you choose to speak so viciously. Do you think this is appropriate? He refrained from rebuking and instead condemned Guan Ning's actions from the perspective of propriety and righteousness, showcasing his remarkable acumen. Regardless of the circumstances, Guan Ning's results were undeniable. And Zhu Jie's evaluation was indeed insincere, prompting him to question Guan Ning from a standpoint of ethics. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jie quickly responded, as the sage said, those with virtue must have words. When I first saw you, I remarked that you possess talent but lack virtue. It appears I was correct. How can you maintain such an attitude toward your mentor and excel in other areas? Mentor? Guan Ning replied, I simply wish to ask, do you deserve such a title? How brazen must one be to shamelessly claim the role of a mentor? How do you present yourself before countless students, calling yourself a scholar? And how do you preside over the foremost of the 6 disciplines? Zhu Jie's complexion shifted dramatically, struck by the piercing words. Reflect upon your own understanding of the classics. Do you truly deserve an A grade? Yet, for your selfish interests, you betray your conscience while constantly boasting of your virtue. Do you possess any virtue? Do you embody the ethics of a mentor? The relentless questioning left Zhu Jie trembling. Do you truly deserve the title of scholar? To call you a pig would be an insult to pigs. Guan Ning spoke coldly. The Imperial Academy is a national institution where countless students ardently pursue knowledge, driven by their ambitions and ideals for national development. Yet it is held hostage by individuals like you. Do you not wish to expel me from the Imperial Academy? Guan Ning said calmly. There is no need for your expulsion. I shall withdraw myself. Such an institution is not worth my time. I, as a noble heir, find it beneath my dignity. Chapter 61. It is just a game. Each word was like a pearl, resonating with clarity. At that moment, they could only think one thing. Guan Ning truly dared to speak. As the chief scholar of the 6 disciplines at the Imperial Academy, Zhu Jie's reputation was unparalleled. And his position was extraordinary. He was accustomed to reverence, yet at this moment, he had been reduced to the utmost humiliation. To compare him to a pig was, in fact, a grave insult to pigs. Who could possibly accept such words? Yet, they were undeniably shaken by every utterance from Guan Ning. This young master Guan possessed remarkable fortitude. Particularly striking was his final remark. If this is the caliber of the Imperial Academy, then it is better not to enter at all. Zhu Jie's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a ghastly green, and finally to a deep purple. Trembling uncontrollably, he pointed a finger at Guan Ning, struggling to articulate a response. This was evidently an expression of extreme anger. Beside him, Jin Ji Kai's eyes bulged. Utterly astonished. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the indulgences of a pampered heir, brazenly arrogant, and had failed to temper himself within the confines of the Imperial Academy. The headmaster, Wei Chengxian, rose with a cold demeanor and declared, this is not a place for your reckless antics. Bring forth the examination papers. At that moment, A calm voice resonated throughout the room. It was a voice imbued with age, seemingly echoing the weight of time, pulling the thoughts of all present back to the moment, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Wei Qingxian was equally taken aback, glancing toward the right screen, astonished that this esteemed figure had also arrived. A sense of heaviness enveloped his heart, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. Zhu Jie's expression drastically changed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was aware that someone was behind the screen, yet he had not anticipated that this person would also make an appearance. "Did you not hear?" The voice urged once more. Yes, Wei Chengxian hurriedly set about organizing the examination papers, rising to deliver them to behind the screen before promptly returning to his seat. The tumultuous dispute that had raged like a storm suddenly fell into a serene silence. Zhu Jie's expression fluctuated between despair and malice. His gaze fixated with venom upon Guan Ning. Unperturbed, Guan Ning seemed oblivious, reveling in his own delight. "Come now, let the resentment intensify," he mused. Yet, he was puzzled as to who possessed such formidable influence. In the Imperial Academy, only one person could wield such authority: the chief of the academy, the highest-ranking official therein. To hold this position required profound knowledge and esteemed virtue. It was said that the current chief was also the emperor's mentor. He had been the tutor of the crown prince during the time of Emperor Longjing. The fact that this individual had also come was unexpected. From the onset of the assessment, Guan Ning had surmised that a significant figure would observe the proceedings from behind the screen, and he presumed that this individual would surely support Zhu Jie. Otherwise, Zhu Jie would not have so brazenly betrayed his conscience in awarding him a second-tier evaluation. Judging by their expressions, they likely never anticipated that the chief would personally arrive and scrutinize his examination papers. At this juncture, the decision was no longer within Zhu Jie's purview, nor that of the headmaster, but awaited the chief's final verdict. Silence enveloped the room as time gradually slipped away. After a moment, the aged voice emerged once more from behind the screen, stating, "The examination can be graded as first tier." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jie's countenance darkened to an extreme. The chief's personal repudiation of his assessment carried significant ramifications. Wei Chengxian hesitated, caught between words. Ultimately refraining from speaking, his gaze dark and fixed upon Guan Ning. Today, they had all been humiliated. And not merely humiliated, the repercussions would be profound. Out of the 8 subjects in the examination, 7 had been awarded first-tier grades, leaving only the subject of Mingfa. Guan Ning was but a step away from passing. Then Guan Ning stood up and declared, "To prioritize one's own interests over the collective well-being is a blatant violation of the fundamental ethics expected of a doctoral scholar. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. A prestigious national academy should not be tainted by external influences. If such actions go unpunished, I see no reason to proceed with the forthcoming assessments. I do not speak lightly on this matter." He then took his seat. "Indeed, I could pass, but I choose not to. I am here merely for amusement." Upon hearing this, several individuals were once again taken aback. As this day had already been filled with numerous surprises, how could the scion of the Guan family, akin to a stubborn donkey descending a slope, utter such words? His implication was clear. Without punishment for the transgressors, he would refuse to enter the Guozijian. Was this not a threat? The supervisor, Wei Chengxian, regarded Guan Ning with a cold stare. "I am merely stating the facts," Guan Ning replied calmly. "Do you not tout the assessments as being absolutely fair and just? Is it not claimed that the process is entirely transparent? Very well. Are you bold enough to present my examination paper for all the students to judge, so they may witness the true nature of this doctoral scholar? Do you dare?" Wei Chengxian found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed an undeniable fact that the transgressors had acted immorally. Such misconduct, if publicized, would tarnish the reputation of the Guozijian. Guan Ning continued, "Let me be clear. You must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall not rest until this matter is resolved." "Who do you think you are to make such threats?" The transgressor stammered, utterly unprepared for Guan Ning's audacity. Yet, Guan Ning paid him no heed. He stated coolly, "One is the century-old reputation of the Guozijian, and the other is the notoriety of a mere doctoral scholar. It is evident which holds greater significance." Deng Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were meeting Guan Ning for the first time. He had seized an opportunity to utterly destroy the transgressor. This threat struck at the very core. Guan Ning was right. The century-old prestige of the Guozijian overshadowed any individual or incident. Yet, only Guan Ning would dare to issue such a threat. Who else would have the audacity? Wei Qingshuan's eyelids twitched, and he coldly warned, "Do not overstep your bounds. One should leave room for future encounters. Being too extreme will yield no benefits. With a derisive chuckle, Guan Ning disregarded him and remarked, "It seems there will be no resolution. Then so be it. I shall not participate in this assessment. You may say whatever you wish. But do take heed of my words, a prestigious national academy so steeped in corruption." The transgressor was demoted from his position as head scholar to assistant, while Jin Jikai was reduced from assistant to a mere task manager, following a warning from Wei Chengxian. At that moment, a venerable voice echoed once more. The Guozijian is a place of learning. While disputes and disagreements may arise, no extraneous matters should be allowed to taint its sanctity. This is a fundamental principle. The transgressor turned as pale as death, and Jin Jikai appeared utterly dejected. Deng Xiu wished to speak, but hesitated. He understood that the ritual wine was not genuinely threatened by Guan Ning. Rather, he was genuinely incensed. This was a warning. The rivalry between the two factions of the court should not involve or implicate the Guozijian. Yet, Guan Ning had seized upon this very point. Was he genuinely aggrieved, or was he deliberately exploiting the situation for his own ends? Deng Xiu recognized that this young heir was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he requested that everyone maintain silence. The proceedings of this assessment should not be disclosed, and these examination papers would be sealed by myself. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Scholar had come, first to uphold the reputation of the Imperial Academy, and second, to offer him protection. The voice then inquired, "Guan Ning, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Given that the Grand Scholar has spoken thus, I naturally have no objections," Guan Ning replied directly. His objective had been achieved. Continuing to linger on the matter would only undermine his position. A measured approach was indeed the most prudent. In truth, he was merely leveraging the situation. Had the Grand Scholar not intervened, his threats would likely have borne no fruit. The Imperial Academy was a place of learning, and now, due to the court's factional strife, some were disrupting its order. He was confident that the Grand Scholar did not wish to witness such chaos. He was seizing the moment and capitalizing on the circumstances. At the very least, Zhu Jie had been brought low, and although the details of the assessment were not publicized, it spared him some dignity. However, the undeniable fact remained that he had been demoted to teaching assistant. To fall from the esteemed position of head scholar to that of a mere assistant was a considerable blow. Zhenji had also plummeted from assistant to a mere clerk, losing all reputation. In this examination, he had emerged as the greatest victor, yet it was still insufficient. His triumph was not complete, for there remained one final subject: the Ming Law, which was to be assessed. In Guan Ning's view, this would not be a simple endeavor. Next, the assessment of Ming Law would commence. According to the previously established regulations, this evaluation would be conducted solely by the presiding scholar. He requested everyone to temporarily vacate the premises, assuring them that the results would be disclosed shortly. At that moment, an elderly man, nearing 60, spoke up. His hair was a mix of black and white. His frame lean, and the academic robe he wore appeared somewhat oversized. Noteworthy was his countenance, devoid of any subtle expressions, stern and serious, exuding an air of meticulousness. He was the head scholar of the law studies, and concurrently served as the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhang Jing. He was the only individual in the 6 scholarly divisions holding dual titles. "We should take our leave," Lu Zhaoling remarked, casting a deep glance at Guan Ning. The others followed suit, rising to depart and waiting outside the academy. Zhu Jie's expression darkened, his gaze filled with resentment. The series of significant setbacks had stripped the former head scholar of his composure. He had not anticipated that Guan Ning could reach this stage. Merely one subject away from passing. Surely, he would not succeed. In arranging the assessment, considerable efforts had been made to invite the head scholar of law studies. At that time, Zhang Jing had stipulated a request. He would conduct the assessment alone, with no one else permitted to observe. Zhu Jie had consented without hesitation, as long as Zhang Jing would be present. The entire court was aware of Zhang Jing's reputation as a man of unwavering integrity, and he did not believe Guan Ning could pass. It simply cannot be. As the group exited, only Zhang Jing remained in the hall. The screen on the right remained still, leaving the presence of others uncertain. Guan Ning sat upright, regaining the demeanor appropriate for a formal assessment. He understood the importance of maintaining the proper attitude. "You have successfully completed 7 subjects, and now only the final subject of Ming Law remains," Zhang Jing began. "This assessment will be conducted personally by me, and the method of evaluation will differ. Please pay close attention." Guan Ning nodded silently. Subsequently, Zhang Jing recounted a case. In a place known as Anhuang County, a commoner named Zhang Lingjiang, alongside his wife Wu, verbally abused his mother Huang, viciously wishing her death. Overcome with sorrow and indignation, Huang took her own life by hanging, coincidentally during a time of amnesty. Zhang Jing posed the question, if you were the magistrate of Anhuan County, how would you adjudicate this case? Guan Ning's expression grew solemn. He finally comprehended why Zhang Jing asserted that his assessment differed from others, as this was a particularly concrete case steeped in familial ethics and morality. Sentencing and conviction could not merely be dictated by personal desire, they must adhere to the law, necessitating a profound understanding of legal statutes. This represented a comprehensive evaluation, particularly in light of the prevailing amnesty, which added complexity to the existing legal framework. Guan Ning felt a measure of relief, having familiarized himself with the laws. Having traversed into this era, it was imperative to gain insight into the world, prompting him to delve into numerous texts, including legal statutes. Why study the law? The rationale was simple. Ignorance of the law could lead to dire consequences, leaving one unaware of their fate in the event of transgression. With his thoughts gathered, Guan Ning articulated, the laws of Dekong stipulate that any son who kills or injures his parents shall face execution. The punishment for verbally abusing one's parents varies according to the severity of the offense, potentially resulting in imprisonment or even death. Furthermore, a wife who murders her husband's parents is likewise subject to the death penalty. The law also provides that in the event of an amnesty, original sentences may be commuted, necessitating a reevaluation of the case. Initially, Guan Ning articulated the pertinent legal statutes, establishing a foundation. Zhang Jing nodded in approval. Recognizing that this young master was not legally ignorant, he understood the law and could cite specific articles, a commendable feat. The genuine challenge lay in the application of criminal law to determine sentencing. The crux of the matter was that the case did not specifically invoke any particular legal provision. It is inherently impossible for laws to encompass every conceivable scenario, as different circumstances necessitate varied applications. Zhang Lingjiang's verbal abuse of his mother, leading to her suicide, constituted a graver offense than merely inflicting physical harm. To treat this as murder would seem excessive, while classifying it under the laws concerning injury or insult would appear too lenient. Moreover, within the legal framework, only the assault of parents, even in the context of an amnesty, unequivocally mandates execution. However, there exists a legal void concerning the verbal abuse that results in a parent's death under similar circumstances. It is akin to being culpable in the death of a relative without having directly caused it. With clarity of thought, Guan Ning asserted, it is essential to establish that both physical assault and verbal abuse of parents are inexcusable by both legal and moral standards. The act of verbally assaulting a mother to the point of her suicide cannot be tolerated. Although the law may lack a specific provision for such a case, he has egregiously violated the principles of filial piety. Even in the face of an amnesty, he ought to face capital punishment. Regarding his wife, Mrs. Wu, she followed her husband, and the resentment harbored by that mother was directed towards her son. She was not the mastermind, but merely an accomplice, deserving of a sentence of imprisonment. Now, let us proceed to the second case. After Guan Ning finished speaking, Zhang Jing did not render a judgment, but continued. In a certain academy, there exists a group of students, all of whom have not yet reached the age of maturity. Among them, one student, Shirley, wielding the power of his family's influence, dominated the academy, gathering around him a following, and for an extended period, he subjected another student, Tian Hao, to relentless bullying, employing despicable tactics that left numerous scars upon him, nearly pushing the limits of humiliation. This torment persisted for 3 long years. Tian Hao, hailing from humble beginnings, saw his father make repeated inquiries at the academy, only to receive responses dismissing the matter as mere childish quarrels, resulting in Shirley being punished with the task of copying scriptures, after which the matter was left unresolved. Turning to the authorities proved futile, as the laws of Dekong explicitly state that minors should be dealt with leniently, thus the protection should be afforded to them. Zhang Jing inquired, what are your thoughts on this matter? How should it be addressed? Chapter 63. Confidential discussion. This is the second case, and it is indeed a contentious one, with the controversy stemming from the phrase not yet reached maturity. This incident appears to have truly transpired, and as Guan Ning listened, he felt a surge of indignation. I wish to ask, who is it that dismisses such occurrences as mere scuffles, not warranting serious attention? That is not convenient to mention. Zhang Jing replied, you need only express your opinion. Very well. Guan Ning responded in a grave tone. The law protects minors, not delinquent minors. In such circumstances, not only should there be a conviction, but the punishment should be severe. The long-term effects of relentless bullying on an individual are profoundly damaging and irremediable. Take Tian Hao. For instance, perhaps he cannot comprehend why he has been subjected to such treatment while no one intervenes. This is unjust. For him, it is a negation, leading him to a repudiation of this nation and its laws. Conversely, for Shirley, this is nothing short of indulgence. Upon realizing that the costs of his crimes are minimal and that he faces little to no repercussions, he will only escalate his transgressions. He is unrestrained, uncorrected. The pleasure he derives from bullying others will only intensify. This is not mere horseplay, it is criminal behavior. Yet, there are no pertinent criminal statutes to hold him accountable. Guan Ning stated, such cases are not isolated incidents. In fact, similar occurrences are widespread. Crime is crime, irrespective of age. To those who oppose this notion, I pose the question, what would you say if the roles were reversed? My stance is unequivocal. Severe sentences should be imposed, regardless of age. If one is deemed too young, let them serve time until they reach maturity, after which they may face punishment, be it exile or capital punishment. Guan Ning continued, you are a distinguished scholar in legal studies and also serve as the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. It is imperative that you take this matter seriously. That is my perspective. Zhang Jing responded, you are well versed in the law and during judgments. Both ceremonial and legal aspects must be considered. The second case also provides new possibilities for legal frameworks. There was originally a third case, but it seems unnecessary now. In the subject of Ming law, you are to receive a first-class assessment, indicating that you have passed the 8 subjects of the examination. What are your plans moving forward? Passed? Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. The assessment seemed to be less challenging than he had anticipated. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that it was not trivial. The examination primarily assessed one's mindset towards exceptional cases, a realm in which Guan Ning excelled, an aptitude not possessed by many in this era. A thought crossed his mind, and he spoke, if I pass this assessment, I shall be able to hold an official position. His words, seemingly casual, revealed his genuine intentions. At present, the downfall of the Northern King's manor appeared inevitable, and its abolition was merely a matter of time. If he were to possess nothing, he would simply start anew. Guan Ning had resolved to ascend from the lowest echelons to the highest, recognizing that this would be a protracted journey, yet he was undaunted. If the royal manor were lost, he would establish a new one, proving himself to all. The first step in this endeavor was to enter the circle of officials. This was the primary reason for Guan Ning's earnestness regarding the assessment. To pass all 8 subjects, akin to the juncture examination, was essential for securing an official role. Achieving excellence in all 8 subjects was a prerequisite, making this assessment no less daunting than that of the juncture exam. Thus, it was often stated that one could indeed be granted an official position, as the procedural aspects were entirely compliant. Do you think becoming an official is a simple task? Zhang Jing interjected. While it is true that there are regulations indicating that passing all 8 subjects qualifies one for an official role, it may not be as straightforward for you. Normal passage would equate to the status of a first-class juncture, starting at the 6th rank, yet you will undoubtedly face obstructions. Guan Ning nodded. His success in this assessment had already struck a blow to many, thwarting their plans, and retaliation was to be expected. The rationale for such opposition was undoubtedly substantial. In this 8-part assessment, the most significant section, policy composition, had been omitted from his examination. Zhang Jing continued, moreover, the 2 unrelated subjects of musical and artistic skill would limit your rank to at most the 2nd class, 7th rank, or the 3rd class, 8th rank, in my opinion. The latter is more probable. Guan Ning nodded once more, recognizing the soundness of this analysis. Yet, he found it curious that Zhang Jing felt compelled to share this information, as he did not strike him as particularly altruistic. Guan Ning considered a possibility. Within the normal procedural framework, he would likely be appointed to a position. However, through various manipulations, he might end up as a mere inconsequential clerk, achieving nothing of significance. It was then that Zhang Jing revealed his true objective. I can arrange for you a position that would grant you a 7th rank title. Guan Ning confirmed his suspicions. You wish for me to investigate that case of bullying? You are astute, Zhang Jing replied, seemingly surprised by Guan Ning's quick response. As you mentioned, such cases are not isolated incidents. The Ministry of Justice has been advocating for legislative reforms, yet faces considerable resistance. Zhang Jing elaborated, after all, formulating new legislation is no simple task. I have consulted numerous individuals regarding this case, and you are the only one who has shown significant concern. Therefore, You wish for me to lead the investigation, to bring this case to light, and pave the way for legislative reform? Guan Ning deduced. Precisely, Guan Ning remarked coolly. You are a doctor of legal studies and the left deputy minister of justice, thus inherently aligned with the legalist school. Is this how legalists conduct their affairs? Zhang Zheng spoke in a somber tone. At times, navigating this circle to accomplish certain endeavors proves to be quite challenging, even when those endeavors are just. This statement encapsulates the harsh realities of the bureaucratic world. Guan Ning interjected. What I refer to as your veiled discourse. This matter likely extends beyond mere youthful bullying. Entwined with a rather intricate backdrop. Earlier, you mentioned Shirley leveraging his familial stature, which indeed poses a significant impediment, alongside the disputes among various factions that are also of great importance. Guan Ning understood that post the ascension of Emperor Longjing, the dismissal of Confucian supremacy heralded an era of diverse philosophical discourse, yet harmony was but a fade, as conflicts among schools of thought had never truly waned. Each faction yearned for dominance over the others. Even when the truth was evident, they would not wish for your triumph. The legalists, who preside over the Ministry of Justice, likely contend with similar challenges. However, in Guan Ning's perspective, the underlying aristocratic affiliations might represent the most formidable obstacle. Is it your intention, Sir Zhang, to cast me as the target of public ire? Guan Ning ventured. You must be aware of my predicament. I am already held in low regard. Should I pierce through this fragile veil, I would undoubtedly attract the ire of the masses. No, Zhang Zheng shook his head. I believe you will find this intriguing. The case I referenced is genuine, though the names have been fabricated. I can now reveal that Shirley's true name is Xue Jianzhong. Indeed. He hails from the Xue family. Furthermore, the individual who dismissed the incident as mere children's play is none other than Zhu Jie. Zhang Jing gazed at Guan Ning, his eyes laden with a peculiar significance. You will undoubtedly comply, for you possess an irrefutable reason to do so. I am aware of your clandestine inquiries into the series of mysterious deaths at the Ministry of War's Armory Division. Guan Ning's pupils constricted momentarily before reverting to their usual state. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jing would broach this topic. The series of deaths at the Armory Division was indeed something he had discussed with Li Bing, pondering whether it was mere coincidence or if it was linked to a certain type of arrow known as the Qianye blade. Guan Ning was uncertain. He sensed that uncovering the truth could also unveil the identity of his would-be assassin, potentially exposing a grander conspiracy. Sensing the unusual nature of the situation, he instructed Steward Wu to discreetly monitor a few individuals based on his insights, hoping to unearth some clues. This was a highly secretive matter, and it was surprising that Zhang Zheng was even aware of it. I serve as the Deputy Minister of Justice. It is hardly unusual for me to be informed. Zhang Jing seemed to grasp Guan Ning's thoughts and remarked, the recent deaths at the Armory Division, initially deemed ordinary fatalities, caught the attention of our Ministry of Justice as Supervisory Division. I recognized the anomaly and ordered a discreet investigation. During this process, I discerned that another group appears to be observing the situation as well. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning understood that they had inadvertently crossed paths. The previous night, Steward Wu had briefed him on developments and had mentioned this very issue. At that time, Guan Ning had advised against further inquiries to avoid detection. Yet it seemed they had still been discovered. This supervisory division possessed some acumen. However, I have managed to suppress this case to avoid drawing attention. While I will not question your reasons for investigation, I can only inform you that should you come to the Ministry of Justice, it would facilitate your inquiries. Zhang Zheng spoke in a grave manner. For you, this presents a multifaceted opportunity. What are your thoughts? The serious expression contrasted sharply with the nature of the conversation, making Guan Ning feel somewhat uneasy. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Zheng spoke the truth, and he, too, found himself stirred by the matter at hand. The perpetrator of the bullying was none other than Xue Jianzhong, a scion of the Xue family. The Xue family is a prestigious lineage within the Great Kang Dynasty, with its patriarch, Xue Huairan, serving as the second-in-command of the court and the leader of the Snow Party. The recent oppressive actions directed towards the Northern Prince's residence have been orchestrated by this individual behind the scenes. Furthermore, this case involves Zhu Jie, and it is believed that numerous members of the Snow Party are implicated within it. Given your unique status, you need not fear the formidable backdrop. It is most fitting for you to investigate. Zhang Jing continued, expressing uncertainty about whether the son of the Northern Prince would be willing to serve as an investigator in this case. Guan Ning pondered deeply. Undoubtedly, this was an opportunity. Be it confronting the Snow Party or uncovering the identities of those who conspired to assassinate him, both paths held merit. After careful consideration, Guan Ning assented. It would be inappropriate to remain passive while others troubled him. Zhang Zhang uttered a single word and, without further elaboration, rose to depart, with Guan Ning following suit. The examination had finally concluded. As they exited, he glanced towards the right screen, wondering if the ritualist had departed. If not, he must have overheard the previous conversation with Zhang Zhang. The individuals from earlier had not left. Instead, they were waiting in the outer hall, evidently anticipating the outcome. Upon Zhang Zhang's exit, Deng Qiu hastily inquired, "How did it go?" "All subjects received an A," came the reply. At this, the crowd fell silent, astonished. Achieving an A in every subject was exceedingly rare within the National Academy, yet Guan Ning had indeed accomplished it. Deng Qiu cast a deep glance at Guan Ning. Realizing that the young man had been masquerading as a fool while concealing his true capabilities, he refrained from speaking further and departed. Esteemed scholars, as the chief examiner and initiator, it is your duty to announce the results, Guan Ning remarked, then added, "Correction, I should now address you as esteemed assistants." Zhu Jie's countenance darkened to an extreme, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at Guan Ning before storming out. One brings trouble upon oneself. Guan Ning thought disdainfully, his eyes then falling upon Jin Jikai. Before he could utter a word, Jin Jikai hurriedly exited, evidently fearing Guan Ning's words. "This is rather dull." Guan Ning sighed, stretching lazily as he began to feel fatigue. With little else to engage him, he bid farewell to Lu Xiaoling, Yi Hongyu, and others before taking his leave. Meanwhile, outside, a considerable crowd had gathered, even more numerous than before, all awaiting the results and engaging in fervent discussions. Their curiosity was piqued by the examination's requirements. Achieving an A in every subject was essential to pass. If one subject faltered, failure was inevitable. Guan Ning had already been inside for a considerable time. If he were incapable, prolonging the process served no purpose, and he should have emerged promptly after receiving the test papers. However, the extended duration, now past noon without his return, raised questions. Could it be that the young master Guan truly possessed such capability? Surely not. Then why had he yet to reappear? Was he merely flailing in a desperate struggle? That seemed plausible. Perhaps they should wait a bit longer. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Guan Ning emerged from within. "He has come out. He has come out. The young master Guan has appeared." A throng rushed to greet him. Did the young master pass the examination? One inquired. What a foolish question. He must have failed. Another retorted. The cacophony of voices bombarded Guan Ning, leaving him quite overwhelmed. "Silence! Silence!" Guan Ning shouted. "The specific results will be communicated by designated personnel soon. Everyone shall know. What of it? If he has failed, must he not speak of it? Perhaps he is too embarrassed to admit it." Came the mocking laughter from the crowd. Guan Ning shook his head, choosing to disregard their jests as he seized an opportunity to slip away. What is the matter? At that moment, Lu Junyan appeared before him, accompanied by Li Shuan and the duo from the Dayun Society. Brother Yang sends his apologies. Not a single key point he highlighted was on the exam. Li Shulan remarked, "Regardless, you wouldn't have passed anyway. It makes no difference." "Oh, it's no trouble. I still owe my thanks to Brother Yang." "Where has he gone?" "He had matters to attend to and left." "Why are you so unfazed?" Lu Junyan asked, perplexed. "You've been inside for quite a while. Surely you must have passed?" "Oh, the young master has the keenest insight." Guan Ning patted his shoulder. "Did you truly pass?" "Indeed. How can that be?" Li Yun's expression was one of doubt and astonishment. "Really, would I jest about such matters?" Guan Ning anticipated their skepticism. "Look over there. Someone is posting the announcement." Lu Junyan pointed to the spot where the exam questions had been displayed. As the announcement was affixed, a crowd quickly gathered around. The notice declared that in the recent comprehensive examination, Guan Ning achieved first-class honors in all 8 subjects and passed the assessment. Furthermore, the esteemed Dr. Zhu of the National Academy was demoted to assistant, and the assistant Jinji was relegated to a common position. This was the content of the announcement. As someone read it aloud, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This outcome was clearly beyond anyone's expectations. Even more perplexing was the demotion of the esteemed Dr. Zhu. Why is this so? What about the exam papers? Were they not to be disclosed? The crowd surrounded the young man who had posted the announcement, incessantly questioning him. Due to the unique nature of the assessment, the exam papers would not be released, and the details of the assessment process would remain undisclosed. This was the final verdict. Unbelievable. We do not believe it. There must be some foul play at hand. Many voices rose in protest as the situation surpassed everyone's comprehension. just as the news of Guan Ning's success in the 8 subjects spread like wildfire. Another significant decree emerged from the court. Chapter 65. Formulating a strategy. Recently, during a court meeting, a proposal was made to rotate the stationed Northern Army. After several days, a conclusion was finally reached. A summons from the cabinet was urgently dispatched to the garrison of the Northern Army in Yunzhou, instructing that, upon receiving the order, the Northern Army was to be transferred to Longzhou without fail. Additionally, there was another important decree. The heir of the Northern King, Guan Ning, was to expedite the completion of his engagement with Princess Xianning. Due to the special circumstances surrounding the Northern King's incident, all procedures were to be simplified. The marriage contract was to be formalized. Guan Ning received this news while still within the National Academy. Upon the emergence of these 2 pieces of news, the matters concerning him were somewhat diminished. The crux lies in the destination to which the Northern Town Army has been dispatched. Longzhou, situated in the southwestern frontier of Dakin, is characterized by its continuous mountain ranges, which, due to its unique geographical conditions, suffers from severe banditry, earning it the notorious title of Bandit State. Is the Northern Town Army being sent to quell the bandits? Moreover, it is widely known that the chief official of Longzhou is a disciple of Lord Shui, the second-in-command of the current dynasty, indicating that the Snow Party holds sway there. It is likely that the Northern Town Army will encounter considerable difficulties. In an instant, the people began to gossip about Guan Ning, the heir of the royal house. Congratulations, you are soon to become a prince consort. Lu Junyan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remarked, I have heard that although Princess Xianning cannot speak, she is quite beautiful. It might be better this way, as marrying a strong-willed princess could lead to complications. Are you foolish? Li Shulan shot Lu Junyan a disdainful glance. Did you think this was a good thing? She looked at Guan Ning, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence. What could be said? What is this expression? Guan Ning asked the group, I have passed the 8 gates examination. Why are you not happy? Are you not concerned about being stripped of your title as heir? Li Shulan believed him to be even more oblivious. It is not so straightforward. Your perspective is overly simplistic. Li Yiyun murmured, the title of Northern Town King was bestowed by the founding emperor, and their contributions to safeguarding the northern territories are immeasurable. Do you think it can simply be revoked? Previously, Guan Ning was summoned to the capital to study at the National Academy due to his lack of martial and scholarly prowess, but he has now proven his capabilities. Indeed, Du Xiaozai interjected, the more significant the matter, the greater the need for legitimacy and justifiable reasons. As long as Guan Ning continues to excel and gain influence, not only will the Northern Town King's manor be unable to revoke his title, but no one will be able to prevent him from inheriting the throne. Brother Du, Li Yiyun cautioned, speak with care. Such words must not be spoken recklessly. My apologies, you may consider this conversation unheard, especially you. Du Xiaozai turned to Lu Junyan, urging him to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I am principled in this regard. I will only inquire about information, never divulge it. Lu Junyan assured, thumping his chest. Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. This gentleman of words was indeed intriguing, offering him such clear guidance. Yet, this aligned perfectly with his thoughts. The title of Northern Town King in the Dakin Dynasty represents not merely a throne, but also a belief and a sense of security. Under the protection of the Northern Town King's manor, the borders remain peaceful, and the wild tribes have never encroached upon the heartland, a feat unparalleled. Throughout history, emperors have likely harbored thoughts of diminishing feudal powers, yet they could neither dare nor do so with ease. It is not a matter of mere words. Even Emperor Longjing supported the Snow Party to build momentum, gradually steering the course. Diminishing feudal ranks is no simple task. In the past, Guan Ning was seen as an ineffectual heir, which undoubtedly influenced the prevailing public opinion, creating conditions for Emperor Longjing to consider the abolition of the Northern Town King's manor. But what if Guan Ning excels? What if he presents himself as a worthy heir? What reason then would there be for abolition? This is where Guan Ning's efforts must come into play. As Du Xiaozai aptly stated, as long as Guan Ning excels, his influence within the court and throughout the vast realm of Dakong will be formidable. When that time arrives, even Emperor Longjing cannot dismiss him. Guan Ning is resolute in his intentions, for this is a matter of overt strategy. He aims to reclaim the throne with honor and integrity. Naturally, this journey may be fraught with obstacles, and he may find himself in opposition to Emperor Longjing. Yet, Guan Ning is undeterred. If you lack benevolence, I shall not be bound by righteousness. Guan Ning has steeled himself. Thus, let us engage in this contest with forthrightness and transparency. Without further ado, Guan Ning departed from the Imperial Academy and returned home, rising at the break of dawn. He felt a pang of drowsiness and paid little heed to the movements of the Northern Army. In his view, this was an opportune moment for recuperation. After years of toil, the Northern Army deserves a period of rest. He would personally lead them forth anew in due course. Upon returning home, Guan Ning summoned Steward Wu to discuss various matters. Since the abolition of the Northern Prince's residence could not be achieved overnight, the court would undeniably intensify its suppression of the princely influence and power. Even if he were to inherit the Northern Prince's title in the future, he would find himself devoid of substantial support, rendering him far less formidable than before. This would pose no threat to the imperial authority, thereby fulfilling Emperor Longjing's objectives. Given the current circumstances, resistance is futile, compliance is the only path forward. Guan Ning resolved to send word back to Yuzhou, aiming to preserve his strength as much as possible while maintaining a low profile, allowing him to gradually develop his position in the capital. This was the strategy Guan Ning had laid out. In the following 2 days, he remained indoors, for the court had issued an edict indicating that Princess Xian Ning would soon be sent to him. Indeed, adhering to the principle of simplicity, even the wedding ceremony was to be bypassed, with her direct arrival marking the conclusion of the affair. Nonetheless, this was for the best, sparing him from unnecessary complications. Although the arrangements were to be kept minimal, certain preparations were essential, as it was still a princess entering the household, even if she were mute. Guan Ning harbored no aversion or dissatisfaction regarding this situation. He found no merit in contemplating a rejection of the marriage. Such thoughts would serve no purpose. Furthermore, one could consider this as fortuitously acquiring a wife. The compatibility would only be revealed through their interactions. Should they find harmony, they would nurture their relationship. If not, he could always seek companionship elsewhere. The choice lay entirely in his hands. Guan Ning maintained a placid demeanor amidst these developments. Even as the wedding approached, the princely residence remained subdued, with few visitors offering their congratulations. According to Guan Ning's expectations, the absence of disruptions was already a positive outcome. However, Lu Junyan paid a visit, diligently informing him of the happenings beyond their walls. The hot topic of discussion remained the heir, Guan Shixi, who continued to dominate public discourse. The Imperial Academy was in an uproar. His passage through the 8-gate examination was one thing, but the demotion of the esteemed doctor of learning, Zhu Jie, left many baffled. The specifics of the evaluation process, however, were withheld from public knowledge due to the edict of the ceremonial director. In addition, there is the matter of his impending marriage to Princess Xianing, which has become a topic of fervent discussion. However, these are merely surface issues. The ramifications behind them are profound. The opening chapters have been revised, condensed, and refined, resulting in an increase in content. Those interested may wish to revisit, while those who are not will find it inconsequential. Chapter 66. Empathy in the Imperial Academy. There exists a secluded area far removed from the numerous pavilions, resembling a humble farmhouse, complete with a thatched cottage. It is hard to fathom that such a place exists within the confines of the Imperial Academy, let alone in the bustling capital. Before the cottage stands a bamboo table, flanked by 2 individuals. On the right sits an elderly man clad in simple coarse linen garments, his hair a mix of white and gray, suggesting he has reached a venerable age. His face is etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes remain clear, imbued with a depth that reflects the wisdom of years. Opposite him is a man in his 50s, adorned in a light blue robe. He bears a slightly portly physique and a fair complexion, indicative of meticulous self-care, with earlobes larger than average. A skilled physiognomist would immediately recognize him as possessing the features befitting a natural-born official. The elder speaks first, as the second assistant of the current dynasty, overseeing state affairs. It is indeed rare for you to find the time to visit me today. Surely, it is customary for me to pay my respects to the esteemed master of the academy, replied Shui Huiren in a calm voice. As the saying goes, one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without cause. I trust you comprehend the purpose of my visit. Regarding the matter of Zhu Jie, might it be possible to exercise leniency? Is it not excessive to demote him from head scholar to assistant instructor? Excessive? The master replied coolly. Since you have come, allow me to remind you that the Imperial Academy is an institution of learning, a bastion of purity that cannot be sullied. Whatever transgressions occur elsewhere, they are utterly intolerable here. Shui Huiren's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such severity in the master's words. He understood that the punishment of Zhu Jie served as a warning to him. What is my intent in all this? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is it not for the greater good of Dakong and for his majesty? Your motivations are of no concern to me. You are no longer the head scholar you once were, and I hold no authority over you. However, to tarnish the sanctity of the academy is simply unacceptable. Let us not forget, you were once the Grand Tutor, the Imperial Teacher. Shui Huairan raised his voice. Your unwavering defense of Guan Ning, does it not seem appropriate? Defense? The master replied solemnly. I value only virtue and scholarly achievement, with no ulterior motives. If I were to defend anyone, it would be out of consideration for you. Having shown leniency towards your grandson, Shui Jianzhong, on several occasions, I hope you can convey to him the importance of restraint, lest he cause a disturbance that cannot be easily remedied. Cannot be remedied? Shui Huairan, acutely aware of the futility of his visit, felt a surge of resentment. In this capital, there is no situation concerning the Shui family that cannot be resolved. The senior assistant, aged and indifferent to state affairs, has left the cabinet entirely in your hands, earning the trust of His Majesty. It is only natural that you have become somewhat overweening. The master's tone was laden with disappointment. Whereas the once virtuous and diligent head scholar vanished too. How have you transformed into this? Shui Huairan's expression subtly shifted as he coldly remarked, I merely adapt to the currents of the times. It is you who should exercise caution, lest you follow in the footsteps of the Grand Guardian. The three dukes serve as imperial mentors, the Grand Master, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Guardian. You ought to be among the Emperor's closest confidants, yet here you are, seeking your own fortune. With that, Shui Huairan rose, dramatically sweeping his robes as he departed. Meanwhile, the ritualist seated at the bamboo table wore a complex expression, seemingly lost in reminiscence. At the same time, within a serene hall, a special assembly was underway. Among the attendees were several familiar faces: Deng Qiu, the left assistant minister of war, Wu Qingquan, the right censor of the imperial censorate, and Su Changjing, the minister of war. It was evident that this gathering was a meeting of the Snow Party. Did Guan Ning truly pass the 8 Gates examination? One person inquired, echoing the curiosity of many present. Indeed, Deng Qiu replied solemnly. However, could there be any instances of fraud or other irregularities? Unlikely, he continued. The entire assessment was under stringent scrutiny. Fraud would have been impossible. We may have been deceived. Guan Ning has clearly played the part of a fool hiding a tiger. But how can that be? The disparity is too great. Perhaps our knowledge is insufficient, or there are other factors at play. Regardless, we must not underestimate this individual. Deng Qiu's tone was grave. Guan Ning's success in the 8 Gates examination had altered some people's perceptions of him. What was once a plan to leverage this situation to strip him of his title as heir apparent, thereby leaving the Northern Guardian's residence without a successor, now seemed untenable. Indeed, someone interjected, the Northern Guardian's residence is too unique. Having been bestowed by the founding emperor, even the sovereign cannot dissolve it without just cause. The situation has deviated from our expectations. Moreover, Deng Qiu added, Guan Ning has effectively declared war on us. During the assessment, he seized the opportunity to undermine the scholars, leading to their demotion. Lord Shui has already visited the National Academy to seek possible recourse. The expressions of those present were grave, as Guan Ning's astonishing rise had disrupted all their plans. There are matters the sovereign cannot openly articulate, yet his stance has been made clear, Wu Qingquan remarked. The sovereign's insistence on a swift marriage between Guan Ning and Princess Xian Ning indicates a definitive position. We must intensify our efforts to apply pressure. Indeed, having passed the 8 Gates and joined the ranks of juncture, Guan Ning is entitled to an official post. How shall we address this? Lu Zhuling, the Minister of Personnel, holds significant influence in this matter and will undoubtedly advocate for Guan Ning. We must obstruct this, Deng Qiu asserted. We cannot allow Guan Ning to hold a position of power, nor can we afford him any opportunities. Agreed. Fortunately, the Northern Army has been reassigned. Our next step should involve implementing other measures, swiftly replacing key officials to dismantle his influence. Understood. The repercussions of these events continued to ripple outward. While Guan Ning remained preoccupied with preparations for the princess's entrance into the palace, he was determined to prevent any scrutiny, knowing well that many were watching him closely. Within the royal residence, lanterns were hung festively, creating an atmosphere of celebration, yet the mood among those inside remained subdued. Originally, the engagement had been with Princess Yangning, but it had since been annulled and replaced with Princess Xian Ning. This was not a fortuitous turn of events, rather. It felt like an affront and had become a source of ridicule. Even the usually amiable butler Wu wore a stern expression. What is the meaning of this? If the prince were still alive, how could one possibly annul a marriage and then arrange another? It is utterly ridiculous. Furthermore, The heir of the northern town prince's residence is to hold a grand wedding. It cannot take place in the impoverished capital, as that would surely tarnish our reputation. Has our royal house ever conducted itself in such a manner? Indeed, to marry a mute princess. Who is that meant to insult? Enough of this, Uncle Wu. Why dwell on such trivial frustrations? Guan Ning interjected. Though I may be a fallen heir, my family has always treated me well. The replacement of Princess Ning is likely due to her unpopularity in the palace. Since she has come to our family, she is, regardless of her status, one of us. Let us cease this conversation. Guan Ning could empathize. He too bore the weight of public criticism, much like Princess Ning. Truly, the heir possesses a kind heart. Jean, you could not help but exclaim. Perhaps this is, in fact, a fortuitous turn. Guan Ning replied solemnly. As for the annulled engagement with Princess Ning, I shall certainly take her as my bride in the future. The author has a word. I have updated twice already. Chapter 67. Guan Ning's stance. Guan Ning held his breath. Did you not annul my engagement with Princess Ning to replace it with Princess Ning? I do not reject it and accept it with composure. However, I intend for you to be compelled to return Princess Ning to me, thereby striking your own face. Guan Ning mused, speaking lightly. There is no need to rush. Let us take our time, as there is still much ahead. Rest now, my lord. Tomorrow, Princess Ning will arrive. There is little to be done. Guan Ning continued, echoing Jin Yu's sentiments. This shall indeed be the most unremarkable wedding, or rather, an utterly ordinary affair. The night passed without a word. The following day, Guan Ning rose early, dressed in a resplendent crimson groom's attire with the assistance of several maidservants. Although everything was to be kept simple, the necessary preparations must still be made. The young master is truly handsome, Xiao Xiang remarked, unable to contain her admiration. In no time, he was attired, awaiting the princess's arrival. The wedding atmosphere was rather lackluster. The capital's royal residence was already sparsely populated. Despite the festive decorations and bright red lanterns, it felt quite desolate. Guan Ning had not invited anyone, and it was likely that no one would come to celebrate the young master's nuptials. At that moment, a cacophony of voices echoed from outside the hall. Guan Ning stepped outside to find a group of smiling faces. At the forefront were Lu Junyan and Li Shulan, along with a number of unfamiliar visages. Guan Ning felt a twinge of gratitude. Despite not having extended an invitation, they had still come. Cheer up, you are now a prince consort. Being both an heir and a prince consort is quite impressive, someone exclaimed. By the way, what does prince consort even mean? The group, comprised of poets and scholars from the poetry pavilion, expressed their admiration for his 4 poems and a lyric. We are from the painting pavilion. The critique of the painting exhibition has already occurred. Could the young master impart to us the art of ink splashing? We are from the calculation pavilion. Yang Zhangxue mentioned you are now an assistant instructor. We hope you will teach us in the future. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Guan. Each word from these visitors warmed Guan Ning's heart. Today is the day of the grand wedding for young Master Guan. Let us refrain from such discussions. Lu Junyan scrutinized Guan Ning, expressing his dissatisfaction. Your exterior is quite impressive. You could possess it as well. Really? Please, enlighten me on how, Guan Ning replied earnestly. You might consider returning to the womb, Guan Ning retorted, eliciting laughter from those around them. Ah, Yun has also arrived, he noted, spotting the young girl hiding behind Li Shuan, who was indeed Lu Yun. This girl, known for her spirited nature at home and her boldness in public, appeared unexpectedly bashful in Guan Ning's presence. Brother Guan, congratulations on your marriage, Lu Yun whispered. Thank you, Yun, he responded. Observing this interaction, Lu Junyan grew suspicious and pulled Guan Ning aside to whisper, You already have a princess. You must not entertain thoughts of my sister. What are you implying? Am I that kind of person? Indeed, Lu Junyan replied solemnly. The arrival of these individuals had finally enlivened the atmosphere. Lu Junyan subtly conveyed the family's blessings. Recognizing that marrying not the original Princess Ning but the mute Princess Ning was not an entirely favorable situation, making the appropriateness of their congratulations rather complicated. However, the younger generation seemed less concerned with such matters. While they were conversing, Butler Wu hurriedly entered, announcing loudly, The princess has arrived. Has she? The guests gathered around Guan Ning and proceeded outside. The gathering was modest, yet the ambience was quite spirited. Upon reaching the gate, a sudden silence enveloped everyone. There, at the entrance, stood a flower palanquin, flanked by a dozen guards, several maidservants, and a middle-aged official at the front. This was all there was, nothing more. It was beyond mere simplicity, it was exceedingly meager. Even a common household would not present such a sparse display, let alone a royal princess. Surely, even a minimalist approach would not result in such a pitiful affair? No royal representative was present, and the entourage did not exceed 30 individuals. What could this signify? Was it intentional or a mere oversight? Did the fallen noble of the royal house deserve no more than this? Many onlookers gathered, whispering among themselves. Some mocking while others sighed in sympathy. Could this be the most destitute royal wedding in the capital's history? Indeed, the princess of Dakong, born into nobility, held a lofty status, yet there was a significant disparity among princesses. Princess Guan Ning, having lost her mother at a tender age, grew up in the palace without support and, owing to her disposition, was not well regarded. This was one reason for the modesty of the occasion, compounded by her marriage to Guan Shixi. The Jinbei Wangfu had already fallen from grace, lacking any matrimonial value. The emperor's cancellation of the engagement with Princess Guan Ning and the establishment of a new one was a remarkable act of grace. What more could be expected? Ultimately, it was a reflection of the Shixi's ineptitude. How had the Jinbei Wangfu descended to such depths? When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. It was rumored that Guan Shixi had passed the 8-gate examinations at the Guozijian, but the veracity of this claim was uncertain. The murmurs surrounding Guan Ning were overwhelming, leaving those beside him at a loss for words. After this event, Guan Ning would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout the city. At least Princess Guan Ning is decent. She is better than the eldest princess, I suppose, someone remarked. Lu Junyan murmured, though marrying Princess Guan Ning may invite some ridicule. Should you wed the eldest princess, your survival by next year would be uncertain. The tales of the eldest princess are well known throughout the capital. She has been married thrice. Yet each husband has met an untimely demise, each in a different manner. People whisper that she brings misfortune to her spouses. Silence. This jest is far from amusing. Reprimanded Li Shulan, sensing the palpable tension in the air. Guan Ning was equally taken aback. The Emperor Long Jing was indeed ruthless. Not only towards him, but even towards his own daughter. He gazed at the flower palanquin before him and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Princess Guan Ning. She was departing for marriage. Yet none of her family had come to bid her farewell. In stark contrast, the eldest princess's weddings had been grand affairs, each accompanied by immense fanfare, while Guan Ning was relegated to such neglect. Surely, she must be suffering more. With this thought in mind, Guan Ning declared loudly, "Upon crossing the threshold of my Prince of Jinbei's residence, you shall be my wife, and thus we shall not skimp on the ceremony." The royal estate would celebrate for 3 days, welcoming all citizens of the capital, regardless of their status, to join in the festivities with sincere blessings. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such words from Guan Ning. He felt neither impoverished nor derided. Instead, he insisted on a grand celebration. If no one came to offer their congratulations, then he would ensure they did. Would there not be people willing to partake in a feast? Surely, who would decline a free meal? Guan Ning boldly proclaimed that upon entering, she would be his wife, declaring that while the royal family might forego extravagance, the Guan family would uphold it. This was the attitude of the young lord, a powerful retort indeed. His declaration resonated, reaching the ears of the bride within the palanquin, causing her to momentarily falter. As she swayed, the edge of her crimson veil was lifted, revealing an unparalleled beauty beneath. "Let us feast and revel," Guan Ning shouted. Immediately, the prearranged festive music began to play. "Welcome the bride," Lu Junyan enthusiastically echoed. "Welcome the bride." The assembled scholars chimed in. The previously subdued atmosphere erupted into vibrant celebration, finally embodying the spirit of a wedding. Onlookers had not expected Guan Ning to exhibit such a stance, but after a brief moment of surprise, they began to appreciate his approach. Indeed, this was a display of resilience, the attitude that was warranted. Congratulations to young Master Guan on his marriage. The crowd, inspired, began to cheer in unison. Guan Ning turned to Steward Wu, instructing, "Immediately find someone to arrange a grand banquet at the estate. If others deride us, we must not belittle ourselves. We must present a spectacle for them to witness." "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged," replied Steward Wu, who had felt a simmering anger at the scene, finally releasing it. Regardless of the circumstances, the reputation of the Prince of Jinbei's residence must be upheld. "Go and expedite the preparations," Guan Ning commanded, then descended the steps to approach the palanquin. The middle-aged official accompanying them appeared taken aback by Guan Ning's demeanor. After a moment of surprise, he introduced himself. "I am Wang Linzhong, serving as a minor official at the Taichung Temple. I have come to escort Princess Guan Ning." Guan Ning responded, "Lord Wang, please enter the residence and partake in a celebratory drink. There is no need for the celebratory drink. My duty is now fulfilled. Wang Linzhong replied. Wang Linzhong leaned closer and whispered, "Be kind to Princess Xian Ning." There are certain matters he shook his head, refraining from elaborating. Guan Ning understood that what he wished to convey was a sense of helplessness. Please allow Princess Xian Ning to disembark. At this command, the sedan chair descended, and several maidservants approached to lift the curtain. Under their guidance, Princess Xian Ning alighted. She wore a vibrant red wedding gown, her face concealed beneath a red veil. Yet her tall and graceful figure was apparent. Is she truly as unworthy as others have claimed? Guan Ning pondered. The princess has been delivered. We shall return to report. Wang Linzhong remarked. Wait a moment. Does the heir have any further matters to address? Is there no bridal dowry? Guan Ning glanced back, noting only the solitary sedan chair, devoid of any additional items. None at all. How miserly. Wang Linzhong felt a wave of embarrassment. Typically, a princess would have a substantial dowry, yet this was utterly bare. Let us depart. Guan Ning waved dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it. He stepped forward and gently took Princess Xian Ning's hand, not inappropriately, but rather as a gesture of affirmation, showing he did not disdain this mute princess. She, too, was a person of misfortune. Her skin was as smooth as silk, slightly cool to the touch, and he could feel her tremble, yet she did not resist. Guan Ning led her towards the gates of the residence. The bride is entering. The bride is entering. Lu Junyan, not merely an informant, but also a master of ceremonies, enlivened the atmosphere. The scene was bustling, devoid of any awkwardness, as they entered the gates amidst a throng of well-wishers. Meanwhile, from a narrow alley diagonally opposite the gates, several heads peeked out, observing the spectacle. One among them bore bruises, indicative of a recent altercation. He was Lu Feng. Beside him stood familiar faces, including Deng Mingji, son of Deng Qiu, and Zhen Jikai, among others. They all shared a common bond of having endured ridicule at the hands of Guan Ning. Is he truly able to orchestrate such affairs? Believing this to be a favorable outcome, Deng Mingji seethed. Despite his words, he recognized that Guan Ning's actions had effectively diffused the awkwardness, leaving others to perceive the royal family as rather petty. Shall we also attend? Perhaps we could seize the opportunity to redeem ourselves, one suggested. Brother Deng, not long ago, Guan Ning caused a ruckus at the Deng residence. Why don't we emulate him and disrupt the wedding? Deng Mingji's expression faltered, caught in indecision. Had it been in the past, he would have eagerly agreed, but after the humiliation he suffered outside the Imperial Academy, leading to his becoming the subject of mockery, he now hesitated to venture out, fearful of being pointed at and haunted by the shadows of Guan Ning. Humph, marrying a mute princess should be a matter of pride. He must be out of his mind to engage in such trivial disputes. Deng Mingji coldly remarked, Guan Ning is nothing but a wastrel. How can he possibly celebrate for 3 days? With the Northern Frontier Army mobilized in Yunshou, the corresponding familial powers are bound to crumble. And how much financial strength can be mustered here in the capital? Indeed, we disdain to engage in such trivial debates. Several individuals echoed this sentiment. Yet none dared to confront him directly, merely hesitant to voice their thoughts. Even if he were to pass the imperial examinations, what of it? I have heard arrangements are underway for him to serve as a minor clerk in the Ministry of Justice. Is that confirmed? It is essentially settled. Huh, a mere clerk? That truly amuses me. I fear he shall not acquiesce to such a fate. Yet, that is beyond his control. The few of them huddled together, reluctant to show their faces, could only indulge in verbal venting. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, the atmosphere was decidedly vibrant. With Guan Ning's loud declaration, the news swiftly spread nearby. Those who sincerely wished to offer their blessings could freely partake in food and drink at the Northern Frontier King's manor, albeit on a first-come, first-served basis, for the spots were limited. Although the royal estate in the capital sprawls extensively, it cannot accommodate an overwhelming throng. Who wouldn't seize a chance for a complimentary meal? People rushed in, a continuous stream of guests, amplifying the celebratory ambience. Congratulations to young Master Guan on his wedding resonated outside the gates, echoing in jubilant tones. Butler Wu was remarkably efficient, primarily due to the abundance of resources at his disposal. Nearby taverns and eateries were summoned forth, delivering carts laden with various ingredients as per Guan Ning's arrangements, setting tables within the courtyard of the manor. A communal feast was laid out, where guests dined and drank in unison, creating a lively banquet atmosphere. Once one group finished, another would arrive, perpetuating the cycle. This novel and grassroots approach delighted the attendees. After all, one should be gracious when accepting hospitality. Any harsh words would indeed be excessive. Guan Ning emerged to express his gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Guan. At that moment, he escorted Princess Xianning back to her chambers. According to local customs, the princess would remain inside until after the wedding night, allowing Guan Ning to greet the guests. Observing the scene before him stirred a familiar feeling within Guan Ning. This was precisely the ambience he sought. Was this simply a grand banquet? How wonderful it was for everyone to gather and share in joy. Let us raise a toast to young Master Guan, celebrating his marital bliss, someone exclaimed, prompting immediate agreement from the crowd. To young Master Guan. At that instant, Guan Ning accepted the wine cup. Though he had many words to express, they eluded him at that moment, and only a few sentiments arose in his heart. He raised his cup and declared loudly, "May we eat well and drink well." Silence enveloped the crowd, as they anticipated a lengthy speech, yet to their surprise, he uttered only those 4 simple words. A moment of stunned silence followed, but soon erupted into applause. The most straightforward of phrases resonated deeply, reshaping their perception of Guan Ning in an instant. Was this young Master Guan not as debauched and arrogant as rumored? Was he not rather approachable? Could it be that the rumors were misguided? The atmosphere grew even more fervent. In truth, young Master Guan was quite admirable. Despite marrying Princess Xianning, he exhibited a dignified composure, showcasing the grace of the northern frontier king's household. Indeed, this comparison highlights the royal family's prudence in speech. We, as mere mortals, must not speak carelessly of such matters. Let us indulge and drink. Observing the lively atmosphere, Guan Ning felt a profound sense of familiarity. The reenactment of such a grand banquet was a nostalgic reminiscence of his past life. At that moment, Jin Yu approached and whispered, "Isn't our gathering rather extravagant?" "Extravagance is essential. The grander, the better," Guan Ning asserted. The tables continued to multiply, and guests poured in relentlessly. Even if the food was not particularly sumptuous, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Thus far, 5 carts of liquor had been delivered, and this revelry was set to last 3 days. Jin Yu interjected, "Young master, this expenditure is considerable. Are we lacking in funds?" Guan Ning inquired, for he believed that the esteemed prince of the north should be financially secure. "Indeed," Jin Yu explained. "The prince's estate is not as affluent as the outside world perceives. In truth, it is quite frugal. You must understand, the prince is not one to squander wealth, and the estate incurs substantial expenses annually to support the military. Given the current unfavorable situation, the northern army must be relocated, taking a significant portion of funds designated for military expenses with them. These cannot be touched. Furthermore, the family has encountered upheaval, and we are essentially severed from Yunzhou while in the capital. Thus, it may be prudent to avoid inciting your anger." She continued, "The maintenance costs of this vast estate are indeed significant. Such lavish spending now may lead to difficulties ahead. Are we truly out of money?" "Yes." Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. "I intended to indulge in reckless spending. How can we be out of funds?" "You are already indulging." Jin Yu gestured towards the throngs arriving and departing at the estate's entrance, all due to Guan Ning's words. Guan Ning felt a sense of unease. A lack of funds posed a troublesome dilemma. Money could be earned anew, yet this event must proceed, for his word had already been given. He declared, "This is not mere pretense. It is an excellent opportunity to win hearts and convey a message to the outside world. Though my father is no longer with us, the Prince of the North still stands strong with my presence. Our reputation must not wane. It also serves to highlight the royal family's parsimony, thereby accentuating our stature and achieving favorable public sentiment. This expenditure is justified." Jin Yu queried, "And what of the future? Once the grand celebration concludes, our estate may be left empty. I shall devise a plan then." "Very well. Ah, what are we discussing? You are the groom. Come join us for a drink." Lu Junyan approached, pulling Guan Ning along. Of course, how could I refuse? The vibrant scene invigorated Guan Ning's spirits. Since his arrival in this world, he had faced incessant challenges without respite. This occasion indeed warranted a much-needed release. "Bring forth the wine." As the wine was served, Guan Ning approached Lu Junyan's table to toast. This table was graced by remarkable individuals, each possessing significant influence, such as the esteemed poet Du Xiuzai and the eloquent Li Yun, among others, all hailing from illustrious backgrounds. These individuals were potential allies and would become vital connections in the future. "Young Master Guan, allow me to introduce you to some of them." A young man rose voluntarily and spoke. "This is Brother Kang Buitao, hailing from the illustrious Kang family, steeped in profound heritage. This is Brother Pang. His father holds a position in the Ministry of Revenue. And this lady requires no introduction, Miss Shuan. This group, experiencing the ambience of such a grand banquet for the first time, felt a refreshing novelty, letting go of their usual pampered airs as they indulged in food and drink. Guan Ning took note of each individual. He raised his wine cup and proclaimed, "Those present today are all my esteemed brothers. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. Let us drink together, and I shall take the first toast." He raised his cup and drank it down in one go. "Young Master Guan possesses great capacity. We shall drink alongside you." They all raised their cups and drank in unison. "This wine is exquisite," Guan Ning savored, realizing this was his first experience of drinking since his arrival in this world. Speaking of wine, an intriguing tale has emerged recently in the capital. Could it be that brother who refers to the tale of the bond between Pan and Jie? Indeed. The fellow known as Jie, Mengwei by name, a man of integrity, took to selling wine after reaching maturity. One day, while selling wine, he was confronted by others who exclaimed, "Your wine is worth 30 guan, yet it is so insipid, it lacks true character." Uncle Pan, recognizing his potential, advised him, "Wine is like a great wave, deep and overwhelming. You, being young, are yet unable to grasp it." Jie, feeling ashamed, acknowledged the wisdom of his uncle's words. One individual bobbed his head in agreement. However, it was not long before Uncle Pan began selling Ga's wine, igniting a flurry of discussions. Thus, the bond between Pan and Jie was forged. Laughter ensued as the group engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere growing ever more vibrant, and the wine flowing more freely. As the groom, Guan Ning knew he must not neglect his duties, making several rounds to toast. He approached a table occupied by townsfolk, who were taken aback by his presence, for Guan Ning was a noble heir. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate. Allow me to toast to everyone." The power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. This was an opportune moment to forge connections. The former Guan Ning was a thing of the past. He sought to allow people to reappraise him. "You are too modest, young master. Let us all raise a glass to you. Cheers. Cheers." The toast continued, cups clinking and replenishing. Steward Wu observed and remarked, "Young master has certainly consumed quite a bit today." Jinyu added, "This is the first time I have seen the young master in such a state. He bears much responsibility and ought to ease his burdens." As she spoke, she recalled the last time she had assisted him in relaxing during a bath, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Young Master Guan, let us have another drink." "Very well. Let us drink." Guan Ning, accepting every drink, soon found himself in a state of delightful inebriation. "I can no longer drink. I must stop." In his hazy mind, he still retained some awareness. "Today is my wedding day. How can I possibly consummate the marriage in this condition? We shall assist you." "Enough. I must go to the bridal chamber. I cannot drink any more," Guan Ning declared loudly. "Oh dear, young master, I am not a princess. I am Jinyu. Please refrain from being so forward." "Young master, the princess's chamber is over here. Please enter on your own." Amidst the clamor of voices, Guan Ning stumbled into the room. The wedding chamber adorned festively, and there sat Princess Xian Ning, her red bridal veil yet to be lifted. "My dear, I have arrived in the bridal chamber." As Guan Ning spoke, he suddenly felt the world spin around him. The effects of alcohol took hold, and he promptly succumbed to slumber. In Chapter 70, titled The Proud Princess, Guan Ning found himself in a dream, returning to his past life. After the initial thrill, he pondered what actions to take next. Should he aim to achieve the rank of a king before the season ended? Or perhaps finish watching the films stored on his hard drive? Maybe he should confess his feelings to the goddess he admired? The arduous journey of over 20 years in pursuit of education, emerging from the mountains, held a depth of bitterness that only he could comprehend. Yet, what could be done about it? No one could escape the clutches of reality, facing the burdens of mortgage payments and the inability to cover a down payment. Would it not be better to traverse into another realm, where he could marry a princess and become a noble heir? But alas, he had instead become a downtrodden heir, his family's lineage in disarray. Uncertain of when misfortune would strike, the scene shifted back to reality. He had not returned, remaining the heir of the royal mansion. Guan Ning sighed deeply, for the road ahead was long and fraught with difficulties. Soon, news arrived confirming that his father, Guan Zhongshan, had indeed perished in the wilderness, and the northern town royal mansion had been abolished. From a fallen heir, he became a worthless young master, schemed against and framed, stripped of all possessions, resorting to drunkenness, only to be victimized by the Shui family, ultimately facing execution. The executioner's gleaming blade reflected a chilling light, prompting him to struggle desperately as the blade neared its descent. Then he jolted awake. His eyes fell upon the familiar wedding chamber. As his thoughts settled, Guan Ning exhaled in relief. It had merely been a dream, albeit a frightful one. A dull ache lingered in his head, remnants of his drunkenness surfacing. He could not recall how he had arrived here. It seemed that Jean Yu had brought him, and she appeared both shy and angry. As he sat up, he noticed someone sitting at the edge of the bed, startling him momentarily before recognizing her. It was Princess Guan Ning, now his wife. Why was she still here? Had she remained seated all night? Guan Ning inquired, only to quickly realize that she was the mute princess. How could she respond? Her red veil remained, untouched, for it was the groom's duty to lift it. After all, how else could one invoke the lyrics? Lift your veil, let me see your skull. This was rather inappropriate. Guan Ning found himself at a loss. On such an important night of their union, he had drunkenly lost consciousness. Are you asleep? Why are you unresponsive? Guan Ning mused. Curious about the appearance of Princess Guan Ning, he gently lifted her red veil. What met his gaze was a delicate, alabaster face, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to ice and jade. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her lips were vividly radiant. She was indeed a stunning beauty. This was Guan Ning's first thought. He felt fortunate. Such striking features, even without the power of speech, were inconsequential. Have you really sat here all night? He asked, sensing a tinge of awkwardness. Indeed, the absence of emotional foundation presented its own challenges. Though you cannot speak, we can communicate through glances or gestures, Guan Ning suggested. For instance, you could blink or make some other sign. Oh, do you know sign language? I don't either. This complicates matters. Guan Ning murmured to himself, yet noticed that Princess Guan Ning displayed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that not only was she unable to speak, but also incapable of hearing? Can you hear my voice? Guan Ning raised his tone, deliberately articulating each word slowly. Still, there was no response. Her beautiful eyes remained unblinking. Truly, can you not hear? Guan Ning called out again, but to no avail. Alas, such a lovely maiden, unable to converse and seemingly deaf as well. Guan Ning sighed. It dawned upon him that Princess Guan Ning was indeed mute and deaf. How then shall we communicate? An idea sparked in his mind. He hurried outside, where several maidens awaited. Young master, you are awake. Xiao Xiang, please fetch the small box from the second compartment of my former room's cabinet, along with a few sheets of paper. Hurry along. Understood. Xiao Xiang, puzzled but obedient, quickly retrieved the box and returned shortly. Guan Ning took it, turned back into the room, and extracted a piece of finely crafted charcoal, shaped like a pencil. He had prepared it days prior for the purpose of writing. He inscribed upon the paper, "Can you write?" After completing the sentence, he handed the charcoal and paper to Princess Guan Ning. She took the pen and swiftly began to write. Her handwriting was elegant, neat, and aesthetically pleasing. Guan Ning, curious about the content, was immediately taken aback. Why shout so loudly when I am not deaf? Was what she had written. Guan Ning froze momentarily before responding. If you can hear, why not give some indication? Was this a jest at his expense? He had raised his voice unnecessarily. Yet, the reply was nothing but a blank expression. At least, he thought, she is not deaf. A flicker of relief washed over him. He spoke again. Take this. If you wish to communicate, you may write upon it. This time, she hastily wrote 3 characters. Do not want to write. Ah, you are quite the proud one. She continued to scribble on the paper. I want to sleep now. Please leave. What? You wish to sleep and send me away? Guan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there no sense of propriety? Understand this. You are now wed to me. The princess remained silent, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. I shall not leave. I shall see whether you sleep or not. Guan Ning discerned that this princess seemed rather haughty, and he felt the urge to temper her attitude. Princess Guan Ning showed no reaction, sitting with impeccable posture. Had she maintained this position all night? Guan Ning was intrigued. Let us converse. Your name is Xiaoluhui, correct? What are your thoughts on our marriage? How is it that you cannot speak? I have heard it was due to a fever in your youth. Guan Ning continued to chatter, but received no response. Can you not write a few words? She picked up the paper she had previously written on, where she had inscribed 3 characters. Do not want to write. She then circled another phrase. You leave first. I want to sleep. Very well. You have won this round. Guan Ning sighed. Encountering such a disposition left him at a loss, as if she wished to prolong this standoff indefinitely. Perhaps it is the absence of emotional foundation that allows Guan Ning to comprehend the situation. As a modern individual, he finds himself somewhat ill at ease. The abrupt transition from strangers to spouses feels rather peculiar. He decides to take it slow. Shaking his head, Guan Ning rises and steps outside. Inside, a maidservant attends to the princess. Yes, a maid responds, seemingly accompanying Princess Guan Ning. Guan Ning pays her little mind. Your Highness. The Duke requests that I attend to you, the graceful maid announces as she enters. Upon seeing her, Princess Guan Ning's beautiful eyes flicker with surprise and uncertainty. She glances outside briefly, her gaze seemingly inquiring as to why he has come. Your Highness, please remain calm. Today, the palace is in disarray, and I managed to slip in. I have urgent matters to discuss with you, the maid asserts, her demeanor composed, exuding none of the typical traits of a servant. The maid naturally assists Princess Guan Ning in removing her headdress while whispering in her ear. Taking such a substantial risk, I carry a message from Elder Bai. You are now wed to young Master Guan, but you must ensure that for at least 1 to 2 years, you do not lose your virtue. Upon hearing this, a flush of embarrassment colors Princess Guan Ning's cheeks, though her beautiful eyes also reflect confusion as she shakes her head, as if to convey that she has been married for some time now, making such a request implausible. If it weren't for young Master Guan's inebriation last night, it is likely that, with such thoughts, Princess Guan Ning shakes her head again. It must be this way, otherwise, all your previous sacrifices would be in vain. The maid insists. Elder Bai was very adamant about this. It is imperative that you adhere to it. Only then does Princess Guan Ning nod, indicating her understanding and determination to comply. However, it must be said that young Master Guan treats you quite well. The festivities outside are still lively, igniting excitement throughout the city. He is indeed a worthy partner, the maid remarks softly. Currently, the Bureau of Military Supervision is conducting rigorous investigations, and Emperor Longjing is relentless in his purges. To protect your identity, there will be no contact for the time being. We must also take our leave. Young Master Guan is quite commendable. Escaping the confines of the palace should ease your spirits somewhat. Listening to this, Princess Guan Ning wears a complex expression, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Guan Ning remains oblivious to the happenings within, as he is busy entertaining guests outside. Having lost his senses to drink the previous night, he is unaware of how Lu Junyan and the others fared. Upon inquiry, he learns that they too were inebriated, with only Du Xiaocai remaining coherent amidst the revelry. Steward Wu arranged for them to be assisted back to their rooms to rest, and they are now gradually waking up. Young Master Guan, did you consummate the marriage last night? A young gentleman inquires playfully. His name is Kong Buotao, hailing from the illustrious Kong family. He has become quite familiar with many through their shared banquet. Haha, in such a drunken state, I doubt anything could have transpired. The group erupts in laughter. However, it must be noted that young Master Guan's wedding has indeed set a precedent, and after a day of festivities, the excitement has only intensified since yesterday. All right. Let us not disturb young Master Guan any further. Let him attend to his duties, someone suggests. Very well. After a brief wash of his face, Guan Ning resumes greeting the arriving guests. As he articulated, this presents a remarkable opportunity to sway public opinion. The money has already been spent and cannot be wasted. Guan Ning, though somewhat troubled, remains deeply engaged, traversing various venues and attending to matters personally. Previously, Guan Ning was perceived as arrogant and overbearing, earning no favorable impressions among the populace. He is now endeavoring to amend that perception gradually, and his efforts are indeed evident to all. This young Master Guan is not as the outside world depicts. He is humble, courteous, and amiable, providing a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. What a significant transformation this young Master Guan has undergone. Some cannot help but exclaim. Indeed, could this be the result of familial upheaval leading to maturity? A prodigal son returning to the fold? The public engages in lively discussions, while the Wang residence remains festooned with celebrations. This extraordinary wedding has spread throughout the capital, eliciting a myriad of opinions. Some commend it, while others criticize it. In the tea houses lining the streets, debates abound. They remark on the absurdity of marrying a mute princess and yet celebrating ostentatiously, fearing that others might be unaware. Truly, it is a source of embarrassment. In my view, this is merely a wastrel, squandering lavishly during the 3-day festivities, destined to deplete the resources of the Northern King's residence, leaving nothing in its wake. Who could argue otherwise? A wastrel. Simultaneously, within the Guozijian, a group has gathered to discuss and mock Guan Ning relentlessly. If there is one who epitomizes prodigality in the capital, it is undoubtedly this young Master Guan. Yet, curiously, he has indeed passed the rigorous 8 gates examination. What secrets lie therein, as the details of the assessment remain undisclosed? Surely, he must have employed some underhanded tactics. Deng Mingji remarked coldly. He had finally ventured out. Initially reluctant, but after enduring a severe reprimand from his father, he relented. while Guan Ning is making a grand affair of marrying a mute princess. Do you not feel ashamed by comparison? One could only wonder what stroke of fortune Guan Ning has encountered, to the dismay of the learned scholars and assistant Jin. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Rest assured, upon hearing of this matter, young Master Shui was quite incensed and will certainly take action against Guan Ning. Is that so? With young Master Shui involved, will Guan Ning not be left to his fate? Deng Mingji replied, young Master Shui will indeed be present today. Just then, he noticed a few figures approaching from the distance. At the forefront was a youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, clad in resplendent attire. Striding with an air of arrogance, his head held high, exuding an aura of imperiousness. As he approached, bystanders quickly made way, offering salutations. The students at the Guozijian are all required to wear standardized uniforms, and even Deng Mingji is no exception. Yet this individual, adorned in finery, parades through the streets with ostentation. He is Shui Jianzhong, notorious throughout the Guozijian and the capital as a local tyrant. His conduct is reprehensible and scandalous, inciting outrage. He is the very mastermind behind the bullying of students, as recounted by Zhang Jiang, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, during his conversation with Guan Ning. Yet no one dares to intervene, or perhaps they simply lack the courage to do so, for he is the grandson of the current prime minister, Shui Weiren, and his father is also a high-ranking official. With such a prestigious lineage, it is no wonder that he is afforded immunity and has become the epitome of arrogance. Young Master Shui has arrived. As he approached, everyone rose to greet him. Deng Mingji, although older than Shui Jianzhong, was equally respectful. Shui Jianzhong replied nonchalantly before continuing. I have been informed of several incidents during my recent travels. Has the esteemed Guancher returned? Indeed, you may not be aware, but his return to the capital has subjected us to considerable ridicule, particularly for you, Brother Deng, who has faced the brunt of Guan Ning's disdain. Does he still believe himself to be the same Guancher from before? Shui Jianzhong's tone remained icy. The circle of officials and nobles in the capital was rather small. The prince of Northern Town wielded substantial power, dismissing even the deputy cabinet ministers with disdain. The long-standing enmity between the two families continued to fuel conflict among their descendants. Shui Jianzhong spoke again. Aside from these trivial matters, it has come to my attention that during the recent assessments, Guan Ning's machinations led to the disgrace of several scholars and the demotion of assistant Jun. Such actions are utterly unforgivable. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances. Fully grasping the implications, Shui Jianzhong had committed numerous misdeeds at the Imperial Academy, such as bullying students, all of which had been suppressed by Zhu Jie. It could be said that his favorable treatment stemmed from Zhu Jie's biased protection. Everyone was aware of the underlying reasons. The deputy minister, Shui Huairen, had served as the chief scholar during his tenure at the Imperial Academy, where Zhu Jie was an assistant. Zhu Jie's subsequent elevation to chief scholar was undoubtedly aided by Shui Weiren's influence. The intricacies of these relationships were undeniably complex. Shui Jianzhong coldly remarked, "This fallen scion ought to be properly dealt with." The others could not help but smirk. With his involvement, Guan Ning was unlikely to have an easy time ahead. Chapter 72. Predicament. Amidst the myriad of external whispers, Guan Ning found himself too preoccupied to pay heed. The royal festivities lasted 3 days, during which he was tirelessly engaged. The royal household in the capital was inherently small, necessitating his direct involvement in numerous affairs. The newly wedded princess was, regrettably, relegated to the sidelines, resulting in minimal interaction. The princess exhibited a notably proud demeanor. Guan Ning had crafted a simple handwritten board for her to facilitate communication, however. She creatively devised several small cards inscribed with words beginning with no, such as unwilling, unwanting, and uncomprehending, which she would present when necessary. It was truly perplexing. She had even proposed a peculiar agreement, insisting on a 2-year period during which he could not touch her, claiming it was to foster feelings. This left Guan Ning utterly speechless. This was a feudal society, not a modern one. He was not a son-in-law by mere arrangement, but had taken her as a legitimate wife, not to be treated as a mere object of display. Such demands were excessively unreasonable. Yet, communication proved elusive. She refrained from engaging with him, merely gazing at him with her large, captivating eyes, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Guan Ning, not one to resort to force, found himself compelled to patiently endure the situation. Moreover, with the grand celebration concluded and the pomp dissipated, it was time to settle the accounts. The expenses incurred over the 3 days of lavish banquets were considerable, leveraging the name of the Prince of Northern Town. The inns and restaurants had seen a flurry of activity, with goods being transported in abundance. The household was understaffed, with guards now serving as waitstaff, which was still insufficient. They had to seek aid from outside, resulting in significant labor costs. After accounting for the various expenses, the total expenditure amounts to nearly 500 taels, measured in silver. Is this some substantial? For an ordinary family, it is indeed an astronomical figure. However, Guan Ning believed that for the vast northern town prince's residence, it was not particularly remarkable. At least, this was the case in the past. Given the current state of the prince's residence, it is quite significant. Steward Wu sighed softly, stating, "After reserving a portion of the silver for the prince's household expenses, we can only allocate over 400 taels, which is evidently insufficient. Are we truly in such dire straits?" Guan Ning still harbored some disbelief. The hereditary northern town prince, passed down through generations, must have amassed considerable wealth over the years. "You do not fully comprehend," Steward Wu interjected. "Aside from a few additional properties in Yunzhou, the northern town prince's residence possesses nothing more. And even those barely suffice for the household's necessities. Indeed, it is a hereditary position, yet it has always been characterized by frugality. The northern town prince possesses the power to easily accumulate vast fortunes, yet in reality, he has never exploited his privileged status. Do you understand now?" "I see." Guan Ning inhaled deeply. This truly reflects the contemporary Yu Qian, achieving such integrity yet facing a lamentable fate. It is indeed tragic. At that moment, Steward Wu continued, "I have sent an urgent letter to Yunzhou, hoping to temporarily allocate a portion of funds, but that may not be feasible, as their situation is even more dire than ours, primarily due to military expenditures." "Please elaborate." Guan Ning furrowed his brow. "Allow me to clarify," Jin Yu interjected. "The military funding for the station troops primarily has two sources. One is the allocation from the Ministry of War, and the other is local finances, with proportions varying between 50-50, 30-70, or 40-60. The Ministry of War prepares the budget for the following year in advance, based on the actual tax revenue of the current year. Furthermore, the ministry is responsible for the replacement of military equipment. Strictly speaking, the Northern Army is considered the prince's private military. However, due to particular circumstances, its financing is managed by the court. In a prolonged state of war, the wear and tear of weaponry is severe, necessitating frequent replacements, and the military expenditures are greater than those of other stationed troops, which has sparked considerable dissatisfaction, leading to murmurs from the Ministry of War. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning understood. This was the crux of the conflict between the Ministry of War and the Northern Town Prince's residence. The Northern Town Prince is a powerful vassal lord with the right to recruit troops and command them to the Ministry of War. This translates to the court funding the military of another, which has led to significant discontent, with intentions to retract or reduce the forces already brewing. In the memories of the unfortunate, Guan Chongshan frequently clashed with officials from the Ministry of War over military funding. Yet, they had never considered what the Northern Army was truly facing, the task of safeguarding the northern borders of the nation. Without such sacrifices, where would stability arise? Now, with the Northern Army being reassigned to Longzhou, a region completely dominated by the Snow Party, the prospect of financial support for military expenditures seems bleak. In this regard, military expenses must be borne independently. Without funds, how can one sustain an army? Consequently, the army would inevitably collapse. Steward Wu interjected. The consort's intention is to prioritize the military. However, that entails an army of 200,000. Even if we gather resources from all corners, a significant shortfall remains, rendering us incapable of providing the necessary support. Guan Ning remarked somberly, "It is we who should be subsidizing them. As the heir of the royal household, this responsibility is inherently mine." The others fell silent. This matter was not merely verbal. It required tangible funds, and not a trivial sum at that. From where could such resources be procured? An army is akin to a bottomless pit. Suddenly, Guan Ning felt the weight of the burden upon his shoulders. Arriving in the capital did not absolve him of the responsibilities tied to the Yunzhou base. These duties were fundamentally his. Thoughts raced through his mind. Guan Ning spoke up. "Regardless, we must first settle the expenses incurred over the past few days. Are there no valuable possessions left in our residence?" "None," replied Steward Wu. "The royal estate in the capital has not been actively managed, and many items have been transferred back to Yunzhou, leaving little of worth. How much remains on your end?" "Just over 100 taels of silver. Let us utilize that amount." "That is unfeasible. These funds are allocated for your sustenance and travel," Steward Wu responded. Guan Ning understood. As the heir to the royal household, his living standards must not falter. His clothing, food, and accommodations were of the highest quality, alongside his ostentatious carriage, which amounted to substantial expenditures. These funds were insufficient, and should the usual resources dry up, we would face dire straits next month. In the capital, we possess no industries. However, we are privately maintaining numerous informants, which incurs considerable costs, Steward Wu remarked. Guan Ning recognized this as the clandestine influence of the royal household. Informants were those who gathered intelligence, and there were likely many other personnel involved, though Guan Ning had not inquired further. Steward Wu sighed softly. A single coin can thwart even the most heroic of men. It appears no one can evade the harsh realities of life. Let us withdraw this remaining amount to settle the debts first. I shall devise a solution thereafter. Just as Guan Ning was speaking, he noticed Princess Xian Ning entering the hall, cradling a wooden box in her arms, which she placed before him. Curiously, Guan Ning opened it to reveal a collection of gold and silver jewelry, and he immediately grasped the princess's intent. Who spoke indiscreetly? Guan Ning inquired, turning to question. It was evident that Princess Xian Ning had learned of their predicament and offered these trinkets for him to sell. My apologies, young master. I merely thought the princess appeared somewhat bored and engaged in casual conversation, Xiao Xiangwei interjected. Princess Xian Ning shook her head, pushing the wooden box further toward him. The meaning was unmistakable. Guan Ning felt a twinge of gratitude. The box was not large and was not filled to capacity. Upon a brief inspection, he noted a few gold necklaces, several bracelets, and some jade ornaments, one of the gold necklaces showing signs of wear. How much is this worth? For an ordinary family, it may indeed be a considerable amount. Yet, she is a princess. In comparison, it is woefully insufficient, even pitiably so. What princess is not of noble lineage? Adorned in finery? This also illustrates that she is truly not favored in the palace. Guan Ning noticed that she herself did not wear any adornments. A princess without a dowry, not even gifted by anyone, seemed to encapsulate her entire existence. Yet, at this moment, she merely heard of something and produced it to aid herself in overcoming difficulties. This was what moved Guan Ning the most. Though she possessed an air of pride, her kindness shone through. Put it away. There's no need to sell your belongings, Guan Ning remarked, closing the wooden box and returning it to her. However, she did not accept it but instead withdrew, her expression resolute. Xiao Xiang, please take this back for the princess, she instructed. Yes, Princess Xian Ning persisted. I understand your intentions. Please put it away. Guan Ning reiterated, prompting her to reluctantly release her hold. This daughter-in-law is quite commendable. She is both perceptive and considerate. Let us escort the princess back. Yes. Xiao Xiang approached to assist her. At that moment, Xian Ning produced a card, pre-written with 3 words, I shall not depart. Then, she seated herself in a nearby position. Very well. Since you are already married, there is nothing to evade. Guan Ning began. Let us proceed with the matters at hand. First, we shall retrieve our reserves and settle our debts. The Wangfu of the Northern Defense will not default on payments owed to others. Indeed, at this juncture, Butler Wu found himself with no viable options but to comply with resignation. Additionally, I must inquire about a matter. You must answer truthfully. Please, ask. Guan Ning continued. Is the deficit in military funds indeed substantial? It is considerable. Butler Wu replied. We are talking about nearly 200,000 troops, not to mention other expenses. The daily sustenance alone incurs significant costs. Moreover, I must inform you of a recent development. Prior to the issuance of the transfer orders, there was a covert directive concerning the Northern Defense Army. Those willing to remain in the new army under the command of General Guan Ziyan could receive promotions and increased salaries. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed not unexpected that such tactics would be employed. A portion chose to stay. Guan Ziyan adeptly played the card of personal connections and cunning strategies, albeit it was only a small fraction. However, Butler Wu cautioned. If we lack the financial support for military expenditures, we may encounter issues in the long run. Indeed, Guan Ning nodded thoughtfully. A fine steed requires quality fodder. This is their strategy. Before the Northern Defense Wangfu is disbanded, the Northern Defense Army can be legitimately retained, which is why they are being redeployed, gradually leading to their dissolution. Without financial backing, disbandment or annexation is inevitable. Without the Northern Defense Army, the Northern Defense Wangfu becomes a toothless tiger, devoid of any deterrent power. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. The Northern Defense Army absolutely cannot be disbanded. Yet, given the current circumstances, It seemed we could scarcely afford the immense military costs, nor could we produce such a sum. Guan Ning stated unequivocally, if funds are lacking, we shall sell our assets. Assets? Butler Wu responded, we possess no land in the capital, only this residence, and there is little of value. This residence itself is the most valuable asset. Guan Ning asserted. Are you suggesting? The others were taken aback. No, this is out of the question. Wu, the steward, shook his head and said, although the focus of our northern king's residence is in the northern region of Yunzhou, and we do not conduct business in the capital, selling is absolutely out of the question. This is a gift from Emperor Shizu and symbolizes our royal house. If we were to part with it, what would become of us? Indeed, such a notion should not even cross your mind. Jinyu exclaimed, equally startled. But why can't we sell it? It is merely a residence. What significance does it truly hold? Guan Ning interjected. The true value lies not in the dwelling, but in the people. As long as our royal house rises again, even a humble hut would suffice. The Northern Army is paramount. Without it, what would an empty residence signify? The group looked at Guan Ning, clearly taken aback by his words. Even Princess Xian Ning appeared affected, while they could see the rationale behind his argument. Emotionally, they found it difficult to accept. It was akin to parting with a home where one had lived for many years. How could one bear to sell it so easily? Material possessions are lifeless, but people are vibrant, Guan Ning continued. At present, we require funds. And selling this residence is the quickest solution. However, that is not feasible, Wu the steward replied, shaking his head. This matter is too significant and requires discussion with the princess. Mother already has enough worries. Why should we burden her further? I am the heir. I will make the decisions, Guan Ning declared, resolutely. These individuals were too rigid in their thinking. The upkeep of this vacant residence incurred considerable expenses each month. And with so few inhabitants, it felt excessively desolate. The crux of the matter was the urgent need for money. He was determined to preserve the Northern Army. That was the foremost priority. Without funds, one can earn money, Guan Ning thought, unconvinced that, having traversed through time with a modern mindset, he would be incapable of generating income. Would it not be a disgrace to his peers from the same era? However, embarking on a venture demanded initial capital, which would also fulfill his requirements. Truly a win-win situation. Sell the residence? Where would we live? Xiaoxiang finally reacted, posing a question to Vino. We could move to a smaller one, sufficient for our needs, Guan Ning replied. But can you accept that? Jinyu inquired. You are the heir, who decreed that an heir must reside in a grand estate. If the substance is gone, what remains of face? Am I not already labeled as the fallen heir? Guan Ning turned to Princess Xian Ning and said, you have just married into the family. Selling the grand residence seems rather. Princess Xian Ning then pulled out a stack of cards, searching for the words to express herself, but found none. Bring me paper and pen, she instructed. Xiaoxiang hurriedly fetched them, and she wrote 3 characters. It matters not. Very well, Guan Ning replied. Rest assured, once this residence is sold, I will procure an even grander one for you in the future. At this, everyone was taken aback. The Northern King's residence in the capital was already among the most magnificent, and a larger one would be truly extraordinary. Chapter 74. What is this operation? The group shook their heads in silence, dismissing it as mere idle talk. Yet Princess Xian Ning nodded, and Guan Ning distinctly sensed her intent. Good. This was the first time since their acquaintance that she had so clearly expressed her feelings. Previously, there was a sense of passivity, or perhaps no response at all. Guan Ning cast a meaningful glance at Xian Ning. This princess seemed to harbor an unusual tale. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Guan Ning spoke. Let it be decided thus. Steward Wu, this matter is entrusted to you. Spread the news. Only a few can afford to purchase our residence. Yet it must be to the highest bidder. Are you certain about this course of action? Steward Wu hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. How could the heir appear so unconcerned about selling ancestral property? Selling ancestral land would invite reproach. However, upon reflection, he realized that the heir was selling the royal residence to raise military funds. The Northern Army was indeed the foundation of the Northern Prince's estate. My lord, have you truly contemplated this? Jinyu interjected. If you sell this grand estate, you will be branded the greatest wastrel. Let them say what they wish. It serves my purpose well, Guan Ning replied. I intend for it to circulate that I sold the royal residence for my own enjoyment, thereby concealing our true intentions. Very well, it is settled then, Guan Ning declared decisively. Steward Wu, expedite the search for another residence within the inner city. It need not be overly large, merely sufficient for our needs. We can negotiate a deal, and once our estate is sold, we shall purchase it outright. Very well, Steward Wu acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Yet, one must find ways to generate income. Selling the estate may alleviate immediate financial strain, but it cannot sustain us indefinitely. The military is a bottomless pit. Guan Ning reassured everyone, do not fret, our hardships are but temporary. He uplifted their spirits. Moreover, I shall soon receive my salary. Salary? The others queried in confusion. Indeed. I have passed the imperial examination and will soon hold an official post. He had almost forgotten amidst the preparations for the grand wedding. Previously, he had clandestinely negotiated with the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhang Jiang, and it was nearly confirmed that he would be appointed to the Office of Criminal Enforcement. Though the exact position remained undecided, this marked the beginning of his bureaucratic journey. A feat he had not accomplished in his former life, becoming a civil servant was no small achievement. Guan Ning contemplated the numerous tasks ahead. He must begin investigating Shui Jianzhong at the Ministry of Justice. This was an imperative. After a night of revelry, he had experienced a nightmare in which he was betrayed by the Shui family, and he feared that dream might materialize. They must not be allowed to live in peace. Additionally, he intended to delve into the mysterious string of deaths at the Ministry of War's armory. This was not solely to uncover the true instigator behind the attempts on his life. Guan Ning also sought to discern whether he could unearth any incriminating evidence against Deng Qiu, as he sensed there was more to this matter than met the eye. Lastly, he needed to find ways to generate income. The weight of these matters loomed large, with each proving to be a formidable challenge. Yet therein lay the thrill. Guan Ning steeled himself. He would not succumb to despair. The recent meeting had been a resounding success, establishing several significant decisions and having delegated tasks. Guan Ning retired for the night, exhausted from the busyness of recent days. Guan Ning enthusiastically invited Princess Xianning to share his bed, but as expected, she declined. At that moment, the princess was far from charming, leaving him to endure the solitude of an empty chamber. Subsequently, Steward Wu summoned the various managers and merchants to settle their accounts one by one. During this process, he subtly conveyed, as per Guan Ning's instructions, the intention to sell the grand estate of the royal mansion. These individuals, accustomed to diverse interactions, were quick to stir public opinion, allowing the news to spread rapidly. Initially, people were discussing the substantial expenditures for the royal celebration, only to be followed by this new revelation. It was evident that funds were running low. The one with the authority to decide was Guan Ning, thus placing him squarely in the spotlight of public discourse. What a prodigal! A true spendthrift. First, he inflated his image by hosting an extravagant celebration, and now, having exhausted his funds, he intends to sell the ancestral estate. What a perplexing maneuver. That mansion was a gift from Emperor Shizong, fully bestowed, complete with property deeds, and indeed subject to sale. Yet, even if it could be sold, it should not be. It is not merely a residence but a symbol of the royal house. What a wasteful heir. The generations of the northern town prince have produced such talent. How could such a successor emerge? Centuries of renown, obliterated in an instant. What is the purpose behind selling the grand estate, if not for indulgent pleasures? With the news now circulating, it is inevitable that certain parties, such as the wealthy Shen family, would take an interest, as they would certainly be willing to pay a handsome price. Discussions abound in the streets, tea-houses, and taverns, with eager voices speculating on the situation. Guan Ning once again dominates the trending topics. As the news spreads, many are tempted by the prospect. The grand estate of the northern town prince. A bestowal from Emperor Shizong, complete with property deeds and supporting documents, is unequivocally personal property, impervious to recovery by the court. This alone is a mark of honor. Although emperors may reward meritorious subjects with residences, those typically come with only residential rights, devoid of the right to sell. The northern town prince's estate stands as an exception. Once sold, it would be irrevocably lost. Thus, the value of this estate is exceedingly high, and acquiring it would require an astronomical sum, with the number of potential buyers being exceedingly few. Guan Ning remained unhurried, intending to first circulate the news to generate interest. Gathering prospective buyers for an auction, if he were to sell, he would aim for a high price. In the days that followed, his appointment was officially confirmed, and he was to become the head of the capturing division, elevated to the rank of 8th grade with a monthly stipend of 3 taels of silver. The role of a constable is quite ordinary, categorized among the errand workers found in local offices. Aside from the official officers, most are temporary workers, lacking the imposing reputation often ascribed to them. Their duties typically involve mundane tasks such as apprehending thieves or locating lost dogs. However, the distinction between constables varies by region. The county constables cannot be compared to those in the capturing division. As the head constable, Guan Ning would oversee a few subordinates, which is generally respectable. Yet it always felt somewhat unbefitting for the heir of a royal mansion. "Young master, do you truly intend to proceed?" Jinyu spoke. "In the past couple of days, I inquired about the situation. The supervisory capture department does not handle ordinary criminal cases. What if you were to encounter danger? It's nothing. Besides, you are the heir to the Wangfu, destined to inherit the title of the Prince of the North. How could you settle for being a mere captain? Isn't our ancestor from the Guan family also a lowly pawn?" Guan Ning, unburdened, felt invigorated, eagerly anticipating his report to the supervisory capture department that very day. As he spoke, Guan Ning noticed a delicate figure gracefully approaching from the opposite hall. It was none other than Princess Xian Ning. "Are you not concerned as well?" Guan Ning inquired with curiosity. Yet, she seemed to have prepared for this moment, producing a card inscribed with 2 characters, "Stroll." Then she turned away. "You've won." Guan Ning exhaled deeply and mounted his white steed, ready to commence his duties. The Supervisory Marshal Department is a subdivision under the Ministry of Justice, categorized as a lower-ranking yet powerful entity. The Great Kang Dynasty's judicial offices consist of 3 divisions, collectively known as the 3 departments. The Ministry of Justice oversees national penal regulations in the review of criminal cases, while the Daziyuan focuses on the inspection of court officials. And the Dali C handles the final adjudication and review of major cases. Under the auspices of the legalists, the formulation of laws is the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice, which includes the Supervisory Capture Department tasked with overseeing significant cases and apprehending notorious criminals. Guan Ning, having inquired about the location in advance, made his way directly to the Ministry of Justice. Unlike other departments situated near the Imperial Palace, the ministry is located in the relatively remote western part of the city. The compound exudes an austere atmosphere, characterized by a grayish tone. At the main entrance, guards obstructed his path. "I'm Guan Ning, here to report to the Supervisory Capture Department." The gatekeeper, slightly taken aback, recognized Guan Ning. Within the ministry, there had been murmurs doubting that the son of Guan would even accept such a position, given that the Supervisory Capture Department is notorious for its hardships and burdens. However, they were taken aback by his actual arrival. "I will escort you." "Thank you." The guard led Guan Ning not through the main entrance, but around to a side door, revealing a separate courtyard that was quite spacious. At the inner entrance hung a wooden plaque inscribed with the words Supervisory Marshal Department. Why place it inside rather than outside? Guan Ning pondered. The area was eerily quiet, as if deserted. They must have all gone out to investigate cases. "Please wait here," the guard remarked. Just then, a woman emerged from one of the rooms. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and slender, clad in a black-gray uniform that accentuated her figure. Her fair complexion and elongated, captivating eyes exuded an enchanting charm, yet her expression remained impassive, radiating a cool demeanor. Head of the department. The guard quickly saluted upon seeing her. Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. The head of the Supervisory Capture Department must be this striking woman. He felt a sense of relief. Encountering a beautiful superior was certainly more pleasant than facing an elderly man. "This is Guan Erzi, here to report," the guard introduced. "You may proceed," she replied. "Yes," the guard responded before departing. The woman spoke. "I am Mo Xian, the head of the inspectorate. You may address me as Director Mo." Her voice was cold, seemingly unperturbed by Guan Ning's arrival. "Follow me," she said, casting a brief remark before turning to walk away. Guan Ning trailed behind her, traversing a narrow path until they reached the courtyard, entering a room where he encountered a familiar figure, Zhang Zhang, the esteemed doctor of legal studies and concurrently the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. It was he who had recruited Guan Ning into the inspectorate. Guan Ning was not surprised and greeted him. "Greetings, Master Zhang. The inspectorate operates under the Ministry of Justice, empowered to investigate any case within its jurisdiction, including corruption, major homicide cases, and special circumstances." Zhang Jing remarked, "Here lies your opportunity." According to their previous clandestine discussions, the legalist-led Ministry of Justice sought to promote legal reforms but faced considerable resistance. They aimed to expose cases of bullying through investigation, which was, in essence, a form of exploitation. Yet, Guan Ning too was seizing this opportunity to challenge the Shui family, thus creating a mutual exploitation. Guan Ning maintained a composed mindset. "The opportunity has been presented to you. The extent of your success depends solely on your abilities. This case is not particularly intricate, but it faces significant obstacles due to the vast network of connections behind it. My query is whether the Ministry of Justice can be relied upon. This is a crucial question. One must be wary of being betrayed. It is noteworthy that the individual under investigation, Shui Jianzhong, is the grandson of Shui Huairan. To speak candidly, I cannot guarantee resilience, Zhang Jing replied gravely. The current prime minister is one of the three dukes, the grand tutor, and also the imperial tutor. But he is advanced in age and neglects state affairs. Consequently, the cabinet is under the control of the second minister, Shui Huairan, who enjoys the emperor's trust and has numerous family members holding significant positions within the court. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Shui family is the most powerful family in the current regime. How can we withstand such pressure? Guan Ning nodded, fully aware of these circumstances. However, every matter carries an inherent moral truth. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. As the heir of the Northern King's residence, this status serves as a shield. My counsel is that if you are to confront this issue, do so boldly, to the point of no return. That would ultimately benefit us. I share the same sentiment, Guan Ning replied directly. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You possess a fierce tenacity reminiscent of your father. Guan Ning did not dispute this. Zhang Jing then introduced Mo Xian, stating, she is the head of the inspectorate and also your superior. I can inform you that she was the first to notice the unusual series of deaths in the Ministry of War's Arsenal Department. Your presence here at the inspectorate is voluntary. Thus there are matters that must be clarified beforehand. Mo Xian interjected. Here, there is no Guan Shixi, son of the Guan family. Only Guan Ning, the head of the 3rd Division. You have a group of officers under your command. Whether you can earn their respect depends on your abilities. I can assure you that an identity as a debauched heir will not command respect here, nor will it find validation with me. Understood, Guan Ning responded succinctly, having mentally prepared himself for this reality. He was not here for leisure, but with purpose. Mo Xian spoke again, offering her assistance, stating that she would lend her full support regarding the case. All right. Guan Ning discerned that this Mo Sisho was indeed an ally of Zhang Jing. There is another matter I wish to confirm with you, Zhang Jing began. Rumors abound in the capital that you intend to sell the grand estate of the Wang family. Is there any truth to this? Indeed. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Zhang Jing furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Guan Ning was taken aback by his concern over the matter and responded, I have my reasons that compel me to act thus, which I cannot divulge. Yet it is far from the indulgent extravagance that others suggest. He could only say this much. Very well, I will not interfere with your decisions. But remember, you are the heir to the Prince of Jinbei's estate. Zhang Jing's tone was heavy with gravity. I understand, Guan Ning replied, speculating that this left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice might have shared ties with his father. After all, who else would speak to him in such a manner? Returning to the case at hand, he queried, what are your plans? Guan Ning answered directly, I shall review the case files and then apprehend the criminals. Chapter 76. Stirring the storm. From this moment on, Zhang Jing appeared taken aback by Guan Ning's forthrightness but soon expressed his appreciation. I leave this in your capable hands, and I hope you achieve success. With that, Zhang Jing rose to depart. Mo Xian retrieved a stack of case files from a shelf behind her and placed them on the table. Here are the files. Do take a look. Are we diving into work so soon? Guan Ning pondered little further and began to peruse the documents, his demeanor shifting noticeably. What a beast! The records detailed the heinous acts committed by Shui Jianzhong, and even Guan Ning's temperament could not withstand the surge of anger. Shui Jianzhong, relying on his family background, committed numerous atrocities, and according to the records, he had forcibly abducted over 40 women, many of whom lost their lives, while others were brutally murdered in fits of rage. His gang frequently engaged in such vile acts, deriving pleasure from their cruelty. Additionally, Shui Jianzhong had long bullied Su Hua, a student from the Imperial Academy. Su Hua, a commoner who entered the academy through his own efforts, had drawn Shui Jianzhong's ire simply for failing to greet him on one occasion. This led to repeated public beatings, the tearing of his clothing, and his gang taking turns to humiliate him for their amusement, a torment that persisted for a year. Su Hua's family, recognizing Shui's esteemed lineage, endured much, but their tolerance only invited increased cruelty. When they sought redress from the academy, they were dismissed lightly by the then chief scholar, Zhu Jia. And even Su Hua's mother ultimately perished from the humiliation. Su Hua's father, enraged, now lies bedridden. Under the laws of Dekong, Shui Jianzhong had long since transgressed. Yet he evaded punishment by virtue of his youth and status as an Imperial Academy student. This is a classic case of juvenile bullying, bolstered by his family name. He faced no repercussions, only further indulgence, which fostered his arrogance. In Guan Ning's memory, he had an impression of this boy. He was the grandson of Shui Huiran. To deal with the Shui family, one must strike at him. After reviewing the files, Guan Ning stood resolute. "Where are my men? I shall lead you to them." Mo Xian said little, leading Guan Ning to another courtyard, which housed the supervisory capture division, specifically the 3rd unit. Such establishments existed in triplicate within the division, each tasked with handling distinct categories of cases. "Everyone, assemble," Mo Xian called out. Soon, individuals emerged from various rooms in the courtyard, all robust and in their 20s to 30s, totaling 11 in number. "Chief Mo," they greeted, yet their gaze predominantly fixated on Guan Ning. "This is Guan Ning, the newly appointed head of the 3rd unit," Mo Xian announced. "From now on, you are to follow his directives and management. Is that understood?" Silence ensued. "Did you not hear what I said?" Mo Xian's voice rose, laced with an icy undertone. "Understood," they all shouted in unison. It was evident that Mo Xian commanded significant authority within the supervisory capture division, her presence as a woman compelling such obedience from these men. She then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Guan Ning comprehended the situation and stepped forward. "You have likely heard of me and know my identity. I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. My presence in the supervisory capture division is not for idleness. With a position comes responsibility," Guan Ning continued. "There has been a long-standing case accumulating dust within our division. Its nature is not complex and is quite clear. However, due to the perpetrator's formidable connections, he has evaded justice. I believe you all know whom I speak of, the criminal, Shui Jianzhong." The crowd appeared taken aback. "You should all be familiar with the relevant case files. My first order of business upon assuming my role is to apprehend Shui Jianzhong and bring him to trial." This proclamation left them in a state of astonishment. "I now command you to change into your attire and prepare for action. We shall depart in 15 minutes. Of course, those who harbor reservations or fears may choose to abstain." The group remained still, caught off guard by the rapid pace of events. "Are you not hastening to prepare?" Guan Ning called out again, prompting them to disperse swiftly. "These individuals seem quite capable," Guan Ning remarked with surprise. "Indeed. The officers of the supervisory capture division are not comparable to those from other locales. They have all been reassigned from the supervisory martial division and are seasoned warriors," Mo Xian explained, leaving Guan Ning astonished. Although the names of the two divisions were only a word apart, they were worlds apart in essence. The supervisory martial division, established to curb unlawful acts perpetrated by those with martial prowess, was regarded as a rather enigmatic entity, rarely seen by the public. And even Guan Ning had little understanding of it. The fact that these officers had been reassigned from the supervisory martial division raised questions. Why were they discharged? Guan Ning inquired. The internal assessments within the supervisory martial division are exceedingly stringent, encompassing not only martial skills but also various other criteria. Failure to meet these standards results in discharge, came the explanation. This clarified the situation for Guan Ning. It was akin to an internal company evaluation, where personal capabilities and performance were scrutinized. Failure to deliver would lead to dismissal. Such a rigorous system highlighted the formidable nature of the supervisory martial division. Thus, while these officers had been discharged, they were undoubtedly not lacking in skill. This represented a significant force, and Guan Ning reflected on the necessity of keeping them under her influence. He finally comprehended why Mo Xian had previously remarked that it was not an easy task to command these constables. A thought crossed his mind, and Guan Ning inquired, "What about you, head Mo?" "I have no desire to oversee the martial division," Mo Xian replied with a rather lofty remark that rendered Guan Ning speechless. At that moment, he too felt it. The inspectorate was indeed no ordinary office, and it seemed he had arrived at the right place. Where are my official robes? After all, if one is to serve, one must do so with a semblance of dignity. "I shall take you to collect them," Mo Xian said, leading Guan Ning to retrieve his gear. 2 sets of official attire, a badge, and a graceful feathered knife were bestowed upon him. The garments were quite considerate, even providing a spare set for change. The inspectorate's uniforms were predominantly black, tailored to allow for ease of movement, crafted from quality material, and quite comfortable to wear. The attire of the inspector, the head constable, and the constables bore similarities, with the sole distinction being the stripes on their chests, which indicated their rank. This was rather refreshing for Guan Ning, who had traversed through time. Guan Ning, tall and well-built, donned the feathered knife, exuding an air of authority. Had Xiaoxiang been present, she would surely have remarked on the young master's striking handsomeness, though her voice was now absent. "If you are not skilled with the knife, it is best not to carry it," To avoid injuring yourself or others, Xian advised him. I can use it for. For what? Guan Ning refrained from uttering the two words that seemed rather uncouth. To carry oneself with grandeur. Very well. Xian understood the young master's inclinations. Once he was prepared, the other 11 constables were also ready, demonstrating remarkable speed. Afterward, they acquired their steeds, and Guan Ning chose his own small white horse. Familiarity among them would be beneficial during the pursuit. Let us set off, Guan Ning declared loudly. Though there was another unspoken thought in his mind, to stir the winds and clouds from this moment forth. Chapter 77. I am here to capture you. A single white horse and 11 black steeds emerged from the inspectorate. Where are we headed to apprehend someone? A young man inquired, his slightly dark complexion lending him a steady demeanor. By the way, I am Wei Ling. The others gathered around with their horses. To the National Academy, Guan Ning stated. Having already inquired with Lu Junyan, Shui Jinzhong believed he had framed Zhu Jie and had been demoted. He had issued threats to deal with him and was currently waiting at the National Academy. To the National Academy to capture someone? The others exchanged glances. They were well aware of the place and the identity of the target, Shui Jinzhong. That seems a bit too, what? Are you afraid? Guan Ning interjected. I must make it clear that if you're hesitant, do not come, do not embarrass me. Why should we be afraid? They responded. We have nothing to fear. Shui Jinzhong has committed numerous misdeeds. He should have been punished long ago. Voices of agreement arose, revealing that these individuals possessed a strong sense of justice and professional integrity. Excellent, Guan Ning proclaimed. You need only follow my orders. I shall bear all consequences. My sole requirement is speed. We must seize him directly. If we delay, it will be much harder to apprehend him. Understood. Such matters must be executed with urgency. Guan Ning was not familiar with the few individuals under his command, and could only gradually come to know them. Let us depart. Although 12 horses were not a large number, they exuded an impressive aura. Is this the inspectorate? As they crossed the street, someone recognized them. Indeed, it is the inspectorate. What could they be up to? The mobilization of the inspectorate must signify a major case. Why does that rider on the white horse seem somewhat familiar? Could it be Guan? No way. It was rumored that Guan had been awarded an official position through the rigorous 8 Gates examination, serving in the Ministry of Justice. Who would have thought he would end up at the inspectorate? That is indeed Guan. I even dined at his residence. Given this direction, could they be heading to the Imperial Academy? Speculation filled the air. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Academy, a crowd had gathered near a pavilion at the entrance. Many individuals passed by, yet few dared to approach, speaking only in hushed tones. Su Hua has been bullied again. Indeed, it is truly excessive. Is there no one to intervene? They spoke of the principle that princes and commoners are equal under the law, yet how could that be true in practice? The Imperial Academy had become a den of intrigue, a social hub for the offspring of officials and nobles, rendering it rather unfulfilling. The subject of their discussion was a young scholar, standing motionless before the pavilion, too fearful to move. That was Su Hua. Why are you standing so far away? Come closer. Shui Jinzhong raised his leg and sat on the bench of the pavilion, his head held high. Did you not hear Brother Shui? A deceitful-looking sycophant stealthily approached Su Hua from behind and delivered a swift kick. The impact was too much for Su Hua's frail frame to withstand. He stumbled forward and fell to the ground, his chin striking the steps of the pavilion, resulting in a mouthful of blood. Ha ha, ha ha. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Su Hua struggled to lift his head, only to meet his scornful gaze looking down upon him. Why? His voice was hoarse. Why can't you leave me alone? Why do you always bully me? He spoke with a tone of defiance. Because it brings me joy. Shui Jinzhong replied with a grin. Are you not entertained? You see. Sacrificing your suffering brings amusement to so many of us. Should that not be the case? Shui Jinzhong continued, raising his voice. Is your father still out there lodging complaints? I heard he has been bedridden. He has passed away, has he? He must not die, for he needs to continue complaining to the Jingzhou Prefecture, to the Dali Temple, or even to the Ministry of Justice, and see if he can bring me down. His voice grew louder once more, provoking another round of laughter. I find it curious. Why do you not just drop out of school? You are free to do so, you know. I want to change my fate through hard work. Su Hua replied quietly. You cannot change it. Your destiny is to be trampled beneath my feet, Shui Jinzhong declared, lifting his foot to press down on Su Hua's hand. Ah! Su Hua cried out in pain but quickly suppressed his voice. Shui Jinzhong, is your sense of achievement derived solely from bullying others? At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted. Li Shulan approached, unable to bear the sight any longer. Isn't that Miss Shulan? Shui Jinzhong remarked. I heard you have been getting quite close to Guan Ning lately. With whom I choose to associate is of no concern to you. As Li Shuan gazed at Su Huaji, who lay beneath his foot, his expression twisted in agony, her heart ached with compassion. Release him, she commanded. Why should I heed your words? Others may fear you. But I do not. Shui Jinzhong replied coolly, aren't you close with Guan Ning? Go and convey a message to him, telling him I await him at the Guozijian. He should not hide away like a coward, refusing to show his face. What is it? Has marrying Princess Xian Ning rendered him too timid to face the world? Or has he simply lost his nerve? Aha! Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Young Master Guan is busy selling off family heirlooms, someone remarked, prompting another wave of laughter. Li Shulan felt a surge of indignation. Go on, let Guan Ning's timid constable come forth. Young Master Guan has arrived? He has gone to the constabulary? At that moment, a commotion arose. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see more than 10 individuals hastily approaching, clad in black official garb, which stood out starkly and instantly drew attention. Leading them was none other than Guan Ning. Guan Ning? Shui Jinzhong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha, this fellow has truly become a constable. He stood and walked towards Guan Ning, sizing him up with an exaggerated expression. So young Master Guan has donned the official robes, exuding quite the authority. Ha, come and see, everyone, young Master Guan has taken up a position as the head constable. As Shui Jinzhong called out, his demeanor was erratic. Guan Ning regarded Shui Jinzhong, who, despite his youth and somewhat juvenile appearance, now seemed utterly deranged, his psyche clearly distorted. His gaze shifted to Su Huaji, who lay prostrate on the ground. And his anger intensified. Once the laughter subsided, Shui Jinzhong regained his composure and remarked coolly, Young Master Guan, you have finally shown yourself. What brings you here with your constables? To flaunt your authority? Is this not a farce? I come to apprehend you. Apprehend me? Ha. Shui Jinzhong laughed again. You intend to seize me? You truly amuse me, with your meager authority as a mere constable. I would lend you two of my own courage. Guan Ning's expression remained calm, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly. Shui Jinzhong, you have long bullied the other scholars at the Guozijian, abducted maidens, and disregarded human life. Seize him. Yes. At Guan Ning's command, the constables surged forward. Before anyone could react, they firmly restrained Shui Jinzhong. Chapter 78. Swift as lightning, a sudden silence enveloped the scene. None could comprehend that the situation had turned serious. Shui Jinzhong found himself held firmly by two constables, one deftly binding him with a rope, rendering him immobile in mere moments. Shui Jinzhong was taken aback. The first to react was Deng Mingji, who had interacted with Guan Ning before and sensed the gravity of the situation. Guan Ning, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you are doing? Deng Mingji seized the opportunity to shout, awakening everyone from their stupor. Guan Ning, you have the audacity. You dare to arrest young Master Shui? Voices of disbelief and outrage surged forth. You dare seize me? Ha. Do you truly believe you can apprehend me? Guan Ning, are you certain you are prepared for the consequences? Shui Jinzhong, unperturbed and unresentful, even managed to smile, his eyes reflecting disdain. Clearly, he believed himself above consequence and felt no fear. You are truly a beast, and yet you can still smile? Guan Ning declared, you are finished. No one can save you. You worthless heir, you fallen noble, daring to offend like this. Slap. Before Shui Jinzhong could finish his sentence, Guan Ning stepped forward and struck him across the face. Didn't you say you'd come looking for trouble? Well, I have come to seek my own. What will you do about it? Be compliant, and you might suffer less. This single slap left Shui Jinzhong stunned, as did the onlookers, even causing the two constables to blink in surprise. This individual was indeed ruthless, and his audacity was remarkable. I will kill you. Shui Jinzhong, having never endured such humiliation, twisted his face in fury, appearing nearly deranged. Who will you kill? Guan Ning raised his hand, prompting Shui Jinzhong to instinctively turn away in fear. Worthless. Guan Ning scoffed, then called out loudly, take him away. Several constables seized him and began to escort him out. Is this for real? The expressions of those around Shui Jinzhong shifted dramatically as they rushed forward to intervene. Anyone who dares obstruct official duties will be treated as an accomplice and taken as well. Upon hearing this, the group froze in their tracks. At that moment, Guan Ning exuded a menacing aura, his imposing presence rendering them utterly paralyzed. Look at those who follow you, who flatter you in everyday life. At a critical moment, they are of no use whatsoever. This statement caused the faces of those present to flush with embarrassment. You are finished, you are finished. Shui Jinzhong struggled as he was restrained, his efforts futile. Su Hua. At that moment, Guan Ning turned to the stunned Su Hua standing nearby and said, "Endless retreat will not earn you others' sympathy. It will only embolden them. If you wish to live with dignity, stand up and expose his crimes. I shall await your courage." Guan Ning cast a deep glance at him before turning to lead the way ahead. As the crowd grew larger, they instinctively parted to create a path for Guan Ning. Many were still in shock, or perhaps taken aback by the spectacle. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by Shui Jianzhong's furious curses, a heavy wave of resentment emanating from him. Guan Ning's expression was solemn as he led a few individuals out of sight, taking Shui Jianzhong with him. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. He aimed to whisk Shui Jianzhong away in a manner as rapid as a thunderclap. The villain perishes through excessive speech, while the hero perishes through excessive action. Delay invites change. It was only after Guan Ning left that the crowd erupted into a cacophony. How handsome! Li Shulan gazed toward the direction of Guan Ning, her mind momentarily lost in admiration. Handsome is of no consequence. Guan Ning has stirred the heavens. The usually frivolous Lu Junyan spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, Li Shulan finally came to her senses. Endless retreat will not earn you others' sympathy. It will only embolden them. Su Hua murmured, unnoticed by others, his eyes sparkling with determination as he clenched his fists, seemingly resolved to take action. Quickly, go find the assistant instructors and report to the Shui family. I want to seek Lady Shui's second sister, while you should approach Lord Shui, who shall notify the vice minister. I shall send my father. The group was convening to discuss strategies. Guan Ning has gone mad. Truly, he is a lunatic. It is over for him. No one can save him. The crowd dispersed, passing the news, which soon spread throughout the National Academy. It became known that Guan Ning had been appointed to an official position after passing the 8 Gates examination and had gone to the Ministry of Justice. Unexpectedly, upon his appointment, he targeted Shui Jianzhong, publicly arresting him. This incident stirred great upheaval. What? Young Master Shui has been taken by Guan Ning? Inside the classroom, Zhu Jie appeared astonished. He had been demoted to assistant professor, and due to a pun circulating, his reputation was utterly tarnished. He could only sit in the public office at the academy, rarely venturing out. Indeed, it just happened. Zhen Ji hurriedly remarked, "This matter has escalated. Where was he captured? It should be at the supervisory bureau." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jie sat down, his expression regaining composure. "Why are you not anxious? What good would our anxiety do? Moreover, this is a fortuitous development." "A fortuitous development?" Zhu Jie began. "Who is Shui Jianzhong?" "He is none other than the grandson of Vice Minister Shui, and his father serves as the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Rumor has it that after the Minister of Revenue retires, he is expected to succeed him, thereby elevating the Shui family to a dual cabinet status. Yet Guan Ning dares to provoke him. Does he not wish for a swift demise? Does he think his father is still around?" Upon hearing this, Zhen Ji suddenly understood. Guan Ning is seeking revenge, but he has lost his senses. Rest assured, it will not be long before young Master Shui is safely released. Indeed, at the same time, in front of a thatched cottage within the National Academy, a person respectfully reported, "Master Sacrificial Wine, just now, Guan Ning, accompanied by personnel from the Supervisory Bureau, arrested Shui Jianzhong." Understood. A faint voice emerged from within the cottage. "What shall we do? After all, Shui Jianzhong has been apprehended. What concern is it of ours? Shui Jianzhong has committed numerous misdeeds. He deserves this retribution. The atmosphere within the National Academy requires a thorough rectification." Indeed, at this moment, Shui Qing, the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, returned to the classroom. Just now, a significant decision was made. The northern garrison will be transferred to Longzhou, and military expenditures will be drastically reduced. "Master Deng, please enjoy some tea." He prepared a cup for Deng Qiu. The budget for military expenses is decided by both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, which then submits it for approval. Thus it is a consensus between the two of them. Thank you. Thank you." Deng Qiu appeared somewhat taken aback, hurriedly expressing gratitude. Before him, Shui Qing seemed younger than himself, yet he dared not show any negligence. The cooperative decision between the two ministries has been remarkably pleasant. "I truly appreciate your efforts, Master Shui." "Haha, you were too polite. We are family after all." Shui Qing's chubby face was filled with smiles. Just then, an anxious clerk burst in. "What is the matter? How can you be so disorderly?" Shui Qing reprimanded directly. "It is grave. Young Master, Shui has been taken by Guan Ning." "Who do you speak of?" "Your son, Master Shui Jianzhong." "What?" Both men appeared stunned. Guan Ning has already brought Shui Jian back, but not to the main office of the Supervision and Capture Department. Instead, he has been taken to a secret detention location. The room is filled with Shui Jian's furious curses, and Mo Xian, who has just arrived, remarked somberly, "It is easy to capture him, but what follows will be challenging. The city is surely in turmoil. What are you planning to do?" The author has a note. Chapter 3. Everyone click the button. Chapter 79. Interrogation. Guan Ning is well aware of the significant repercussions his actions in forcibly detaining Shui Jian could provoke, especially given the current climate. Everyone is aware of the conflict between you and Shui Jian, even your discord with the Shui family. Without a legitimate reason, your position becomes untenable, which could lead to trouble for yourself and implicate the Ministry of Justice. Mo Xian's expression was grave. In truth, she was somewhat astonished because Guan Ning's efficiency was remarkable. He had managed to bring Shui Jian back in such a short time. This is a clandestine detention facility of the Supervision and Capture Department, known to very few. But your time is limited. Guan Ning spoke. The most crucial task now is to conduct a sudden interrogation and solidify his guilt. Ideally, we should obtain a signed confession. Once we have the confession, we will possess a safeguard. No matter how tumultuous the situation becomes, we will have justification. Your reasoning is sound. Mo Xian regarded Guan Ning with surprise. She had previously only heard negative tales of the young Master Guan, but now she was compelled to reassess her views. His thoughts were remarkably lucid, indicating he had meticulously considered this matter beforehand. However, she knew this would not be easy. Mo Xian replied, "Shui Jian is no fool. He would never willingly confess. Moreover, you must avoid torture. This is crucial. Shui Jian is exceptional. Should you resort to torture, even if he confesses, he could easily retract under duress, which would be detrimental to you." "I understand." Mo Xian continued, "Your time is short, at most until nightfall. You must secure his signed confession." "Night? That is far too long." Guan Ning responded nonchalantly, aside from the interrogation. "I could have him confess within a quarter of an hour." Upon hearing this, Mo Xian's elongated eyes filled with skepticism, her disbelief evident. "Young Master Guan, are you jesting?" Several nearby constables exhibited similar incredulity. "Do you all doubt me?" Guan Ning regarded them. "You do? Very well. Shall we make a wager? What are we betting on?" Mo Xian inquired. "Will you participate, Chief Constable?" "I will." Mo Xian replied succinctly. "If I fail, you may treat everyone to a meal at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. If I succeed, you shall treat me. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion is the finest establishment in the capital, and a meal there would be quite costly." "Agreed. I accept the wager." Mo Xian responded directly. "Very well, watch closely." Guan Ning then asked, "Who has some fine rope on them? It need not be too long. I will find a piece." One constable offered a length of twine from the binding ropes to Guan Ning. The others, increasingly curious, followed him into the detention chamber. This was evidently a room specifically designed for detaining and interrogating prisoners. It was not spacious, with only a small window allowing for light and ventilation. Should it be covered, the room would be engulfed in darkness. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an eerie dampness, accompanied by a distinct, putrid odor. Being confined here constitutes an immense psychological burden in itself. Shui Jianzhong finds himself bound to a chair, not of wood, but of iron, secured with fixed locks, rendering him utterly immobile. Upon seeing Guan Ning enter, Shui Jianzhong ceases his frantic shouting, his countenance twisted and darkened. "Guan Ning, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Release me now, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. Otherwise, I shall remain here, and you shall witness the consequences." His voice is low and ominous. With this utterance, Guan Ning realizes that this man is far from foolish. Rather, he possesses a keen intellect. He is issuing a threat, fully aware that from the moment of his abduction, word has spread, and his family has begun to exert pressure. Guan Ning will inevitably be compelled to release him. Isn't your intention revenge? You have achieved your goal. What more do you desire? To torture me? You dare not. The calmness that envelopes Shui Jianzhong grants him an unprecedented clarity of thought. Do you believe you can enter and then escape? Guan Ning, seated across from him, replies coolly. Since I have the audacity to apprehend you, I fear not the repercussions. Now, let us return to the matter at hand and commence your interrogation. Interrogate me? Do you possess the authority? I am the chief of the inspectorate. Do I lack the authority? Guan Ning chooses not to engage further in trivialities, instead reciting the charges. In the 25th year of Longjing, as you wandered idly, you encountered a woman of the Tian family, and, captivated by her beauty, you forcibly abducted her, committing unspeakable acts, ultimately leading to her demise. Do you acknowledge this? Indeed. So what? I did seize a common woman. What of it? Shui Jianzhong's expression is one of disdain. inciting a desire to deliver a resounding slap across his face. In the same year, you set your sights on another woman. Yet she, fiercely defiant, chose death over submission, crashing into a wall. In your fury, you sought out her home, where you heinously harmed her 10-year-old sister and subjected her mother to humiliation until her death. Do you concede to this? Of course I do. What was she to dare refuse me? He exclaims, revealing himself to be a vile creature, even amongst the most malevolent individuals. Such despicable behavior is rarely encountered, committing heinous acts without remorse, even taking pride in them. Guan Ning meticulously enumerates the 38 women implicated, most sharing a common plight. Yet the toll extends beyond them, affecting their families as well. The total death toll approaches 80 lives, each representing a shattered family. Any individual with a semblance of moral integrity would find such actions intolerable and be filled with righteous indignation. Furthermore, the majority of these tragedies stem from his obsession with women, illustrating that Xue Jinzhong is nothing short of a ravenous fiend, helplessly drawn to beauty, coupled with an insatiable possessiveness. Given his status, he could have any woman he desires, yet he chooses to indulge in this grotesque gratification. At this very moment, even in such an oppressive environment, his gaze remains fixated on Mo Xian. I had no idea that the head of the inspectorate was such a stunning beauty, particularly those captivating eyes, akin to a siren's allure, Xue Jinzhong remarks. Release me, and I shall have my grandfather promote you. I could even make an exception and take you as a concubine. You must understand, I'm not one to typically accept concubines. His audacious comments, even in such dire circumstances, reveal the depths of his arrogance. The expressions of the few constables behind him were stern and forbidding, yet Mo Xian remained remarkably calm, as if the words spoken were not directed at him. Guan Ning recited once more, item by item, causing Xue Jinzhong's demeanor to shift. Have you been investigating me in secret? Many of the matters mentioned were indeed obscure, ones he had discreetly managed. However, they had been articulated in detail. Guan Ning continued, and what of your malevolent deeds within the Imperial Academy? Enough. Xue Jinzhong leaned forward, fixing his gaze intently on Guan Ning. I acknowledge the crimes you speak of. You simply wish for me to sign a confession, do you not? I admit my guilt, yet I will not sign. What can you do to me? Do you dare to torture me? Come, do it. He growled lowly. Unfortunately, this era lacked recording devices. Otherwise, it would have served as the finest evidence. Guan Ning spoke. I indeed do not dare to employ torture upon you. First, let us relax and engage in conversation. Allow me to share a story. Chapter 80. Justice and Law Share a Story? Guan Ning's sudden shift in tone left Xue Jinzhong somewhat taken aback, though he soon reclined back, responding nonchalantly, very well. I am listening. Mo Xian and the others shook their heads, perhaps understanding Guan Ning's strategy. He intended to reform Xue Jinzhong, guiding him to recognize his errors and subsequently sign the confession. How could such a person be reformed? Was this not akin to playing music to a cow? This approach seemed overly cliché, especially after he had boldly proclaimed his intent to secure a signature. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Guan Ning continued, recently, I came across an intriguing tale. It spoke of a man whose conduct post-marriage was quite disreputable, repeatedly seeking pleasure outside, maintaining a mistress. His wife, harboring resentment, plotted her revenge. While her husband lay intoxicated, she bound his most sensitive parts with a thin cord. Oh. At this, Xue Jinzhong's eyes brightened. It must be said that such narratives invariably stir emotions. Is it appropriate to recount such matters with the chief constable present? He provocatively interjected. Forget it. The chief constable can excuse himself. Not necessary, Mo Xian interjected directly, showing no signs of discomfort. Guan Ning understood, as the head of the constabulary. The chief constable had likely encountered countless heinous criminals and dealt with death daily. What had he not witnessed? He continued, the following day, the man, upon awakening from his drunken stupor and feeling unwell, sought a physician. What a calamity ensued. The physician revealed that due to the night's bindings, his member had succumbed and must be amputated. Ha! Xue Jinzhong burst into laughter. How amusing, how amusing. Do you believe this tale to be true? It should be. Given the binding for an entire night. Xue Jinzhong laughed once more, though he soon halted, for he noticed Guan Ning toying with a thin cord in his hand. Having just heard the story, he could not help but draw connections. What do you intend to do? Xue Jinzhong's voice turned icy. I do not know the veracity of this tale. I wish to verify it. Xue Jinzhong's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, Guan Ning's demeanor also grew severe. Cover that window. Quick reacting constables immediately obscured the small window, plunging the room into darkness. devoid of any light. In this tense environment, Shui Jianzhong was immediately struck by panic. He had a vague understanding of what Guan Ning intended to do. Guan Ning, how dare you? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Shui Jianzhong exclaimed, his emotions surging. Mo Xian, equally taken aback by Guan Ning's actions, felt her face flush before she abruptly turned and exited the room with a slam of the door. This provocation only intensified Shui Jianzhong's agitation. Guan Ning, you are deliberately seeking revenge. You are remarkably bold. Revenge? Guan Ning retorted, we are brothers, after all. I am merely curious to conduct an experiment, and I kindly request your cooperation, young Master Shui. If you dare lay a finger on me, this is execution. Fear not. I shall complete this before your family arrives. You shall not be bound for an entire night, at most 5 hours. You will come to no harm. The more he spoke, the more Shui Jianzhong's panic escalated, and he trembled at the thought of a certain story. Wei Ling, remove his trousers. Guan Ning commanded, stepping closer. Shrouded in darkness, making him appear as nothing more than a silhouette. This series of events exerted tremendous psychological pressure on Shui Jianzhong. No, do not approach me. Suddenly, the constable Wei Ling yanked down his trousers. The unexpected rush of cold air sent Shui Jianzhong into a complete breakdown of security. I will sign. Guan Ning, you scoundrel. I will sign. He cried out, almost in a howl. At that moment, a small window was opened, flooding the interrogation room with light. Shui Jianzhong instinctively glanced at his trousers, only to realize they had been hiked up at some point unbeknownst to him. With a loud thud, Guan Ning tossed a stack of charges in front of him and handed him a pen. Young Master Shui, do sign. Shui Jianzhong's expression shifted dramatically. You are doing this on purpose. You are aware of that now? Guan Ning replied, indeed, I am tormenting you. Will you sign, or shall I continue with the trousers? Those 3 words held immense power. Shui Jianzhong, filled with trepidation, could think of nothing more terrifying. Without further hesitation, he signed the document. I have not coerced you. This is entirely voluntary, Guan Ning stated. You bear no marks of injury. I have done nothing to you but share a tale. Oh. And I did assist you in adjusting your trousers. You despicable fiend. Unconscionable. Shui Jianzhong was on the verge of fury. Yet he was gripped by fear. The thought of his own impending demise and the necessity of amputation drove him to madness. What if I sign? Who can judge me? He asserted defiantly. My father is the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue. My uncle is a general, and my grandfather is the vice minister of the current cabinet. Your family has but a missing king of the north, while mine serves in the court. Who can hold me accountable? Perhaps due to having signed the document. He was nearly deranged. Justice and law, Guan Ning pronounced, citing 4 words. Justice and law are for the common folk. Who am I? Shui Jianzhong replied. What makes you so different? You are merely a debauched young master yourself. I am not like you, Guan Ning asserted. The woman I desire will be drawn to me through my charm, naturally. I have bullied others, yet I have never harmed anyone nor caused a loss of life. He lifted the thick indictment, his voice deep and somber. You directly caused the deaths of 38 young girls, along with their grieving families and nearly 80 others who perished due to your oppression. How many innocent souls have suffered under your tyranny? Chihuahua, who was relentlessly bullied by you, stands as a stark representation of this tragedy. These young women were merely at the tender age of youth, each possessing parents and families. Their lives were extinguished, leading to the disintegration of countless households. Your lofty lineage has shielded you from punishment, rendering you unrepentant and emboldened. With your twisted psyche growing ever more distorted, Shui Jianzhong trembled. Guan Ning coldly asserted, let me be clear, even if we had no conflict. The day I ascend to power, you will face retribution. That moment has arrived. You, Shui Jianzhong's face contorted with rage. You are but a worthless heir. Yet you dare utter such threats? I await the day you bring about my demise. Just wait. Once you enter here, do not expect to leave. Guan Ning calmly held the indictment. He was unaware that the several constables behind him, along with Mo Xian at the entrance, were gazing at him with an indescribable expression, part admiration, part astonishment, and perhaps something else. They perceived a radiant aura surrounding Guan Ning. In the wake of this confrontation, Shui Jianzhong erupted into another fit of rage, but Guan Ning chose to ignore him. Once outside, he handed a hefty stack of indictments to Mo Xian. I have triumphed in our wager. Remember, you owe me a meal at Zui Xianju. How did you conceive such a plan? Why did he sign so quickly? Wei Ling posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Even the typically aloof Mo Xian exhibited curiosity. Quite simply, Guan Ning replied. Allow me to share two insights that will elucidate everything. Young men are often driven by lust, while older men are preoccupied with wealth. Addressing these 2 points directly will ensure his downfall. The group collectively grasped the essence of his words. Shui Jinzhong, emboldened by his family's status, was indeed a young man, particularly susceptible to temptation. This was his greatest vulnerability. Guan Ning continued, of course, maximizing the effectiveness of this strategy requires skill. First, one must weave a story to draw him in, allowing him to make his own associations. Then, create a sense of pressure by obscuring his view, followed by stripping away his defenses, leading to his inevitable collapse. It is quite straightforward, indeed, remarkably so. This revelation garnered admiration from the others, including the constables, who felt a sense of camaraderie. You never actually intended to follow through, did you? Mo Xian scrutinized him. Certainly not. I would leave no incriminating evidence behind. Impressive. She couldn't help but exclaim. The most remarkable aspect is your understanding of human psychology. Now that we possess this signed indictment from Shui Jinzhong, we hold a potent weapon. I doubt his father could ever fathom the extent of his misdeeds, Guan Ning remarked. But tell me, how did you manage to conduct such thorough investigations? This was another facet Guan Ning found praiseworthy. Mo Xian elucidated, I have had my sights set on him for quite some time, yet his unique status has caused delays. However, this alone is insufficient. To ensure our success, we must also harness the power of public opinion. Guan Ning interjected, the city is currently engulfed in turmoil. Should we release this indictment at this moment, it would undoubtedly ignite a scandal. His crimes are egregious, and I cannot fathom that the Shui family would disregard their reputation and withstand the outcry of the populace. We must act decisively. Mo Xian perceived that Guan Ning's target extended beyond Shui Jinzhong to encompass the entire Shui family. Naturally, such an opportunity must not be squandered. Guan Ning coldly asserted, I shall use this incident involving Shui Jinzhong to expose those who defend him. He glanced at a constable. You should possess additional copies of the indictment, correct? You two go find a print shop to publish and sell them. Who would dare take on such a task? Who would be willing? They will be eager to accept. Guan Ning, with his modern sensibilities, recognized this as an optimal moment to garner attention. Offering them a headline news story would be an opportunity too lucrative to ignore. As for offending the Shui family, that would depend on the magnitude of the benefit. If the rewards are substantial enough, the Shui family would hardly care. Such is human nature. Seek out several shops and insist they have it available by nightfall, ensuring all major bookstores carry it. Guan Ning pulled a constable aside and imparted some specialized phrases. This was a chance to seize the headlines. Whoever released it first would reap great rewards. And he was confident they would not let it slip by. Understood. The two constables acknowledged and set off to their tasks. There is one more matter, Guan Ning continued. Although the charges have been signed and sealed, they still lack persuasive power. We must seek evidence and witnesses. Mo Xian added, entrust this to Wei Ling. He has been responsible for the investigation thus far. The Shui family wields considerable influence, and resorting to underhanded tactics could easily lead witnesses to retract their statements. Therefore, it is imperative to isolate and protect the key witnesses, shielding them from outside contact. Understood, Wei Ling replied before departing with his team. You have handled cases before? Mo Xian inquired, intrigued. Your ability to create public discourse, seek witnesses and material evidence, and propose adequate protective measures demonstrates meticulous attention to detail and organization, qualities not typically found in an ordinary constable. No, Guan Ning shook his head, though he refrained from mentioning that he had learned such things from television dramas. By the way, this location will not be easily discovered, will it? No, it will not. That is reassuring, Guan Ning murmured. The outside world is likely in an uproar. Just as he anticipated. Although less than 2 hours had passed since his apprehension of Shui Jinzhong, it had already stirred a significant commotion throughout the capital. The arrest occurred at the Imperial Academy, in full view of the public. Even the entire court was shaken. Upon learning of the events, Shui Qing, the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, rushed to the Ministry of Justice to inquire, only to be met with closed doors. He encountered none of the senior officials, and those he did question were utterly clueless. It dawned on him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Among the 6 ministries, the one that people most dreaded dealing with was the Ministry of Justice, as it was governed by the legalists, who adhered strictly to the law and paid no heed to personal relationships. The Shui family, a prestigious lineage, has faced a decline in its population. Shui Qing, having taken several concubines, bore 7 daughters before finally producing a male heir, Shui Jinzhou. As the sole direct descendant of the Shui lineage, he was showered with immense affection, leading to his current indulgent demeanor. Such a treasure must not be lost. The entire Shui family was thrown into turmoil upon his abduction. The matriarch, wielding her cane, chastised Shui Qing for failing to safeguard his grandson, insisting he must be retrieved at all costs. Meanwhile, Shui Huiran, who was convening a council, set aside his official duties. The entire network surrounding the Shui family, including the Snow Party and allied factions, began to mobilize, which was enough to stir the entire capital. Their singular focus was the search for Guan Ning. Since the capture, he had vanished without a trace, eluding all efforts to locate him. Even the residence of the Prince of the North was besieged, with a striking young woman in a red dress, possessing both beauty and a fiery temperament, vociferously cursing at the entrance. She was Shui Jinzhong's fourth sister, Shui Fang, notorious for her bold and fierce demeanor throughout the capital. Her vitriol was relentless. "Where's Guan Ning? Let that worthless heir emerge. If he does not return my brother, I shall make his life unbearable." Butler Wu, bewildered, stepped out to address her. Completely unaware of the situation. "Our heir has yet to return from his duties. I am afraid I cannot assist with what Miss Shui has mentioned. Spare me your words. Have that good-for-nothing heir roll out here." Her insults escalated, drawing a crowd and echoing within the estate. Butler Wu's expression turned stern. "Miss Shui, I must insist you temper your language. What? Is Guan Ning truly so worthless that he fears criticism? If he has any capability, let him show himself." Despite his frustration, Wu felt powerless. Shui Fang's audacity left little room for reprisal. On the very first day of the heir's appointment, such a scandal had erupted. Just then, Princess Ning emerged, having heard the commotion. How could such a matter involve the princess? Butler Wu hastily attempted to calm the situation. Yet Princess Ning seemed impervious to his pleas, walking directly up to Shui Fang. Before Shui Fang could utter a word, a resounding slap rang out. Taken aback, Shui Fang momentarily forgot the sting on her face and instinctively raised her hand. However, Princess Ning leaned in, clearly inviting retaliation. Just as Shui Fang's hand lifted, she froze, realizing she could not strike. Regardless of her perceived status, the princess was still of royal blood, and that fact weighed heavily upon her. Frustration surged within Shui Fang. She stomped her foot in anger, feeling profoundly humiliated, especially since she had heard that Guan Ning had also struck her brother, Shui Jianzhong. At the Imperial Academy, both siblings had been publicly humiliated. With so many witnesses around, this would surely spread like wildfire. Princess Ning, her demeanor dismissive, gestured dismissively in the direction of the crowd. Though she remained silent, her message was unmistakable. "Be gone." Shui Fang's expression shifted continuously. Her exquisite beauty was overshadowed by a surge of resentment, her chest heaving with agitation. Very well. Very well." She seethed through clenched teeth. "Guan Ning has captured my brother. He shall await the storm I will unleash upon him." Though her words were not entirely explicit, her intent for retribution was unmistakable. "Let us go." With that she left, casting a menacing remark behind her. At that moment, Steward Wu found himself at a loss for words. The princess truly exuded an aura of authority, yet he felt a sense of relief. The princess, having been brought into the fold, evidently stood by the crown prince, unable to tolerate such venomous slander that led her to resort to violence. However, the crown prince certainly had a knack for stirring trouble, having even apprehended Shui Jianzhou. Wu spoke to himself. Meanwhile, Princess Ning lightly clapped her hands, as if she had accomplished a trifling task. This scene did not escape the attention of many, swiftly spreading throughout the realm. The incident continued to escalate, and the influence of the Shui family began to reveal itself, or perhaps the entire Shui faction was mobilizing. Several officials from the censorate entered the Ministry of Justice, not mentioning the arrest, but rather presenting themselves under the guise of inspecting officials. Their role, dedicated to oversight and impeachment, rendered their intentions abundantly clear during this turbulent period. Simultaneously, Deputy Minister of War Deng Xiu voiced his concerns, suggesting that Guan Ning, driven by personal vendetta, was deliberately abusing his authority for revenge. What began as a mere apprehension had garnered widespread attention. The Mei faction, long at odds with the Shui faction, seized upon this opportunity. Shui Jinzhong was notorious in the capital for his debauchery. His misdeeds were common knowledge, yet had remained unexposed until now. With Guan Ning igniting the flames, adding fuel to the fire seemed prudent, especially given his unique status. As the adage goes, if a son is not taught, the father bears the blame. This incident could serve as a means to implicate the Shui family. In recent years, The Shui family had grown powerful, their actions often reckless, and there was no shortage of dark secrets to unearth. Soon enough, actions were set in motion. The Dali Temple, one of the 3 judicial bodies, announced its involvement in the case, widely known for its bias towards the Mei faction. No one anticipated that a seemingly minor arrest would escalate into a conflict between the 2 factions of the court, bringing to light what had previously been a veiled dispute. Guan Ning became the target of widespread scrutiny. In the Ministry of Justice's main hall, Right Deputy Minister Li Renxue lamented, "Capturing Shui Jianzhong feels akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The pressure upon us is immense." The others nodded in agreement. This was not merely about one individual. It had sparked a rivalry between the Mei and Shui factions, entangling the Ministry of Justice in their discord. The ministry, governed by legalists, operated on strict adherence to law, remaining above the fray of factional disputes. Left Deputy Minister Zhang Zheng interjected, "The Ministry of Justice does not concern itself with party politics. We are solely devoted to the law. Yet, the complexity of this situation far exceeds our expectations. I wonder how matters are progressing on Guan Ning's end? Without substantial breakthroughs, this may ultimately lead to a stalemate. Indeed, we must have a resolution before nightfall. This pressure is unbearable. If we wait for Lord Shui to arrive in person, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation." A query arose among the gathering. "Master Zhang, are you aware of Guan Ning's whereabouts? He has long harbored a grudge against Shui Jianzhong. Let us hope he refrains from any reckless actions, for the consequences may be dire." Guan Ning knows his limits. Or so they thought. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd. If he truly knows restraint, how could he publicly assault Shui Jianzhong? As time passed and dusk approached, Guan Ning remained elusive. The Shui residents descended into chaos. Witnessing Shui Fang's reddened and swollen visage, indignation surged through the onlookers. This is utterly outrageous. How can one strike another so indiscriminately? The Princess Xianing may be mute, yet she dares to raise her hand against others. Let us seek her out, clamored the crowd. Silence. Shui Qing interjected darkly. The Ministry of Justice is clearly complicit in sheltering and indulging Guan Ning. The secret holding cells of the UDC are numerous. How could we possibly locate him swiftly? This is infuriating. "The master has returned. The master has returned." A voice from outside called urgently, prompting the assembly to rush forth. Shui Huairan entered with measured steps, raising his hand for silence. "Father, did you visit the ministry?" "Indeed," Shui Qing replied with ire, "the Minister of Justice." That cunning old fox did not show himself. Only Zhang Jing appeared, exchanging pleasantries. "It is utterly contemptible. They are clearly conspiring against our family. And it seems the ministry has allied itself with the Mei faction." "Not necessarily," Shui Huairan responded somberly. "The ministry is governed by the legalists. Those individuals are impervious to persuasion. This is merely the Mei faction exploiting an opportunity. What then? Jianzhong has been in Guan Ning's clutches for so long. What torment must he be enduring? Guan Ning is clearly seeking vengeance." "Not entirely," Shui Huairan stated gravely. "We may have underestimated Guan Ning. He is inciting a conflict between the Mei and Shui factions. Consider the number of officials involved. The city is awash with turmoil. Surely this commotion is not insufficient? Why would he do such a thing?" Shui Qing pondered, his eyes suddenly alight. "Could it be that he is leveraging the situation?" "That is a possibility," Shui Huairan replied. "I would prefer to believe his actions are merely retaliatory. Should the latter be true, his cunning is formidable. What shall we do now?" Shui Qing inquired. "The conflict has already commenced. Retreat is not an option. Jianzhong has become a pawn in this factional strife. Damn that Guan Ning." Shui Qing could not contain his expletive. Once begun, there can be no turning back. As the leader of the Shui faction, I cannot falter, especially since he is my only grandson. Shui Huairan then asked, "Speak honestly, has Jianzhong truly committed numerous misdeeds? As the second counselor of the realm, he is often preoccupied with state affairs. When would he have time to engage in such conduct? Some youthful indiscretions are trivial, after all. He may be somewhat unruly. But let us be honest, I intend to visit the ministry personally. It is imperative we comprehend the gravity of the situation." Just as Shui Qing was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A figure burst in, clutching a stack of papers. Not good. News of young Master Shui's alleged crimes is now circulating throughout the capital. Chapter 83. He finally appeared at the threshold. Shui Qing seized the papers, scrutinizing them intently, his expression growing increasingly grim. After perusing one document, the others were swiftly taken by others, with the entire hall circulating the materials. From time to time, gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. The complete list of charges outlined the heinous deeds committed by Shui Jianzhong. each one more shocking than the last. Could it truly be that he had engaged in such malefactions? Xue Fang struggled to voice her thoughts, her sisterly astonishment palpable. According to the records, nearly 75 homicides were directly or indirectly implicated. This was utterly terrifying. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that Jianzhong could have done this. It must be a fabrication concocted by that Guan Ning to harm Zhong'er, declared a robust woman. Indeed. Who dares to release these accusations? Xue Qing grasped the gravity of the situation. Initially, a small bookstore published it, causing an immediate frenzy. I hastily dispatched people to seal it, but soon after, several other shops followed suit, and we were powerless to stop it. They have audacity. Xue Qing's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. The severity of the charges was alarming. If they spread further, the consequences would be unfathomable. It is the Mei faction. Xue Huairan spoke darkly. They are orchestrating this from the shadows, having gained control over several printing houses. But what of the charges? The format is unmistakably that of the criminal ministry. It was undoubtedly Guan Ning who supervised this case. Only he possessed the complete list of accusations. Xue Huairan continued ominously, we have underestimated this heir. He understands that once the charges are released, the astute Mei faction will seize the opportunity and exacerbate the situation, utilizing every resource at their disposal. Xue Qing quickly grasped the implications, exclaiming, we must dispatch people to shut down those bookstores immediately, or it will be too late. Xue Huairan replied gravely, do you think ordinary bookstores would dare to act without the backing of the Mei faction? What then? Xue Qing asked. Is there no hope for Zhong? He is the last scion of our Xue family. The matter now implicated not only Jianzhong, but also the Xue family and the Xue faction, threatening to expose them to public outrage that could drown them. Xue Huairan asserted, thus, Jianzhong must be exonerated. These charges are mere fabrications devised by Guan Ning out of vengeance. We must shift the blame entirely onto him, ensuring Jianzhong remains unharmed and the Xue family is spared from disgrace. Truly, as the current deputy prime minister, his strategic thinking was both clear and effective, bringing a sense of reassurance to the assembly. The most pressing matter now was to locate Jianzhong. He must not be left in solitary confinement. Xue Huairan spoke solemnly, I fear Jianzhong may sign a confession. Surely not. He is no fool, someone countered. Yet Guan Ning will resort to underhanded tactics. That scoundrel is too cunning. He has declared war upon us. Xue Huairan declared, I will personally visit the criminal ministry. Meanwhile, you must swiftly deploy personnel to manage public opinion. This is, after all, the most formidable threat. As he articulated, the list of charges had rapidly spread throughout the capital. The onlookers, ever present in every era, were particularly drawn to such sensational news. With the covert support of the Mei faction, several major bookstores ramped up their printing efforts, releasing the information swiftly and shocking the entire capital. The stark contrast of black ink on white paper was dispassionate. Yet the accounts of various crimes recorded within were gruesomely vivid. It is widely acknowledged that Xue Jianzhong has committed numerous heinous acts. Yet the revelation of his misdeeds has proven to be shockingly harrowing, instilling a sense of dread. In stark contrast to Xue Jianzhong, Guan appears as a paragon of virtue. Such malevolence is utterly intolerable. If individuals like him are not subjected to punishment and judgment, then where lies justice? And what of moral order? Guan is indeed ridding society of its scourge. The streets are abuzz with discussions, and there is little doubt regarding the veracity of these charges. The final indictment issued by the Ministry of Justice is meticulously detailed. The exposure of these egregious acts at this juncture is undoubtedly due to his prominent lineage and the protection he enjoys. The darkness of this situation is palpable. It is imperative that Xue Jianzhong be brought to justice. A wave of resistance has arisen, and although the Xue family is attempting to manage the situation, it may already be too late. It is time to depart. Guan Ning, upon receiving the report, exhaled deeply. The situation had escalated to an alarming degree, and the larger it grew, the more difficult it would be to contain, achieving his intended purpose. Mo Xian had remained beside him, enduring a lengthy session of anguished cries. Evidently, the usually composed young Master Xue was increasingly anxious. This location is quite concealed. How is it that no one has yet discovered it? Guan Ning expressed his astonishment. If you do not make an appearance soon, you may be found. At this moment, Lord Zhang is under considerable pressure. Let us proceed. Guan Ning stated, we shall return to the Ministry of Justice to report, but can we trust those here? After all, Xue Jianzhong is to be detained in this very place. No issues arise. However, to ensure peace of mind, Guan Ning chose to leave behind a few constables, having developed a sense of satisfaction with his subordinates throughout the day. He then set off with Mo Xian toward the Ministry of Justice to fulfill their reporting duties. Meanwhile, the ministry was also facing immense pressure. Right Deputy Minister Wu Qingquan and the second assistant Xue Huairan had personally arrived for an audience. Xue Huairan, exuding a calm demeanor, remarked, "It is often said that one should not avoid employing the capable merely due to familial ties. This phrase originates from Han Fizi, a foundational text of legalism. I believe the same principle applies in cases of wrongdoing, which is why I have come myself. This is the mark of a truly discerning individual. In ordinary circumstances, one might instinctively seek to distance themselves from such matters, yet he invokes the classic text of legalism to justify his presence, thereby elevating his own integrity. Jianzhong is my grandson. I understand him best. He may have some blemishes, but they do not warrant such extreme measures." Xue Huairan continued. Guan Ning's direct apprehension of Jianzhong at the Imperial Academy today resulted in the charges becoming the talk of the town by evening. The source of this leak is apparent to all, and I have reason to suspect ulterior motives behind this incident. Furthermore, despite the ongoing detainment, we have yet to lay eyes on the accused. Even individuals charged with grave offenses are entitled to visitation rights, yet he has vanished. Does this not seem rather inappropriate? His tone was mild, yet every word carried a sharp edge, akin to an interrogation. Zhang Zheng's forehead glistened with sweat. The individual before him was none other than the current deputy minister, compelling him to take the matter seriously. This is a premeditated conspiracy. Guan Ning has exploited his official position to exact revenge on my grandson Xue Jianzhong, fabricating a multitude of charges. I shall wait here for a quarter of an hour. If Guan Ning does not appear, then the Ministry of Justice's complicity in this cover-up shall be firmly established. Xue Huairan's words were exceptionally forceful and unreserved. As he directly referred to himself as my grandson, a clear indication of pressure being applied. Zhang Jing understood that the urgency displayed by this vice minister signified a level of anxiety. This matter transcended his grandson's interests, entwining with the rivalry between the two parties, and he intended to leverage this situation to create difficulties for Guan Ning. Despite his awareness, he found himself unable to withstand such pressure. Just as he was preparing to dispatch someone to convey a message, Guan Ning entered the inner hall, guided by a minor official. His long-awaited appearance had finally arrived. Chapter 84. The Trials of Brotherhood. Upon stepping into the hall, Guan Ning observed several individuals seated, their attire and demeanor indicating their high-ranking status. The atmosphere was quite lively. Seated prominently was an elderly gentleman with silver hair, adorned in a plain silk robe, his complexion pale, and his physique somewhat stout, emanating a profound aura. There were 2 seats of honor, yet he occupied one alone, with no one at his level, rendering even Zhang Jing a mere companion. Guan Ning required no deliberation to discern the identity of this figure, the current vice minister of the cabinet, Xue Huairan, renowned among the Xue faction. The swiftness of their meeting took Guan Ning by surprise, yet the fact that he had personally come to the Ministry of Justice indicated a sense of urgency, which was a positive sign. With a fleeting thought, Guan Ning displayed no signs of trepidation and boldly declared, "I am Guan Ning, head of the 3rd Division of the Criminal Investigation Department, here to report." "Guan Ning, you possess audacity," Zhang Jing rebuked sharply. "Why did you not make an appearance after the apprehension? So many have sought you in vain. You ought to review the regulations and procedures of the Ministry of Justice. It was my oversight. After capturing the criminal, I found myself momentarily incapacitated and dozed off. I have only just awakened and rushed here to report," Guan Ning replied. Yet inwardly, he mused that this left assistant minister was quite intriguing. Although he scolded him, it was done lightly, preventing others from holding him accountable. He was a man of integrity, at least one who would not betray you in critical moments. "I have heard you apprehended Xue Jianzhong. Do you know who he is? Although you are the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, you cannot arrest individuals without evidence." Zhang Jing's subsequent remarks were even more engaging, suggesting uncertainty about Guan Ning's prudence. "I possess evidence. The arrest was executed in accordance with procedure," Guan Ning responded, prompting a visible sigh of relief from Zhang Jing. The pressure he faced was immense. If this situation were to conclude without resolution, it would be disastrous, implicating the Ministry of Justice as well. Such is the art of language. Zhang Jing silently praised Guan Ning's cleverness, yet others were less inclined to remain silent. Wu Qingquan interjected, "Bold Guan Ning. On your first day in office, you recklessly arrest an innocent and confine him secretly. What is your intent that others cannot discern?" Release him at once. Shui Huairan remained silent. His status precluded him from making such a statement. Wu Qingquan also refrained from such remarks, yet he spoke nonetheless, leveraging his position to exert pressure. Indicating prior communication and agreement. Understanding his intent, Guan Ning discerned that Wu Qingquan was a stalwart of the Shui faction, having frequently impeached the northern king's residents. To oppose the entire Shui faction single-handedly required considerable cunning. Without a trace of fear, Guan Ning replied, Lord Wu, as the right censor of the censorate, while your authority is considerable, you lack the jurisdiction to interfere in matters of the Ministry of Justice regarding arrests, do you not? Everyone present felt a jolt. Well aware of the audacity of this young Lord Guan, and now they were witnessing it firsthand. How dare he confront the censor so boldly? I am an official charged with oversight. While your apprehension of individuals may be beyond my purview, I possess the authority to question the procedures you have employed. Wu Qingquan had evidently prepared his retort. What issues could there be with my methods of arrest? Is it not standard to detain individuals? Guan Ning retorted directly. Is it because the accused happens to be the grandson of the deputy minister that the procedures are deemed inappropriate? The onlookers trembled. Realizing the bravado of this young lord was beyond reckoning, such words were audacious indeed. The implications were unmistakable. Yet, they also recognized him as a Navi scion. Oblivious to the intricacies of political machinations. Little did they know, Guan Ning was exploiting this very naivety. Had he been an ordinary citizen, he would never dare to speak thus. However, as the heir of the prince of the northern frontier, he felt unencumbered. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Zhang Jek admonished once more. Minister Shui is a paragon of integrity. How could he engage in such biased conduct, especially in this assembly? You dare to make such accusations without offering an apology? It was a common misconception that legalists were straightforward and devoid of social nuance. Clearly, this left assistant minister understood the subtleties of discourse. Every word he uttered was laden with intention, designed to silence dissent. Ah, clever Zhang, Guan Ning mused, feigning surprise. So you are Minister Shui? How blind I was not to recognize your esteemed presence. Surely, you, being magnanimous, will not hold my ignorance against me, since you have personally intervened. I must provide you with an explanation. His posture was notably humble, and his demeanor exceedingly respectful, leaving the assembly in astonishment. Had he truly undergone a transformation? Minister Shui Huairan remained silent, his expression composed. Guan Ning continued, Originally, I summoned young Master Shui to assist in the investigation. It is well known that he and I share a profound brotherhood. I cannot believe he would engage in any wrongdoing. At this, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Did he not feel a pang of conscience uttering such words? Brotherhood? He had claimed to be a comrade of Deng Mingyuan, whom he had struck, leading to the latter's exile, and of Deng Mingji, who had fainted from anger twice at his hands. Who truly qualifies as his brother? To be his sibling is a perilous endeavor. Yet, Guan Ning disregarded the spectators' thoughts, persisting, outsiders may claim that young Master Shui bullies the weak and indulges in malevolence, even disregarding decorum at the Imperial Academy, but I refuse to believe such slander. As his closest confidant, my first duty as the head of the arresting officers is to clear his name. At that moment, Guan Ning spoke with righteous fervor, his sentiments profoundly earnest. His willingness to defend his brother was palpable, though it provoked discontent among others. How shameless! Had he forgotten that he had publicly struck him? He was already notorious for such acts. Guan Ning continued, Initially, I intended to release young Master Shui after the investigation, but that is no longer feasible. For he has astonishingly confessed to all charges and has even signed a confession. The room was left in stunned silence. The preceding discourse is trivial and inconsequential. The crux lies within this statement. Shui Jianzhong has indeed affixed his signature. It is well known that a pivotal aspect of concluding a case is the confession of the principal offender, accompanied by their signature. This matter is now as certain as fate. One can distinctly observe the subtle movement of Shui Huairan's fingers, a clear indication of his deepest apprehensions having come to fruition. Guan Ning feigned immense sorrow, exclaiming, I never anticipated that Master Shui could be such a person. I had truly misjudged him. As the head constable, I have always regarded Master Shui as a paragon of virtue and must uphold my principles, even if he was once my brother. I must now draw a firm line between us. While speaking, Guan Ning retrieved the charge document, turning to its final page. The crowd instinctively leaned forward, for it bore Shui Jianzhong's signature. This could not be falsified, and any attempt at forgery would prove futile. Master Shui, he addressed, given the situation. Can I still afford to overlook him? His gaze fell upon Shui Huairan. You must have resorted to extrajudicial means to coerce a confession. Wu Qingquan interjected directly. If you did not employ torture, why then did you conceal Shui Jianzhong? Torture? Guan Ning retorted. Do you believe me to be a fool? Chapter 85. Did you think it would end so easily? This question left Wu Qingquan bewildered, for all present were acutely aware that during interrogations, the most common method employed was the infliction of physical punishment. Civilized law enforcement is a concept non-existent in this era. However, this varies by individual circumstances. Shui Jianzhong's unique status rendered him impervious to such treatment. Inflicting punishment upon him would only invite trouble, and even if he ultimately signed, there would be grounds for annulment. Guan Ning would never commit such folly as to provide others with leverage against him. I assure you, throughout the interrogation, I employed no form of torture. He did not elaborate that he merely resorted to slight manipulations. Thus, this leads us to the final verdict. Guan Ning declared solemnly, Shui Jianzhong has committed heinous crimes. If such a person is not punished, where lies the justice? Where is the rule of law? This was his final stance. The entire interrogation was executed under your purview, and the details remain unknown to all. The multitude of charges listed are yet to be substantiated, and you have the liberty to pronounce judgment while we harbor doubts regarding your process. At this moment, a middle-aged man interjected. His complexion was unnaturally pale, his eyes small, and he had remained silent until now. Who might this esteemed gentleman be? I am the vice-censor of the Court of Censors, Shi Jing, overseeing the supervision of the Ministry of Justice. He continued, I believe this case harbors numerous ambiguities. I demand a thorough re-examination and that you must conduct an open trial. This was no longer a subtle suggestion but a direct assertion. The vice-censor's interference in this case was an overreach, yet procedurally, it conformed to regulations. Zhang Zheng's expression shifted slightly. It was time for him to speak, or rather, it was time for the Ministry of Justice to clarify its stance. For Guan Ning had performed admirably. Before he could utter a word, Guan Ning asserted, Very well, if you doubt the investigative process, a re-examination can be conducted. But it must be a tripartite trial. A gasp rippled through the assembly. In ordinary circumstances, common cases could be resolved directly. However, for significant or complex cases, a tripartite trial is mandated. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate convened for a joint interrogation. The three-hall trial is not easily initiated, occurring only a few times a year. However, each time it is called, it garners significant attention. Before others could speak, Guan Ning asserted, I am the head of the 3rd Division of the Constabulary, and I am in charge of this case. I have the authority to propose a three-hall trial. Now that all esteemed officials are present, a resolution can be reached. His boldness took everyone by surprise. You question the matter, do you? Very well, let us proceed with the three-hall trial. What more can you say? Are you willing to accept this challenge? This tactic was undeniably shrewd, leaving the others speechless. Shi Jing found himself at a loss for words, hesitant to respond, for he was uncertain of Shui Jianzhong's true innocence. In his opinion, even if not all accusations held merit, at least half were likely true. Such allegations could not withstand thorough scrutiny. Even if the Shui family wielded considerable influence, they could quell some issues, yet not all, as the number of lives at stake was too great. Even a single life could warrant a conviction. Since the legalists took charge of the Ministry of Justice, the judicial system underwent multiple reforms, not mere folly, but a decree from the sovereign. Thus, this was an overt maneuver. Their gazes instinctively turned to Shui Huairan, the deputy minister, who had remained silent since Guan Ning's entrance. Clearly troubled, this situation was not insurmountable. Had it been an ordinary constable lacking connections, such boldness would have been unthinkable. Yet Guan Ning's unique position afforded him such liberties. Shui Huairan fixed his gaze on Guan Ning and said solemnly, Two young men squabbling is merely a passing matter. Prolonging the conflict serves no one. What say you? The assembly harbored diverse thoughts. His statement conveyed dual meanings, both acquiescence and veiled threat. For the deputy minister to utter such words was no small feat, however. Guan Ning remained unmoved. He turned to face Zhang Zheng and declared, Given the gravity of this case, I request a three-hall trial. If you do not bring it up, I shall. Do you think this matter can be easily dismissed? Dream on. Why has Shui Jianzhong's misdeeds only now come to light? Behind this lies a vast political shield and the unprincipled collusion among officials. Shui Jianzhong is merely a pawn. His true aim is to undermine the Snow Party. From the outset, he meticulously planned to target Shui Jianzhong before advancing to a three-hall trial. Once this stage is reached, it becomes beyond the control of any single individual. He intends to root out all involved. Though a fallen scion without power, He can leverage the situation, which is the essence of orchestrating a three-hall trial. Only the three branches hold the authority to propose such a meeting, necessitating the involvement of the Ministry of Justice. Guan Ning regarded Zhang Zheng with calm determination. He had fulfilled his role. Now it was a matter of whether the ministry possessed the resolve. He believed Zhang Zheng would comprehend that to promote legal reform, expanding influence was essential. The three-hall trial presented itself as the optimal opportunity. Upon the return of the minister, I shall advocate for a three-hall trial. For this case is far-reaching, and only such a trial can resolve it. Zhang Zheng did not disappoint Guan Ning. The expression on Shi Jing's face changed subtly, and Xue Huairan's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Zheng. The implication of warning was unmistakable. Once the three-panel interrogation commenced, it would be decidedly disadvantageous for them. At that point, everything would be laid bare, and even he, as the secondary assistant, could not intervene directly. He must uphold justice, or else where would his credibility lie? Facing numerous scrutinizing gazes, Zhang Zheng addressed Wu Darren directly. You are the right censor of the censorate. I kindly request that you prepare accordingly, so we may establish a timeline. Wu Qingquan's expression shifted several times, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The three-panel interrogation, once proposed by either of the two courts, would inevitably proceed, and even the cabinet could not contest it, as it was a measure for the balance of power. The Dali Temple would surely not refuse, indicating that the matter was already settled, unless the emperor intervened, which was highly improbable. There was another factor to consider. The news had already spread widely. Anyone would be mindful of the ramifications. The individuals present were all officials of high rank, and at that moment, they exchanged glances, perplexed. What was the intention behind this? Were they disregarding even the face of the secondary assistant? Was a change in authority imminent? They all understood that the principal figure in this situation was Guan Ning. Did he truly not comprehend the gravity, or was it a deliberate provocation? No one could tell. A multitude of piercing gazes bore down on Guan Ning, yet his demeanor remained composed. If the three-panel interrogation cannot convene, I shall petition the emperor directly. I am eager to ascertain whether the heavens of Dakong are indeed blue or black. Guan Ning's tone was calm, yet it sent shockwaves through the assembly. He had effectively thrown down the gauntlet. The power of the secondary assistant was formidable. Should he intervene in full, it could indeed stifle progress. Hence Guan Ning's declaration served as both a warning and a threat. It was ruthless. He left no room for retreat. At that moment, Xue Huairan rose and made his way towards the door, brushing past Guan Ning, his gaze as dark as water. Chapter 86, like my Guan Ning's wife. Guan Ning, seemingly oblivious, smiled and said, Safe travels, Minister Xue. Naturally, Xue Huairan paid him no heed and continued on his way, followed by Wu Qingquan, Shi Jing, and others in quick succession. The remaining individuals were momentarily taken aback and did not see them off. Once they had departed, only the Ministry of Justice personnel remained. Zhang Zheng let out a long sigh, speaking in a low tone. We have thoroughly offended Minister Xue this time. Young Master Guan, the Ministry of Justice is now entangled because of you. The speaker was Li Renxue, the right Vice Minister of Justice, who also sighed heavily. This gentleman's remarks are quite amusing. Was it not Zhang Darren who initially sought my assistance? Guan Ning did not acknowledge this. You benefit and yet feign innocence. Zhang Jing shot Guan Ning a glare. I instructed you to apprehend Xue Jianzhong to promote legal reform, and what did you achieve? I am quite innocent. I am merely working for our Ministry of Justice. In any case, it was troublesome. Li Renxue continued. Minister Xue's political acumen is remarkably astute. He ascended from the position of academic doctor at the National Academy to the Ministry of Revenue in just 3 years, rising from right vice minister to Minister of Revenue. During his tenure as the Minister of Revenue, the Imperial Treasury experienced its first substantial surplus, with detailed and clear budgets and impressive achievements, which subsequently caught His Majesty's attention. Later, he took charge of the censorate, rigorously enforcing governance during this period, and eventually ascended to the cabinet. Guan Ning couldn't help but marvel at the position he attained. Achieving such stature requires not only capability but also exceptional finesse. Li Renxue remarked at that time. It was widely acknowledged that the prosperity of the Great Kang Dynasty stemmed from a harmonious balance of civil and military prowess, civil represented by Lord Xue, and military denoted by your father, the Duke of Northern Defense. Alas, this civil and military duo has not been amicable, as Lord Xue has consistently advocated for the reduction of the barbarian tribes. This revelation was new to Guan Ning, who recognized that incurring Lord Xue's resentment could lead to dire consequences. Li Renxue appeared deeply concerned. Humph, Zhang Jing interjected. Justice and legality reside in the hearts of the people. We must fulfill our duties. If we shy away from cases simply due to the profound backgrounds of the involved parties, what purpose does the rule of law serve? I shall seek out the Minister of Justice immediately to convene a tripartite court session as swiftly as possible. Old Zhang's decisiveness was commendable and deserving of praise. Guan Ning, contemplating, said, Rest assured, Lord Zhang, I am your loyal aide. I shall follow your directives without hesitation. Zhang Jing, perceiving Guan Ning's ulterior motives, remarked, Are you attempting to play tricks? Do you believe you cannot handle it and seek the Ministry of Justice to back you? Surprisingly, Zhang Jing's astonishment had not yet subsided, and this incident offered him a fresh perspective on Guan Ning. He had skillfully leveraged every available influence and calculated the reactions from all sides. The Duke of Northern Defense has an heir, he mused, and then said, It's been a long day. You may return now, but do not relax. The true test lies in the tripartite court session. I understand, Guan Ning replied, mounting his steed to return home. The situation had exceeded his expectations, and he felt quite satisfied. Upon arriving home, Jin Yu and the others had long awaited him, anxious due to the tumult surrounding the recent visit from Xue Fang, who had been causing a ruckus. Guan Ning chose not to elaborate, believing that upon returning home, one should be cheerful. Butler Wu spoke up, My lord. You may not be aware, but today Xue Fang created quite a scene at the gate, hurling insults that were particularly foul. The princess had to intervene and gave her a slap, which finally sent her fleeing. You struck Xue Fang? Guan Ning exclaimed, looking at Xian Ning in astonishment. Xian Ning ignored him and continued to eat her meal. Well done. My wife, like you, should continue to stand firm if she returns, Guan Ning praised. After dinner, Guan Ning requested Xian Ning to share his bed, only to be predictably refused. After much persuasion, they ended up on the same bed. Though Xian Ning set 3 rules: no inappropriate touching, no excessive movement, and no wandering hands. This was indeed a significant step forward. Guan Ning, feeling fatigued, decided not to press further and soon fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. However, that night, many others would find it difficult to sleep. The influence of the Xue family was indeed formidable, and by nightfall, the accusations had spread widely, leaving no room for doubt. The clamor of the masses cannot be stifled. A formidable wave of resistance has emerged. On the following day, during the morning court, Minister of Justice Zheng Yuan and the Chief Justice Pei Yuanjing jointly submitted a petition demanding a tripartite trial. Concurrently, numerous officials from the Mei faction stirred the waters, asserting that this was indeed a rightful demand, one that even the officials from the Xue faction could not contest. Ultimately, the sovereign acquiesced, deciding to send the 3rd and 4th princes to observe the proceedings. The court was shaken. This matter had escalated significantly, drawing widespread attention. Father, the sovereign has consented to the tripartite trial. What does this imply? Does His Majesty harbor discontent towards our Xue family? After the morning court concluded, Xue Qing hurried to find Xue Huairan, appearing haggard from a sleepless night. The case, involving nearly 80 lives, had stirred fervent discussions both within the court and throughout the capital. How could the sovereign possibly refuse? Xue Huairan retorted, from both procedural and substantive perspectives. This aligns with the regulations. How could His Majesty exhibit bias? Look at your good son. Could he have placed us in such a precarious position otherwise? Xue Huairan's expression soured. This truly is a troublesome predicament. The greatest challenge lies in the fact that everything is laid bare, significantly constraining our maneuverability. My son is also your grandson. Xue Qing interjected. Our Zhong'er is the sole heir of the Xue family. He has been detained for a day and a night. How much suffering must he endure? You cannot remain indifferent. We must ensure his return, after which we will discipline him properly. Return? Xue Huairan replied. Do you still not grasp the gravity of the situation? I have but one question for you. Are you aware of the affairs that Jianzhong has been involved in? Have you cleansed yourself of any complicity? I know little, Xue Qing confessed. Zhong'er has never sought my counsel regarding these matters. You must understand. Even if we choose to remain uninvolved, others will certainly intervene. What are you waiting for? Hurry and finalize everything. Must I instruct you on these matters? It has been initiated, but time is of the essence, and the implications are indeed extensive. Is it truly impossible to protect Zhong'er? Xue Qing's voice quivered. Xue Huairan perceived this tremor. It is often said that grandparents are especially fond of their grandchildren, and his indulgence towards this grandson was indeed profound. The crux of the matter now lay in how much evidence Guan Ning possessed, as well as leveraging two critical points. Zhong'er had yet to reach his coming of age, and he was also a student at the Imperial Academy. With these two factors, his crimes would not warrant capital punishment. Xue Huairan spoke somberly. Yet Guan Ning's intentions likely extend beyond Jianzhong, targeting those officials who once supported him. The tripartite trial is set for tomorrow. Prior to that, we must eliminate as many potential threats as possible. Xue Qing hesitated, struggling to articulate. What if we cannot eliminate them all? The suddenness of this development is overwhelming. Xue Huairan did not continue, but stated gravely, we shall endeavor to do our utmost. Understood. Xue Qing departed. Within the room, a sigh escaped, and a glimmer of determination flickered in Xue Huairan's eyes. The news of the tripartite trial spread, heightening interest in the matter. This trial would be conducted publicly, allowing the citizens to observe the proceedings in their entirety, with the third and fourth princes present to supervise the trial. In the capital, it had been quite some time since such a significant event occurred. People remarked that ever since young Master Guan arrived in the city, there had been no peace. Every incident seemed to be entwined with his presence. As the discussions among the populace intensified, Guan Ning found himself once again immersed in a flurry of activity. If the commencement was grand and fervent, it must not conclude with a whimper. During the morning court session, the Minister of Justice and the Chief of the Supreme Court jointly submitted a petition that yielded substantial results, and a trial was set to convene the following day. Although he possessed clear evidence of wrongdoing, he dared not let his guard down, for the influence of the Xue family could not be underestimated. Reaching this stage was, in fact, a result of meticulous maneuvering, a sudden upheaval that stirred public opinion and caught them unprepared. What unforeseen developments might arise during the trial was anyone's guess. All Guan Ning could do was to gather as much incriminating evidence as possible. He meticulously reviewed all the case files to become thoroughly acquainted with them, while also personally communicating with the victims and their families, hoping they would be willing to testify. These individuals had been brought in and placed under protection to prevent any contact with the Xue family that could lead to complications. This situation had already manifested. A witness who had readily agreed yesterday had changed their tune today. Such was the power of the Xue family. Moreover, those officials who acted as their protectors had to be accounted for as well. Time was of the essence, and Guan Ning could not afford to relax for a moment. Under his leadership, the enthusiasm among the heads of the three departments surged. This time, we will ensure that Xue Jianzhong is held accountable and punished. The speaker was a young head of the department, round-faced and seemingly honest, with a pleasant demeanor. His name was Ding Qi, well-liked among the officers of the supervisory department. That was essential, Guan Ning remarked. Once this case concludes, I shall treat everyone to a celebration at the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Should it not be us treating you? You won the bet, someone interjected. As the head, how could I allow you to spend your money? However, I can have Mo Sisho cover the expense. Just then, Mo Xian entered, her expression grave. I have just received word that the Xue family has engaged Xie Fangzuan as their lawyer. Xie Fangzuan? Xie Fangzuan? The group immediately halted their tasks, faces filled with astonishment. Who was Xie Fangzuan? Guan Ning was unfamiliar with the name. He was the most renowned lawyer in the capital. Guan Ning quickly grasped the implications, having learned about such matters since joining the Ministry of Justice. A lawyer, akin to a modern-day attorney, was one who offered advice to litigants and drafted legal documents as a profession, a role that had existed since ancient times. Ding Qi explained, you may not be aware, but Xie Fangzuan is a formidable lawyer, exceptionally skilled in rhetoric and profoundly knowledgeable of the laws of Dekong, with numerous legendary litigation stories to his credit. And so what? Guan Ning replied dismissively. Can such overwhelming evidence be dismissed merely through eloquence? Let us not forget that under the laws of Dekong, there exists a provision that grants certain privileges of immunity to students of the Imperial Academy. Guan Ning was aware of this clause, which was ostensibly designed to protect talent. However, he perceived it as a form of aristocratic privilege, for those who attended the Imperial Academy were predominantly from affluent and noble families. Mo Xian continued, the concept of exoneration lacks a specific definition, thus allowing for substantial maneuvering space. Furthermore, there exists a provision for leniency towards those of tender age. And Xue Jianzhong fits all these criteria. With the influence of the Xue family, it is highly probable that he may ultimately evade punishment entirely. Guan Ning's expression grew more solemn. The legal system of the feudal society diverges vastly from that of the modern world, particularly in such a deeply entrenched context. With a fleeting thought, Guan Ning spoke. Let us not overthink matters. We shall focus on our own affairs. By the way, Ding Qi, I tasked you with locating Su Ping. What is his stance? Is he willing to testify? Su Ping is the student who had long suffered bullying at the hands of Xue Jianzhong in the Imperial Academy. His attitude remains somewhat ambiguous. It seems the Xue family has exerted their influence. Sighing, Guan Ning shook his head. Please seek him out again and convey this message. A person who has been bent for too long can never stand straight again. Just that phrase. Deliver it to him. I shall go at once. Guan Ning meticulously made arrangements and soon became engrossed in his busy schedule, with time passing swiftly. The following morning, he rose early, mentally preparing himself. Today marks a significant battle, the 3 court hearings. Await my favorable news, he told Butler Wu and Jin Yu, who accompanied him to the door. The heir will surely succeed. Indeed. At that moment, he noticed Princess Xianning approaching. She possessed a slender waist and a well-proportioned figure. Having spent the last few days resting in bed, Guan Ning was aware of her admirable physique. Are you here to see me off? No sooner had he spoken than Princess Xianning produced a card inscribed with 2 words, stroll. Farewell. Guan Ning mounted his steed, a small white horse, and made his way to the Ministry of Justice. The 3 court hearings were to be held there. Typically, this venue was the most desolate of courts. As few wished to associate with the Ministry of Justice, those who did were often involved in wrongdoing. However, today was bustling with activity, with a continuous stream of visitors. Although there were officials to guide the way, the number of attendees was limited, as the venue could not accommodate an excessive crowd. The proceedings were to take place in the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Justice, a venue not easily utilized, once a case was brought to this location. It was invariably a significant matter. The efficiency of the ministry's preparations was remarkable, as everything was ready within a single day. Guan Ning arrived early. Although he was merely a captor and would not serve as the presiding judge, he was the case's primary organizer and would be involved in the questioning throughout, necessitating some preparation. The 3 court hearings, also known as the Trijudicial Assembly, involved the chief officials of the Censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court, who presided over the proceedings, with additional officials from the cabinet and other ministries in attendance. The unprecedented level of formality associated with these hearings earned them the title of the highest tribunal. Any resolution reached here would constitute the final judgment. As time passed, the dignitaries began to arrive in succession. Guan Ning was still in the inner chamber organizing the case files when Zhang Zheng approached and inquired, "Is there an issue?" "No problem." "Good. Then let us proceed." Following Zhang Zheng into the Grand Hall, Guan Ning discovered it was already filled to capacity. The hall was vast, distinctly different from conventional courtrooms. At the front, a long table was designated for the presiding officials, complete with a striking wooden gavel and the judge's writing implements. 3 individuals were already seated. On either side, seats were arranged, all occupied. As Guan Ning emerged, every gaze converged upon him. Chapter 88, Double Standards. Guan Ning maintained a serene demeanor, betraying no discomfort as he surveyed the scene with subtle scrutiny. Behind the long table sat 3 individuals. Wei Lian, the left minister of the Censorate, Zheng Yuan, the minister of justice, and Pei Yuanzheng, the minister of the Supreme Court. Reflecting on Zhang Zheng's prior introductions, Guan Ning mentally matched names to faces. His attention was particularly drawn to Zheng Hong, the minister of justice, who had reached the venerable age of 70. His hair and beard completely white. He appeared to be a kindly elder, even casting a warm smile in Guan Ning's direction. However, the others were devoid of such amiability, most regarding him with cold stares, among them a few familiar faces. Xue Huairan, the deputy of the cabinet, occupied the foremost seat to the left, showing no sign of reservation. Indeed, given his stature, his lack of pretense was the greatest form of discretion. Following him were the ministers of the 6 departments, including Lu Zhaoling, the minister of personnel, and Su Changjing, the minister of war, whom Guan Ning had encountered before. Those present were among the most powerful figures of the Great Kang Dynasty, and Guan Ning felt somewhat out of place, being the youngest among them. He understood that it was solely due to his status as the heir of the Prince of Northern Defense that he was allowed in this assembly. Without such status or connections, even Xue Jianzhong would not have been able to secure a place for him. Currently, he was merely a junior officer, yet he aspired to one day stand alongside them with genuine authority. At that moment, Guan Ning sensed an overwhelming aura of resentment emanating from a middle-aged official, who was somewhat portly and had a pale complexion, bearing a resemblance to Xue Jianzhong. It was evident he was the latter's father, which explained the palpable animosity. Unfazed, Guan Ning settled into a seat beside the table under Zhang Zheng's guidance. The 3rd prince and 4th prince arrived. At that instant, a commotion arose, prompting everyone to rise as 2 figures emerged from the inner hall. One was clad in resplendent purple robes, adorned with a jade pendant, exuding an air of nobility. His handsome visage was marred only by thin lips. He was the third prince, Shaoqi. Guan Ning had previously encountered him briefly at the National Academy, and he knew the third prince would not regard him favorably. The other, of similar age to the third prince, bore a cheerful expression, frequently nodding and smiling at those around him, radiating warmth and charm. Dressed in simple blue silk, he nevertheless commanded respect through his demeanor. This was the fourth prince, Qiwang Xiaoming. The titles of princes are derived from the names of states, with distinctions between single-character and two-character princely titles. Single-character titles are typically derived from the names of states during the spring and autumn period, with Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu being the most prestigious. For instance, the third prince Shaoqi was granted the title of Jin Wang. Both princes held significant weight in the current court, and with the crown prince yet to be established, they were formidable contenders. The presence of these two princes underscored the emperor's regard for the proceedings. They were seated separately beside the main table. Distinguished officials, there is no need for formality. My elder brother and I have been designated by our father, the emperor, to observe the proceedings without passing judgment, announced the fourth prince. Xiaoming, shall the trial commence? Inquired Zheng Yuan, the minister of justice. Let it begin, came the reply. Prince Xiao Qidao remarked. The convening of the three halls for interrogation is not undertaken lightly. We must ensure that no guilty individual escapes justice, yet we must also avoid mistakenly condemning the innocent. Though this statement appears quite ordinary, uttered by him, it carries a weight of implication. It is well known that Prince Xiao Qidao has close affiliations with the Snow Party. Let us commence, announced Zheng Yuan, casting a solemn atmosphere over the assembly. Xue Jianzhong, the accused, was brought forth. With a command from Pei Yuanzheng, the Minister of Justice, two officers escorted Xue Jianzhong into the hall, not so much in shackles as gently guiding him. This caused Guan Ning to furrow his brow. In truth, Xue Jianzhong had already been transported to the Ministry of Justice the previous day for detention, and the Xue family had already visited him, including his father, Xue Qing. Zhang Jing had previously explained to Guan Ning that the pressure was immense, necessitating such actions. Xue Jianzhong appeared disheveled, his frame gaunt, his complexion pale, and his eyes flickered with fear as he stumbled in his gait. His youth, juxtaposed with his current state, inadvertently garnered the sympathy of those present. The haughty demeanor he once possessed had vanished entirely. This fellow is merely performing, Guan Ning was certain. He had donned the guise of a frightened youth, having erred in his ways, evoking empathy in others. Surely, there was a mastermind guiding him from the shadows. Who could it be? At that moment, a young man stood at the entrance, dressed in a blue and white striped long robe, exuding a scholarly air, with a gentle smile ever present at the corners of his mouth. I am Xie Fangzuan, the counsel for Xue Jianzhong. Given his youth and the intimidation of this setting, he is unable to speak for himself, and thus I shall represent him in this hearing. As a legal advocate, he penned legal documents and voiced the grievances of the aggrieved. He was well regarded in the community, and now he spoke on behalf of the accused. As he addressed the assembly, his gaze turned towards Guan Ning, imbued with a respectful smile. This must be the hidden mastermind. Guan Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose to speak. Xue Jianzhong is the accused. Why is he not subjected to the instruments of punishment in this court? This statement rendered the audience momentarily taken aback, for they recognized Guan Ning's fervent rhetoric. Nevertheless, he was correct. It was indeed unreasonable for an accused criminal to appear without the instruments of punishment. As a student of the National Academy, does Captain Guan not understand this? Xie Fangzuan replied calmly. Humph. Guan Ning retorted directly, having committed the heinous crime of taking 78 lives. Can such a grievous offender still be considered a student of the National Academy? He anticipated that these individuals would seize upon such points to absolve Xue Jianzhong. Thus, he offered no opportunity for rebuttal, asserting, do you intend to argue that, as a student of the National Academy, he deserves leniency and immunity from punishment? Indeed, the laws of the Great Kang Dynasty contain provisions for leniency, particularly for those who had not yet reached the age of maturity. Xie Fangzuan interjected. Xue Jianzhong is a legitimate student of the National Academy. His exemplary conduct during his studies has earned him considerable knowledge. Should we not afford him a chance? Must we extinguish the potential of a young scholar before it has even begun to flourish? Why must Captain Guan press him so harshly? As he spoke, his words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Notably, he refrained from addressing the crimes directly, instead manipulating the narrative to exploit the loopholes within the Great Kang legal framework. Indeed, the Great Kang Dynasty did possess such legal provisions. The left minister Wei Lian of the censorate spoke up. Guan Ning remarked, according to what Master Xie said, I too am a student of the Imperial Academy and not yet of age. If I were to kill you, would I be guiltless? If I were to slay your entire family, would that also be without consequence? Xie Fangzuan's expression subtly changed, clearly thrown off by this statement. The two situations could not possibly be equated. Was this not the implication of Master Xie's words? Guan Ning questioned in astonishment among the students of the Imperial Academy. Only half have reached adulthood. Does this mean the other half can kill at will without punishment and should instead be condoned and protected? With so many esteemed officials present, who would endorse such a notion? Who would dare to? This was fundamentally different. Xie Fangzuan had not anticipated Guan Ning's sharp repartee, which had deftly seized upon his flaw. How is it not the same? Please elucidate, Master Xie. Xie Fangzuan found himself momentarily speechless. What? Are you at a loss for words? Guan Ning continued. It is permissible for Shui Jianzhong, but not for others. You are indeed a hypocrite. The utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd. They were unfamiliar with the term hypocrite, yet recognized it as an insult. Crude. Xie Fangzuan's face flushed crimson. As a litigator, he was accustomed to advocating for justice, yet Guan Ning's unpredictability was unsettling. The waves of resentment were palpable. Guan Ning pressed on. Do you not understand what a double standard is? Allow me to clarify. A double standard is when you apply one criterion to Shui Jianzhong and another to everyone else. Thus you are a hypocrite. The crowd suddenly comprehended the implication. Indeed, it seemed to be precisely that. Xie Fangzuan was rendered speechless, unable to find grounds for rebuttal. He had not anticipated that the most significant flaw he had identified would become the very point of attack against him. Guan Ning offered no respite, continuing. Have you nothing left to say? Do you know why? Because wrong is wrong, and no matter how it is explained, it remains erroneous. Guan Ning resolutely stepped away from his seat and approached the center of the hall, his gaze cold and penetrating. You are a litigator, once a champion of the people, defending the oppressed, and you have amassed considerable renown for standing on the side of justice, for possessing integrity. Yet now you contravene principles, even moralities, leaving you no words to defend yourself. Is that not so? Xie Fangzuan's eyes widened, his heart trembling under such scrutiny. He prided himself on his eloquence. Yet at this moment, he could not utter a single word. You claim he performed admirably at the Imperial Academy, that he is well versed in the arts. I ask you, who penned that evaluation? Was it the doctor of the academy, Zhuo Jie? No, it was the assistant, Zhuo Jie. Xie Fangzuan found himself caught in the rhythm, instinctively responding, but clearly losing momentum, stammering. Zhuo Jie? Guan Ning scoffed, then commanded sternly, bring Zhuo Jie to the hall. This was not a pronouncement he was authorized to make, yet it flowed forth nonetheless. The assemblage felt no discomfort. Rather, it seemed entirely natural. This was the essence of adjudication. This was Guan Ning's objective. He could not afford delays. He needed to seize the initiative, compelling others to align with his cadence, to follow his reasoning. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Soon, Zhuo Jie was summoned to the hall. A few days ago, he was a distinguished doctor of learning, yet now he finds himself on the receiving end of scrutiny. I ask you, how did Shui Jianzhong perform at the Guozijian? Zhuo Jie steadied his mind, remaining silent. Answer the question. Guan Ning barked. This is a court of inquiry. Do you think this is a mere gathering? Zhuo Jie was taken aback. Respond to the question. Zheng Yuan, the Minister of Justice, also interjected. He performed adequately. Zhuo Jie stated succinctly. How can you utter such words? Guan Ning retorted. Are you aware that Shui Jianzhong has bullied Su Ping at the Guozijian? That was merely child's play. What significance does it hold? Guan Ning was incensed by this response. You accuse me of long-term bullying of Su Ping. Do you possess any evidence? At that moment, Shui Jianzhong finally regained his composure. During yesterday's visit, he had already received news. They had dispatched someone to communicate with Su Ping, promising and threatening him, thus feeling quite at ease. Guan Ning fell silent. He had sought out Su Ping twice. But wasn't evidence required? Just then, a loud voice resonated from outside the hall, and Su Ping strode in, his back straight and head held high. His demeanor had transformed. Guan Ning felt a flicker of relief, not because Su Ping was testifying, but because he had emerged from the shadows, filled with spirit and aspirations for a greater future. I am Su Ping, the student who has long suffered at the hands of Shui Jianzhong. Su Ping proclaimed boldly. How dare you? Shui Jianzhong instinctively threatened. Unprepared for the audacity of the person he had long oppressed. I am no longer afraid of you, Su Ping declared. Young Master Guan's emissaries conveyed to me that if a person's back remains bent for too long, it shall never straighten again. I must stand tall and proud. Tears welled in his eyes. You seek evidence, do you? Then let me show you. As he spoke, he began to remove his garments, soon baring his upper body, causing gasps of horror among the assembled officials, their scalps prickling with dread. What a ghastly sight it was. The description of his body as riddled with scars was most apparent. Each grotesque scar resembled a centipede crawling across his skin, instilling fear. This area was scalded with boiling oil by Shui Jianzhong. This was carved with a knife. This was burned with a candle. This was pierced with iron implements. Su Ping detailed the scars. He was relentless in his torment, forcing me to kneel, to eat dirt, striking my face. I dared not speak, for his family was powerful. It was only when my father discovered the scars on my body that I was compelled to reveal the truth. His father, feeling my pain, sought out the head of the Guozijian, this very Zhu Jie, whom Su Ping pointed to. What is there to make of it? You are still alive. My father, indignant, approached the authorities, only to be rebuffed and subsequently beaten. The assailant was none other than Ji Yuan, the chief of the Jingzhou Prefecture's Public Security Bureau. Then Shui Jianzhong came to my home, where they humiliated my mother, driving her to take her own life by hanging. Su Ping's face was streaked with tears. His voice choked with emotion. Is this not enough? Guan Ning's voice was low and somber. He was born into poverty and, after much struggle, finally gained admission to the Imperial Academy. In pursuit of honor for his family and in gratitude for this hard-won opportunity, he endured much. Yet, what did he receive in return? Guan Ning stepped forward, confronting Zhu Jie directly. You two have a son. If your son were to face a similar fate, what would you do? Would you dismiss it as mere trifles? Zhu Jie stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Esteemed officials, I implore you to consider. What crime has he committed? What fault has he to warrant such a fate? Is this justice? The room fell into a profound silence. Xie Fangzuan bowed his head, his face flushed not with anger, but with shame. This, however, merely encapsulates a fraction of the transgressions committed by Shui Jianzhong. Bring forth the victims to the court. At his command, one, then two, nearly 30 individuals stepped forward, men and women, young and old. You have not misjudged. They are all victims or relatives of victims, and this is but a portion of the whole. Guan Ning continued to amplify the shock. Before the esteemed officials, speak of the injustices you have suffered. Recount the sins that have befallen you. In this charged atmosphere, everyone was moved. They began to share their stories, one after another, of events that would seem utterly unbelievable to outsiders. Among the audience, some furrowed their brows, others clenched their fists, and some gritted their teeth. Shui Qing was drenched in cold sweat, feeling immensely uncomfortable. Shui Jianzhong's complexion turned pale, devoid of any color. After some time, it came to an end. Guan Ning somberly addressed them. I must first apologize for reopening your wounds and forcing you to revisit painful memories. Then, he turned to the front. Are these crimes sufficient? Who among you still harbors doubts? I shall confront each one of you. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 90. A one-man show. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Not a single voice was raised. Some wished to protest, but found themselves at a loss for words. With so many victims and so much evidence, it was more than enough. Shui Huairan maintained a calm demeanor, but the turbulence within him was undiminished. Something felt amiss. The pace of proceedings was too rapid, shattering the norms of interrogation. In truth, Guan Ning was not the presiding judge. He could suggest inquiries, but not dominate the trial. Yet, it was clear that he had taken charge. From the outset, he had boldly posed his inquiries, swiftly steering the proceedings, and before anyone could react, he concluded the session. Throughout this brief exchange, no one had the opportunity to interject. It had become his solitary performance. This was a deliberate tactic. Shui Huairan quickly grasped the situation. He had long been prepared. Every step seemed meticulously orchestrated, starting with Su Ping to evoke sympathy, then seamlessly bringing in the victims, culminating in a stalemate. Unresolvable. The complete chain of evidence, the stark realities laid bare before all. Who would dare contest it? All their prior preparations became futile. They had fallen into a trap. Shui Huairan suddenly realized, and a wave of alarm washed over him. This was not yet over. He could not allow this man to continue unchallenged. Yet it seemed he was already beyond the point of intervention, having lost from the very beginning. As he pondered this, Guan Ning spoke up, asserting, "But I believe this is far from over." He denied others the opportunity to interject, seizing control of the narrative amidst the rising emotions. Shui Jianzhong's first crime resulted in 2 fatalities, and despite the passage of 2 years since that incident, why had there been no trial? Everyone fell silent. For this was the crux of the matter. Wei Lian, the left minister of the censorate, understood that Guan Ning could not be allowed to proceed any further. He interjected directly. This case has a presiding judge. You are merely a supervisor. Shouldn't you return to your seat? What I am discussing pertains to the case at hand. Is this grand tribunal of the Great Kang Dynasty to be silenced? He continued. This is a grand tribunal. How can a mere constable act so recklessly? Wu Qingquan could no longer restrain himself. Yet it is this humble constable who perceives that which eludes our sight, he retorted. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, the Minister of Justice, remarked coolly, why do you two ministers prevent Guan Ning from speaking? Do you deem it improper, or are you simply afraid? Does Lord Wei harbor doubts regarding the crimes committed by the principal perpetrator, Shui Jianzhong? The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court pressed for answers, causing Wei Lian's expression to darken. It was evident that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Shui Jianzhong's guilt was unequivocal. No one dared to dispute that. Yet he hoped for the matter to cease. However, Guan Ning was once again drawing him in. This tribunal is a forum for unrestrained discourse. How can we silence anyone? Lu Xiaoling stated with an air of indifference. This case will undoubtedly stand as the most significant trial in Great Kang in nearly 3 years. Who would dare to conceal anything? Zhang Yuan added in a low voice. After this case concludes, I shall retire. It must have a definitive resolution, free of regrets. Guan Ning continued. This elder minister, who had presided over the Ministry of Justice for over a decade, commanded respect that none dared to ignore. Moreover, his assertion was valid. At this stage, no one could suppress the truth. Wei Lian understood this all too well. He relaxed his clenched fists. Everything was within his grasp. Guan Ning was particularly composed, having established the rhythm from the outset, rendering him inescapable. This grand tribunal had devolved into a soliloquy orchestrated by him alone. He continued. The principal reason lies in the unending indulgence and protection that lurks behind this matter. Investigations reveal that Shui Jianzhong's initial homicide case was handled by the Shihui Yamen under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Prefecture, where it was hastily dismissed as not guilty without thorough investigation, and the principal suspect never even appeared before the court. The then presiding officer, Luo Yang, has since ascended to the head of the Jingzhou Prefecture. Last summer, Shui Jianzhong and his accomplices brutally assaulted a fruit vendor to death. In the same month, he forcibly abducted a woman. When she resisted, he tracked her to her home, where he and his accomplices killed her entire family of 3. These cases were all processed by the Xinhui Street Yamen, where an innocent person was coerced into taking the blame, and that individual has already been executed. Guan Ning recounted each incident, each revelation sending shockwaves through the assembly. Numerous officials were implicated, many of whom had since risen to high positions within the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Supreme Court, and the Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, these individuals shared a common thread. They were all connected to the Shui faction, some of whom were even members themselves. The political arena is composed of various factions, and those who ascend to high positions may become part of the Snow Party. It is outrageous. It is the protection afforded by these officials that has allowed Shui Jianzhong's heinous crimes to occur. Shouldn't they face severe punishment? In the presence of the sovereign, beneath the imperial gaze, such vile acts transpire, which is truly shocking. Guan Ning remarked, swiftly retrieving a stack of papers from his sleeve and placing them before Wei Lian. I am but a humble constable, of low rank, tasked with overseeing the officials of the Dezhuyuan. I now present these records to Lord Wei. They detail numerous individuals, and though there may be omissions, I trust Lord Wei will elucidate the truth. He reflected Wei Lian's earlier words back at him. This tactic was remarkably astute. Wei Lian maintained a calm demeanor, yet turmoil brewed within him. Should he accept or decline? It is well known that Shui Huairan once presided over the Dezhuyuan as the left deputy minister. The Dezhuyuan is bound to exhibit bias, and many currently in high office were elevated by Shui Huairan. The officials mentioned by Guan Ning are all part of the Snow Party, which complicates matters. Lord Wei? Guan Ning prompted, reminding him. Under the scrutiny of many, Wei Lian had no choice but to accept. It was his duty. Yet, the depth of his discomfort remained a secret to all. Guan Ning stepped back. The case had reached a definitive conclusion, and how it would be judged was surely already determined by the esteemed officials present. A mere constable dared not speak further. He returned to his seat, sitting upright and maintaining his gaze straight ahead, resembling a well-behaved child. A wave of resentment surged forth. Guan Ning could not discern how much his own strength had increased from this encounter, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. Directly opposite him sat Shui Huairan, whose expression was remarkably serene, as if the judgment was not upon his own grandson. Shui Jianzhong's fate was sealed. He was acutely aware of this. In that moment, his complexion turned pale, trembling with fear. His earlier bravado had dissipated, replaced by genuine terror. Yet, as the sole heir of the Shui family, how could he appear so composed? The officials investigating could uncover much, delivering a significant blow. Would he remain indifferent? Or did he possess some hidden strategy for recovery? Such a notion seemed implausible. Guan Ning had meticulously calculated this scenario. This was a triad of scrutiny. No one dared to exhibit bias. He employed a straightforward and legitimate approach. The Mei faction would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, sparing no effort to strike. Political struggle is undeniably brutal. He had unwittingly provided the Mei faction with a chance. He had anticipated the reactions of all parties. Otherwise, he could not have achieved this alone. Shui Qing was visibly agitated, indicating a lack of contingency plans. At that moment, he noticed Shui Huiran gazing at him. Their eyes met. He observed a slight movement of Shui Huiran's lips, a subtle smile, albeit faint. Yet, Guan Ning understood. How could he still find the capacity to smile? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had he discerned Shui Huiran's hidden strategy? If so, this individual was indeed formidable. Chapter 91. Integrity and Honor, Shui Huiran. As Guan Ning pondered, Shui Huiran rose to his feet, instantly capturing the attention of all present. This trial, attended by 3 judges, is inextricably linked to this esteemed official. The presiding judge, Shui Jinzhong, is his grandson, and the series of officials on Earth is closely tied to his faction. What will he say? Will he exert pressure through his status to salvage the situation? Or will it be something else? A flicker of hope appeared on Shui Jinzhong's pallid face. This is not the final outcome. He still has his grandfather. Shui Qing regained some composure, aware that his father is the current second-in-command. And there remains a chance for redemption. Each person harbored differing thoughts. Shui Huiran sighed deeply. I never imagined such an event could unfold. My grandson has committed such a heinous act, and this is my dereliction of duty. The conventional tactic of raising expectations only to temper them follows. Yet, Shui Huiran solemnly declared, even if he is my grandson, he must not enjoy any privileges, must not contravene morality, and certainly must not breach the law. As he spoke, he rose from his seat and approached Su Ping, standing before those who had suffered. Under the gaze of all present, he bowed deeply. Honorable second-in-command, Lord Shui. Everyone was taken aback. They could hardly believe Shui Huiran would act in such a manner. It is the misfortune of my household. My preoccupation with state affairs has led to my negligence in discipline, resulting in such a grave error. The suffering you have endured cannot be undone. But our family will compensate you, hoping to make amends. I, as an elder, apologize on behalf of my grandson. Grandfather. Shui Jinzhong stood in shock. Silence. I do not have a grandson like you. Shui Huiran straightened, his voice rising in anger. Do you still lack remorse? Do you not grasp the sanctity of life? Shui Jinzhong, evidently taken aback, stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. The case has become clear. My grandson Shui Jinzhong's crimes are beyond redemption, and without severe punishment. The law cannot be upheld. Without a heavy sentence, public opinion cannot be swayed. Shui Huiran's expression bore reluctance. You are my only grandson. But that cannot excuse me from protecting you excessively. Shui Huiran spoke gravely. I, in my capacity as the second-in-command of the cabinet, demand that the presiding judge impose a heavy sentence to serve as a deterrent. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. No one expected Shui Huiran to proclaim such a thing. Visibly trembling. Indeed, the Shui family has been passed down for 3 generations, and Shui Jinzhong's crimes are severe enough to warrant execution. This means the Shui lineage may face extinction. Such a fate is unacceptable to any family. Yet Shui Huiran has uttered these words. He is sacrificing kin for the sake of righteousness. Grandfather. Grandfather. Shui Jinzhong finally grasped the gravity of his situation. I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. I am sorry. He fell to his knees, crying out loudly. Meanwhile, Shui Huiran remained calm, unmoved. This scene tugged at the hearts of all present. Father. Shui Qing's expression changed drastically. He was about to speak when he noticed Shui Huiran shaking his head at him. He understood. He finally comprehended what his father had meant by the ultimate contingency. It was the sacrifice of kin for the greater good, achieving personal integrity. This incident, of course, could never topple the Shui family, nor could it undermine the position of the second assistant. However, the reputation of the Shui family would undoubtedly suffer significantly, resulting in immense and intangible damage. Yet, if such actions were taken, the noble spirit of Lord Shui, the second assistant, would emerge. He would sacrifice familial ties to uphold the law and maintain justice, thereby garnering even greater prestige. Nonetheless, the cost of such a decision would be exorbitant. For he is the sole heir of the Shui lineage. Guan Ning's eyes narrowed as he finally comprehended why Shui Huairan had ascended to the position of second assistant. He was indeed a remarkable individual. Yet, this was not the end. Shui Huairan continued, stating that in this case, his grandson, Shui Jinzhong, had exploited his name and the family's influence for nefarious deeds, resulting in the protection of numerous officials. This was his oversight, a failure in governance. Following the triad of hearings, he would report to the emperor, requesting punishment, while simultaneously demanding that the censorate conduct a thorough investigation and apprehend all involved officials, irrespective of their rank or power, with no exceptions whatsoever. If the previous act of sacrificing familial loyalty had already shocked many, this proclamation was an even greater astonishment. From the earlier petition, it was evident that most of those implicated belonged to the Shui faction. Yet his involvement as the second assistant could have potentially shielded some or mitigated the consequences for a few. However, he did not choose this path. He explicitly called for severe punishment without leniency, akin to severing a warrior's own arm. The hearts of all present trembled with reverence. Shui Huairan solemnly declared that the emperor would rigorously enforce governance and punish corrupt officials. This was a red line that no one could cross. A masterful strategist. This truly exemplified brilliance. At that moment, Guan Ning could not help but feel profound admiration. The apprehension of Shui Jinzhong was not merely an act of vengeance, in truth. He harbored a grander ambition. He seized this opportunity to incite the rivalry between the two factions within the court. Everyone was aware of the existence of the Shui and Mei factions, yet none would openly acknowledge it. Previous conflicts had been conducted in subtlety. However, under his provocation, this time it emerged into the open. The internal strife resulting from this life-and-death political struggle would severely undermine the stability of the Great Kang Dynasty, with dire repercussions. This was the deeper essence of the matter, one that no one could perceive. They could never fathom Guan Ning's true intentions. Their focus remained solely on his retribution against Shui Jinzhong, interpreting it as a personal vendetta or a strike against the Shui faction. His character already bore the traits of a young scion, stirring trouble, leveraging connections, and clinging tenaciously to his pursuits. Yet, none of these were the truth. His true objective was to instigate conflict between the two factions. The Mei faction seized the opportunity to attack the officials of the Shui faction, and vice versa. This back and forth would disrupt the court, resulting in a cascading effect of influence. However, at this moment, Guan Ning sensed that Shui Huairan had discerned his strategy. He acted swiftly to mitigate losses, personally escorting those officials away to safeguard his own reputation. He minimized the fallout, demonstrating an awareness of the larger picture to Emperor Longjing, which would ultimately earn him greater trust. Impressive, indeed. Although he was an adversary, Guan Ning felt this admiration sincerely. He did not harbor any regrets. In truth, he had already emerged victorious. After the downfall of the Shui family, the factional officials suffered significant losses. It is unfeasible to bring down a person who holds the position of deputy cabinet minister so easily. However, having such an adversary invigorates the spirit, does it not? He was aware that once this incident came to light, he would become a thorn in the flesh and an eyesore to them, yet he was fully prepared for it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Guan Ning rose and proclaimed loudly, "Minister Shui embodies integrity and virtue. He truly stands as a pillar of the current regime. A paragon for us all. My utmost admiration." This declaration shattered the silence and immediately elicited a chorus of agreement from the assembly, whether sincere or feigned. They genuinely admired Shui Huairan. Consequently, the case had already reached a conclusion. Zheng Yuan spoke in a grave tone. "Bring the guilty party, Shui Jinzhong, down to the hall and select a date for his punishment." An officer promptly stepped forward, this time fastening shackles around him. Shui Jinzhong cried out incessantly, calling for his father and grandfather. "Take him away." Wei Lian understood the depths of Minister Shui's suffering. Wait. At that moment, Guan Ning stood up. As the closest brother to Shui Xiao, he had one final message to convey. Chapter 92. In the next life, be a good person, without regard for the others. Guan Ning approached and whispered into Shui Jinzhong's ear, "I have heard you have 7 sisters. You can rest easy, for I shall look after them." "You." Shui Jinzhong's eyes widened, an overwhelming resentment emanating from him. His anger reached its zenith. Had it not been for Guan Ning, he would not have fallen to such a fate. Now, he was being subjected to such heartless words. "Ah, brother Shui, I truly cannot bear to part with you. In your next life, strive to be a good person." Guan Ning did not allow Shui Jinzhong a moment to respond, his emotions laid bare. The crowd listened in stunned silence. Who could not discern the malice in his words? Did they not notice Shui Qing's complexion turning a deep shade of purple? Indeed, Having already made an enemy, there was no harm in intensifying the offense. It was well known that this situation was orchestrated solely by Guan Ning, and this trial had devolved into a one-man show, disrupting the established order. Zhang Yuan shook his head in resignation. This young man was truly a troublemaker. Fearing further outrageous statements from Guan Ning, he hastily urged, "Quickly, take the guilty party away." Shui Jinzhong was swiftly escorted out, still cursing vehemently. However, Guan Ning could no longer hear him. "Shouldn't he return quickly?" "Yes." Guan Ning bowed his head, feigning fear, and returned to his seat, behaving like an obedient child. Sensing the waves of resentment directed at him, he knew he was loath to the core, yet the more they despised him, the more delighted he felt. From that point onward, Guan Ning refrained from further outbursts, for he had achieved his objective. However, the trial was not yet concluded, and at that moment, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Yuan, posed a question. The incident involving Shui Jinzhong was not an isolated case. For a long time, it had been common to see young offenders go unpunished due to the absence of clear laws. This had resulted in a low cost for such crimes among the youth, effectively fostering a form of tacit indulgence. How could this situation be altered? Only through the establishment of new laws and reforms. This should be the primary aim of the Ministry of Justice. The incident involving Shui Jinzhong has undoubtedly garnered considerable attention, making the timing of its revelation particularly opportune. The interrogation concluded rather swiftly, markedly faster than previous occasions, primarily due to Guan Ning's adept orchestration. Although the proceedings have ended, the repercussions are monumental. The case against Shui Jinzhong has reached a definitive conclusion, leaving no room for doubt. Consequently, he has become the subject of widespread condemnation. While Shui Huairan's stance has ignited significant discourse, his principled stance against nepotism and unwavering commitment to justice have earned him accolades, further elevating his reputation to its zenith. Yet, this is not the end. The aftermath continues to brew. Immediately following the conclusion of the interrogation, the censorate officially intervened, launching a thorough investigation into the implicated officials. Akin to an earthquake within the bureaucratic realm. In this incident, the once mighty Shui faction has faced a formidable setback. The deputy minister, Shui Huairan, sought an audience with the emperor to request leniency in sentencing. However, the emperor, moved by his integrity, not only refrained from punishment, but also offered verbal commendation. What was expected to be a detrimental blow turned into an escape unscathed, showcasing the deputy minister's exceptional political acumen. Nevertheless, the Shui household remains engulfed in sorrow. The verdict against Shui Jinzhong has been pronounced, and execution by hanging is set to be carried out in 3 days. Initially, a public beheading was planned, but considerations for the Shui family prompted a change. Hanging, a method where the victim's neck is suspended in midair, relying on their own weight to tighten the noose until death ensues, allows for the preservation of the body. Regardless, death is inescapable, marking a grievous blow to the Shui lineage. As night fell, the Shui residence was ablaze with light, filled with the sounds of mourning. Shui Huairan, just returned from the palace, bore the weight of despair, appearing visibly aged. The most heart-wrenching reality is the sorrow of a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired youth, especially across generations. Does Shui Huairan feel anguish? Certainly. By uttering those words, he essentially led his own grandson to the gallows. Even if the boy's crimes are unforgivable and he deserves his fate, accepting this reality remains a psychological burden. Yet, he must not reveal his vulnerability. He cannot allow others to witness his weakness, for he is Shui Huairan. "Grandfather, is there truly no hope?" the younger brother implored. "Will my brother really face execution?" "Grandfather, please think of a solution." Surrounding Shui Huairan were several women of varying ages, some possessing striking beauty, while others exuded pure innocence. Shui Jinzhong had 7 sisters, and amid such a crowd, the noise was overwhelming. Noticing his father's exhaustion, Shui Qing admonished, "Silence. Do you think your grandfather desires this?" Instantly, the room fell quiet. "Father, is there truly no way?" He too longed to ask. "I seek nothing more than for our son to survive, even if it is merely to carry on the Shui name." Shui Qing's voice trembled with sorrow. This scoundrel has been searching for women everywhere, yet he has not sired a single child. Perhaps he has fathered a child with one of them? Shui Huairan responded solemnly. "Besides, you should take more wives and bear another son." "Another marriage?" Shui Qing instinctively queried, while others rejoiced at the prospect of taking wives and concubines. He did not share that sentiment. In the past, in the pursuit of a son, numerous concubines were taken, which initially seemed a fortuitous endeavor. However, once such actions became goal-oriented, the fervor diminished significantly. "Marry," they said, for the sake of the Shui family lineage. This statement cast a pall over all present, for it signified the grim reality that Shui Jinzhong was beyond salvation. The sound of weeping ensued. Shui Qing's countenance reflected sorrow. The Shui family was undoubtedly facing calamity, and our faction of officials would suffer as well. The Mei faction would seize the opportunity to rise. Not at all, Shui Huairan replied with gravity. As long as I stand, the Shui family shall not falter, nor shall the Shui faction. The strength of any faction depends upon His Majesty. Whichever he favors shall prosper. Given the current state of affairs, the Shui faction must thrive. With the officials under scrutiny and demoted, vacancies will arise, and our people shall fill them. It was evident that Shui Huairan had meticulously devised his strategy. Yet, regarding Jinzhou, Shui Huairan closed his eyes, and the wails intensified around him. I shall find someone to kill Guan Ning. A young man stepped forward, robust and imposing, exuding an air of ferocity. He served in the city guard and was a brother-in-law to Shui Jinzhou. Indeed, let us have him killed. The Prince of the North holds a direct lineage. Others echoed in fervent agreement, their indignation palpable. Nonsense. Shui Huairan opened his eyes, sorrow dissipating and replaced by an unprecedented sharpness. Do you truly believe Guan Ning is merely anyone? He is the heir of the Prince of the North, a scion of merit. If it were so simple, do you think he would have survived this long? The crowd fell into a hushed silence. Such thoughts were best left unconsidered, especially in these delicate times. How can we bear the grudge against that young brother? Are we to endure this? Someone lamented. Yes, until he is stripped of his title, until the Prince of the North is diminished. But is that so easy? Shui Qing interjected. The Prince of the North was bestowed by Emperor Shizong himself. Such a mandate cannot be contravened. Even His Majesty has numerous considerations and can only suppress the prince's power due to his inadequacies. However, should this heir, Guan Ning, prove capable, it would provide no justification for his removal. Shui Qing's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. The Prince of the North was hereditary. With Guan Zhongshan deceased, his son Guan Ning was entitled to succeed. Currently, the court had yet to reach a definitive conclusion regarding Guan Zhongshan's fate. And with Guan Ning lacking both martial and literary prowess, he seemed ill-suited for great responsibility. Thus, rumors of his potential abolition circulated. However, what if Guan Ning were not mediocre, but rather exceptionally gifted? Then there would be no grounds for suppression. Shui Huairan spoke in a low tone. The dandy is not devoid of intellect. In fact, we have all been deceived by him. This young man possesses profound scheming abilities, and should he rise, he may well become a second Prince of the North, perhaps even surpassing the original. Such a high appraisal left Shui Qing astonished, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Shui Huairan continued, this incident serves as the finest proof. The court has already begun to curtail the feudal lords. It will not be long before the Prince of the North's years of accumulation are eradicated. By then, even if Guan Ning inherits the title, he will be but a hollow ruler, insignificant in the grand scheme. Shui Huairan coldly asserted, I have toppled Guan Zhongshan. Can I not contend with his son? The implications of his words were weighty. Everyone knows that Guan Zhongshan encountered trouble in the wilderness. How could one claim he was overthrown? Father, Shui Huairan remarked calmly, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. From this moment forth, we must dedicate ourselves entirely to dealing with Guan Ning, exerting utmost suppression. Moreover, you must absolutely refrain from radical ideas. Do you understand why we have suffered this setback? He gazed at the assembly, his tone somber. It is because Guan Ning employed open strategies. I hope you possess similar discernment, rather than resorting to violence. It is not that such measures are inherently flawed, but rather that they are inappropriate, Shui Huairan continued. He felt it imperative to enlighten the younger generation. The enduring prosperity of a family necessitates a continuous influx of talent, as exemplified by the Northern King's residents. Many believed that a deviation had occurred in Guan Ning's generation, but it appears that the true misjudgment lies within their understanding. The passivity of this incident stemmed from the outrageous behavior of his own grandson. Had he exhibited even a modicum of reason, he could have salvaged the situation. As Shui Huairan spoke, a young woman quietly slipped away, her beauty marred by a fierce expression. Sister, where are you going? Someone inquired, discreetly following her. I am going to find Guan Ning. Did not grandfather say we are not to? I am not going to kill him. I am going to confront him. Shui Fang retorted angrily. His wife, Princess Xian Ning, slapped me the other day, and he is the reason my brother ended up in this state. I have been harboring this resentment, and I cannot rest until I have struck her a few times. Otherwise, I shall not find peace. But if you go to find him, it might not end well. I will have Baijian accompany me, Shui Fang declared through gritted teeth. Baijan is a martial artist. He will surely be able to handle him. Very well. I shall speak to grandfather on your behalf, came the reluctant agreement. Xue Feng, seething with anger, was inherently unable to tolerate even the slightest slight. While some families celebrated, others mourned. Yet, Guan Ning undeniably belonged to the former. Once the 3 halls of inquiry concluded, he led the personnel from the supervision and capture division to the drunken immortal residence, hosting a celebratory feast. He had even managed to persuade the head, Mo Xian, to join him. They occupied the finest private room, ordered the most extravagant dishes, and indulged in the finest wines. Guan Ning personally filled each cup, expressing, "The achievement of such results is indebted to the support of my brothers. I must admit, due to the urgency of the situation, I am still unfamiliar with all of you. Thus, I hastily handled the case. This celebration serves as an opportunity for us to become acquainted. Before we indulge further, why don't we introduce ourselves? I shall go first." Wei Ling, merely a martial man, spoke a youth with a stern countenance. He Wei, another introduced himself, appearing similarly aged, but seemingly more reserved, speaking little. "Head, I am Yuan Ziming. You may not know, but this fellow is well acquainted with the various brothels and flower houses in the capital. Should you require assistance, you can seek him out. Do not defame me in front of the head and captain." Yuan Ziming retorted directly. "I was merely conducting an investigation, to be precise. I was rescuing those unfortunate girls who have fallen into despair. So, you ensnared yourself in the process?" Laughter erupted among those present. "I am Li Chengren, responsible for internal affairs." The eldest among them, a middle-aged man, introduced himself. "I am Ding Qi," said a simple-hearted lad, the youngest of the group, with a hint of shyness. "Young, I am rather straightforward. To be candid, when I first learned of your arrival at the 3rd Division, we were all quite resistant. However, recent events have transpired, and the handling of this case has garnered the respect of my colleagues. Indeed, we hold you in high regard." As they spoke, it was sincere. This case has significantly altered their perception of the notoriously ill-reputed Guanshi. One by one, they made introductions, which Guan Ning committed to memory. The primary personnel of the Supervisory Bureau's 3rd Division comprised 12 individuals, each with distinct responsibilities, including the management of internal affairs, the allocation of necessary weaponry and equipment, as well as the care of horses. There were also those dedicated to case investigations, clue inquiries, and forensic examinations, alongside specialists responsible for field pursuits. Though few in number, each individual was an expert in their respective domain, truly elite. During the past few days of case handling, Guan